In his past life, he was a king but helpless to protect his homeland. Unexpectedly, after his reincarnation, he was reborn 10 years earlier as the prince of the enemy nation. A weak prince secretly poisoned by his stepmother for years, bullied by his brother since childhood, scorned by everyone, but he is the only one to inherit the ancestral magic power. From a useless person, he became the strongest mage of the empire, creating a magic army invincible in battle, gradually taking revenge on those who wronged him and climbing to the peak of power. In the end, he succeeded in rewriting history to save his country. The story begins with the scene of the STIA territory being invaded by the Kiss Empire, with the entire capital city engulfed in endless flames and chaos. King Baron, even though he lost an arm, still fought to the death like a true warrior, but the mages of your heart are too many and dangerous, constantly spamming their skills. In the end, King Baron saw his country divided by the enemy, thinking that this was the end of his reign and all his efforts. But he was reborn as the third Prince Callion of the Kiss Empire. Unexpectedly, after disappearing, he was resurrected at your friend's altar. It's real. Callion hurriedly asked the servant what the date was, and was told he had traveled back in time 10 years to when the Kyrus Empire launched a war against Secretia to seize the royal treasure of the time. Maybe that was also the reason why Callion was reborn into the past. Deep inside, he silently vowed that if he had the chance to live again, he would absolutely prevent the tragedy of the nation's destruction from happening once more. At this moment, the servant announced it was time to dine, and inside the dining room, a young man with blonde hair was sitting and drinking tea. He is the Crown Prince Randall of the Kiss Empire. Seeing the Crown Prince Callion, he immediately bowed to greet his older brother, but Randall still sat quietly sipping his tea, ignoring his younger brother. In the memory of the third prince, he was always treated as if he didn't exist. Soon after, the second prince also entered the dining room. He is the mastermind who led the army to destroy his homeland Secretia in his past life, the Mad King Branch. According to his memory, Randall, although the crown prince, was weaker than the second prince. Because his biological mother is Queen Kiss, no one in the palace can challenge her authority. And just thinking about having to survive in such a cutthroat palace war made Callion feel a bit overwhelmed. Seeing how you drink tea, the second prince couldn't help but mock you. It's really crude and completely lacking in manners. Truly, like mother, like son. Hearing that, I was so angry I could explode. My jaw kept twitching. If it weren't for the bigger picture, I would have punched that bastard without missing a shot. Seeing Callion's murderous gaze, the second prince immediately became furious and shouted, "Why do you dare look at me like that?" Things are getting tense, and the crown prince suddenly slammed his teacup down and said enough. Although the second prince's power is greater, he still has to show respect to the crown prince and can't do anything, so he leaves in anger. Afterwards, the crown prince also reminds Callion to reflect on his behavior. Because the emperor's birthday is coming up, he doesn't want any trouble to happen. I thought my older brother cared about his younger sibling out of brotherly love, but it turns out it was just a cold because of the old man's birthday. Fortunately, Jan, a loyal servant who always cares for Callion, is still here in the palace, providing him some comfort amidst the treacherous court full of schemes and conflicts. Among the three princes, Callion is the only one to inherit the ancestral trait of the first queen dragon Shanian, with black hair like the night and fiery red eyes. Since he was young, Callion has had to hide his red eyes because the second prince always showed hatred and disgust whenever he saw them. In contrast to the second prince, whose mother is the reigning queen, the mother of the third prince was only a lowborn consort. Callion recalled that in his previous life he had heard that the third prince of the Kyrus Empire died at the age of 15. The reason is that the third prince had plotted to poison the queen but failed, and in the end, out of fear of being exposed, he took his own life. However, according to Callion's suspicion, this information is not true and someone is trying to harm him. And he only has 2 months to find the culprit because in 2 months he will turn 15 years old. At that moment, Callion suddenly told Jan to go find a pair of scissors for him. After bringing the scissors, Jan curiously asked what he needed them for, and then, in Jan's shocked and terrified eyes and among all the servants, Callion without hesitation used the scissors to cut off his long hair that covered his eyes like a mask. Because Callion is no longer the weak third prince he used to be, of course he's no longer afraid of the second prince. The next day, in the dining hall, he was extremely surprised by Callion's new look. While Callion remained calm as if nothing was happening, the young man Jan behind him turned pale with fear. Could these two princes really fight here? It's really just two bulls clashing and both getting hurt. Facing the angry second prince, he still calmly sips his tea, his red eyes directly staring at him without any fear. The second prince, furious beyond words, never expected his usually weak younger brother to dare to stand up to him. In his rage, he threw the knife from the dining table at Jan. The knife flew very fast, but Callion's hand was even quicker. He caught it before it could hurt Jan, even as his own hand was bleeding, and he just stared intently at the second prince. He said, "It was just a slip, but the way you look like I threw it at you, are you annoyed? And if you're annoyed, what can you do to me?" Ignoring the provocation, Callion personally returned the dagger to him, showing respect like a younger brother to his elder brother. This act made the second prince realize that Callion was no longer the useless little brother who was always bullied like in the past. The stormy meal is over, and Callion returns to his room to bandage his hand. Jan anxiously asks if he should call Mistress Lu. Then he said it wasn't necessary, because it was just a small cut and it had already been stopped bleeding. At that moment, Kallian asked Jan why he didn't dodge when the second prince threw the dagger. So the reason Jan stayed still was because he was afraid that if he dodged, the second prince would use it as an excuse to target Kallian. Hearing that, he couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling grateful to have such a loyal servant. Then, Kallian entered the room, told himself to wash his face, and reminded Jan not to let anyone else in. Recalling that moment when Jan was in danger, Kallian had intended to use aura, but at that very instant, his heart suddenly felt a sharp pain. Now I want to recreate that situation to confirm the condition of this body. Soon, I sensed 3 magic circles forming around my heart. Seeing that, Kallian couldn't hide his surprise at the original owner of this body, yet he was a mage. 3 days later, Kallian was sitting on a chair with a somewhat confused expression. It turns out that 3 days have passed and my hand wound still hasn't healed, making young Jan panic. He's worried about someone else's pain more than his own. I really do have a reliable little brother. Then the royal tailor came to take Kallian's measurements for his upcoming graduation outfit, but upon seeing the crown prince, he was startled because the crown prince's face looked too much like his mother. Kallian is used to it because ever since he cut his hair, he's always had this reaction. The former crown prince suffered a lot just because he looked like a mother he never met. That is why the original owner started to hate seeing his own face so much that he destroyed all the mirrors in the room. While the tailor was taking measurements, he couldn't help but wonder. The Kiss royal family are descendants of dragons, inheriting healing powers and magical abilities from their ancestors. In other words, the wound on his hand should have healed long ago, but it still hasn't. And every time he uses mana, his heart aches painfully. If you meet an assassin at this time and can't use mana, you're really screwed. And he'll just shoot 7 arrows at once and go straight to see the elders. Kallian was about to find someone knowledgeable about mana to ask, then overheard the tailor casually mention the emperor's birthday. His mind immediately calculated that if it was a royal birthday party, that person would definitely attend. He is the great mage Manison, one of the 3 or 4 only grandmaster mages and an idol to all magicians. In the past, Ellen Manison was invited to the king's birthday celebration and visited Kyrus, and there are stories about a mistake that led to his being turned away at the gate. He arrived at the neighboring kingdom of Secret Kritia and Manison, the one who cannot attend festivals, and became a perfect mage 10 years later. He is also the only person on the continent capable of doing that. Kallian sat in a corner of the room, thinking about him. When it comes to knowledge of mana, no one can surpass him. He will help me with this body. I don't know what that mistake was, but Caius also doesn't treat mages kindly, so I don't know if he will agree to my proposal. The reason why thousands of knights refuse to join the Kyrus kingdom is because of the influence from Planche's maternal family, the Briston family. Even if I only control Briston's power, I still need the strength of the mages. If I can bring Alan to my side, I can prevent Planche's upcoming war. After thinking through various options, he stood up abruptly, sighed, and looked at the servant who had been excitedly choosing outfits for the upcoming grand birthday party. Aren't these little bands too small? I prefer the big ones like in the sample. Should we add jeans? Kallian simply made a very straightforward request. No magic, no jeans, just nothing. Slake hurriedly obeyed. Yes. On a beautiful morning, Kallian sat by the window enjoying a warm cup of tea to start the new day. In just a moment, he finished the entire cup. The guy sighed and thought to himself that he's gradually getting used to this life. His hand has fully healed, and Planche has also started to ignore him. Then it's even better. Jan carefully informs you of today's schedule so you can keep track. This morning you have a writing lesson, and this evening you have a dinner appointment with the Empress and Marcus Brisson. I wonder if Marcus Brisson has any questions. Yes, I think it's probably because of His Majesty's birthday celebration. He pouted and muttered to himself, eventually realizing he would have to face him after all. Yan, standing nearby, asked him worriedly, "Your Highness, are you planning to train today as well?" He replied casually, saying that training just means running around the lake next to the palace. He smiled brightly to reassure. Don't worry too much, everything will be fine. A vast, expansive courtyard with broken-winged birds appears before us. Under the courtyard, Kallian kept running in circles, never stopping. After a while, he leaned his head against a nearby tree, gasping for breath as if he was about to collapse. I'm doomed! Seeing my master in trouble, a girl hurriedly ran over to check on him. Your Highness, this is Marilyn Fratt, Kallian's servant and the second daughter of the general defending the outer city. Are you all right? On the first day, he ran 4.5 laps. On the third day, 4 laps. And today, he only managed 3 laps. He could only stand and watch her without saying a word. Deep down, I have to admit that what she said is right. Yes, I am training, but my health keeps declining. Something's wrong. Flash felt extremely uneasy. If it's too difficult, can we call the doctor? He quickly refused. No, it's okay. He clenched his shirt over his left chest and whispered to himself that if he called a doctor, Mana Pulse would be exposed immediately. Even though Yen didn't know Kallian was a mage, if he acted carelessly, his life would be in danger. He leaned against the tree behind him and said confidently, It's nothing. My health is just weakening. No need to call a doctor. Fan hesitated to advise him, but before the prince could finish speaking, he forced himself to straighten his weak body and forced a smile, saying, I'm fine. Just need a little time to recover. Suddenly, a deafening scream echoed from somewhere. Don't look away. Read Thang Kiem's attack direction and stay alert. Both of them looked back in confusion to see what was so tense. It seems the knights have already started training. Everyone is practicing mock combat chaotically, while a commanding leader stands in the middle of the training ground, pointing out each mistake. Don't dodge the sword like that. If this were a battlefield, you'd be dead. Don't hesitate. Keep going. It's like the entire training ground has turned into a real chaos. Kallian smiles happily as he watches everyone train. That's great. I remember the old days. Prince, this is the training ground of the Paban Knights. I know. I came to watch because I found it interesting. Flash was very surprised by this statement. You previously had no interest in swordsmanship. Now I find sword training interesting too. The girl then asked, surprised, Your Highness, do you know what kind of place the Paban Knights are? He uses his existing knowledge to tell her. Of course, they are a royal knightly order. To be precise, they are the knights of the Brisson family, the ones holding the king's power and control. Suddenly, the general approached and asked a question that made Fraz startle. Who are you? If you have no business here, go away. He works in the Paban Knight Squadron, General Paban, and he doesn't hesitate to complain. The knights are distracted by your gaze and can't focus on their training properly. As he said, all the soldiers stop and turn their eyes toward the two of you. Please, show some respect. This is Crown Prince Kallian. He pretends to look surprised and scared. Is that so? So you are Prince Kallian. Then he switched to a sarcastic tone and said, I thought you were some sneaky rat spying on us. Faced with those contemptuous words, Kallian began to feel a bit uncomfortable. Outwardly, he only smiled through the insult from General Paban, but inside he kept this grudge in his heart. O gods and spirits of heaven and earth. Flash activates the fierce mode and shouts in Tuan Quan Paban's face. How dare you speak such blasphemy in front of his highness? He still calmly replied as if nothing had happened. I told you I misunderstood him. Why are you so sensitive? Seeing the prince so indifferent, just a moment ago so confident, he now had to be startled and panicked by Kallian's attitude. What's going on? It was definitely right in front of him. In the past, he kept finding excuses to bully Kallian. What are you doing? Third Prince, I need to return to receive the summons from the Queen. How dare you block my way? At that moment, Kallian, weak and helpless, pressed himself against the wall and obediently followed his orders, saying, Please forgive me. I will move out of the way now. General Paban remembered that he was just a weak and feeble prince. Now he seems like a different person. Kallian stared at him with eyes full of resentment. Even General Paban had to tremble before a prince. I just walked over and said, Paban, I have a question for you. What is your mission? He was stunned by Kallian's question, and two curious soldiers stepped forward to ask. Excuse me, General. Is something the matter? As soon as they saw you, the two of them started whispering behind your back. Isn't that the third prince? What is he doing here? How troublesome, isn't it? He's just the third prince. A prince who even looks down on the knights. General Paban quickly made an excuse to avoid answering the question. As you can see, I can't answer you right now because I'm training the troops. Please continue with your task, Prince. Flash was worried that trouble might be coming for his master, so he stepped in to advise him. Your Highness, but you simply cannot ignore this matter so easily. General Paban, I am asking you now, report your mission immediately. He glanced at the soldiers standing behind him and hesitated before replying. My mission is to build a strong royal army and protect the royal family and this kingdom. Kallian raised his hand to grasp the branch above his head and retorted. That's right, building and protecting, as you just said. You forcefully broke the branch and frankly revealed the true nature of these treacherous people who failed to fulfill both duties. The soldiers began to feel scared, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the area. What are you talking about? First, building a strong royal army. Based on what I observed, your military training is a complete mess. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force like a storm headed straight for them. Miraculously, you managed to teleport behind General Paban and prepare to attack him. With his keen eyesight and intuition, he immediately sensed someone trying to strike him from behind. If I can't block the attack, I'll be going to see the Lord right away. Just imagining that scene made him tremble with fear, and he immediately drew his sword from its sheath. As soon as Kallian's stick nearly touched General Paban's shoulder, he quickly raised his sword to block it, sweating profusely as he glanced at the fragile branch. Is that all you have? Just a branch? Kallian's face turned ice cold as he pointed it straight at him like a warning. After seeing his plan succeed, he grinned happily and then threw the branch down to the ground. Suddenly, General Paban's sword slipped from his hand and was knocked to the ground, ending the fight in just a few seconds. Kallian, while flexing his wrist, mockingly said to Salhim, I can't believe you couldn't even guess the moves of someone who has never held a sword like me. You're such a disappointment. And as for the second matter, he was trembling with rage after being humiliated in front of so many people here. What the hell is going on? Look at how he behaves, that damn aura included. He glances at him and accuses, how dare the protector of the royal family and the kingdom show such disrespect to a member of the royal family? You still dare to use a sword to hurt the prince? Should I consider that treason? He widened his eyes in horror, unable to believe what had just happened. Is he really the third prince I once knew? Just a few actions and words from Kallian were enough to scare him to death. General Paban, once arrogant, now cowered and begged for forgiveness from Kallian, the Prince Kallian. It was due to my foolishness I never had any thoughts of treason, and the soldiers were all stunned by this rare sight. He kept begging him, "Please forgive me. Please show mercy." Although he apologized verbally, deep down he still couldn't accept that this useless third prince was dead. Being humiliated like this, he would never forget the shame of today. After settling everything, Kallian resumed his training, and Jan suddenly appeared to question him. "Why would you bring a horse when you're here to train your body?" Kallian smiled brightly like a child who just received a new gift. He handed the horse to Jan and then walked away leisurely. "I found it on my way here. Its name is Raven." Jan had to struggle to lead this stubborn horse away while wondering about it. "Wait, where did you go? Why did you bring this horse back?" After the commotion settled, he pointed to the training yard and asked the soldiers what was wrong with that horse. Everyone honestly replied, Prince Planche couldn't tame it. "You see, it's very aggressive." After learning about this, Kallian grinned happily, thinking of a new trick. This horse, Jan, almost went crazy when he found out the truth. "Are you really going to bring Prince Planche's horse back like that?" He turned back and told him that anyone, whether a guide or a groom, could ride it, then whispered to Frat to keep the training school secret. Behind YN, he was still struggling to handle the horse. Worrying, he turned back and asked, "Wait, but what if he finds out?" He takes a long, helpless breath and says, "I told you it's fine if anything happens, we're just talking." Suddenly, his heart pains again. Flash and Jan shouted in panic for the prince. He clenched his left chest and whispered, "That's right. I knew it. I pushed this body too hard. Are you sure today's training wasn't too much for you?" He lied to make everyone less worried and attentive. "That's not true. It's been a long time since I was able to indulge in playing around with someone like this." He asked curiously, "Who was it with?" Suddenly, a mysterious person hiding behind a nearby wall overheard their entire conversation and immediately reported the situation after hearing Kallian's words. The owner of that name asked, "I see. So what did it say?" "That's really interesting. I heard that even if you tremble badly, you still struggle. That's quite fitting. Even someone like him suffering won't change his true origins." As he spoke, he broke the flower branch in his hand. "Just killing it outright wouldn't be satisfying, so let's do it this way. Now, let's see." The falling petals covering the floor seemed to hint at something. During dinner with the other princes, Kallian could only force a smile at Branch's actions. This atmosphere is really unbearable. "Is it always like this every day? One person keeps turning away and refuses to look at me during the meal, while the other just sits and eats silently. I was a bit surprised to see Planche, but why is that bastard so quiet today? It's probably my fault that the Empress and the Princess arrived late. He really can't control his emotions, can he? He's still so childish." A woman in an elegant dress suddenly appears and gradually enters the prince's dining room. Everyone turns their attention toward the door. This scent, the smell of white flowers lingering somewhere nearby. Kallian smiles eagerly, as if he's really looking forward to seeing this person. Finally, she has arrived, the true power holder of this kingdom. Celes Bryn, the current second queen of Kiss. After the former queen died of illness, Celes, who took over that position, borrowed power from her family, the Brisson clan, and held control over the Royal Knight Army. Most nobles supported the Brisson family, so Celes' power continued to grow. And the prince who had no power at all, Kallian became a joke among the common people. Lord Renong, standing behind, asked Cess with a wide smile, "Then let's make a deal with General Pobbin. Compensate him properly." He immediately obeys the order. Yes, I understand now, okay?" Celes reminded them. "And from now on, don't report such trivial matters to me anymore. Honestly, I have to pay attention to all these petty things." Kallian sat silently, listening to their conversation as the atmosphere in the dining hall grew more tense than ever. Suddenly, Celeste took the initiative to speak. Kallian has become much more mature lately. He smiled slyly at her compliment. With this reaction, he placed his hand on the glass of red wine on the table and modestly replied, "I haven't grown much either. I already guessed it." He confidently looked her in the eyes and replied that surely in the future, he will become even more mature. Celes was surprised and amazed by Kallian's awkward response. Even Randall glanced at him in surprise. In just a moment, her gaze toward him gradually changed. General Reno, sitting beside, added, "Of course, but whether he has grown much or not, I almost didn't recognize him. Now you've also shown your face, huh? I'm glad to see it. You should have cut your hair sooner. And because you are still in the development stage, you will probably suddenly..." Celes interrupted his sentence. Just hearing that call made him panic. "I'm so hungry. Bring out the food quickly." Kallian sat here in disbelief, silently judging this Duke Renong. The owner of the Brisson Trading Guild is so dull. Everything is just as the rumor said. It's really interesting. Cess silently looked at his son sitting beside him. Seeing it sit still as if unconcerned with the world, she called out, "Lunch? Did you tell me?" He asked curiously. "What about?" Celes whispers, "About his disobedient horse." He sits pondering for a moment before smirking. Seeing that her child remained silent, she continued, "If you had told me earlier, it would have been better." He closed his eyes and indifferently replied, "You already knew." But her next words made Planche stop in his tracks. "The child never told me he had escaped your grasp." He dropped his fork on the table and replied, "From the very beginning, it was a useless horse." After finishing, Planche got up and left the table. "I'm going ahead." Celes stared in shock at the back of her beloved son, Planche. 3 weeks later, the Emperor's annual birthday celebration finally arrived. In the castle grounds, many distinguished guests have arrived, while the servants rush around to complete the preparations for the reception along this path. This way, since it's the Emperor's birthday celebration, we must not make any mistakes. A herd of horses loaded with goods is gradually entering the grounds. Everyone standing on both sides of the road is paying close attention to it. Look, that's the congratulatory envoy from the elves. Are they all gifts? The birthday party must be very luxurious. The princes are probably busy preparing as well, right? I can't wait to meet them soon. I'm so excited. In Callian's room, Slake was still measuring his body dimensions. After getting the data, he realized something was off. Wait a moment. He looked up at him with teary eyes. Your Highness, you have eaten. Suddenly, a small bloodstain appeared on the floor below. Slake's face was panic-stricken, pale as a banana leaf, unable to speak. He summoned all his strength and shouted, Your Highness! When he saw Kay's nose bleeding non-stop, he froze, unsure what was happening to his own body. Callian looked on in horror as the blood dripped onto his palm. The servant saw this and hurried over. Your Highness, Wayan quickly ordered, Bring the bandages here. I'm fine. It's nothing. I just haven't been sleeping well lately. I haven't had a nosebleed in a while. He still looked serious, but that's not the main issue. At this moment, the servant in costume burst into tears and said, Please forgive my rudeness, Your Highness, but there's more to this. He looked at you and choked up as he continued, You've lost a lot of weight. 3 weeks ago, you still had flesh on your bones. Callian rotated his wrist, frowning, then smiled and said, Do I really look that thin? Maybe I've been overdoing it with training lately, I wonder. I've been working out hard, but my stamina keeps getting worse, and the pain when using mana is still there. You remember the times your heart ached so painfully that you could only lie helplessly in bed? Your heart must definitely have a problem. The attendant said, You must not take this lightly. Your Highness, have you been examined yet? I just have a nosebleed. It's not that serious. Do I really need to see a doctor? I keep thinking, why does this old man keep bringing up the healer sister? And why am I suddenly bleeding in front of so many people? He tears up and says, Isn't it just a nosebleed? I really am not hurt or anything. Callie. And secretly worries, I won't get through this. Suddenly YN crossed his arms and said, I knew it. It was because you were picking your nose yesterday. The boy and the attendant were both stunned. He continued, You also find it hard to admit that personal interest to others. The boy hurriedly interrupted, Wait a moment. What is that? The costume designer thought. So Prince Callian has such a secret hobby after all. Yan still didn't stop and said, I told you, Prince Callian eats and exercises very regularly. So a nosebleed is probably just his personal preference. Don't worry too much. He replied, If Yan said so, then it's probably fine because he knows the prince best. He turned to look at you with bright eyes while Callian stood there in a daze. Seeing him wink at me, I was confused and scared, thinking to myself, this kid. Then I remembered the moments when Yan worriedly asked Han, Are you okay? He looked unwell, and the more my body weakened, the more I felt like I was about to faint. So after figuring it out, I realized I could use magic and that the cause was mana. Is he planning to ruin my image like this? Anyway, I'm glad he's here, or I would have been asked about it again. At this point, the costume servant spoke up, saying I will adjust the attire as discussed, but the timing is tight. He reassured, It's okay, the prince has things to do, so until the event happens, you still have plenty of time. Hearing that, he happily wrapped the cloth and said, That's a relief. Then I will prepare the outfit for the afternoon event. Suddenly, YN whispered, Your Highness, is it not today? Kalia looked at him with a serious expression and said nothing, thinking that if her condition spread, it would affect the entire palace. So before that, tonight I must meet Alan Menacine at all costs. At this moment, the palace steward came and said that due to urgent matters, Prince Lanxian couldn't come. So we will make up for it by meeting each person individually. I was surprised. There's hardly any time to meet, yet he wants to see each of us alone? Wouldn't it be more convenient to meet everyone at once? I didn't expect I would have to meet them separately, so I'm a bit worried. Then he led the prince inside. Your Majesty has been waiting. At this moment, King Kyrus is focused on reading some documents. Kellyan enters and bows, saying, I humbly request an audience with Your Majesty. Seeing no response after a while, he looked up and thought suddenly, Does he not care about me? Even though I don't know anything about Kyrus' etiquette, I am sure this behavior is very rude. He finally spoke and said, Please sit down. He sat and said, Happy 38th birthday. King Kyrus responded coldly and then asked, How are you doing? You look quite lively lately. Kellyan was stunned, images of worried servants flashing through his mind. Your Highness, have you been examined yet? I'm really worried about you then. He secretly chuckled bitterly, thinking that even passersby could tell how quickly I would be released. Now I understand why he wanted to meet each of you individually when no one has time anymore. If he met all three princes at once, he would have to focus on the conversation. So, meeting each person separately would be more effective, because spending time just listening to the son's congratulations would be a waste. The more I learn about this family, the more I see it's just a mess. A father who doesn't care about his children at all. The eldest prince is a reckless person. I remember the gestures of His Highness Prince Planche, and we could all smell the alcohol. He ordered them to be quiet. The second prince is disrespectful. And the rest is the Queen Dowager, the Emperor said. You're a bit late, she replied calmly. Yes, it has to be like that. She is powerful enough to look down on the king. Among them, someone is trying to kill me. The event will start soon. Let's see who this is. Who sent the assassin to try to kill me? Have you heard the latest gossip? Just recently at this Prince Callian's square. Another person replied, oh, I've also heard the rumors. He appeared before the people in a completely different form, didn't he? Compared to him, second Prince Per looks like he's drunk. He thought to himself, oh no, not again. I guess I can't really change anything. Everyone is busy doing big things, but something feels strange. Aren't not everyone noticing it? Unlike in a past life, something has changed. At this moment, the third Prince Kian Jungki's voice is heard. He slowly steps out, surprising everyone. They showed clear signs of shock. Wow, the rumors are true. The prince with black hair and red eyes like Saifani has cut his long hair that used to hang over his face and is also wearing a red hairpin. Perhaps this is a declaration that he will no longer hide. Your Highness, how is everyone? You look at some of the people at the banquet, and they glance away when they see it. He continues, why is everyone looking at your outfit? Just as I thought, it's because you look so handsome in that outfit. Zaitin will definitely be very happy when he sees it. Callian was surprised by his guests, then had to explain that they were all wondering why the third prince like him would wear such jewelry. Do you know how hard I struggled to stop him? Luckily, it's only this much. If you wear all that jewelry, you'll look even more ridiculous. Anne said as if she was admiring your dashing appearance. In frustration, you think those two don't know anything, so they just casually chose that hairpin. Then, the two of them walk away, and you say, by the way, Ian, you said your family is also in Kisses, right? He replied, so you still remember that? My sister and my father have gone back to the countryside, and the others are living in Kisses. Is that what you're saying? Do they visit the royal palace? He replied that he would if he received an invitation. By the way, when should I transfer the carriage to the garden? He thought to himself that it seemed like he didn't want to answer anymore. Killian also thought there were things he shouldn't bring up. Then he said, wait until the right time comes. You see, I want to meet someone. Yen was surprised. Is it the person you want to meet? He signaled for silence, then asked, do you know why the ballroom is called the XF Hall? He replied confusedly, of course I do. That is because it is named after the family name of the first clan leader, who was also one of the 8 heroes of the Dual World War, Duke Kitos Han Sefed, the only ducal family of Kisfed. Despite their great power, they have remained loyal to the royal family for over 500 years, wholeheartedly protecting the Sisfon territory. Callian thought that when she was little, she was very impressed by this story. Little Yan whispered, Your Highness, is the person you want to meet actually him? Yes, the one they want to meet. When suddenly a loud laugh echoed through the hall. Then he said, Summer nights in Sif are truly an immortal song. He whispered, lucky that he is here. The man introduced himself, saying, I am Duke Sleeman An. Am I right? Killian happily thought to himself that a long-standing loyal family like that was exactly the kind of person he liked. So should I test your sharpness now? He secretly released a source of energy, which the Duke immediately sensed and turned around, glaring at him. It seems the Duke is interested in you. I truly appreciate it, but it's still too soon. Just pretend we haven't noticed. Then the two of them went inside. Below the hall, King Kiss raised his wine glass and said, Thank you all for coming. Congratulations. Enjoy the night. Everyone clinked their glasses and together said, For Kairos. At this moment, Yan and Kalian had already climbed out through the window using a rope. He got on the horse, patted its bruises, and cheerfully said, Javan is really obedient and gentle. He replied, Don't be fooled when your excellency is not here. He continued, looking at its agility and thinking it must be really smart. I just need to get to the front door, right? He replied yes. While waiting there, suddenly at the gate, a soldier said to someone, No invitation, no entry. I came from afar to join the festival. The soldiers continued, You are not allowed in, go away. Kalian is delighted, he's here. At this moment, the other person asks, Do you really want to refuse me entry just because of an invitation card? I am innocent, the guards exclaimed in surprise. Ellen Menacin. They looked at him for a moment, then exchanged silent signals, and one person stepped forward to say, Even Ennison, you need an invitation to enter. He sneered coldly at that, his eyes turning sharp as he scolded. So Kias judges guests by their appearance. Kalian, seeing the situation in front of him, was a bit confused and wondered what was going on. Judging others by their clothes to discriminate is indeed a problem. But Madison is clearly trying to cause trouble. It seems he's just making an excuse to avoid going to Kiss on this side. After hearing the guard's response, Ellen Madison quickly turned his horse and rode away. Before leaving, he announced, All right, I'm heading back then. He was about to leave when he was a bit startled and confused, thinking if we let him go like this. As he was lost in thought, Yan beside him kept worrying and loudly said, No! The king's order forbids anyone from leaving during the festival. Seeing his figure gradually disappear into the distance, you frown anxiously and say, I've lost my chance to hide from him. Then you point at Yan beside you and order, Find a way to stop the soldiers, and quickly urge your horse to chase after the person who just left, continuously saying, Let's go, Raven. Yan was startled and frightened by your actions. By the time he reacted, you and the horse had already gone far away, and he could only shout, Your Highness. The soldiers quickly took a defensive stance when they saw you riding out of the city gate. One shouted, Your Highness, get off the horse. The king's orders are that no one is allowed to leave. But he ignored what they said and quickly galloped forward, directly passing the guards and rushing out of the city gate. The soldiers were also panic-stricken. They shouted, The prince has left the city. Quickly prepare the horses and chase after him. Yan, hearing them say this from behind, felt extremely worried. He was panicked and didn't know what to do, so his thoughts became a bit disorganized. What should I do now? At this point, he remembers that before leaving, the prince pointed at me and ordered to do everything possible to stop the soldiers. So he clenched his teeth, tense and focused. I am a servant of Prince Callion. I must protect his highness at all costs. This is my duty. Then he suddenly shouted, Stop! And stepping forward into the dim light from the festival, he said, The Duke permits Prince Callion to go outside. The soldiers were surprised and asked, Who are you to dare call the Duke by his name? He slowly untied his hair and said clearly, I am Sir Rowan XFI, the eldest son of Duke XY. In the quiet night at the palace, a loud, cheerful laugh echoed as the person clapped their hands on their thighs and laughed heartily. Ian, sitting beside him, also felt extremely embarrassed, his face flushing. After a moment, unable to hold back, he gritted his teeth and said, Nothing funny about this, father. The Duke finally stopped laughing, wiping tears of laughter from his eyes as he said, I can't believe my son is so clever. Then he pressed his head down again and vigorously patted it, saying, You left home just to raise a little brat. Yan shouted, Dad! After a while, he cheerfully told Yan that it was the right decision, while Yan, fixing his hair that his father had tousled, argued back. No, your highness is about to break the relationship between the father and his majesty. He confidently replied, He won't ask. He asked in surprise. Yes, he repeated. He won't suspect anything. Rome is very suspicious. If the prince happens to receive help from the FCK family, he will be forced to be cautious about our good intentions. If this relationship is used, he will receive support rather than punishment. This is also like acknowledging the friendly relationship between our family and the prince. A person will probably notice that something is off. Then he chuckled slyly and continued. So just bury this matter as if nothing happened, regardless of why he left the city. It seems you didn't come all this way just to criticize me for showing up uninvited, did you? Then he took off his hood, turned around, and asked why the third Prince of Kiss was following that old man. Seeing his face, he couldn't help but be shocked and think, I heard that touching the seventh magic ring could cause reverse aging. Perhaps I just witnessed that ability with my own eyes. After calming down, I asked, Are you still planning to leave now that it's late? He replied, Usually when I try to open a door that's closed, the door frame is too high. The boy wondered what he meant by the door frame being too high. Is he planning to argue with me? Then I'm doomed. Although feeling a bit uncomfortable inside, you still try to appear cheerful and say, I say this because you keep banging your head against a closed door while another door is waiting for you. I keep blocking the wind but forget to clean the dust off the door frame. Are you implying that you hid the invitation somewhere? I don't think the guard would make a mistake just because the Lord wanted to prevent outsiders. He listened to what you said and wondered in confusion whether his straightforwardness or rudeness was the reason he didn't apologize but instead judged me. Then he smirked to himself, thinking this was indeed an interesting prince. The first time he saw him, that look in his eyes was not that of a 14-year-old. Then, as if he had just realized something, he suddenly widened his eyes in surprise and called out, Your Highness, you find his sudden actions and expressions a bit hard to understand. A second later, Enesine grabbed one of his arms and said, Please allow me a moment. Not knowing what he intended to do, he shouted, What are you doing? A surge of aura from his hand flows into your body. Kellyan suddenly felt an intense pain in his heart. His face covered in sweat, biting his lip to endure the agony as he clutched his left chest, and at this moment, Un reached out and grabbed Callion's wrist. Alan's mana source is flowing directly into his body, causing his heart to ache intensely and painfully. As the mana influx increases, Callion can no longer bear it. Then he shouted loudly, waved his hand, pushed away, and stepped back. En, sensing something, said, Even if one door closes, another will open. Callion then whispered to himself, Has he always known about his body's condition? Then Kion asked, Will there also be another door opening? Yes, you're right. At some point, I could no longer use mana. Alan then whispered to himself, So it's not the issue. He really doesn't know that? Then, looking at Kanan's hand, he quietly asked himself, Is the true root of the problem somewhere else? Ellen was silent for a moment, then clenched his fist in anger, and then he remembered that Caius treated mages very badly, regardless of whether they were descendants of dragons. The Archmage personally coming to a family like this to teach those in the land that having a great mage means nothing if you don't know how to keep it. Yet, could this encounter with the young prince blocking my way be fate? After a moment of thought, Anne asked calmly, Why are you looking for me? Hearing that, Callion also responded calmly. He said, Then he thought to himself that if he lied, he would know immediately. Then he said calmly, I want to take that name. I believe that soon my life will be in danger. Hearing this, Anan immediately thought to himself, It's not that I don't understand the situation of the third prince. Everyone hates him, and everyone is his enemy. Suddenly, Alan used magic to create a circle that surrounded Anan and Callion inside. Callion was startled and thought to himself, Is this silence magic? Does he cast spells without incantations? I guess he's a master mage. So is your goal just to prevent that from happening? Or are you trying to find a way to eliminate it at the root? At this moment, Can dismounts, smiles, and replies, I'm just trying to prevent it from happening for now. So En had to exclaim in front of everyone? Then Keon continued, I also want to thoroughly resolve the root of the problem. To get what I want, even if I have to sit on the throne, I am willing. That's all there is to it. Ian just chuckled silently, thinking to himself that the throne was just another option for him to achieve his goal. Is he just a prince with that body slowly wasting away? Then he looks at Callian smiling and continues to think. A prince with a personality like Safanian. A prince who needs me to achieve his goals. How interesting. Then he said to Callian, then send me that invitation again. Show me what you can do. Hearing that, Callian smiled, then knelt on one knee and said, Callian John Kyrus, I humbly request an audience with my master. Ian also responded to the prince. Alan Madison will accept the prince's invitation to save him. Now, at Jan and his father's side, he asked his father, do you think the people in the palace don't know who I am? My father Celine laughed loudly and replied, I told you I handled everything well. You don't need to worry. Then Jan sat back, resting his chin on his hand in thought, and said, I guess you're telling the truth because otherwise I wouldn't be able to stay by the prince's side. Celine also responded calmly to his child. That's right, Dong Dong is a member of the royal family. So why does he not resemble his family at all? Yen was silent for a moment before asking his father. How is Leah doing? Celine replied. She is doing very well in the position of head of the division you left behind. Then he stood up, stretched, and continued. If you're tired of being a babysitter, you can always go back to your old position. We'll probably meet again after some time. Ian just lowered his head and replied to his father. What did you say? In 3 months, we will see each other again. Sleeman responded gently to his son. Are you really considering giving up your position as the prince's servant? Sleeman pressed the question when he saw you didn't answer. Are you really planning to quit being that brat's servant? Anne sat quietly, clasping her hands together. Then Anne hesitantly replied, He will be 15 years old soon. This foolish son of mine makes even a father like me helpless. Seeing Jan look sad, he started a conversation. My son, do you know what our SF family nickname is? Hearing his father ask, Jan was surprised, and before he could answer, he was already speaking. Yes, just as you said, the Kyrus elephants have been around for a long time. We no longer compete for the throne, but we are strong and called the kings of beasts, beings that even monsters dare not challenge. Ian sat silently listening to his father, feeling puzzled. Why is he laughing while choking his son right now? I'm calling my own name. The one you betrayed is very strong, so just do whatever you want. Understanding his father's feelings, Jan felt moved and couldn't help but smile happily. Celine continued to joke around, holding Jan tightly. After all, this kid makes me worry about you. He shouted and struggled. Stop! Stop! Dad, it hurts! I'm about to die! After a moment of joking, Jan straightened his clothes and said solemnly, Even so? Ducksif still teased when he heard his son call his name like that. Really? Suddenly like that? Yan bowed respectfully and said, Well then, see you next time, Dad. Watching his son's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the father pondered silently. That stubbornness was probably always there for the XF family. At that moment, he thought of the male lead, smiled softly, wondering since when that kid had grown so much, and looked up at the moon with a sigh, pondering what that boy was planning to do. At the Grand Palace, an ornate carriage is parked, drawing the attention and gossip of the local residents. Oh my god, I wasn't seeing things, right? Is that really the symbol? 7 flower chains and a silver wand. I've heard about your contract with Reborn, but why did you come to Kias? Isn't it obvious? Because he went through the same thing. If it weren't for his relationship with King Riron, he would have been left behind too. It's probably because of that rumor, right? Is that so? The son of Alan Madison. At this moment, the person on the carriage stepped out, and Madison calmly got off the carriage. Looking around the surroundings, he smiled faintly. My new disciple has done a few very cute things. Remember what you said last night, Kellyan said excitedly. Do you understand, Master? Exactly at 9:30 you need to arrive and open the door then. Manasai guesses it's a plan to compete with Prince Person's family, right? It won't be easy. He's waiting for the right moment to introduce himself to the nobles and turn the tide of the game. After hesitating for a while, someone came out to greet me. I was quite surprised by your unexpected visit. Wizard Enesine, the prince is waiting. The butler leads a group of servants to greet him. As I moved inside, I saw someone waiting. King Roman was having tea and a chat with Madison. He was surprised. What do you mean a place to stay? Are you Alan Madison from Kisses? And Madison replied casually. Exactly. I need a place to stay and kiss. The king fell silent, constantly calculating in his mind how to face select. I think I need power like Ellen. But when I consider what he might suggest, what is he planning? Seeing his unease, Ellen Madison then spoke up. I honestly saw a black cat with red eyes in the square last night. He's quite clever, so I think I should teach him a few new things, but I don't have a place to stay. Roma asked seriously, what do you plan to teach the prince? Of course it's magic, but not only that, I also plan to create an environment the cat will like. To do that, I need the help of the house owner and to tidy up the house a bit. The king couldn't refuse this offer and cautiously asked, "Will you be able to handle it?" Manhwa immediately replied, "I have decided to take Kalyan as my disciple, so Brisson can't stop me, and I won't just teach the prince magic. So if this discouraged master decides to help your prince, they won't be able to stop me." All these thoughts are truly the invitation from Prince Kalyan. At this moment, King Roman suddenly clenched his fist, stood up and said, "I will provide you with a place to stay. This house is already messy, so I can't let it get any messier. But for some reason, I am quite curious. I heard that child is not special. Is Manon wondering if it's not special, even if his health condition is truly hopeless? It's so difficult to find something normal. I heard he has quite a few fears. So, thinking about that child, the one who seems to be afraid of horses chasing after him. But why? Since before, he only talked about what he had heard. When Roman turned his back and said he was exceptional, I already knew about it. And medicine asks your highness about your son. Perhaps you know his height." The two of them looked at each other with serious expressions. At this moment, Manhwa was sitting in Roman's room and spoke first. He asked, "By some chance, do you know how tall the princes are?" "Your Majesty." The emperor remained standing silently, not responding. Ellen thought to herself, I knew it. He really doesn't know anything. Then he suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and continued, "Attention can be a poison at times and indifference a remedy. However, being busy is not a good excuse, Your Majesty." Then the two of them looked at each other silently, and at this point the emperor spoke. Manas politely asked that he overlook the attitude of not knowing his place, considering it as concern for Kalyan's role as a master. "It's ridiculous that I have to explain this myself, but I truly care about the princes, especially that child. Kalyan, you truly are my most beloved child. I think we should end this conversation now." The silent magic suddenly stopped it, surprising Roman as well. Then he said, "Enough chatting now. Please take a look." Roman, feeling a bit angry, turned around and said, "What are you doing? How could you use magic in the royal hall?" Anne didn't care and kept talking, his lips dry, breathing irregular, his skin pale and bluish at the fingertips, while his clothes had been hurriedly sewn. "How long does it take to make a suit?" "About a month. It was tailored smaller to fit the body that had lost a lot of muscle mass. He tries to get up but can't lift his body from the bed with his eyes closed tight. He feels dizzy." Roman was about to exclaim in disbelief but continued, "If you keep acting like an outsider, you'll lose everything." At this moment, another servant brought tea to Kalyan's room, calling out loudly for Jan, who was almost ready, yet the prince still hadn't drunk his morning tea. Ian smiled and replied, "Please give it to me. I will take care of the prince if he has a fever." Then Jan brought the tray of tea to Kalyan. Kalyan is still suffering and writhing in pain on the bed. Jan whispers, "He is still sleeping. Was yesterday's ordeal too much for him?" Suddenly, Ellen appeared from behind Jan without him noticing. He asked, "The prince still hasn't woken up, right?" Yan then turned around and looked back, startled and nearly knocking over the teapot, then said, "Manhwa, where are you?" "Wait a moment, Manhwa. How could you act so thoughtlessly?" Then he told Jan that outsiders cannot enter the palace without permission, and Jan responded accordingly. "So what does that mean? Did you teleport here without permission?" And calmly replied to Yan, "It's a space fold, a bit more difficult. See, I'm pretty good at using magic." Jan immediately scolded, "That's not important now, so please leave." The prince's health was still being discussed when someone interrupted and said, "You know me, right? You came to Reborn a few years ago, and you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you've grown up." Little elephant? Jan immediately thought of his father. He was afraid that his father had told others about the secret Jan, and he had kept hidden. And then he was left speechless, unable to say anything more. "Is that why, Anne? How long have I been asleep?" Anne replied to the prince, "There is a guest here for you." Then Kalyan sat up and asked again, "Who is it?" Then he recognized clearly that it was his master, and then handed Kalyan a red bag and told him to take it, Your Highness. Kalyan picked up the small bag and asked, "What is this?" Then he poured out the pills, and at this moment said, "Remember to take one every day and don't forget." Kalyan wondered if it was medicine, and N smiled and replied, "Now you are facing two problems. First, you cannot control your mana, and second, your body is becoming severely weakened." Ellen sighs and then responds, "I haven't even said anything, and you already see through everything that happens to me." He then asks, "Do you have the blessing power?" Kalyan quickly replied, "Yes." "That's right. This power gives me healing ability and an increased sensitivity to magic, but somehow it feels like that healing power has disappeared. Could there be a problem with my heart?" At this moment, he said thoughtfully, "Have you never considered that it is an extremely strange combination? A mix of healing power and magic." Kalyan was also surprised and replied, "I thought maybe the blessing effect had strengthened my heart's health because after all, the origin of both mana and life comes from the heart, right?" "Yes, the blessing power has indeed strengthened your heart. But Your Highness, your blessing power has not disappeared and your heart has not been harmed in any way. Your Namana circuit is also not blocked." Kalyan, not understanding, asked why and continued to explain. "Have you never considered that? What if Safanian's blessing power hasn't disappeared at all but has been pushed to its limit somewhere? Could it be that the blessing power is affected by something that prevents it from recovering, even from the smallest wound?" At this moment, Kalyan's eyes are filled with killing intent as he says, "Could it be poison?" Kellyan, furious, clenched his fist so tightly that veins bulged, and with an angry look in his eyes, he asked Madison, "Is it poison?" He replied, "If it weren't for luck, you would be dead by now." He was surprised to hear him say that, his face filled with unspoken anger. He continued, "The deadly poison suffocates your heart. The healing power has reached its limit, and your attempt to use mana is why your heart can't accept treatment." He held the pill in his hand and fell silent. He remembers the past, when Kellyan was already assassinated, but he had been poisoned before taking over this body. Now, in the present, he clenches the pill in his hand, veins bulging in a terrifying way. He continued to think, this must have been a long-planned scheme. He clenched his teeth in anger, a murderous aura surging as he silently wondered why they would try to kill a child who would eventually die anyway. Madison looked at him suddenly startled and worried, contemplating this matter. His face turned pale as he thought to himself, this murderous aura couldn't belong to a 14-year-old child. Madison wondered silently, is he really that kind of person? He turned to look at him, his face angry as he said, so this must be the antidote he mentioned. Yes, I made it quickly, but it should still work. He rolled the pill between his fingers. The boy paused for a moment, then glanced at Madison and said, "Hey!" He raised the pill, his eyes determined, and asked, "What if I say I will use both the antidote and the poison at the same time?" He was surprised when he heard you say that and exclaimed, "What?" He helplessly shouted, "Even if you take the antidote, if you introduce more poison into your body, the antidote will only slow down the onset." He sighed softly, closed his eyes, and said, "That's fine then." He stood up and asked loudly, "Your Highness, are you really going to drink both? Do you know who the culprit is?" I am also suspicious. Reflecting on the past with a serious expression, I ask, could the morning tea I drink every day be the poison? I drank the tea in front of everyone, so it's easy to confirm whether I ingested poison or not, and they didn't share the same teapot with me. Maybe they think this is the safest way. You are right. Maybe Kellyan knew what happened to his body and refused to drink the poisoned tea. That's probably why he was assassinated. He worries and ponders, since the situation has changed after this body became mine. I don't know what methods they will use to try to eliminate me. At least, I will keep this secret until I understand everything clearly, he said, looking at you with a suspicious expression. Is that the only reason? I replied. If it gets out that there was a problem with the morning tea, I remember everyone and then continue. Jan and the other servants will be in danger. I worry and then say, the culprit has often done this before. I am sure he knows those people will take the blame for him. He listened to your reasoning and also looked stunned. His eyes avoided yours, and he looked away with a disappointed expression. He sighed helplessly and said, that kid will be fine. He tilted his head in confusion and asked, huh? He replied dismissively, trying to get it over with. It's nothing. He slapped his hand to his forehead and said, I understand now. Then he asked you, what are you going to do? You stayed silent after hearing that, with a worried look on your face. Cut to the man leaning on the table, cursing. Baron is really stupid. He said, if you want to take someone else's treasure, you must give first. Madison frowned and thought, only in times like this do I remember that person. Father returned to reality. Kellyan placed his hand on his chest and said, I hope you will stay outside the palace to protect me tomorrow night. This afternoon, one of the servants loudly said, Prince Blanche, you must wake up. The door suddenly opened, and the servant continued. The Queen Mother has arrived. The Queen Mother hurriedly approached the Prince's steward and said, Your Highness. Not even having finished her speaking, she said, Get out of the way. She decisively pushed aside the curtain and said, It's already too late to prepare the afternoon schedule now. Don't you see? She called your name, but you just sat up, covering your face with your hand, and didn't answer her. She angrily scolded her son, yet he was covered in the strong smell of alcohol. She continued, Do you still refuse to sober up after being banned from drinking at the square ceremony? Then he picked up the glass of water on the table and asked his mother, Why did you come here? He casually scratched his head and continued, Once you've answered, you can leave. She was so angry that she bit her lip. She clearly said that Kellyan has a mentor. His master is the seven-ring sorceress Ellen Madison. The boy listened while gently shaking his cup. The mother continued, The nobles are starting to waver, the boy asked in disappointment. So what? She angrily stepped closer to warn him. Blanche, don't let my investments in you go to waste. Her eyes widened and her tone commands, Get ready now. She stepped away from him and continued, Today many eyes are judging her. She waved her fan as if giving an order to the servant behind her. The servant quickly bowed and obeyed the order. She said one last time, Don't disappoint me. It's over. She turns and leaves. The boy, furious, grits his teeth and endures. He smashed the cup in his hand, causing the maid to panic. Your Highness. The female servant beside you says, Your Highness, you're bleeding. Blood drips onto the floor and you say, Get out of here. He swung his arm in pain and shouted loudly, Get out all of you and disappear! The boy, furious and filled with killing intent, called out Kellyan's name. Soon after, the crowd gathered to see the prince, with cheers everywhere, led by a procession of horses, everyone shouting in unison. Congratulations to our King Roman on his birth. Wishing His Majesty eternal longevity and endless prosperity for Kairos. Dad, look over there. All the princes have appeared. Dad replied, I see. Look carefully. The last person to arrive is the one I want to see most. Prince Kellyan. The servant asks, "Your Highness, are you feeling well?" Then she sighed and said, "Luckily, you look healthier than yesterday." Prince Kalan replied, "Of course, I rested well." He thought to himself that maybe because he had taken the antidote, his breathing was easier and his heartbeat had lessened, but still, it was indeed a busy day, with so many events. After the parade, there was a riding show and then a ball. "What if you start bleeding from your nose again? This is a bit too much." "Ian, don't worry," he replied and then laughed. "I still have the strength to meet my people without any problem. Maybe your happiness now is just being able to see your people and not asking for anything more extraordinary." Then suddenly he realized someone was following him in the crowd. It seemed like he had met them somewhere before. A very familiar feeling. Is that Keech? He questions himself. To explain further, he turns back to the past. "That's Keech, the one who used his body to shield you in a past life. I'm sure it's Keech. But what is Keech doing in Kiss?" And suddenly the horse stopped, as if it also wanted to run back in that direction. Yan shouted, "Wait a minute, why is it suddenly acting up like that?" "Keep going, Raven." Prince Kan ordered, "Raven, go." A moment later, he wondered silently if it was because of what was over there. "Isn't that right, Raven?" I asked my horse. "Do you think others can feel it too? But for now, I can't go there yet." He glanced back as if he would look for an opportunity. "Wait there, Kidge, I will find the person." "We have arrived at the castle ahead. Me Fia Pun, the owner of the auction house Pun, is here to welcome us." He said, "The prince being served like this is truly my honor. We have prepared the performance carefully and will ensure your satisfaction." Kalia looked ahead and perhaps realized something. He thought, "So this is Marcus Miapolin. You prepared the horseback riding performance on behalf of the Brisson family. That's why I was dragged into that pointless mental duel. It was a performance that angered the queen, but it has nothing to do with the prince. I don't really care anyway. If I remember correctly, Randall was injured during the horse show and Count Pun was executed. Then Pun invited everyone to this way. The gods have prepared special seats for you." He looked up at the lantern and realized it was the very chandelier about to fall. It was just a chandelier that would drop during the performance. The more I think about it, the more it seems unreasonable. For a royal event, why wouldn't they check everything that could be dangerous? There are even groups of knights standing guard tightly. He thought to himself, it's strange how, with the king himself attending the event, the knights could overlook such a major issue. And there's also the Paban Knight squad from Brisson always on duty. Just thinking about the Paban Knights, I can't help but remember that troublesome old general. "I thought you were just a little brat," he said with a smile. "Should I give him a chance?" Then Paul continued to lead the way, inviting the prince this way. "If anything happens, I will do my best." Before he could finish speaking, Kallian replied, "I think the lampshade on top isn't quite right. Go check it out." And then he walked away on his own. He looked up at the chandelier with a confused expression, not knowing what was happening or what to do about it. After a while, 4 horses entered the arena. Finally, the day has come, and I have the honor of sitting beside His Majesty. Talun said, "I am confident in my preparations. I cannot miss this opportunity." Then he looked at the prince and remembered the warning earlier, wondering if he had checked the ceiling above himself yet. Lord Poland was holding that rope, which belonged to the giant chandelier in the building, and the rope had been almost cut by someone. He looked down and saw the king of Keys Silas, the first prince, the second prince, and other princes watching the horse race, and he thought that without that advice, just imagining it would be terrifying. He imagines the giant chandelier falling and hitting the first Prince Randall, and he wonders what would happen. It would be terrible if that were to happen. "Countess, how could Prince Kallian possibly know about this?" Prince Kallian thinks that Lord Pun gave up close contact with the king and relied on his own abilities to do his work. "I think whatever choice he makes, he calculates very quickly, not only pursuing immediate benefits, but also looking further ahead. But why is Prince Kallian causing this commotion?" Kallian wonders what the reason is for the Brisson family to be wary of Count Pun as Prince Kallian and second Prince Planche ponder silently. "Does Planche wonder what his true identity is?" Lord Pun said loudly. "Everyone be quiet. We're not finished yet. This is the proud cavalry unit of the second prince." Prince Planche said to Prince Kallian with terrifying disgust that the filthy and cowardly blood runs through your veins. Everyone turned to look at Planche. Prince Kallian, feeling angry, spoke. Kallian repeats Planche's words as if questioning Planche about the dirty and cowardly blood. He continues. "Planche, no matter what you're thinking or saying, it's okay because there will come a time when you will have to submit to me." King Kyrus loudly asked the person next to him, "Celeste, when will you stop?" Celeste fanned her face and said angrily to Randall, "I warned him so many times." Randall looked at Celeste in confusion. "Is it intentional? Why today of all days?" "Have you heard any news about the second prince? How could he say that in front of His Highness Romine? It seems he no longer agrees with Prince Planche." She continued, saying, "Prince Kallian is being protected by Alan Madison, so isn't he quite suitable for the throne?" Silas continued, "We can't just turn a blind eye anymore. We need to decide gradually. The horse racing event has ended, and Crown Prince Randall avoided a sudden accident." Roman also showed no particular reaction to the second Prince Planche's matter. Prince Kallian thought the situation was unfolding as he had hoped. If Lord Pun's case was staged by Celeste, wouldn't it be too quiet a conclusion? Kallian whispered to Celeste. "Even your mother doesn't know about this?" The two brothers are switching scenes while playing chess. Do you think the incident at Kiss Palace was just a royal terrorist attack? Unmanasine asked if there was any other reason besides hurting the prince. The older brother also might say that. If he just straightforwardly says this, it would be too boring. Then let's make a bet. Manhwa says you're about to lose. Don't you know how much money I've already won? He says, I'm just rearranging things. My brother continued, so I will make a suggestion. Do you not think this matter is too obvious? It's as if they want everyone to know that the terrorist attack was aimed at the royal family to eliminate the leading trading company. And secondly, in Cairo, the one who benefits the most is naturally Lenin Bryson, the owner of the largest trading company there. Yan, do you know which business figure holds an important role in Baron Poon's trade guild? She replied, if it's Poland, isn't it about diamond trading? Prince Callian said, if Count Poland disappears, the diamond business will fall into the hands of the Bryson Guild. Lenin is truly very cunning. Callian angrily said, I tried to save Count Pun to observe what happens next. I will take that old man's life. He told Yan to cancel all his plans after the performance. Yan asked, huh? But the next ball will include most of the nobles. Callian, holding his head, said, I think I was shocked by the rude words earlier. Prince Callian said, I will not attend the ball, straighten the ranks, and return to the palace. At the palace, during that time, Roman was sitting alone on a chair, lost in thought, recalling the words of a girl who said, what would happen if you just stand and watch? You will lose everything. Roman still remembered what Second Prince Planche said to Callian, your blood is disgusting, filthy, and cowardly. She called Roman and then Callian, her voice seeming weak. Suddenly, outside this door, the butler's voice woke Roman up. The prince wants to speak with you. Following the butler are Celes and the maid. The maid says, I'll fetch a new tray. Does he have a guest? I haven't heard anything about this. Roman says it's fine and continues. This guest will be leaving soon. Roman, resting his chin on his hand with a clearly annoyed expression at Celes's appearance, says, Celes, what brings you here? What if Brisson loses today? Celes bit her lip and looked at King Kyrus with a very defiant and cruel gaze, because Branch's careless words threatened Celes's position. The question now is whether Branch Chang's status is the top priority. King Kyrus hesitated a bit at the word responsibility. Celes still looked proud as ever. She glared at the king and said, tonight's performance was truly impressive. Why don't we award the Polonym family who organized it? King Kyrus asked with a bored disgust. If she said that, it seemed she had already thought it through. Celes, hearing that, refused to answer and decisively said it should be given to Brisson. Then she chuckled, her laugh like a witch in a story, and asked what about all the royal horses and the authority to supply weapons. The king thought to himself, will the queen give up the value of those assets? Just as Alan said. Returning to the past during King Kiss's afternoon tea with Alan Manassin, he once said, there's no reason for the queen to embezzle the royal knights over this, because this isn't urgent enough to abandon. That agreement is too big for a slip of the tongue, but you will have to pay a corresponding price. So, your majesty, please pretend you don't know about this. Switching back to the present, King Kiss recalls Alan's earlier words and feels deeply troubled. Is this advice from Alan or Callian? Then he crossed his arms, looking cold and indifferent, and said, for tonight's dance, let Planche come with me. Hearing that, Celes's eyes lit up brightly. She chuckled and said, Planche will really like this. The scene shifts to the ball, with Romain and Branch walking in together. Everyone's attention is focused on them as they whisper. His Highness Roman and Crown Prince Branch are entering. Count Pun, who was injured during the performance, was granted the authority to supply weapons and the royal horses. Everyone knew this was a deal between Romain and the mother and daughter Celes Blanche. Everyone there was whispering and talking among themselves. Is Bren really willing to suffer that much? Anyway, Prince Branch's mistake the other day wasn't just a slip of the tongue. The queen also needs to be careful with Prince Callian. Maybe it's time to reorganize everything. The scene shifts to Callian's place, where he feels a bit tired seeing a pile of gifts stacked up in his house. He told Jan and the maid that this was already too obvious. Jan approached the huge gifts, wondering what to do with them. Prince Callian replied casually, the power of Branch and the Bryson family changing is fine, but I don't like hypocrites. Send everything back except for those from the Wizards Guild and Lord Poland. Then he turned around and calmly said, I will check who has sent me letters first. The maid stays there leaning back to sort and clean all the fruit. Why Anne, curious, is exploring the fan boxes when suddenly she finds a piece of paper and exclaims in surprise, this looks like it belongs to Count Poloon. Hearing that, Callian was startled and asked again, so what did the Count send? It turned out that Count Pun had sent Callian a sparkling horse bridle adorned with many precious red gemstones. Seeing that, everyone was dazzled, but Kian was disappointed, frozen in place without knowing what to say. He angrily pointed at Yan and stammered, I didn't tell you to do that. So, what exactly did you say to Count Pun? Yan just smiled uncertainly and hesitantly replied, I told him that the prince's preference is the Javan horse. Callian laughed out loud and said, that's unbelievable. Our Ravon received a necklace I don't even have. He happily holds and examines the necklace closely, but inside Callian's mind is filled with thoughts. He's trying to understand what I am thinking. If I accept this gift, Poland will surely send another one worth his life. Look, is the life of Count Pun worth just losing a gem? Then Killian told Yun to calculate the price of this transmission cord and inform the Pawn family. I will buy it because I like this cord. Ian was quite surprised and asked, so you received it and bought it right away? I also think it's amazing, but kind of strange. The prince replied, I didn't buy it because I thought it was magical, but because it was a magical horse harness. Then suddenly Callian saw a mysterious black flower pot that exuded an eerie, enchanting scent. Callian turned to Yun and asked, that flower is even more magical, right? Anne approached and touched the flower, frowning, and replied, let me see. This is a gift from the Wizards Guild. Callian, looking pale, said, these people are really interesting. Why would they send me this strange flower? Then Yun found a piece of paper and said, the note here explains that it's quite rare. According to what is written here, this type of plant is very famous among fanatics for its ability to spread bioluminescent pollen after death. Hearing that, Callian's eyes widened and lit up as if he had just come up with a brilliant idea. Yan asked him, should I return it? Callian said, no, just keep it. I have a really good idea. The beautiful maid quietly cleaning the glass. Suddenly she jolted and turned around, exclaiming, oh, Prince. It turns out Prince Callian just broke something. Ian anxiously asked, are you burned? It's okay. My hand was a bit slippery. I accidentally spilled all the breakfast tea this morning. Yan turned to the maid and said, hurry up and clean this up. The tea was spilled all over, even into the flower pot. Yan anxiously asked Callian, do you think the plant might be affected? Callian said, it's okay. The morning tea isn't poison. Just leave it there. I'm quite satisfied. The maid, cleaning up the broken pieces, looked a bit guilty. Not understanding why she was so worried, she turned pale. Thank you for not forgetting to help me, even with your busy schedule. It's nothing, just a request from a certain prince who drank poison even after receiving the antidote. How could I forget? You look much happier than when you were in the palace. Hearing that, Killian laughed loudly and said, no reason not to be happy. Have I been waiting for this day for so long? This is my 1,000 gold worthy trip, or rather, my first time going out. En looked at Callian with a very suspicious expression and then asked, is it really a trip worth 1,000 gold, your majesty? Did you truly give permission? En just sighed and said, I don't know anymore unless you're listening to the report right now. Callian chuckled and said, I knew it would be like this. I don't have the right to say anything to anyone. So it turns out Callian rode away on horseback without attending the report, and he even told Yan, I will be back before dawn tomorrow. Ian was so shocked that he gaped and shouted, you said you would leave before midnight, right? And hearing that, Ian guessed as expected, all teachers are the same, huh? Callian smiled and asked back, is that meant in a good way? Then he seriously asked, did you still take the medicine I gave you yesterday? Callian immediately replied, of course, I took it today as well, and thanks to that my body feels much lighter. The owner of the poison teacup is so nervous that they reveal their true form. I just planted a very interesting seed, so you'll gradually see the details emerge. Wow, your abilities as a disciple are so outstanding that I might have no place to show myself anymore. But surely it won't come to that, right? I'm still planning where to use my master's useful gift. Then the two of them rode off in opposite directions. Ian sighed and said, well then, it's time to say goodbye. Since you said you wanted to go alone, I can't stop you. Prince Callian lowered his black hood and smiled. Thank you for understanding me. Before you leave, don't forget to mention that the Mage Guild is on NASA West Street. I'll be there, so once you're done, you can come find me there. Callian also replied, yes, see you later, Master. After we both finish our tasks, we will meet again. With that, they both rode off swiftly. The scene shifts to a blacksmith's forge where men are forging weapons, their powerful bodies moving like flames, each motion precise and professional to craft the finest items. Callian has also commissioned a dagger, holding the finished product in his hand, looking quite satisfied. Very well, I should be able to handle my own stuff now. Besides the usual sword, I'll hand over the rest for crafting as requested. Now, what about the information? To investigate the situation in other countries, our secret nation of Secretia has sent noble titles who are the main sources of confidential information for our agency or rival nations across the continent. These individuals not only manage the intelligence they gather, but also oversee highly trained assassins. The people who train them are Chada Diverlin, the king of Saya, and I from the past, Baron. Now, Callian is feeling quite regretful about his past actions. He clenched his fists, silently determined to change everything. The scene shifts to Narensa Pigeon Rental Shop, where Callian quietly recalls the names of those he trained. I know how ruthless and dangerous they can be. Moreover, I am Kiss the Prince. If they realize that their target manager is at the base, it won't be easy to let me go. Suddenly, two drunken men are helping each other walk by. Seeing that, Callian quickly adjusted his clothes to be more discreet, so they wouldn't notice. Only after they passed did he let out a sigh of relief. Then he even praised himself, and this hair and eye color are truly dazzling in a useless way that requires him to be as discreet as possible. He stepped into a pigeon shop, and the bell hanging on the door rang when someone entered. Callian slowly and calmly walks inside, observing the surroundings and thinking to himself, it looks quite spacious. The owner there didn't need to turn around and ask who Callian was. Was he looking for a carrier pigeon? No. When you see a bird sleeping, you ask the owner quietly, These birds are not disturbed, right? Callian said, this one seems to have flown in from afar. It looks quite wild. The owner replied matter-of-factly, that's why they're sleeping so soundly. If you want those wild birds to rest, then places like this probably shouldn't exist. Callian replied, I need bird food. Hearing that, he immediately drew his sword and attacked Callian. Luckily, I dodged in time and only tore my cloak. The man pressed the knife to Callian's neck and sneered, I don't remember selling birds to anyone recently. Callian thought carefully and almost assessed his true nature. As expected, he was not an ordinary person. Confronting him physically might be a bit difficult for Callian. You speak too obviously, it just left its nest to find food, so how could this place sell it? Turns out, the bird here means the information the noble houses have obtained. He also asked him, so who was your bird? Callian thought carefully. In case the secret agent from Secretia was captured and their identities were exposed, even the noble families wouldn't know each other's true identities. That means even if I use my father's name Debula here and act like Seiya, no one will recognize me. From now on, I will be Prince Kiss, the first to exploit Seiya's influence to gather Caius' information. Then Kia told him, I am Nebulit's bird. Hearing that, he was extremely stunned and couldn't believe it. Then he gave a test. Before he could finish speaking, Callian had already blocked his sword and told him to let the young bird leave the nest for a moment to get some food. Where are you taking me? It feels so secretive. He immediately replied, I guess you're new. We'll meet again later, so for now we should get to know each other's names. I am the White Eagle, Callian immediately replied. And I am the Red Swan, he asked in a calm tone. All right, Red Swan, what food do you need? Callian replied immediately, one question after another. He also firmly set the price at 8 florins up front. Callian silently wondered, haven't I asked for any information or items yet, and he's already quoted a price? Maybe he's trying to lure me into a trap? He clearly said those are the fixed prices. In the end, Callian also had to agree. He quickly took the items and the information about the food he wanted. Callian opened it to check and asked if this was the right place. He replied, the space that matches your desired scale is only that place. Callian politely replied, thank you for your help. Before Callian left, he also warned you to be careful as that is a dangerous place. Callian just smiled and said, it's okay. No matter how dangerous that place is, isn't it more so than a white eagle? Switching scenes to Callian riding his horse on the road, he was very surprised to see many people dressed in black gathered there. I'm really curious. What's going on tonight? I shouldn't let others find out. According to the map, I need to cross this bridge, so it's best to do so quietly. As Callian was about to lead his horse across the bridge, suddenly someone raised their hand to stop him. He angrily said to them, what's going on with this sudden roadblock? What are you all up to? They said, please forgive us. Your late companion is completing the journey. If it's not urgent, we kindly ask you to pause for a moment. Hearing that, Callian finally understood. Are you the deceased? Oh, I see you're holding a funeral. Callian dismounted and told them, I have no reason to stop the departed. I will wait. They also politely replied, thank you very much. It turns out that the farewell rituals for the deceased differ from country to country. In Keese, it is believed that when red petals drift on the river, if someone passes by above, it will cause the departed to lose their way. Just like in my homeland Seiya, people place Synasta flowers, a special kind of flower, on the grave. After the white flower blooms and withers during the day, a blue flower blooms again at night. People use Synasta flowers to symbolize never seeing each other again in farewell rituals for the deceased. Suddenly, Callian wondered if they would place Synasta on my grave too. Maybe he also returned to the past? After all, the lost one isn't me, right? After the farewell ceremony was over and before Callian left, someone told him thank you for stopping. Now you can continue on your way. Callian whispered to himself, all right, no matter what, for now I am only the temporary Prince of Kiss. Then he mounted his horse and said, I am sure you have departed in peace. I hope they find peace. After saying that, Callian urged his horse to gallop swiftly across the bridge. That mysterious guy just stands there like a statue until someone calls him. Now let's finish up and end it. Hey, are you listening? What's going on? Ah, Sen is that mysterious person. After gathering everyone, he replied, I will not only remember you, that person is truly a good person. Since I arrived here, I've seen many signs with the name Cispanian. Kalia looked around the alley, and the signs seemed to take their theme from Cispanian, such as Cispanian's sleep, Cispanian's leisure, and Cispanian's meal. Are you sure this isn't going a bit too far? A large sign clearly displaying Cispanian's strong aroma whiskey name. He crossed his arms and muttered to himself just like the Baron's nobles had said. The capital Kiss seems like a place where people like to imitate Cispanian. You see Cispanian everywhere. A staff member from the tavern approached to greet him. Let me show you to a vacant table. Callian looked up at him from under his cloak. No. He smiled and said, the signal for the 4th floor of this building, I will go to the 4th floor. The staff immediately understood and led him inside. Yes, please follow this way. I will show you the way. He led him through the crowd in the shop and then opened a small door at the back of the bar, hoping you will have a good time. Callian stepped through the door into a smaller space, likely a storage room. He easily spotted a marked 7 on a coat hook at the back of the room. Callian approached the lever. The only information the White Eagle needs to find is 1. He reached out and grabbed the hook on the wall, where illegal activities and kiss took place. He easily knocked it down, and the door beside it was pushed aside, revealing a secret passage. The building has 2 floors, but the sign indicates 4 floors, so it's clearly below, not above. That means there's an underground space beneath the basement. He stepped into the dimly lit passage where there was another piece of information we needed. Going further in, there was a staircase leading down. Callian continued down the stairs, first encountering a gambling room. But what he needed was not a place where small amounts of money circulated like on the 3rd floor casino. He opens door number 4. The inside is a very lively and noisy enclosed space. This is an illegal betting arena where 2 fighters are pounding each other to the blood, while the spectators below cheer and encourage them to fight harder, regardless of injuries, as the referee declares the match over with Jera as the bloody victor. And the betting records will soon be transferred while staff clean up and distribute winnings. The curses of the losing bettors echo loudly. "You bastard, do you know how much I bet on you?" They should have killed him already. It can't go on like this. Let them fight again. They really should have beaten him even more badly. Seeing this scene, Kalia frowned and thought to herself that the smell of blood was inescapable. Entering this inhumane environment was truly disgusting. He spread his hands to ask for the entrance fee. After he paid, he loudly called out to a female servant, "Hey you, guide this one to number 27. A long-haired waitress approached, constantly gesturing and pointing. "Do you think she's telling me to follow?" "Can't she speak?" I realized her ears had been cut off as I followed her. At the same time, a few small gestures adjusting her dress also revealed that her outfit seemed to be forced on her. I looked around and saw that besides their uniforms, the female servers also wore a type of necklace, both around their necks and elsewhere. You think it's to prevent them from escaping? The security really is tight. A finger poked into Callian's shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up and saw the waitress bringing a tray and signaling. The tray was painted with 2 distinct colors, white and black, and also numbered 27. Just by looking at it, he knew LDI wanted him to place a bet. Callian sighed, took out a few coins from his shirt and dropped them into the black side, deciding to go along with them for now until he got what he wanted. The rule here is very simple, which is that there are no rules at all. Betting money and fighting. If you place your bet on the winner, you get double the amount. 6 florins become 12 florins. They keep fighting like that. Callian uses his knowledge of fighters to go all out alone and place bets in the matches. Until the referee loudly announces the end of the 10th match, the winner is Pantrin, the nickname Steel Knee. All bets and documents will be handed over to the winner wearing a black shirt. Kalina, after 10 matches, from 3 florins, he earned 1,536 florins amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. They whispered and talked a lot about the money he won, but what he wanted was not the money. He propped his chin and looked toward the cooking floor when suddenly the referee announced that today's final match was about to begin. A special match with a 4-fold bet increase. Duan, the white bell pepper, faces a young man. As soon as the boy stepped onto the stage, he stood up. He's here. In a past life, he met a serious-looking young man who told him that he used to make money by betting while he was imprisoned. Until my sister died, the referee's announcement echoed out. Today's opponent is the young man I asked in a past life if he wanted to become a knight. The young man said he was a swordsman. I will become the Emperor's swordsman. Today, Callian finally found that person before it was too late. That person was the young man called by the referee in the arena. Kai, let me introduce the challenger today. The monster's eyes, Kij. When the name is called out loudly, Khan confidently bets all the money he earned today on Kij. He says, "I'm placing everything on black." Everyone in the shop was shocked by this action. The female waitress stared at him in disbelief. The people around also started criticizing. What's going on now, betting everything? Putting all the cards on that guy. He's really clueless. He remains unmoved, still sitting calmly with a smile. Those who see him say he's crazy. The referee continues to introduce to heat up the atmosphere. Currently, the win rate is 0%. Although he hasn't won a single match so far, will he be able to avenge himself in today's rematch? Someone sitting at the very back of the table spoke up to advise him. That's a lot of money. Don't just casually bet everything like that. When Callian turned around, he saw it was a man. He said, "I feel sorry for you, so I'm telling you this. You should bet on someone else. That guy has never won a game before." This comment seems to have annoyed the female attendant next to Callian. He asked her if she had checked all the cards, then looked at her and said, "Make sure to check carefully the black cards we bet on." Being ignored made the man feel annoyed. Damn it, I was thinking for him. "If you lose all the cards you've exchanged, I won't take responsibility. On the arena, the 2 fighters are being prepared." This side is Sun, and the Steel Hammer is incredibly ruthless. The crowd's cheers for Steel Hammer keep ringing out. "Hey, Sun, today just finish him off completely. If you kill him, the compensation will be 10 times higher. He survived a fight like that last time, so today let's finish him off for good." Part of their hatred for Kij in the arena also comes from Callian bringing him in after betting over 1,500 florin to make that little brat see reason. It seems another rookie blinded by money is rushing in to waste his cash. Of course, it also takes some bastard risking his life to step into the arena. The referee reiterates the rules, and today's highlighted match is about to begin. As the declaration ended, They unlocked Sun's cuffs, and he immediately vanished before Kij's eyes. A swift attack appeared right beside his ear, followed immediately by a punch from the opposite side. Although Kaj saw it coming, the speed was too fast for him to dodge anymore. He had to block the punch with both hands, and the shock made his muscles ache. Sun is completely in control, laughing mockingly. "You're so slow." He delivered a powerful kick to Kij's stomach, knocking him down to the floor and causing internal injuries that made Kaj spew blood. The crowd below cheers enthusiastically for a strike. "Finish it." "That's right, don't use your feet anymore. Use your fists." The situation in the arena makes Kalian very worried. Yinrang thinks he's being overwhelmed because he doesn't have a sword. "Right? What are you doing, Kaj? You can fight back." After catching his breath, Kaj started to counter with a punch. But Sun easily dodged it. "I told you I was slow." He attacks the gap in Kij's side. This guy looks just like a bug. Kai was once again struck, bleeding profusely. Seizing the opportunity, Sun launched a flurry of punches. With each powerful punch he throws, he says, "Kaj, this time I will kill you." In the final punch, he swings with all his might. "I can't just watch anymore," Kalian shouted, facing the attack. "Don't let it hit your shoulder." His warning brought Kaj back to his senses. Once again opening his eyes, he saw Sun's huge fist rushing toward him, and instinctively repeated Kalian's words, "Be careful of your shoulder when facing an attack." Fortunately, Kaj managed to dodge this punch in time. Then he lowered his body, his arm bulging with tense veins. "That's right," Kalian smiled with satisfaction. "That's right." On the ring, Kaj delivered an uppercut hook from below into Sun's stomach. The right timing and enough force allowed him to change the course of the fight easily. With just one punch, Kaj made Sun suffer so much he nearly lost his sight. He then threw another punch with his left hand into Sun's face, hitting so hard that Sun was knocked off his feet. The opponent was twice Kaj's size, yet he knocked him out in just 2 moves. Everyone watching the fight was stunned and couldn't close their mouths. "What is this? How did this happen?" The referee announced that Kaj's monster eyes had defeated the Steel Hammer. He has secured his first victory. Kai didn't forget to turn back and look at the mysterious cloaked man, Kalian, as he was being cursed by the losing bettors, and he saw a strange smile on his face. Suddenly, the shop guard approached Kalian and said someone was looking for him. His face serious, he said, "Please come with me." In a small room, the manager sat behind his desk, tapping his fingers, and said, "He's truly very perceptive. He earned over 6,000 florins from 3 florins, but such a large amount of money." Kalian realized the guard behind him was ready to draw his sword. The manager sneered, "I'm a bit worried to entrust something to a kid like you." "But do you really think I came here to negotiate easily with you?" Kalian said with a smirk, looking at the manager. "Then you're even dumber than I thought. How dare you act so arrogantly when you're just relying on that? Kid, you should take off your hat so I can see your face." Kalian stroked his hood. "But can you handle it? My voice coldly warns that if I take this off, you'll all be in big trouble. You haven't seen a coffin yet, so don't cry before it's time." The manager signals the guard. "Trouble? I'm also curious to find out what it is." The big guard steps forward to Kalian and says, "Hey kid." He reached out his rotten hand. "Let me see that precious face to find out how far Tuantu is hiding it." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. By the time I looked again, his pig's hoof had been stabbed with a knife, and the guard screamed in pain. But Kalian ruthlessly pulled out the knife with a frightened look on the manager's face. "What's wrong?" "Among the things you have, the one used the most is the eyes," he emphasized, saying, "Isn't it the eyes that see?" Only now does the manager realize he's afraid. "Damn it, I called a guy who knows how to use a knife here." He stammers, "Since it costs a lot this time, you can wait for us." En passant. Kalian spun the knife in his hand and interrupted him. "I'm not taking the money." Before the manager's eyes could brighten, he continued, "Instead, give me the monster's eyes." The manager's face darkened and said, "That guy is about to start making money. Our boss won't allow that." Being threatened by him and under pressure from the boss, the manager was deep in thought. "Damn it, what kind of crazy situation is this? If I do that now, I'm sure Tonko will kick me out of here. I'm not crazy." He reassured himself that no matter how powerful this kid is, he's only one person. You are the minority. Kalian seemed to read his mind, and suddenly blue energy streams burst out around him. When the manager opened his mouth to refuse and say, "Sorry, but we can't hand over that guy," a powerful beam of light cut across his desk. The manager screamed in fear, falling to the ground with his desk split in 2, his clothes torn and tattered. "Kalian says 6,000 plus your life too." He clenched the small sword in his hand and asked with a smile, "Do you think that's enough?" The manager's face paled as he stammered about this, then hurriedly ordered the guards to run. "Are you still doing something? Quickly bring Kaj here." Kalian smiled satisfied, then he raised his hand to his face and said, "So it's over, right?" "Because I can't do it again." His hand gently covers a long bloodstain at the corner of his mouth before walking away. "As expected, this body can't handle it. I have to end it here." The guard hesitantly turns back to report. "That boss, there's the bit of a problem." Balve had to explain that Kaj said he couldn't leave Hina behind. Kalian muttered, "Hina? I remember Kaj once told me in his memory about a close relative of his who had passed away. My sister chose to die on her own. Then I went straight to the arena because I was so devastated that I couldn't protect her. When I realized who Hina was, I signaled the manager. He shouted in fear, "It doesn't matter. Bring all 2 or 3 of them here." Callie Ann stopped him and said, "Let me go down and take them." The manager forced a smile and said, "Yes, I will arrange for you to leave smoothly," but he reached out his hand and said, "But before that." The manager looked at him with a puzzled expression and said, "Who would have thought Callian would be so stingy as to demand the bar, cover the entrance fee, and the principal amount? So you successfully collected the debt from Kiji, the demon-selling brothers." They stand together in the small alley behind the shop. Hina nervously holds her brother's hand. Kai hooks his sister's shoulder, and before leaving, he thanked you for helping us. Callian stopped and glanced back. Kij asked, "But for some reason, why did you help us?" He noticed that Hina was uncomfortable in her dress, so he lent her his cloak. He elegantly draped the coat over her and told them, "There's no need to be so cautious because we mean no harm." When Kij looked over, he was very surprised. He recognized the person smiling directly at him as who they were. He immediately knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and begged the prince for forgiveness, apologizing for not recognizing and doubting him. He placed his hand on Kij's shoulder and said, "Don't bow your head." He helped him to stand up and said, "You don't have to do that. The 2 half-demons have nothing in their hands, and you can tell what their past was just by looking." In his past life, Kij ultimately couldn't protect his sister. Thinking about that, Callian pointed at Kij and said that the habit of attacking the shoulder during fights was a beginner's habit when learning swordsmanship. "Do you want to become a knight?" Kaj shyly explains that it's not quite like that. "I don't want to become a knight. I want to become a sword that can protect everything." Callian nodded in satisfaction and tossed a brand new sword to Kij. "You haven't become a knight yet, so first you need to be my shield. And if you want to learn swordsmanship in the meantime, just come find me, Kija." He looked at the sword in his hand with disbelief and asked, "Why did you give me something so precious?" He simply answered, "Because I need a good sword." Deep down, he also thought it was to repay the kindness to you, Kij. At West Nassa Street, inside the Wizard Association building, N's office is still lit. He is destroying some documents on the table. According to the mage participating in the jousting performance, Prince Callian expressed his unease about the count and wanted to keep an eye on him. And the person who made the prince uneasy was the one who discovered the torn rope. How does our prince know about these things? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Callian poked his head into the room and called out, "Master." He smiled and greeted. "I'm here now?" Ellen frowned slightly and glanced over. Then he casually got up as if nothing happened. "Did you just have a fight?" Inside and asked where his clothes had gone, Callian sat on the sofa and replied that he had some things to do and he wasn't fighting. He approached the coffee table, and hearing what you said, it's clear that your task is indeed exhausting. He shrugged and said, "That's true. Today has been a long day, Master." He silently thought that having Kij now was enough to set the trap to catch the poisoner. Everything was part of the plan. He rubbed his tired shoulder. But why did he feel so uneasy? Callian sighed, wondering if it was because he had too much to handle in a short period of time. Anne watched Callian's expressions closely from behind, then gently used magic to brew the tea. Callian finally feels like he's in a wizard's office. Ian criticizes him harshly, probably not expecting him to be waiting over a boiling pot of soup, cooking unknown things or strange eyes, right? Callian chuckled and admitted that he also expected something similar, but it seemed more normal than he thought. Yet on the table there was a sword that you wouldn't find in a sword shop, fitting perfectly with the interior. Then he suddenly looked more closely at this sword. He realizes something is off about this sword. A voice suddenly asks why that sword is here. "Prince, that is something that is not allowed to be here." And then he immediately uses magic. The magic spell made the sword fly up in front of Callian, rushing toward him at very close range. Callian was too panicked to react. The tip of the sword only about 3 centimeters from him. It was too late to dodge. With a heavy bang, Callian's blood splattered slightly. Ian calmly crossed his arms and said seriously, "You may have a weak body, but you're still very fast." At the same time, due to the rapid use of force and magic, a little blood trickled from his mouth corner. On retracted the sword and said it was a magic tool created by Cispanian. He held the sword in his hand, capable of copying the opponent's hidden weapons. Ian looked down from above at Callian struggling on the sofa. Could this be considered a warning? After calming down, he realized that Alan never intended to attack him from the beginning. The reason why the tip of your sword didn't point at you when you drew your special sword, but instead veered slightly to the side, is because you acted too hastily and even activated Aro, which is strange for someone who doesn't even know how to wield a sword. The large shadow of Enon falls over him. He places a hand on his shoulder and says, "Since the first day we met, I have always felt it was a miracle to have met the prince by chance. But gradually, many strange things have started to appear. Your Majesty says he feels afraid of what you said. The nobles also often tell each other that the prince seems like a different person. When you realized you were poisoned, I saw more hostility in you than fear of death. That kind of energy resembles someone with blood-stained hands more. Furthermore, he also knew in advance about the accident during the performance and prevented it from happening." Ian looked into his eyes and said, "Prince, can you explain everything to your master?" Callian can feel him healing him. Is this magic healing meant for someone whose identity is in doubt like himself? No, he's a bit suspicious. Does Ian actually want to trust me like this? Finally, he clenched his fist and made a decision. I am not Callian. My original name is Baron, and I am Baron Secretia. It took some time to explain the whole story to Ellen, and outside the window the sky had already turned dark. Oh, a time axis? No, but earlier he looked at you and asked, so Prince Callian is dead already? He was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, that's not the case. At first I didn't know, but he's still here. I placed my hand on my chest and say I can still vaguely feel his presence. Ellen remained silent for a moment before hugging his chest and recalling the day he first met me, when he said that what he wanted was not the throne. So may I ask again what it is that you desire? Callian's serious expression said, war. I want to prevent the war. I still don't know why Planche has ambitions over the timeline. If the cause still exists, the problem will keep repeating. So I want to understand and confirm it. Ein clasped his hands together and said, what the prince wants is for himself or for Jay Baron's brother? The question made Callian freeze. What do you mean by that? And replies, first of all, there's something the prince needs to know. Cretia is currently only playing with the crown prince alone. TH was originally a child born outside the harem, and the Empress Dowager had no children. Alan emphasized that the character Baron mentioned is not someone who exists here. What? This news surprises me greatly. And Meneson's face became very serious. He mentioned a person named Baron. He carefully asserts that the truth does not exist in this world. Ain's words like a sharp dagger pierce into Khan's mind, making him struggle to believe that he might not exist. Are so many questions constantly clouding Callian's mind, whether in Seda, this land, or anywhere else? His eyes remained blank for a while, still unable to find his calm. Why fix it for myself if I have already turned back time? He begins to question deeply. So where exactly is the problem? Using the time axis causes both time and space to be distorted. That's why I merged into Callian's body. It seems like Callian has grasped something. He raised his hand to examine Callie's body again, recalling images from the past and pondering further. I vaguely sensed it. When speaking, his eyes avoid looking elsewhere, but his voice is very commanding. Could it be that since I entered Callie's body, maybe someone has also entered mine? But since I'm already here, there can't be another Baron. Callian closed his eyes tightly to regain his composure. That's right, it was indeed me. While he was lost in his thoughts, the person next to him, with a tense face, was the one who took another's life. Alan Moneson said, the game of the present. His figure briefly appeared in his mind. Alan continued, the position of Crown Prince Cretia has been officially announced. Just as the past you knew is different from the present, perhaps the future can also be changed. Ian's calm voice is trying to awaken Callian. But as the third Prince of Kiss, whose life is in danger, there's no need to worry about the outstanding Prince of Seiya. Ian furrowed his brows in determination. Kalia looked on in shock. After a moment of processing the information, he chuckled softly and asked, are you saying I should stop living in the past? He solemnly assured, I understand what my master is worried about, and I promise that what you fear will not happen. From the very first day I opened my eyes in Kiss, a harsh truth was spoken. I have given up on the idea of continuing as Baron, and was extremely surprised by his words. Callian, knowing his feelings, asked kindly, are you really okay, master? He looked directly into En's eyes and asked if I was not really Sen. Suddenly being directly questioned, Alan looked up in surprise, unsure how to respond. He awkwardly smiled and explained, I still don't know what you're worried about, and I'd like to remind you again. Does fate bring us together? My finger pointed straight ahead as I said, there has always been only one person. Upon confirmation, Callian happily blushed. Changing the atmosphere outside, Callian continued to ask Alan Manison, so you already knew about the time axis before? Even though we are riding horses, your voice still echoes steadily, as if you expected there to be multiple timelines. Do you know anything more about it? And continued to wear a contemplative expression without replying. After a moment, he carefully responded. Around this time last year, the prince had searched for and consulted us about some time. In his memory, he had come across a mysterious artifact being created. I secretly traveled to Secreta, but I only learned that it wasn't something created by humans. He raised one finger to describe its shape. And a month ago, I received news that the time axis in Secretia had disappeared. The prince once said, that was when you returned from 10 years in the future, right? Alan's final words left Callian stunned. He had uncovered the truth. The time axis disappearance was also the moment he regressed. In the end, he couldn't figure out the reason after thinking all day, so he had no choice but to ask for advice. Do you think there is a reason why I am regressing? Callian's face sweat nervously as he asked. Why the timeline? And Menacing quickly raised his hand to stop him from speaking and answered. Right now, no matter how much we rack our brains, we can't solve that problem. He cheerfully presents a solution. But there is someone you can ask, someone who knows more than I do, someone you will meet soon. The sky is full of stars. As Sia looks up at the statue of the god, En reveals the identity of the mysterious person, Sispon. Suddenly remembering something important, Callian exclaimed, that's right, my coming-of-age ceremony is soon! A wave of past life memories flooded into his mind, and he quietly recalled the Prince C. Rosalita's coming-of-age ceremony, which was a ritual to visit Sispanian's former residence and announce his official entry into the royal family, where he could meet Sispanian's will. Mentioning important matters, he was also quite eager to discuss them. For the graduation ceremony to go smoothly, the most important thing is to keep him alive, so please quickly resolve the issue with the traitor. Being carefully reminded, Callian agreed to the request. Yes, by now those seeds I planted must be sprouting. The seeds Callian entrusted to test the poison have blossomed. Returning to the palace, he stands before the mature plant, with Yan's continuous sorrowful cries echoing behind him. Prince, do you know how worried I was? You promised to return before midnight, but only came back early in the morning. Callian carefully senses the vitality of the plant through its leaves and falls into thought, just as he predicted. He softly calls out Yan's name. Yan is crying and quickly responds, yes, if you plan to sleep, you should wash your face. Callian suddenly suggested, let's go see this wonderful thing. Yan was surprised by this unexpected invitation. What? Going up to the rooftop, you can comfortably welcome the strong winds blowing through. Prince, why do you suddenly want to go up to the rooftop? Ignoring the caring words, Callian was certain about the flowers he received from the Mage Association. In the past, a mage had introduced this plant as a famous species in its pollen realm that would glow after death, and that's why he completely trusted its effects. Because it is so rare, not many people know this characteristic of it. Everything was part of Callian's plan, including accidentally spilling poison tea into the flower pot. The servant with malicious intent quickly fell into a state of worry after seeing his actions, and observed the behavior of the other servants in the room. Of course, Callian, with keen eyes, noticed these unusual reactions. He smiled with great satisfaction as the plant quickly reacted by wilting after absorbing the toxic substances. This is a dangerous poison that ordinary people can't survive for even a week. Now that the plant looks very healthy, it only confirms the suspicion that the flower that absorbed it also cannot survive. But the plant doesn't understand and remains healthy as usual, as if someone deliberately swapped the flower pot. A sudden flicker of light appears before Yan, making him dizzy. His eyes shine brightly, cheeks flushed with excitement. Outside, the white spots of light converge on Callian as the focal point. Yan exclaims, "It's so beautiful!" Both Yan and Callian are happy with this breathtaking scene, and it's not easy to destroy it just by replacing it, so the lock must be kept in the safest place. His eyes narrow in satisfaction. Callian softly says, "It will lead us to the culprit's hideout." It's as if fireworks are bursting brightly in the sky. A terrifying image of the lady owner suddenly appears in his mind. Callian silently thought, that's right, the owner of the sanctuary is her. Raindrops patter on the leaves, and the quiet space allows each drop to be heard clearly. In the gloomy house, a figure uses the rainy scene to express their thoughts. Callian, reaching out to the window frame, suddenly turns his head back. At the door, Yan is seen approaching with a tray in hand. Callian says, "Hello, Yan." He looked at the other person, then smiled kindly and asked, "Han, do you dream beautifully?" The image of Kay appeared with a handsome appearance that easily captivates all the girls. Yan was momentarily stunned by his attitude, but still politely responded, "Yes, your highness, you also dream beautifully." He walks over to the table, places the tray down, smiles, and makes a comment. "Hearing the prince greet me, I find it a bit strange." Callian stepped forward and explained that he woke up early. Hearing that, Yan found it quite strange. That's strange. The sun must be rising from the west. At this moment, Callian's expression darkened as he glanced behind. Looking in the direction of his gaze out the window, Yan asked, "Is it the sound of rain that woke you up?" Callian leisurely sipped his tea, looking at his reflection in the cup, and thought to himself, although it's a bit strange, today is different from usual. The poison has increased. After finishing his drink, Callian asked, "Yan, do you have a schedule that includes all the nobles for a week?" As he was pulling up the window shutter, Yan also had to stop his hand movement and turn to answer. "Next week there will be a meeting with all the nobles including His Majesty the King, and he prepares to take another sip." Callian mutters to himself, a week from now, his gaze becomes much sharper as he plans his move. After the noble meeting ends, there will be a banquet, and that day is perfect to retaliate against this poison. He looked up outside with a calculating smile and gaze. "So Celeste, just enjoy the happiness until then. There is now a round gray pill placed in the palm of your hand." "But your highness," he blushed and started to speak. But before he could finish what he was saying about the thing you drank a few days ago, Callian interrupted. It seems he already knew what he was going to ask and answered. "A tonic." He held both ends of the rope tightly in his hands and smiled as if nothing was wrong, saying more. "My body is already weak. Should I go have breakfast early today?" Seeing that he changed the subject, Yan didn't press further and replied, "Yes, I'll help the prince right away." Then he carried the tea table outside. Yan's shadow reflected on the tray. He looked at these objects intently, standing in the dark corridor with no one around, and Yan couldn't help but wonder why he was so troubled. Callian, thinking as he spreads butter on the bread, bites into a piece with focused eyes, glancing over carefully. Blanche is no longer at the breakfast table. The food makes a satisfying sound as he chews, and he thinks to himself that it's better this way since what he's about to do can't be allowed to ruin Blanche. Callian suddenly spoke after thinking, saying that the roses seemed to be about to bloom, which made Randell, who was holding a glass of wine, suddenly freeze. Callian looked at him and smiled warmly. He also looked back at him, but said nothing. Randall quickly felt uncomfortable and stood up, and since this action seemed to please Callian, he smiled brightly. Randall left with the servant's respectful bow. Jan looked worried, lowering his voice to ask his master, "Prince, why are you suddenly talking about roses?" Callian calmly replied, "I saw roses while taking a walk." Thinking of Randall with scissors in hand pruning flowers, I just remembered my brother Randall trimming the flowers. Then his ruby-like red eyes kept staring intently outward. Callian's gaze indicated that Randall was standing there, and he spoke loudly as if to inform the other person, with no other intention. Then the image of Callian running outside in the rain appears. With a flushed face and disheveled clothes, he runs as if he doesn't know fatigue. After enduring it no longer, Callian stopped by a tree, clutching his face and gasping for breath. Just then, someone approached and said, "What have you been doing that just a day apart from me has already made things so bad? Or do you have a habit of self-harm?" Callian, clutching his chest, replied painfully, "I feel like I won't be able to control myself without training my body." At that moment, Madison appeared, causing the other person to immediately greet him. "Master, where have you just been?" He glanced and replied, "I came to talk to Romain." Callian, upon hearing this, was not surprised and asked back, "Do they know each other well enough to call each other by name?" Manhwa stretched out his arms and replied, "There's no relationship at all. It's just a one-sided way of addressing from me. But he's only about my age, so what do you want to command that makes this old body come here?" Callian openly raised 2 fingers and said directly, "I have 2 things to ask my master. The first is, I need to know the identities of both of you," Madison calmly replied. "That's not difficult." "All right, then what is the other one?" "The second matter Callian mentioned seems much more difficult and important than the first. I want to investigate the mysterious deaths of nobles, especially those related to Brisson." The 2 of them pointed at each other and said in unison, "Indeed, they are truly a perfect match in mind and spirit." Reaching out and sighing, Madison smiled and said those 2 things weren't difficult, so why do you keep commanding this old body? Callian smiled when he heard his master's suspicion. "Is there something urgent that requires your help with these 2 matters again?" He replied that the poison level has increased. This statement left Anison stunned. Clenching his fists, he stood up straight and crossed his arms. Ellen Madison added, "Looks like you found the culprit. I also have an idea who it is." Callian kindly reminds you, your master will also be soon restrained. With just a finger pointed forward, Callian confidently states, "Even though it's not easy to target a great mage, now is the time you need a backing force." And Madison immediately realized and asked again, "Are you planning to use me as a shield?" Callian's gaze sharpened and corrected, "Not a shield, but a weapon right now," I think to myself. "Yes, a weapon I know better than anyone the power of capable mages." Thinking about the confrontation between the forces, Callian couldn't help but consider that both his life and his country would be lost. Clenching his fist in the hands of the white-clad demon army of mages, he said with unwavering determination, "I will create an army of mages." Callian's face was very determined as he expressed his desire, "I want to form a mage army." And Madison froze in place, puzzled by his wish, wondering what kind of mage army he meant. After a moment, his face darkened as he reminded him, "Prince, mages are different from knights. Progress through training is very difficult to organize. You understand that, right?" Callian responded calmly as if he had prepared his answer in advance. "I can answer that question like this. Someone has done it before." He sneered in disbelief. Callian still refused to give up and continued the story. When Romain announced the formation of the mage army, there was a meeting to discuss it, but everyone, including Bryson, dismissed it. They thought it was nothing worth worrying about, but it was because of that the new plan could go ahead. King Kiss tore off his cloak and left determined to form an army, and in the end, Romain created that army. Peace did not last long and tragedy struck. But just after the mage army was stabilized, Romain passed away. Even more painfully, the truth is harsh and unexpected, and his death was sudden and untimely. Blanche rises to seize the throne as Callian's story unfolds. And then the mage army fell into the hands of the heir to the throne, but the outcome was not what the master expected. Madison crosses his arms and listens seriously to his account, but this time, it won't be easy. So he sharpens his gaze and reveals his plan. Intending to use Celeste's poison tea to negotiate, Alan is completely tense about his plan, grabbing the key phrase to ask again to confirm the poison tea. No matter how much he thinks, he cannot understand Ceylon's intentions. He asks suspiciously, "Can I ask what method you plan to use?" Callian smiled casually and replied, "Secretly, you will soon find out, master." And, helplessly holding his head, had to admit it was true. A very trustworthy answer. He mischievously suggests an idea. "Master, try sharing your opinion with Roman. I'm sure he's also thinking about this." Callian carefully rolled up his sleeve. His voice still rang out firmly. Returning to his serious demeanor, he looked directly at Alan and expressed that when mistakes are made, agreements must be successful. A cup of tea was served as the servant reported. "I increased the dose of poison as instructed." Celeste suddenly slammed the teacup down on the table and shouted, "It must be dealt with decisively." She rested her hand on the edge of the table and turned to remind, "Recent rumors have been bothering me a lot. I show no reaction on my face, but my words carry a strong threat, so it's best not to do anything that might worry me further. Understood?" "Yes, I will remember." Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, the one doing that useless thing. A foot that had been standing there watching for a long time suddenly crushes the flower beneath it. Celis remains unmoved, gently feeling the warmth of her teacup before speaking. The one who truly needs to start over is sitting still, so I have to work so hard, right? She called out to the young man who just entered Plunch. He grimaced and threatened. Don't try to stop me. I just came to say that. Celis hurriedly blinked once, and she propped her chin with one hand, saying no. Plunch, that's not something a useless person like you can decide. But what can I do? Doing these hard things is my fate. His hands clenched in anger, trembling. Unable to argue any further, he turned and walked away. Celis sneered to dismiss the nuisance, raised her glass to toast, and prepared to enjoy while observing. The frail woman glanced at him with a kind expression. Let me help clear the way for you. Today's bright sunshine marks the day you enter the palace. Hina's cheerful singing echoes happily outside the windowsill, and Keej, catching her joyful mood, teases her. Hina, you seem to be in a good mood today. You've been humming all day. Seeing my happy sister in front of me, I also feel happy. Are you so excited? Hina happily replied to Keej. At last, the day to enter the palace has arrived. He hasn't arrived yet, but just thinking about it makes her feel joyful at the thought of meeting the prince. And Keej gently pats her head as he asks. You like the prince, huh? Hina confidently confirms. I have to explain. Her excitement is completely reflected in every word she says. I want to get to the evening quickly. Over there, everyone is extremely busy preparing for the party. Kallian, dressed in a formal suit, was preparing to report work while holding a noble meeting, and in an hour, he had to be at the evening party. Suddenly, he called Jan's name. Jan looked up confused, but before he could ask, Kallian interrupted and said, There's something you must do for me. Inside his heart, he had made his judgment. Finally, it was time to end this. Outside the palace hall, hurried footsteps could be heard. He goes ahead of the group of servants, his face tense with concern. This is the only tea reserved for the most fragile prince, this medicine. Kallian opens the door to the room with a calculating smile. Celis sat at her desk, one hand holding a fan over her mouth, seemingly expecting who would enter, and without surprise, she greeted him. Third Prince Calli has arrived. She cast an indifferent glance, and Kallian met her gaze without fear. He concluded it would be the turning point signaling change. The horse's hoof struck the ground hard, galloping forward like a gust of wind. Jan rushes to complete the assigned task as quickly as possible, his face extremely tense. A few hours earlier, Kallian unexpectedly handed over 2 letters with requests, one to the Mage Association and one to my master. Trin Trang seriously stated, You must go to the association first before seeing your master. Jan was startled and asked in disbelief, Do you really plan to attend the banquet alone? Kallian raised his hand to stop him from speaking further and said, I will handle the rest myself. He looked cheerful and told Jan that he didn't have to worry about anything. The more he remembered Kallian's words and actions, the more beads of tense sweat appeared on Jan's face. Remembering the image of him in the past, Jan thought that similar things had happened before. A series of painful memories flooded back into his mind. But he probably was just worried for nothing. He automatically reassured himself to stay calm, even though the image of Kallian lying motionless on the ground was vividly clear in Jan's mind. That's right, surely the prince wouldn't be in any danger. At the Mage Association, Siren came to report her assigned mission to Manison. Lord Manison, everything is ready. Just gather the cases of sudden and mysterious deaths that are as numerous as these. It is known that this girl is named UIA Siren, and she serves as the current head of the Mage Guild. Looking at the documents she brought, Manison casually picked up a report and asked, These really seem suspicious, but no one has seen anything so far. I guess we can't say anything now. Then the two of them began to discuss the case in more depth. How could the weaker nobles dare to confront Brisson? That's right, if they do that, the next ones to suffer will be them. Siren picks up another report to review. She was just idly wondering how the prince planned to use these documents, but Manison remained silent without replying. Suddenly, Jan burst into the room, his shouts mixed with a hint of urgency. Thank goodness the chairman and Lord Manison are here. This is fortunate. Jan handed over a letter to both of them and said, The prince told me to send these to you. This one is for the leader. For some reason, Manison grabbed his shirt and questioned, Hey kid, where is tonight's party being held? What's going on? Lord Manison, seeing him leave without saying a word, Jan understood a bit and said that without an invitation, he wouldn't participate. Manison immediately turned back, glaring with his terrifying eyes and pointing directly at you, saying, There's no time to worry about that now. Your master could lose his life. Inside it says, Today I will risk my life to make a deal with Celis. If anything happens to me, please, master, save me. An hour ago, the owner of the letter met with the mysterious lady. After the tea was served, he gently lifted his cup and said, Come on, let's take off our masks now. The woman quickly snapped her fan in response. Fine, do that, but I don't see what's different if I don't remove my mask. I only said not to wear a mask. I didn't say you should abandon all manners like that. Celeste started using seductive words. I still don't know what you're trying to say. Are you just looking to argue? Then the woman suddenly stood up, changed her tone to a noble one, regretting that I had felt interested for a moment. Sure enough, the lowly bloodline runs through your veins. Kallian's next words were truly terrifying, claiming that her tea was poisoned and causing Zealous to collapse. Kallian added, It's about time to stop right now, isn't it? I had to force myself to drink it even though it made my throat feel weird. Celis stared. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of this. I don't know about this. Then she burst out laughing bitterly. Do you not know? I figured she would do that, so I came up with many options. If I want her to be unable to do those things in the future, I guess I'll have to do something myself. Right now, I only have one healthy heart, so I will try to use it to bet. Kellyanne took out the prepared potion to reveal a secret. This potion will make the heart stop beating for a moment. This is what I received from the White Eagle. It doesn't react to silver, nor is it detected by magic tests. Of course, my heart won't stop beating because I have the power of blessing. The power of the blessing can only counter one type of poison per day, so when it fights this drug's toxin, the poison from the tea I drank before will destroy my body. So who will everyone suspect first? Celis not only shows no fear, but her attitude also makes Kellyanne a bit uneasy. She laughs loudly and says, do you really think everything will go according to your plan? You probably know this isn't the first time. Celis approached him and reminded him of the painful past. Your mother was also dealt with by me like this. Everyone knows about it. The anger is clearly visible on Kellyanne's hand holding the teacup. Since I can't strike at the root of the problem, I can only suppress my emotions. Well, what should I do with it now? Let's see what you can do. I take it as a refusal. Seeing that he has ingested it, a sly smile begins to appear on her lips. Who do you think dares to doubt me? Someone even Roman has to show respect to like me. Celis continued to be arrogant. There is nothing in Key's world that I cannot have. The position of the queen is the same. I am just removing the thorn in my eye to get what I want. And so I achieved everything I wanted, except for one thing. There's still one thing I haven't obtained. The evening party will now begin. After the announcement, Kellyanne reacts with pain as the poison in his collar takes effect. This just happens to please Celis, who lets out a series of triumphant screams. So all you need to do is... Kellyanne, after a series of coughing fits, suddenly spat blood, spilling it all over the floor. The two princes and some nearby guests all noticed what was happening. Most of them were very shocked by this. Celis continued, you just need to become a stepping stone for me, just like you've always done before. A multitude of shouts erupted. Someone, quickly call the divine light. Are they the steel poison? Was it because the drink was poisoned? The king hadn't arrived yet, so why did the prince drink first? So, could it have been poisoned earlier? Who was with Prince Kellyanne before the party started? A wealthy man quickly signaled, shut up or you'll lose your head. Hearing that, the questioner immediately changed his words. So, the prince has probably been like this for a while. Everyone stop talking. The cunning woman is still not satisfied with herself. Look at this. Even though everyone knows I am the culprit, no one dares to say anything. This time, the victory will finally belong to me. The king quickly arrived and ran to his son, shouting, Kellyanne, wake up. Are the gods not here yet? Kellyanne, don't lose consciousness. Luckily, his weak voice rose in despair. Wow. He gently touched Roman's trembling hand, just like how his late wife did a few years ago when she was in her final moments. Her hands grasping Kellyanne's hand. Our Kellyanne, our son, please protect him. Seeing how you are now, Roman will never forget the terrifying moment back then. He clenched his teeth tightly. As for Celis, she quickly dispelled this gloomy atmosphere with a few unpleasant lines. Is this kind of shady incident happening inside the palace? I can't stay here to take any more hits. I will return to Haya Palace. However, Roman lost his composure and shouted in the hall. In the end, you still want to harm my son? Zealous. The guests, especially the two princes, were stunned by the scream. She was directly accused, and she could only turn back and give him a shocked look. The entire hall began to whisper. Queen, come to think of it, weren't you both present at the previous banquet? Could it be that she planned to assassinate the prince around that time? If she is the queen, then it's possible. Actually, everyone was just deliberately avoiding mentioning it. If things stay like this, she quickly uses a fan to hide the fear in her face, and her voice begins to falter. What are you talking about? I don't understand, Kaon. I heard that even though that child seems normal, he often gets sick. Roman bitterly recalled that when she fell, she also took all the Brisson knights with her and said the same thing. He remembers every word clearly, claiming it was just due to illness. Roman, even if you say that, it won't make me the culprit. Does anyone dare say that the child is normal and healthy? Because no one will agree with you, and while we're at it, maybe the princes who see Kellyanne every morning at breakfast will know about his health condition. Seeing that he had no reaction, Celes continued to sneer. What now? Do you want to confirm with the princes? Is Celes really that desperate? At this point, she no longer maintained a humble expression and kept arguing. I only did this because I was worried. If this fuss continues, maybe Kellyanne. Oh no, what if our son's condition gets even worse? Roman drew his sword and rested it on his hip. How dare she say our son like that? Plan interrupts. How could anyone do that to Kellyanne? Not letting Celes have the last laugh, he continued speaking. Kellyanne was always very normal. I never felt there was anything unusual about his health. I told you before that all your efforts were in vain. Celes bitterly looked at her son. At the same time, the divine envoy was summoned, one side desperately demanding to return to the Haya Palace, while the other actively used divine power to save Kellyanne's life. As Kellyanne received the divine energy, an unexpected incident occurred. A protective barrier was formed, blocking all external contact. This was entirely caused by Manison. He rushed here and arrived just in time to save her. Why? I'd rather you tell me to die than that. Manison tried to reach into the fire and said, Why do that instead of killing the prince? King Kiss shouted. Manison, what are you doing? You need urgent treatment, he replied. Both of them were stunned. The prince's heart has a ring. While everyone is frozen in fear, he continues, If a mage's ring touches divine power, even luck won't save you from a shattered heart, and everyone knows that.
So what should we do then if divine power isn't an option?
What about magic? Is magic allowed or not? Manhwa answers, You don't know that the prince is the one who bears the power of nature. Do magic cannot be used. Then what way should I find? Can't you see how much it hurts? He looked at the red wine bottle on the floor and exclaimed, Why did Kalian collapse and lie at Manhwa's feet, asking, Why do I, your master, look like this? I never thought I would have to use this spell again. He said, This magic will help you no longer feel pain. Everything exploded. Letters filled with words fell from the sky, covering the entire horizon. Everyone around pointed at those letters, which carried cries from the grave. We want to know the truth about the Brisson family, the ones who killed 37 people. Everyone is talking. Brisson has faced a storm. The Empress is suspected of poisoning Prince Cowan. The crimes of the Brisson Danson family have sparked a wave of outrage among the public. They all angrily asked Marcus Brisson if the rumors were true. Give me back my father. Stay away from Brisson or we might get caught up in it too. The whispers are starting to spread. Isn't it the king himself who directly accused Queen Cez of being the culprit behind the poisoning of the prince? The queen is the murderer. What kind of queen is Celeste? Exile Queen Celeste. They are furious. Manison is sitting in the room and speaking. To form the mage army, Prince Kali said they had to take advantage of the situation when Zealous was pushed to the brink. King Caius replied, I want to form the mage army myself. Does it think like I do? That kid, the Mage Association. He hesitated. The Empress sits in the room with a smug look. She'll probably be busy soon. I don't know how long you've been preparing these things. Kalian replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand anything, but thanks to your concern, I can rest longer. Celeste replied with a sinister smile, still sounding alert after a week of suffering. I barely managed to answer and almost crossed over to the other world, so I guess I won't be able to talk with the queen anymore. If you have nothing more to say, I want to rest. Celeste begins to negotiate, each side giving a little. What do you think? Kalian doesn't seem to be convinced and says, Maybe you should have said that a week ago? Our situation has changed now, but first let's hear what you've prepared before coming here. He casually continued, If you help me deny the rumors, I won't oppose His Majesty's preparations. Then he burst out laughing as if he was misunderstanding something. I never needed the queen's permission from the start. Kalian asked the queen, Do you have any suggestions? Celes replied, Tell me what you want. He began to set conditions. What I want is for the land of the Cispanian descendants to be enough for such a loud clash of swords. I want to stay in this kingdom, return the Pobbin cavalry squad, there will be no place for Brisson anymore. Celes angrily replied, What? Are you giving everything back? Perhaps Marcus Brisson gifted the royal guard Paven to Celes to control the king's guard unit. Losing this army means losing half of her strength. Kalian then changed his mind and ordered the disbandment of Paven to form a mage army with no more compromises. Then he left. Jan entered holding a stack of papers and said that this was the signed agreement with the seal of the oath. Celes panicked and waited if it was the mark of the oath. Kalian smugly replied, Yes, it is a magic that inscribes the content of the agreement into the heart. When someone violates it, it will cause the person to break their heart and die. It seems that Cez is a bit scared now. The three princes had just woken up when the Empress immediately came to visit. The rose petal was cut off, and Randall looked at it intently. Is. I remember rushing into the room and seeing that terrifying scene. Just before I fainted, we locked eyes. C's voice rang out. The rose must be about to bloom, right? He realized from the very first time that kid intended to drag him into this. Curious about how that rose would bloom, I decided to act according to its will. Callie was very normal, but I didn't expect Blanche to step forward. There must be something going on. He silently thought as he continued the story of the Queen and C. Celes shouted, Wait, if it's the mark of the oath. Yes, it is a different kind of magic from the content of the agreement, and he raised his hand to his chest to show her his heart. He continued, If you break it, you'll die from a shattered heart. The trust between us isn't that strong. Your face has started to look more sinister than ever. Celes looked down in helplessness and asked, What do you want? C was silent for a moment before the Queen took out a feather pen and signed her name. Kalian said, Very well, so the two hearts are now bound together, completing the agreement. That's right. I said it because I was afraid you might misunderstand that my relationship with you guys has never been close. Kalian began recounting that day. Blanche stepped forward, not because of me. He placed his hand on his chest and said, If you had spoken one more word that day, your Majesty's mirror blade would have cut your throat right then and there. Celes fell silent. As Manison approached and said, I heard you suddenly came looking, so I was worried and came to check on the situation. Then he threw the banana peels away, picked a banana for Callie, and she replied, The banana is very tasty, master. Manison said jokingly, So can you really not enjoy your food after dying and coming back to life? I have done my part anyway. Can you still laugh today? I thought I almost had to meet you at the tombstone first. Just then, the two brothers L appeared, and Hina, By chance was Heller who could summon the power of nature. It's really lucky. Otherwise, I would have already spent all my money on that day, Madison said helplessly. You didn't know that Hina was Heller in your past life? At that time, I only had a connection with Kiri, Sen said. I met Kiri when Hina was no longer around. So then, Prince, do you only rely on your faith in the power of Truk folks to blindly use such a deadly poison? Do you think you can risk drinking unknown lethal toxins to manipulate the poison tea? Are you really not thinking at all? Lying in bed for a whole week without any plan? In the end, what do you want me to do in the future? Kelly then pretended to be cute to flatter. My master was wrong. Do you want to eat a banana? Then he continued. Never mind, take this. This is the identification document you requested for the two of them. Monis replies, Kali appears to have remembered something. I forgot. Faking identification papers isn't that hard, is it? He looked at the letter and hesitated. Minison explained that he needed their family names to fill out the proof documents, so he borrowed the old family names of the prince, who just so happened to be the ones the prince had brought back by chance. Callie carefully looked at the letter and then expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. He smiled and said, It's not even fake. It's genuine proof of my identity, and I am also a citizen of my Velan territory. His master replied that Roman was the one who did it. What are you so panicked about? How do you feel about being rumored as the beloved son of the king? Monis asks. Tion responds, Why would there be such rumors? Back then, of course, there would be rumors when I was anxiously tending to you in front of all the nobles. I hesitated. So how am I supposed to feel about that? That's something someone should have done from the very beginning. He called Yan over, and she began to help me peel the banana. Yan seemed to want to say something. Prince. Anne hesitated and said, I have something to tell you. I want to stop serving the prince. The scene shifts to a hurried figure rushing somewhere, revealing Siro Yan running down the corridor toward the last room on the right, on the second floor of the mansion. I'm here now. I greet you, sir. The stranger replied, Hello, Siroan. I left behind my guilt to step outside. Siroan told him, I have something to tell you. Did you hear the cicadas singing this morning? He asked curiously. Cicadas? He happily lay beside him and said, Vow, every summer those black ones make loud noises. You call them cicadas. He asked, What kind of insect is that? Is that strange? Are you asking him? It's very strange, isn't it? The boy asked him happily. If you want to see it, I'll bring him over tomorrow. The man refused and said, No, I won't watch. You think it looks like a monster? Just play the violin for me. Here, a voice echoes that his condition is worsening. Zero Yan hides in the corner, watching the two men talk. The man in the brown vest said, Isn't Mr. Manassan's son still making regular medicine? I think we should. The man in the white vest said, They do it for other purposes, so how could we? I listened blankly to their conversation. He looked exhausted and continued. But my lord also seems very troubled, so there must be another way. Back in reality, I realized that at that moment, I didn't know that telling someone who couldn't know was pointless. He grabbed Siron's shoulders and called her name, making her so scared her body froze and sweat poured down. He said, Don't avoid it. Look at me directly. He looked at you and continued, Don't turn a blind eye to the fact that I'm dying, bit by bit. He thought about how terrible it was to know, then gradually remembered the old memories. The flames are burning down the mansion. A voice echoes, You must escape quickly! You watch the flames engulf the mansion as the servants around you panic. One servant says, Take Siro Yan and get out. The fire is getting worse. One day before his 15th coming of age ceremony, he chose to escape everything on his own. After that, summer turned to autumn, then winter, and when the surroundings were once again filled with noise, I locked myself away. Father couldn't bear to see me like that anymore and forced me out of the room. He carried me outside, and with a vacant look, I asked, Dad, keep talking, who is that little boy? The father was surprised to see his child speaking again and looked in the direction of the hand pointing and said, That little one, that is the third prince of our country. Callian's dull eyes looked in that direction, causing him to suddenly freeze. I saw the servant there, with a look of disgust, say, I want to stop serving the prince. Callian was stunned when he heard that and stammered, No, wait, what are you suddenly talking about? Yen said, I am the one closest to the prince, but I knew nothing at all. He grabbed my sleeve and said, Even the prince's condition is my fault because I personally served him the tea. You are surprised to hear Jan recount this. He lowers his head, crying, and then continues, It's my fault. I didn't pay attention to what I should have. That's why it turned out like this. When the prince was critically ill, I wasn't by his side. Kallian grabbed his shoulder and said, Jan, wait, but it seems he didn't hear you, just kept rambling and didn't understand anything. The prince was almost dead. Jan recalled that painful past and said, I was once again lost in my thoughts. Although Kallian kept calling him, he was lost in that painful memory where the stranger looked at him with anger and said, Siroan, don't ignore what's happening as I slowly die. Then he shouted loudly again, calling your name. Jan, look directly at me. He suddenly snapped back to the present, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the third prince. Don't get up and talk. Come on, answer me. Who is standing in front of you right now? He looked at you with an annoyed and displeased expression. Prince Cully, he touched your chest and said loudly, Yes, you know, Jan, I will not die. He thought that from the very first day I opened my eyes here, he touched my shoulders and said, You've always been by my side. I can endure until now. Everything continued. Because of you, because you didn't ignore me, I survived. After hearing that, tears streamed down his face. The third prince continued, I may not fully understand you yet, but one thing I am completely sure of. That is something you will continue to protect me from in the future. Am I right? Yan burst into tears, crying uncontrollably with tears and snot running down, looking like a crying baby. He knelt down and sobbed loudly, making Callian worried, unsure of what he had said wrong. He comforted Yan and said, Why are you crying? Don't cry anymore. Get up, quickly. Father, I probably can't come back anymore, Callian gently said to him. Come on, take my hand quickly. Now only his figure remains in your eyes. Why? And thought you already have someone to protect for the rest of your life. I took the prince's hand and burst into tears again, leaving him stunned and frozen. After crying it out, Yan told him I will eliminate everyone who caused this to happen to him. Your spoiled face, your hand is crushing a banana. Callian teasingly asked, Why are you suddenly saying that? Are you planning to avenge me? He stood up abruptly and said loudly, Nothing is impossible. He shouted again, The prince is injured this badly. He turned and left, sighed, then answered you. Come on, stop it. If the elephants stay still there, a war will break out. Anne boldly said, If there's a fight, there's a fight, even though I no longer operate under the XF identity. But suddenly you freeze and think about the elephants. His face suddenly darkened with fear as he stammered, Do you still know about that? The third prince saw his frightened expression and burst out laughing. He suddenly jumped and shouted loudly, then asked, But since when? Caleb turned around, shrugged, and sarcastically asked, So what do you want? How could you possibly know about that? Oh no, you're such a fool, he cheerfully replied. After you finish all the banana peels, help me with the coffee. His voice trembling, stammering, Is that true? Callian thought, Yan, shall we have a match? And happily replied, I will bring it to you right away. He continued to wonder whether I would be taller or shorter than you in the future. Suddenly, a drop of water fell onto the calm surface of the lake in the darkness. Callian looked confused, as if he had seen something. It turned out to be himself, with long hair covering his eyes. He is smiling at you. In a dark space, two identical beings appear side by side, existing simultaneously. He looked up at you, causing you to startle and freeze in place. He slowly approached you with a cheerful expression, then passed through you and ran ahead, leaving you bewildered and unsure of what was happening. He turns to watch him happily running towards everyone. Then he and his two friends walk away chatting and laughing happily. Suddenly, he turned to look at you, smiling brightly with rosy cheeks. He was confused and suspicious, clutching his fist tightly, then reaching out with his hand as if pleading for help, looking at himself. He was quite surprised by his own actions. He suddenly smiled faintly at you, seeming unwilling to help. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew around you, as if it was saying something to you. After hearing that, he looked at him in shock. Then, he smiled a sinister smile. His eyes filled with fear, he reached out forward. The wind pulled him back to reality. In the darkness, he looked at his hand, sat up silently without saying a word, as the wind from outside blew in. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, so finally he has completely left. Right, Callie? Anne finished releasing the lantern and replied, Yes, at least he was able to do what he wanted once before leaving. He looked up and continued, I don't know why I was in such a hurry, but he's gone now. Remembering the dream earlier, I told myself, I entrust that life to you. Do whatever you want with it. Returning to reality, he closed his eyes and said, But this life is a prison for him, so I am quite jealous of that freedom. Manus asked, then Callian stood up and continued, I will no longer pretend I don't know. So I also have many things to do and a favor to ask my master. I keep gazing ahead in silence. Then he bowed, turned around, and with a determined look said, I want to live my second life, truly meaning it. The pub and knights were disbanded and returned to Lord Bryson's estate. Roman ordered not to trust baseless rumors about the royal family. Manison also agreed to establish a mage corps. And so, 3 months later, Callian was struggling to put on this tight shirt. Yan looked at him with a worried expression and said, The servant beside him helplessly added, We probably need to call the carriage master. Yan replied, Yes, it seems there are many clothes that need fixing. Then Callian buttoned up his shirt. He told him that my clothes are worn out. As he went downstairs to the hall, Kias saw him and said, Hurry in. And the father looked at him and said, You've grown taller again, huh? Now I look even taller than Planche, and I must have gained some weight too. I happily replied, Yes, I am a little taller. The father asked, Are you ready for Rosalita? And he replied, Yes, everything is settled, and my birthday is coming up too. Manus says to you, I actually have someone I want to introduce to you, your highness. And he continues, He will be the mage guarding you and Rosalita this time. Suddenly, a voice rings out. It's an honor to meet you, your highness. God. You look at him with a worried and somewhat surprised expression. The father said, This is a talented member of the mage corps. I hope you two will learn a lot from each other and become closer. The talent truly is extraordinary. The expression on your face was angry. You forced a smile and said, It really is a special birthday gift. Then Lord Kiss continued talking with Anne Manison. So, when will the Magic Army Parade debut? He replied, Still a long way off. We haven't even named it yet. Starting from the personnel and then to the costumes, nothing is official yet. there is still a long way to go. Meanwhile, H caught Callion's calm gaze as he enjoyed his cup of tea. A strange smile appeared on H's face, making Callion confused, and he stared in surprise before continuing enthusiastically, "It's only the beginning. That reminds me of the Mage Corps. Your Majesty, what do you think about naming the unit?" That question caught King Kiss quite by surprise. "Me? Yes, you've been considering this army for a long time. I do have a name in mind." King Kiris nodded, unconsciously clutching his pants, showing his worry. Finally, he uttered the name Bon Kan. At that moment, he teased, "Looks like you're just waiting for it. If I hadn't asked, it really would have been a big deal." Kiss shouted angrily, blushing. "Monison, weren't you the one who asked first?" Callion suddenly asked. "What does Hex think?" That made him a bit startled. He looked over and saw Callion smiling, then nervously replied, "Yes, what are you saying, sir?" He then asked again, "Are you satisfied with that name or does it seem familiar?" At the same time, Elan Manison took a sip of tea and paused when he overheard the conversation. He felt a bit surprised and quietly waited for H's response, but at this moment, he was clearly confused and he nervously said, "Oh, but it seems like he's trying to hide his confusion." H suddenly smiled happily and replied, simply thinking it was a nice name. Although a bit suspicious, Callion still replied with a gentle smile. "I see. Is that so?" The scene shifts to the next morning, and the atmosphere becomes more tense than ever as Ellen Manasine suddenly shouts out in panic. "What? I didn't expect the two of you to have such a past. Are you trying to remind me?" Callion shook his head and said, "No, there's no need to do that." He hesitated before continuing, "But if what you say is correct, yes." Callion's voice suddenly turned sharp. "Hex is the one who once killed me," making N's whole body stiff and unable to believe what he was hearing. Callion continued, "Of course Hex now is different from the past, and I also know that a lot has changed, so the future I once knew may not happen." Ellen truly couldn't understand and quickly said, but at that moment Callion looked directly into Ellen's eyes, his eyes flashing with the danger of a predator. But instead of continuing, he suddenly burst into a laugh, a bitter and sarcastic laugh. "If we have to be like this together, I feel very wronged." Callion's strange smile made Ellen feel a chill run through his body, shivers spreading all over, goosebumps rising. One day, a voice rang out. "My apologies, Count Pooh. I humbly request an audience with the third prince." Callion cheerfully replied, "It's been a while. Please have a seat." "Baron Poe, I apologize for not informing you in advance and for hiding my identity and coming here like this. It's not easy to reveal anything." He excitedly replied, "You coming all this way is an honor for me." They sat facing each other, the atmosphere between them becoming gentle and friendly. But deep down, Paul harbored silent doubts. Prince Callion has never shaken hands with any noble. So him secretly coming here means he's noticed me, right? And clearly the reason he came to me was not for pun to guess or speculate. Kalia quickly got straight to the point. "Your voice is deeper and more serious. I won't beat around the bush anymore, I'll speak directly. I'm here to repay the favor of saving my life. What is the Paul caravan trading?" Callion suddenly changed his tone and asked Count Poro seriously, just as he expected. "As expected, not long ago I officially started trading diamonds with Tensilu, as well as horses and mules with the royal family. But I guess this isn't the answer the prince is looking for." Callion anxiously awaited his response. At that moment, Count Polo knelt solemnly and said, "Not yet, your highness, we haven't made any transactions yet." Suddenly, Callion grinned with a very sinister smile and said, "Count Polun, besides the trading caravan, is there anything else you can manage? If someone has money, what's so hard about it? I also have money." But Callion quickly interrupted him. "Bryn has it too, right?" That made Pun stunned. He was extremely surprised and replied, "The prince has it too." Then both fell into silence. Callion also suddenly realized and burst out laughing. "I guess I asked a bit naively." "That's right, I have it too." Then Callion continued to the main point, saying, "I want to establish a mage corps. I have the money and the mage manager, but the issue is management." Paul asked in surprise, "Is that the price for my life saving?" "Your highness?" Callion said nothing more, only smiling for a moment before speaking again. "I have accepted it." The price of the favor of saving his life surprised Pun, who confidently gave his answer.
"Then I am ready," Callion thought to himself happily.
"All right, I was supposed to die on my 15th coming-of-age ceremony, but everything before that changed. I also have trustworthy people by my side. Lord Poonkij, Ian, and Manison. The rest is to meet Cispanian's will in Rosalita and ask what the reason behind all of this is." When entering a palace, everyone there exclaims in surprise, "Happy 15th birthday, Prince Callion." But it seems that something more surprising and interesting will happen at this event. Callion thought to himself, everything is prepared. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the palace, Blanche was quietly watching him and had noticed Callion happily greeting him, saying it's been a long time since they met, while he only glanced without any reaction. When Callion walked past, Blanche finally spoke. "Hey, Bloodshot Eyes." Callion turned back to look, his voice now completely different, warning him, "I will only listen this once." "Brother, my name is Callion," Blanche said teasingly. "Callion, you're not the Callion," which makes him stop in surprise. He leans against the wall and sneers. Knowing how to ride a horse, use a sword, and fight back, Blanche stepped forward and asked in a stern voice, "Who are you?" At this moment, Callion was also a bit stunned and couldn't say a word. An intense silence enveloped both of them, as if an unseen battle was taking place. At this moment, Callian reminded himself not to forget that he was no longer the Prince of Syria, the one who lost his country. Likewise, the man in front of him was no longer the Mad King who had destroyed his homeland. Everything will be revealed. You gradually calm your anger, loosen your fists, and smile with a sinister look. Once I learned the truth from Suspanian's will, he said it was strange, Callian said, with a mocking tone that made Plan get angry. Then Can meets Alan Madison outside on the balcony. He says that Planche is very perceptive, and perhaps he has already figured something out. He tried to persuade Rue, but she was tougher than she seemed. Callian listened carefully and suddenly asked, "So is that attitude just a fake?" "Exactly. That's also why his suspicion doesn't surprise me." After a moment of thought, Callian smiled and said, "I understand now. For now, I'll just play dumb. He doesn't like it, and I don't expect him to like it either. So then, what do you want him to believe? You only have one name to choose from. Will you decide to trust Callian from now on or not?" Callian turns back with a determined look. "Are you sure about this?" This confident reply makes Un pause for a moment. He's thinking, forgetting might be easy, but truly forgetting who he once was is something else entirely. Then, Madison spoke. "Your Highness, this is for you." He flicked something to key Callian along with a message. "Use it when you need me to help you think things through." Callian couldn't help but be surprised. "A ring. Is it enchanted?" "Yes, it's one of my tricks." He also said that it doesn't work inside the palace, where Suspanian's magic is strongest. "But outside the palace, just call and I will answer immediately." Callian found it quite interesting and felt a bit grateful. "Thank you. Knowing that you will help me at any time makes me feel at ease." Ian also said you don't need to worry about anything. Loyal people are always by your side. Callian chuckled and said playfully, "Let's see." "Yes, Your Highness." Meanwhile, there was a person kneeling with a very serious expression. "Urin, commander of the SF Knights, is ready to serve you. The knights under his command will escort you to the palace." Callian suddenly exclaimed in admiration when he saw them. They really are the SF Knights. So impressive. Although it might seem a bit too imposing, their fierce gazes give off a slightly chilling feeling. Just then Jan suddenly appeared, and before departing, he asked the prince if he needed anything else. Kalia watched the knight staring intently at him, thinking to himself, "Let's see." Then he placed his hand on Jan's shoulder and asked for a glass of water, saying he would be right back. "Yes, water." "Have some warm tea. That's fine too." Then, Anne quickly ran off. "Please wait a moment." Meanwhile, Callian glared at the knights with a provocative look, smirking mockingly that made them panic and wonder. Ian stood beside him, exhausted, watching the scene and muttered, "What's going on?" He's only making the soldiers dislike him more. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to fulfill Khan Shimanani's wish. In the palace courtyard, a lively scene unfolds as many gather to bid farewell to them. With bright smiles, the sound of hooves echoing rhythmically, and the procession passing by, creating an atmosphere full of pride. But from a hidden corner, Planche quietly watched, his sharp eyes never leaving them. Meanwhile, Celeste was still calmly sipping her tea. Her calm face hides a dangerous intent, as if she is plotting something cruel and sinister. Returning, Callian rides on horseback, looking incredibly cool and drawing all eyes to him. Suddenly, he sees Madison also present to see him off. Anne smiled gently, and Callian responded with a similar smile. Both of them understood that this was only the calm before the storm. So, the prince's coming-of-age ceremony has begun. During the conversation, the Emperor revealed that Callian barely survived the previous trial. "I'm very worried about it. Should I go with it?" However, Madison objected. "There's no guarantee it's His Majesty." He gently smiled and reassured him. "Your Majesty, you're worried about the wrong person. Within this city wall, the one facing more danger than the prince." After a moment, the king also set down his teacup and said, "You never change. So things are looking up. Aren't you worried about it?" Facing his question, Madison could only smile awkwardly. In this moment, he silently thought that he truly is a caring father. It's hard to believe he was once so indifferent. In that situation, Madison gradually became numb. Who cares? "I'm just telling the truth." Even His Majesty was surprised and exclaimed, "Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say." The scene shifts to the inside of a dense forest. At this moment, a familiar hand suddenly appeared, pointing aimlessly in a direction. Callian was riding his horse when he suddenly said, "He must be inside the palace." Ian, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Why don't you answer?" And then he explained, "I heard that the envoy from Tanshin has arrived. There are many things in the palace." In this situation, Jan offered sincerely, "Just talk to me. I'll help you pass the time." But Callian responded coldly with the question, "I'm tired of you. I have to see your face every day." Hearing the two of them talk, the soldiers behind couldn't help but feel discouraged, and Jan stammered, But I did my best." Then suddenly showing annoyance, he criticized him. "Listen, this matter is about Lord Callian. Lord Madison said your highness has no talent for magic and only knows basic swordsmanship. In short, he is as fragile as a flower. You must be very careful when escorting him." The soldiers fell silent in despair after hearing Jan's explanation. Our young master is the daughter of the Seth family. Seeing their attitude, the two of them had no choice but to ignore them. These people are really slow to understand. At this moment, Jan warned him that Latron was still a few hours away, but something was gradually approaching their cavalry. Feeling uneasy, Killian hurriedly called out, "Wait, Jan!" Sure enough, his instincts were right. A few seconds later, a loud sound from the bushes caused chaos. Hex and Kaj immediately stood up to protect Killian's safety. In this situation, he silently guesses that this is not a threat, but rather the feeling of suddenly seeing someone's arm rush out from behind a bush. The little elf desperately begs the cavalry group to please save me. The presence of the boy surprised Killian greatly. Those ears, are they elf ears? After a moment of composure, the girl introduced herself, saying her name was the girl confessing. "Yes, I am very hungry." So Killian gently asked, "Are you looking for food?" "I am hiding." And then he asked, "So you are in trouble?" Ha muttered, "I should have done that. Sorry." But the boy's attitude made him suspicious. Something was off. After a moment, Euron asked, "Your Highness, suddenly you spoke up and asked for something for the boy to eat. Maybe that's why I suddenly felt uneasy. So I immediately turned back and ordered, 'Wait, you have to say there's someone chasing after him.'" A figure on horseback emerged from the bushes nearby. Given the current situation, Killian quickly threw on a coat and moved him to the back of his body. Be careful. His presence made Euron suspicious, so he questioned him. "Who are you?" Despite Killian's formidable forces, he shows no fear and confidently declares, "I am just out hunting." "Have you seen a strange blonde-haired child around?" Euron quickly admitted there was no such child and told them to go, but it seemed he had noticed something strange inside Kij's cloak. At this moment he spoke, "I didn't come here to fight the knights. I just want to find what I seek, just for a minute." Seeing that he wouldn't give up easily, Euron became worried and chased after him. "I told you there's nothing there." But now Killian asks, "Who exactly are you looking for?" He revealed a terrifying face and replied, "A little demon girl." So Killian straightforwardly admitted, "I see, so it's her?" Your actions have made the boy tremble with fear. The situation is becoming more tense as he approaches, but Killian still looks very proud until he passes by. And then he softly says, "Listen, don't turn around. Are the people in the forest your friends? You need more trustworthy allies. They are here to kill you and the child." Killian's words seem to terrify him completely. As soon as they see the child, they will attack. Having finished speaking, he stubbornly turned back to look. In that moment, countless arrows flew towards him all at once, and in the face of those sharp projectiles, he seemed to have given up and accepted his fate. Fortunately, those arrows were all cut off by a sword strike. The one who did it was Kalia, who told us not to look back. Currently, they are continuously firing countless arrows at the cavalry group, but the soldiers still stand firm to protect the prince. Meanwhile, H quickly casts a spell to create a protective shield for Kian. Thanks to that shield, the casualties among the soldiers were reduced. He suddenly glanced at H, and under his gaze, it seemed he understood the implication. At this moment, Euron shouted loudly, "Chase after them, but don't go too deep into the forest." After a few minutes of fighting off the rain of arrows, it also stopped. The rain of arrows has stopped. They must have retreated. Suddenly, the hunter glanced in a certain direction. "H, protect him at the same time. Leave this kid to me and go to the prince." Not long after, Jay went to Killian to check on how he was doing. However, at this moment, he realized something terrible. An enemy suddenly appeared behind him, trying to ambush him. At that moment, Key panically warned. Everyone witnessing this situation would be stunned in fear. But when they looked back and saw even the hunter was amazed, it turned out he could block the enemy's strike with just one hand. He simultaneously cast a spell from his hand to counterattack, landing a fatal blow on his opponent's body. Immediately, he collapsed to the ground, moaning in pain, while the soldiers witnessing Killian's power were all stunned beyond words. What is that magic? Is the prince a mage? His eyes now radiated a terrifying aura like never before, and worried, Jan hurriedly ran to Killian's side. "Please don't do this again. Luckily, you haven't been hurt." "Why did you have to go ahead when there are so many knights here? You only know basic swordsmanship, and you're not even a talented mage or anything. Yet you jumped into danger again." This incident made YN so worried that she couldn't help but cry. "You're unreasonable, young master. So elegant like a flower? What kind of flower makes enemies gasp like that?" In a corner of the knight squad, Hadu watched everything but remained speechless. Then suddenly, Killian hurried over, grabbing his shirt and demanding, "We need to talk." Under his determined gaze, the boy looked very scared and finally spoke up, saying, "That was Lucas doing. I don't know anything." Hearing this, he guessed that the person was the thief, right? After a few seconds, he also admitted, "I really didn't know anything about this." His attitude makes him a bit uncomfortable. Are you really not knowing anything? But they said it was him. At this moment, Killian was so helpless that he couldn't speak. Suddenly, he called out to H and asked him to talk to this kid and report back to me. "Don't let that scared little kid get to you. Hongtai, come here. I will do my best." A little while after H reported in, his face now appeared somber. "I would like to report, Your Highness. That is the name my mother gave me, meaning the spirit of the bowing horse. This kid lives in the Siriska forest. His name is Siaros Titana. It has to be." Hex also revealed another thing. The boy has an elf friend named Luca. You stole from the ambushers we saw earlier. Luca split off while fleeing, and the boy ran straight to you. Even the kid himself didn't know why he was able to answer the question first, but he quickly denied it. Is it not because Callian quickly guessed the divine skill? But in the end, H interrupted. Your Majesty, a moment later, he happily ran after He to make his proposal. Can I go with you? Us? Given the current situation, Yan asked Kian for his opinion. What do you plan to do with him? So you suggested releasing the kid somewhere near his forest. Otherwise, he'll get caught again, since it's on the way. Yan asked curiously. Should we investigate further? But Callian outright refused, saying there's still a long way to go, and we shouldn't get involved in this mess just to delay things further. Send the report to the nearest lord here, so he can handle it. Yan replied. We will go to La Chan territory in the evening, and the lord will be informed then. Just then, Euron ran over with something to discuss. I have something to tell you, Prince. We searched that guy and found something unusual. Would you like to see it? Hearing that, Callian also showed some interest. What is this? Euron took out an object wrapped in a cloth from his pocket and handed it to him. When he opened it, Callian seemed to recognize the object. He asked in shock, Do they really have this? Euron immediately replied, Do you know what this is, sir? So Callian had to tell everyone. Of course, how could I not know? Because I've already tasted it before? At this moment, you ask where that guy's name is? Celine H. Svrit is injured and bound, sitting at the base of a tree deep in the forest. He then asked, Do you think you're a lord or something? His eyes showed determination, saying there are many things you don't know yet. The footsteps approaching him, he replied naturally. Callian, with a proud expression, declared, I am a noble of much higher rank than other lords. Now back to the main topic. He takes out a white cube-shaped stone and shows it to him. Callian asks if he knows what this is. In the middle of the forest, his calm expression makes it seem like he sees that thing as nothing special. Svrit stammers, asking, What kind of good thing is that? How am I supposed to know? I only took a few for precaution, and they all have one of these. Callian thought for a moment and looked at the white stone, guessing they must have some kind of plan. SF also knew nothing about the information regarding the royal stone. The warm scene is filled with sunlight as Callian questions him, Do you know who they are? He replied, No. They cover their faces. Callian father asked further, Is there anything else you can say? He immediately replied, No. He also didn't ask anything further with a contemplative look, probably having already thought of something. All right then, it seems you have no loyalty to us at all. He's negotiating with him, so what do you want? With a sharp gaze, he told Svid to cooperate with him and promised to help him handle his problem, while his eyes showed a contemplative and thoughtful expression. You can trust me. He seems confident and is saying sweet words to persuade you. He sneered and said, I told you I'm not like the other lords here. Maybe I will grant you the power to get what you want. It seems those words hit Sixfit right in the heart. He paused for a moment. He then told them that his wife was in a village called Ha-Sun, and they knew about it. On Callian's side, he was cheerful and said, All right, I will help her stay safe. Seizing the opportunity, he asked what schemes they had. He replied that they were searching for a small gem about the size of a fingernail. The gem shone brightly and gleamed with an aura radiating outward. They didn't say anything else, but he remembered that only Tan's priest could distinguish it. Kay suspects that Tan Shin's priest is the only one who can identify it. Does he think this is the holy relic they are after? That priest can extract magic from the holy relic and use it as a substitute to gain divine power. He knows why Tan's sacred land is tearing countries apart to find it. Si Len placed his hand on his chin and pondered if such an object had indeed been stolen. They would surely send hunters to track it down, but one question still remained unanswered. He raised his hand, the white cube in his palm, as he looked at it and pondered. This is a poison pill used by spies as a backup if they fail their mission. Looking closely at it, he remembers that he went straight to the White Eagle because he was sure no one else could control it except him. Suddenly, Mr. SF spoke up. I don't know who they are, but they mentioned their leader with a strange code name. Callian asked in surprise, So what is it? He replied that it was the Blue Tit, the bird with a white feathered chest and wings woven with snow-white blue, symbolizing their leader, the secret behind everything. After hearing him speak, Callian was stunned and surprised. He realized something. He said it was a blue tit? That blue tit is his bird. He always keeps it in a goldfinch cage. He covered his mouth with both hands and whispered, Why did that person appear here? In the past, it was raining heavily outside Lachan's estate. Prince Callian sat by the window as heavy evening rain forced us to end our conversation. Callian thought it was a stroke of luck. Suddenly, La Chan slammed his glass down on the table and happily said, At last I have the chance to meet you. It truly is an honor. He pointed at Callian and declared, This rain is what we need. It must be a sign from the universe that I am the one who will take care of you. Kian looked awkward and shy, then smiled back at him. Lachan really is an extrovert. Callian was recalling the moment at the manor when Jan suddenly asked if he had called the Count back. Your Highness, Count Ha Lala Tron Iha. The Countess is one of the people who sent the gift. Callian saw his name on the list. It was the round blue gift box. He wondered, weren't we supposed to have returned that gift already? Yes, that's right. He provided troop support for Prince Rancho's forces last time. And then he switched to Prince BR's side, supporting the war between Great Prosperity and the Holy Land 6 years ago. Callian realized the problem, the flattery. He wanted to gain his favor and support. It seems there's a two-faced person here. Remember that meeting back then? La Chan was cheerful and eagerly awaiting the grand presence of Prince Callian with hurried breath. Hearing that he would come to this territory kept him awake all night. Deep down, Sen thought that he probably flattered PR just like this last year. That's enough for you to know how he treats those under him. Behind him stands the butler Chi, standing silently. He was worried and hesitant about something. Suddenly, a door opened. "Sir, we have caught a messenger pigeon." Kelly recognizes Letron's true face. He's a scoundrel, and surely the Count will report his presence to the Greenfinch. While people usually don't send carrier pigeons in the rain or at night, the Count raises a bottle to invite him. H jokingly says, "Oh, a wizard. How honored I am to meet you. Let me pour you a glass to lighten the mood." Kellyanne immediately replied, "Thank you," but he wouldn't drink now. He wanted to ask him something. "Do you know any priests of Tianxin around here?" As he finished speaking, he dropped the bottle and apologized for drinking a bit too much, while beside him, the butler looked worried. Lachan asked again, "Are you talking about Tanshin? Those Langbufu bastards, what are they doing in my territory?" Kellyanne immediately spoke up. "You should stay calm," but Latran angrily called those men bloodthirsty and rotten to the core. And he even demanded to arrest Tanshin again. Kellyanne snapped his fingers and used a secret technique to put the Count to sleep. Lachan immediately slumped his head onto the table. Kellyanne sat quietly and said that the Count was being too rude. Prince Kellyanne, holding a glass of wine with a mysterious expression, thought that Lachan was insulting him. The princess and H rode away. Kellyanne's hand clenched the reins, pulling the horse to a slow walk. He told him that he had gotten himself into trouble and brought danger upon himself. But he still smiled happily and said everything was fine. "I won't die just yet." He ignores him and will stop worrying about him. C turned to he and said that "You are worrying too much, master. If we knew who the Green Kingfisher really was, we wouldn't get into such big trouble." He asked if you are an old friend of Canlin. "You really do have a lot of acquaintances."
He said that in his previous life, the Green Kingfisher never failed any mission. She must have realized I am Prince Series from the very first meeting.
But that didn't stop her from breaking her disguise and shooting dozens of arrows at me. The whistling sound echoed through the night. Footsteps approaching from afar, and then the door opens to reveal a tall figure. It's Callian. He greets you and asks you not to worry about the people outside. They are with me. The woman at the counter puts her glass down and says there's no need to worry that I'm not cruel enough to chase after innocent people. Kellyanne responds, "I thought it was because you knew who I was that you had your people ambush my troops." "Of course I know who you are, which is why I warned my people not to be reckless." The customer next to where he was standing suddenly collapsed onto the table. It turned out to be a corpse that had been poisoned for some time. He looked around and saw that all the patrons in the shop were bleeding from their mouths, indicating they had been poisoned. Under the moonlight, the woman's cold and beautiful face appears, but unfortunately, they did the opposite. "If you come closer to her, does that mean I also involve myself now?" He stood with his arms crossed, leaning on the counter, and turned to ask her. She lowered her head and nodded in agreement. Then he glanced over at him. He radiated a dark, ominous power with blazing red eyes. "But I don't think you'll raise your hand against me." He smiled at her. "The one she's chasing. Did he die?" Did she answer? "He's disappeared into the forest." She picks up the glass and continues wiping. "If I had known things would get this complicated, I wouldn't have chased after him." You hit the nail on the head with your philosophy. I have to be honest, this encounter hasn't been very pleasant, but neither side has caused serious harm to the other, so perhaps we should part ways peacefully. That child will no longer be threatened. I swear to you. Kellyanne places his hand on the glass on the table. "I won't leave without some answers. So why are you searching for the divine artifacts?" As she spoke, Kay picked up the cup and spun it around, the reflection showing her behind him. He continued to look at her annoyed face reflected in the cup and said, "You're not a priestess, so what use would they be to you?" She was silent for a moment before snatching the cup from Kellyanne's hand. They brought in a pretty good amount. Kellyanne replied that he was a merchant. She continued her work while responding to Kellyanne. "You can call it a side job if you want, but people doing this kind of work like me usually don't have a stable income." He was silent for a moment before asking about her client in La Chan. "Go on."
I see no reason for her to do business in such a tiny village when she can always find generous clients among the priests of Sariesu.
"My dear clients always pay what they owe."
It's hard to ignore that generosity these days. We've known each other for a long time.
As she finished speaking, she picked up the nearby wine bottle and poured into a glass. He thought that they had known each other for a long time, and only one thing could buy the attention of a spy. Lomtrick will definitely change her divine weapon to get Ceres' secret information. Is there another test I want to know about? I want to know if there's anything else. It's so late and you're still here asking me a question? From ruling the throne to spreading rumors. Do you enjoy embarrassing your king that much? And Madison rested his hand on his knee. Come on, your majesty is usually awake at this hour and you still have the answer I'm looking for, and I don't like wasting time. You continue, I will get straight to the point. How many Tannin priests are residing in Ceres, and where are they? Hearing this, King Kyrus' actions came to a halt. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. What do you already know, or are you just curious? Anyway, it doesn't matter. King Kyrus continued, surely he has already heard about the Taz envoy's request. Currently, there are 14 priests in Sis. The Holy City is summoning them all back, leaving only one to serve in the palace. They also made it clear that they would no longer accept any request to add more priests. The king's continued stance is quite unreasonable. They are the ones who use the sacred organization to send the priests, but now they make it look like we forced them to serve. After hearing everything, Madison looked serious. If they are allowing the priests to withdraw, they might be facing a civil war. It seems to me they are mobilizing all available resources at once to prevent the urgent issues from being exposed. What was your majesty's response? The king replied calmly, I told them they could comfortably let the priests go. Sias doesn't dare to monitor the priests, but why did he ask that way? He wondered slightly. And Menacing calmly responded because Prince Callion wanted to know where they were. King Kyrus didn't quite understand. He asked again what the problem was, and he replied why he was asking when the answer was right in front of him. The king pondered for a moment. I guess he already knew. Isn't that the reason he set out for Lachan? Going back to that tavern, Callion continued to ask Count Hala Lachan if he was her client. You shouldn't need to ask about that. You already know the answer. And then she smiled seductively. As soon as he returned to the castle on horseback, he was talking with his master, who realized that the cunning guy had already been deceived. He continued, he must have a priest under his command, and he sold Sirius's secret information to spies to obtain divine artifacts. He replied, exactly, master. I will return to the palace immediately. The master looked a bit puzzled and asked, is there any trouble at the palace? He replied, it's possible. The countess drank too much and caused a commotion at dinner, so I used a spell to make him sleep. But at this moment, I started to wonder if he was really drunk. Outside the palace, it was pouring rain, and from inside came a shout. How disrespectful. How many times do I have to repeat myself? The prince has gone out for a walk. Yan stands at the door, not allowing the butler to enter. Sir, I just want to say a few words to the prince. The count wishes to express his regret for his actions during dinner. If you can tell me where he was that day. Yan immediately dismisses the butler's suggestion. This is not how a person apologizes. Look the other person in the eye. Since when does a butler have the right to probe the prince's location? Your words make the butler pale. I was just trying to keep the butler from knowing while you worried that Callion hasn't returned yet. You can't let them find out about this. The butler continued to press further. May I ask when His Highness will return? Yan was a bit tired, silently scolding himself for being too persistent. Your old man still kept stopping the butler. How am I supposed to know you're overstepping, so please go back. The butler doesn't give up. It doesn't have to be exact, just roughly. The back door behind Yan suddenly creaked open. Callion crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Thank goodness I never get to rest. Why? Anne suddenly turned around, startled to see the prince had returned in time, and called out loudly, Your Highness. The butler's face was now turning purple. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Callion is annoyed. So pathetic. Is it really so hard just to turn away anyone at the door? Yan paused for a few seconds, then bowed his head and said, I beg your highness's forgiveness. It's because this gentleman kept pushing forward. Let me handle this matter. He glared at the butler and then slammed the door shut, startling him. Please forgive me. I didn't know his highness was resting. I will leave immediately. Behind the door, the sweaty prince let out a relieved breath, having just escaped a very dangerous situation. He was taken aback. Did I just imitate someone? That feels terrible. Yan slowly opens the door. You came back earlier than I expected, and through the window too. In the distance, the door leading to the balcony is wide open, and on the floor below are his scattered, soaked clothes. Seeing the miserable scene, he could only talk for a long time. Yan walked over to pick up the things. Killian walks behind with his hands clasped behind his back. Was there anyone sneaking out while I was outside? He replied, only the butler from earlier, but he said that sneaking around usually involves slipping through the window just like that day. As he spoke, he turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Yan emphasized, this is the third floor. After hearing that, he sensed there was indeed a problem. His voice a bit awkward, I will remember that. He asked you, why are you so angry? You weren't this hot-tempered when you were at the castle. Yan retorted angrily, you didn't listen to me. I followed your instructions and told the butler that you went for a walk, but he kept asking me when you would return. He was a bit surprised. Really? Yes, he kept asking. Yan replied, it seems he cares more about the timing than where you are. Yan continued speaking. After a while, when he was alone, he bent down and whispered to the ring as he usually did. Master, the Count seems quite suspicious. He suspects you are investigating his activities. And we were right, he wasn't drunk when causing the commotion. After a moment of silence, the master replied, and that entire act was most likely just a scheme. He continued to distract us from his secret meeting with Lamtrich tonight, which also explains what Lamtrich had been hoping for from the start. Getting drunk might have just been an excuse for him to slip away, but the plan was foiled when you cast a spell that made him fall asleep. After waking up and discovering that you had left the residence, he took the steward to investigate your whereabouts. My master listened to my reasoning and had to admit it was reasonable, but the question remains, why does he crave divine energy so desperately? He looked out at the pouring rain, perhaps seeing it as the perfect gift to win the favor of the Holy Lady of Tan Huang, Randon's mother. The master continued, so in summary, he still maintained a close relationship with Randon while also reaching out to Pier's allies. He also sent you many gifts behind their backs and handed over national secrets to the spies. The assistance has led to crucial clues. The man who was hunting for him headed towards Lamtrich, Thanks to her, I learned that Halila-chan had sent divine weapons to the Holy Land to please Randon. Could this be a coincidence, I wonder? The conversation between you and your master isn't over yet, so I think for now, since it looks like the weather won't clear until tomorrow, and we're stuck here, you'll take this opportunity to hunt down the traitor. On the count of the count, he grabbed the glass and shattered it into pieces. That brat, ever since he sent back the gift, I've been able to smell it. I bet it cast a spell on me during dinner. He shouted angrily, throwing his head back with a flushed face. He continued, only magic charms can make someone sleep like death. Thanks to that brat, my plan is completely ruined. His anger keeps rising. Supported by the Grand Mage acting so superior, he's just a lowly person unworthy of being a prince. He kept cursing, his words growing more and more reckless. Damn that stupid girl, why didn't she kill him before causing all this chaos? I've already spent my fortune trying to please Bison's servant. Who should I approach now when the servant is kneeling to clean up the mess and he keeps shouting? I was promised a fertile estate just outside the capital, but her scandal turned everything upside down. There's a knock at the door. It's the butler returning. At this point, he finally calmed down a bit, slumping into his chair. Have you managed to contact our friend yet? The steward replied hesitantly. I'm afraid not. They will respond later today. Hearing the wrong answer, the count threw the nearby cup straight at the butler's head and cursed him as a fool. His anger now was even worse than before, pointing directly at the butler's face and shouting, Do you have anything worthwhile to do? It's still pouring rain, so that lowly man will stay here for another night. Should I cancel the deal then? The count's face is all veins. Do you see any other options? We can't take the risk while the prince and his men are still here. Send the message back immediately. After dealing with the butler, he turned to the servant beside him and shouted directly in her face, What are you waiting for? Bring me the clothes. He cursed everyone around him, clenched his fists, stared into an empty space, gritted his teeth, and said, I will teach that lowly person a lesson in humility he will never forget. Callie calmly enjoyed her dinner as the heavy rain poured outside the window. Facing him, Count Ha-Le-La-Sha-Nam-Ni sips his wine with a calculating look, secretly mocking that the calm expression of the young prince will be useless. Deep down, Lachan is extremely proud of his power inside and is convinced that the aristocracy will rise up once they find out Sen dared to use magic on him. And at that moment, even the royal bloodline couldn't protect him. Watching Sen still calmly eating and drinking, Lachan smiled wickedly with a thought. You foolish king, soon you will have to beg for my forgiveness. At this moment, Lachan begins to speak, feigning innocence. Your Highness, I apologize for my actions last night. Callie simply responded briefly. It's okay. When the old count hesitated to ask if I had cast a spell on him, I secretly thought that it was because of his increasingly unacceptable behavior that I had to put him to sleep with a charm. Seeing the opponent's confusion, Can smiled reassuringly and said, Below perfection is just water, dear Count. You don't need to worry too much. He also cleverly teased that since the Count only manages the suburbs, this is probably his first time hosting a royal family member. So he's just a bit awkward. It sounds gentle, but it's actually a subtle dig. Those who get it will feel awkward. Kellyan smiled brightly, pretending to sympathize with the Count's worry. Lachan could only force a nervous smile and admit it, but inside he was seething with anger at the prince's cunning. He never expected to be turned around from the one in control to the villain due to his lack of experience in hosting. Kellyan sighed and lamented that investigating the ambusher had drained his energy, causing Lachan to startle and ask, The ambusher, is it the prince's condemned prisoner brought here? Kellyan confirmed it was indeed that person and also revealed he had found some quite strange information. As Lachan was still curious to hear more and grasp the situation, Cien calmly continued that it was the name of a submerged species. Immediately, the Count was so shocked that he spat out his wine, despite the butler anxiously rushing over to wipe his clothes. Lachan snapped irritably, brushing him off. Don't interfere. The prince and I are talking. Cien still maintained the cold expression. He believed a deeper investigation was necessary to find clues, but still wanted to inform the old man about what was happening in his territory. Lachan quickly stood up, looking eager and promising to do everything possible to help because he couldn't let the prince be in danger on his territory. But deep inside, he was grinding his teeth in curses, determined to find the weakness of this puppet king to take revenge. The sudden appearance of a subordinate bringing news only makes Lachan more furious at C's arbitrary control of everything. On the surface cooperating, but deep down he's itching to strike back. Count, you're in luck. In front of Lachan's bewilderment, Callie smiled brightly with a hint of meaning and announced that their friend had finally spoken the truth. The group immediately moved into the damp, dark prison area. Lachan shuddered in horror and disgust as he accidentally stepped on the sticky, dark red stains on the floor. He was extremely uncomfortable being dragged into this filthy place, secretly thinking he was the one in charge here. Cien glanced at the old man with a cold look, secretly mocking his futile effort. He knew he held the decisive move in his hand, ready for the checkmate. Memories of last night come flooding back as the prisoner, stunned, recognizes the person standing before him and exclaims, It's you again! The prisoner clings tightly to the bars, shouting in panic. What did you do to my wife? Callie remains calm, asserting that he will not harm his family as he promised. You must have guessed it already. You're about to be executed. He was stunned when he heard Callie outline a bleak future where plotting against the prince is a death sentence, and he would be taken back to Sirius to be hanged before the crowd. Even if he escaped the execution, the festering wound on his body would leave him alive, but worse than dead because he wouldn't receive proper treatment. Seeing through the opponent's hesitation, C smiled charmingly and made an offer that could not be refused. I can help you escape. In front of the surprised prisoner, Cien continued to paint a picture of a peaceful new life, with his wife in a distant land, but only if he agreed to help him. It sounds nice, but there's a suspiciously naive smell to it. The punishment will be reduced to just cutting off the infected arm, a price too cheap to trade for a life. Cien's blazing red eyes bore into his opponent's mind like a powerful assertion, leaving him with no way out. After a moment of silent deliberation, the condemned man finally agreed to take the risk. Fine, what do you want me to do? Cien began revealing shocking information that the so-called Blue Nightingale was actually a spy for Seiya. She came here to deliver a package to a longtime customer, and it's certain that those two have colluded beforehand. Witnessing this, Count La Chan and Butler Cho Tit couldn't help but be stunned, sweat pouring down like rain. Callie slightly smirks at the fragility of being friends with a spy and casually adds that if another double agent hadn't gotten involved, things wouldn't have escalated this far. He emphasized that treason is the greatest crime under serious law. The statement hit like a heavy blow, making Count Latron turn pale and sweat profusely out of fear. He suddenly turned back with a knowing smile. Am I right?
But dear Count.
La Chan was startled and stammered as the young prince chuckled with delight. Callie's eyes suddenly turned cold. He silently thought that both sides were being too reckless and patiently waited for the other to reveal the evidence he was seeking. At this moment, Butler Cho Tit suddenly kneels on the floor, trembling and crying out, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Cho Tit tearfully admits that everything he did was arranged by his master. Although admitting his guilt, he still begged Callie for mercy to spare his life. Sitting above, Callie calmly watched the man kneeling before him. He knew from the start that the Count would eventually be exposed, but the truth coming to light was beyond his expectations. That scene was nothing more than a predictable act of guilt everyone saw through. Staring intently at the trembling butler, Cien narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, "Are you a priest of Tan Shin, right?" Cho Tit was stunned by the pointed question. According to the law, only priests are trusted with the task of acquiring sacred relics. However, Count Latron happened to uncover Chi's weakness by discovering a shocking secret. Cho Tit tremblingly revealed that the holy site would surely kill him if they found out he secretly sold the precious divine artifacts. Hearing this, everyone understood that he had dug his own grave and jumped into it quite neatly. This information left Callian utterly stunned. He sold sacred artifacts? Callian quietly calculated that if he wanted to gain Tan's support, he should have collected divine objects in their name. He pressed him to reveal who bought them. Cho Tit swallowed his saliva in fear and decided to confess everything to save his life. The gods are ready to reveal everything. The old man tremblingly discloses that the mastermind behind it all is the elder brother of Queen Superlie, Lenin Burson. Callian was stunned and horrified by the name he just heard. It's so ironic that Lenin, who always carries a noble reputation and often gives precious creations to the Holy Land, is not as simple as he appears. All this time, he has been secretly planning to betray, ready to switch sides and support the crown prince. He not only stabbed the Empress Superlie in the back, who always dedicated herself to her son's future, the second Prince Blanche, but also betrayed his own family. Sure enough, the more polished someone looks on the outside, the more problems they hide inside. Sitting in a dark room, Callian lightly tapped his fingers on his thigh, quietly marveling that the trap meant for mice had caught something much bigger. The current situation has completely turned upside down, forcing him to reconsider every move ahead, as his companion questions the next step. Cien insists this changes everything. We should tell the king first. That's the best course of action. But before meeting the king, C still has one more pawn to deal with. He looked at his master and asked, "Master, may I borrow your name to write a letter to Count H. Lelatron?" With a calculating smile, Sen immediately ordered his subordinates to treat the prisoner in the dungeon, because his wounds were worsening. He emphasized, the injuries are serious. If not treated promptly, he could lose an arm. Clearly, he didn't intend for his pawn to be ruined too soon. Callie handed over a small package containing medicine and gave detailed instructions, then told him to deliver this and receive orders from the prince. "Yes, Your Highness." Callian carefully assigned an important task. "Kiri, you will go to the village and find his wife. Protect her from every threat around." As Sen was still giving instructions about giving the prisoner medicine, a series of urgent knocks came at the door. The door swung open and Hina burst in happily with another girl. "Hello, Hina's here to clean the room." "I came to drown myself." Hina said no, but I still came. Hina giggled, trying to cover for her friend. I knew, but I didn't want him to scold her. Cien could only stay silent because he hadn't even had a chance to ask a single question. Watching Hina happily call the little bird, Ken sighed in exasperation, secretly thinking this kid is Ian's trouble, not his. While Hina was busy greeting the white dove in the cage, Kiri asked the owner's opinion. "What should we do with the bird? Do you want to keep it?" Cien firmly replied, "No." Everything happened so quickly that he hadn't even had time to understand why the story had shifted to the bird. He explained that he was waiting for the right moment to return it to his master. Seeing the silver-haired girl look at the bird with regret, Callie gently promised, "I will buy you another one when we get home." The girl was startled and confused when she heard the prince say that the bird would have to leave tonight. The joy that appeared quickly disappeared as if it had never existed. The girl waved her hand to refuse, saying, "No need, Your Highness, Molin wouldn't like having a bird in her room." Cien gently smiled and suggested, "Then how about helping me release the bird after dinner?" Seeing the girl nod in agreement, he added one strange instruction. "Remember to leave the window open." In front of the girl's confusion, Callie's gaze suddenly turned cold. He announced with a hint of meaning, "We have a guest." The balcony door opens to welcome the cold night winds. Callie calmly waits in the dark room, still holding a book. When he hears a strange noise outside the balcony, he smirks and says, "Earlier than I expected." A fully cloaked figure appears from the hallway and admits that Sen's letter has made it impossible for him to sit still. That is the result of the threatening letter with its sharp message. "Meet me if you don't want the cage on Narensa Street to uncover what you've done." The person in front of Sen, looking stunned, asked if he had any reason to threaten her like that. Cien calmly held the notebook and proposed an exchange, proof that he, Lachan, had traded sacred relics. He insists that as long as he gets what he wants, her secret will remain absolutely safe. Seeing the other person silent, Callie raised an eyebrow and asked if that was the final answer. The girl with the cold blue hair replied that she hated having to face the consequences. Immediately, her body began to fade into a cloud of dangerous magic smoke. The answer was so clear that no further explanation was needed. A series of hidden weapons suddenly sped towards Callie, tearing through the air. He was amazed to realize that the so-called Blue Nightingale was using hidden weapons instead of the swordsmanship he knew. In that life-or-death moment, Sen quickly activated his magic shield to block the attack and flipped to dodge the flying debris. The sudden commotion caused the soldiers outside to panic and shout about an assassin. They worriedly asked about the prince's condition, but Callian immediately cast a spell to lock the door shut. He sternly ordered that no one was allowed to enter and everything was immediately secured according to his wishes. Callian looked at the wreckage and calmly said, "So you really want me dead, huh?" He smirks confidently. "Is there anything else?" Immediately, the female assassin shouted loudly and charged straight at him. The two swords clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Callie realizes he's in a tough spot and quietly thinks that the sword he's holding is pure steel, not strong enough to withstand his magic. He tells himself to finish quickly without using magic. His sharp sword strikes made the opponent scream in fear as they were cornered. The sword clashed loudly, but C suddenly changed expression. "What?" He was surprised to see the opponent still had a secret weapon. She said she has nothing left. The attack comes at a terrifying speed, making him realize too quickly that he can't dodge without using magic. The situation unfolded so unexpectedly that even he was caught off guard. In the urgent moment, Callie had to channel her magic to make the sword glow brilliantly and block the attack. But the ordinary weapon started to crack and shatter under the overwhelming power, and in an instant, the sword shattered into pieces right in the prince's hand. In Callie's blazing red eyes now, only the reflection of the approaching enemy's figure is clearly visible, while shards of the broken sword fall scattered on the floor in the stunned assassin's surprise. She trembles, unable to believe her eyes. No way. A master swordsman? Callie still maintains a cold expression. He quietly considers how to deal with this prey properly and suddenly calls out, "Oh my." The name just spoken froze her in place. Her eyes widened in horror. "How do you know my name?" Callie rushed forward, grabbing her by the throat and silencing her with a strangled cry. Despite her struggling and asking what he was about to do, Sen coldly observed and then remarked that she didn't have the Critia spy tooth, so maybe she always had a deadly tooth of her own. Cien releases her hand and commands with authority, "Now then, tell me what you know." La, gasping for breath, still tried to bargain. "If I tell you, will you set me free?" Cien narrowed his eyes, observing. He realized that the people of Secretia are usually known for being tough, but this girl is an exception. He silently thought that this version of Ella was very different from his memories, or that something had happened to make her change completely. She still stubbornly urged, "If you know what's good for you, let me go." She pointed at the wreckage and said, revealing the prince's secret, that the sword was made from rough material, yet he still displayed the skill of a master swordsman. Surely he doesn't want anyone to discover his true talent. A's eyes flashed with cunning as she began to threaten C in return. If he didn't let her go, she would run outside and tell the knights everything she had just seen. C gritted his teeth in fury at this unexpected counterattack. He realized that in the previous timeline, the Blue Warbler was actually extremely loyal to Secretia. This sudden turn of events is intense. No one had a chance to react. Callie recalls a female swordsman who was once wholeheartedly devoted to her sword, a completely different person from the one standing before him. "I'm so angry I realize this isn't her," and I grab Sen by the collar, shouting in fury. If she values her life that much, if she's willing to risk everything to survive, then she should have proven she's worthy of forgiveness. Sen firmly let go, warning Allah never to think she could use his secrets as leverage. He coldly demanded she reveal everything she knew while declaring he would not take direct action. Instead, someone else will be the one to question her. As soon as the name White Eagle is uttered, Lala is stunned and sways, her eyes showing extreme fear at the image of the bespectacled man who just appeared in her mind. Meanwhile, Count H. Lachan was pacing wildly in the room, cursing non-stop about the continuous troubles. He angrily slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Searching for the foolish old man Mankum." The story of the assassin's failure is over. Now, a strange letter causes him to become even more frantic. The letter begins with a suggestion for a defense strategy to help you prove your innocence. The sender says they have explained everything to the Queen and advises you to stay calm because there is nothing to worry about. Below the letter, Alan Madison's name appears, and upon reading the line about what you are facing, Lachan turns pale, sweat pouring down, his heart pounding as if he had just been hit with an arrow in a game he thought he had already won. He horrifiedly realizes that this person might know that what he is hiding is an ancient relic. Count Latron frantically paces around the room, cursing the treacherous wizard Alan Madison for surely knowing everything. Gritting his teeth in fury, he is determined not to be threatened or humiliated before the prince he considers so lowly any longer. He won't let himself be caught so easily. Latron growled, decisively turning a secret mechanism on the wall and smugly believing he always had a perfect escape plan ready. In his mind, everything was unfolding according to his smooth and confident escape script. The heavy secret door opens to reveal a room filled with shining chests of gold, silver, and jewels. Latron steps into the vast treasure, greed in his eyes as he sees his long-held riches still intact. He sneered, thinking that this was enough for him to escape far away and live a luxurious life elsewhere. He approached a small drawer, carefully took out another intricately carved wooden box that he considered his most precious possession. A clicking sound echoes as the lid opens, revealing dozens of ancient sacred relics shining brightly like large pearls, and Lachan smugly calculates that with these relics, he can start a new life with a huge fortune. The old man quietly thought that Linen Burson only brought trouble rather than wealth. But just as he was about to close the box, a strange hand suddenly reached out to stop the lid, accompanied by a sarcastic whisper. "Thanks, you made my job much easier." Lachan jumped in surprise, exclaiming in horror, "What?" Seeing a strange young man with long blue hair calmly taking his treasure box, the old man was stunned to realize that the opponent had used an invisibility spell to hide in the room all along without him knowing. Faced with the Count's panic, the young man smiled brightly but with danger and introduced himself, saying that the Wizard H of Prince C was more than willing to serve him. He calmly declared that the Count had been too generous in voluntarily presenting the most convincing evidence of guilt. Lachan froze for a few seconds, realizing he had handed in his evidence too neatly. Asen looked directly at Lachan's terrified face and sneered. "Don't worry, the venomous wizard and the lowly prince will find out how you cooperated in this investigation. Soon after, AN brings all the spoils to present to Callie." He places the treasure box on the table and reports, "These are the ancient sacred items he hid away. I also have his transaction history with the Greenfinch, and here is the list of what he secretly sold." Looking at the valuable evidence, Callie nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Very good. The evidence combo is complete." It's obvious there's no point arguing. Sen smiled brightly, lifting the box filled with sacred relics and praising it. "Very well. With this, everything is in order." But the joy was short-lived as the relentless knocking and forceful shaking of the door shattered the atmosphere. The young boy burst into the room in a panic, his face pale as he shouted, "Your Highness, there are people outside!" Both Callie and Aaron are stunned, immediately turning their wary eyes toward the window as the sound of pounding hooves and shouting chaos echo across the area below the castle. A mighty army in shining gold armor with dark blue cloaks is advancing. Cien stands by the window, his crimson eyes showing surprise as he recognizes the familiar crest on the shield and banner. He muttered to himself, "That is Kara, the royal soldiers." Their sudden appearance makes C suspicious, because all of these elite forces should have been on standby to protect the king in Sariasu capital. At Kiss Palace, Alan Menison couldn't hide his surprise. He shouted in question to the king, "Did you send the elite team to Lachan? I thought you were going to send the cavalry unit." Alan was very worried because this action was beyond his initial plan when he sent the report to His Majesty. However, the king calmly took a sip of tea and explained that the night orders are very easy to compromise. You cannot risk sending them to your son's side when you know Busan agents are infiltrating the ranks. For you, those who are not the sort of loyalty forged by yourself can never be trusted. Alan still couldn't stop worrying. He stood up suddenly to warn that this excessive favoritism would ultimately harm Callie in the long run. He emphasized that every act of affection now would cut off another lifeline for Callie. The rivals would keep shouting and arguing. Isn't that why you always have to be careful and not show concern for anyone? Hearing this, the king's hand froze in midair. In the vast room bathed in lonely sunset light, he sat quietly, a look of discomfort clear, wanting to care but unable due to circumstances. After a moment of reflection, the king softly muttered that he understood and would not let that happen again. He decided to let Cien's brothers join the lunch tomorrow because he truly wanted to see the princes get along. Alan responded with a subtle smile. "Is there anything more joyful, Your Majesty?" Back at the Latran estate, as everything was settling into place, Butler Cho Tit, looking anxious and trembling, asked if Cien planned to stay longer. Callie, now seated on his horse, calmly announced that the crown team would take over the remaining tasks, and the criminals would be escorted back to the capital to await judgment. He slightly smirked, mentioning that one of them had died before hearing the verdict. In fact, it was a calculated move by Sion to let Not return to reunite with his beloved wife, hidden in Wataran. While officially he was considered deceased, Chotit gathered her courage and asked about her future as the prince prepared to leave. C looked down at the old man with a cold gaze and reminded him that it was his debts that forced him to sell himself to serve the Count Hal. Cien calmly pointed out that Chotit's involvement in trading sacred relics with foreigners was irredeemable. The butler froze in shock, sweating profusely, only able to bow his head and admit to his serious crimes, but Callian unexpectedly turned the tables by claiming that he had played a role in capturing the traitor of the kingdom.
You declare that His Majesty will show mercy in response to the loyalty you have shown him? Chotit was about to rejoice, but fell silent when he heard the order.
From now on, you will be my steward at Latran Manor. The old man stammered in shock, unable to understand why he had to stay here while C smiled mysteriously, as if everything that was about to fall apart was now being kept together. This sudden change was shocking, and Chotit shouted in despair, unable to believe this cruel twist of fate. Meanwhile, C's group continued their journey, once again risking the road to Sispani Cave, as news of the incident in Lachan kept reaching him along the way. Hele Lachan was officially stripped of his title, lost all privileges, and sentenced to life imprisonment. Ayan's eyes darkened as he thought about the fate of A, the blue finch of Secretia. She has been sentenced to the gallows for execution. On the main square of the capital, Renegita leaves cover the streets today. In fact, they are the thorns of the Renegita cactus, a plant capable of absorbing moisture from the surrounding environment very effectively. When the square is covered with these leaves, they help keep the white stone slabs from being stained red with the blood of the condemned. Witnessing this scene, Crown Prince Randell sat pensively at the banquet table, realizing Sen was secretly testing him. Prince Planche also couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with the cold glare. He understood well that this was Cien's way of asking whether the queen had any connection to the woman beheaded for attempting to kill him. Blanche stared coldly at his brother and declared that his suspicion was misplaced. Randall calmly took a sip of his wine before suddenly speaking up. "I heard you avoided Callie's upcoming banquet," Blanche said with a faint, mocking smile. "What's wrong? Do you remember my heavy alcohol breath?" Randall didn't reply, quietly dropping the handkerchief on the floor before coldly warning him. "Of course not. Now your days of drinking and partying are over. The next step is learning to stay silent." He turned and walked away, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with tension. The subtle yet sharp sarcasm was Adam Lavelle. In the empty room, Planche clenched his teeth, his hand trembling as he gripped the fork tightly. A deafening noise rang out as he slammed his fist on the table, then slumped into his chair with a long, exhausted sigh. "Ha! Isn't this quiet enough yet?" Meanwhile, somewhere far away, Callie's group is facing new difficulties. "My lord, if we go on, it will be too reckless. We haven't cooled down here, and they're already preparing to attack on the other side. Is there a landslide? How long will it take to clear the way?" He growled in frustration at the weather's interference. Damn rain, even though his subordinate advised a detour, Ken couldn't help but feel anxious about the time wasted in Lachan. "This trip is taking much longer than I expected. I secretly resolved to wait and see. Once I return to Sarisu, I will set up a teleportation gate. After a long journey, I just want to fast travel to save energy." Lost in thought, Sen suddenly tensed up when a hand unexpectedly grabbed his shirt. A girl with pointed ears and green hair cheerfully exclaimed, "Then come with me. Let's go to my village." "I told you, my village." Callie looked confused and asked again, "The village?" In response to the prince's surprise, the elf girl beams with a bright and energetic smile. "I live here, the elf village." The girl even boasted that Laka and the elder were also there, then cheerfully invited everyone with a bright smile. "Your Majesty, stay here and depart tomorrow." In response to this sudden enthusiasm, Sen gently smiled and replied, "Oh, that's great. Before I even understand what's going on, the plans have been changed." The whole group decided to change course and head to Elf Village. Callie hoisted the girl up helplessly, asking everyone when she had become His Majesty in this kid's eyes. As they crossed the hanging wooden bridges through the vast forest, the shimmering beauty of the village with its treehouses shining in the night left the soldiers in awe. Even he couldn't help but marvel, never imagining he would have the chance to set foot in such a mystical place. The appearance of the group quickly drew attention, as a tall man with long silver hair and an elegant aura slowly approached. As soon as he appeared, he asked arrogantly, "Who among you is the king of mankind?" He frowned in annoyance, silently thinking that this guy must have some kind of problem. He straightforwardly replied that no one in his group was that noble, but if they wanted to speak to a representative, it would be him. The man introduced himself as Elder Jer of the village and boldly asked the ruler of humanity for help with the matter. Cien coldly corrected his identity. "I am not King Sis. I need to listen carefully before I can respond." Jay began explaining the situation with a serious expression, saying that a few days ago, 3 elves from the village visited a human's residence, but they haven't returned for 10 days. Even the 2 spies sent to search later disappeared without a trace because the elf race has very little knowledge of the human world. The elder wants C to help find their 5 people. Witnessing Jay's both aggressive and demanding attitude, Callian couldn't help but be speechless, secretly wondering if the entire elf race was this strange. I looked straight into the elder's eyes and coldly questioned, "So the elf tribe has lost track of the 5 people, and you want me to find them?" "Why should I do that?" Dew insisted firmly. "Because you are the king of humans. Sen sighed in frustration, rubbing his temple because of this old man's stubbornness. He snapped, "Why does he keep repeating the same thing?" "No, I am not the king. I am the prince of Cirrus." "No, it's very important. The king and the prince are completely different." The bandit sighs and compromises. "Fine, I won't make you do it without a reward. You're on your way to the Seafit territory, right?" Seeing the confirmation, he starts offering tempting bait. Taking the usual path would be slower, but we know the forest trail can help you go 4 times faster. Cien pondered silently, realizing that taking the elf path could shorten the 2-month journey to just 2 weeks. This sounds like a win-win situation that's hard to refuse. Callie immediately changes her attitude 180 degrees. "You look so eager and excited. 5 elves, right? Poor them. Of course I will help. I am the Prince of Sis. You can trust me." Faced with the prince's lightning-fast betrayal, Jer could only smirk with a knowing smile. Both Doan immediately mounted their horses and rode deep into the border forest. Callie's subordinates, while studying the map, reported, "We found no signs of slave trading. Sir, this forest borders 2 towns, Nerica and Sting, located deep within high risk of forest." The guide said that although many mercenary groups are lurking around here, they don't seem to be involved in any illegal activities. Asen pondered silently, thinking that he had once suspected a slave trade ring here, but in reality, that was probably not the case. Cien decisively made the final decision, so we will start searching in the nearest town as planned. Sting is right in front. These 2 towns are about the same size. I'll go to the closer place first. It seemed like an easier route, but now it looks like trouble is coming. On the way to the nearby town, the subordinate reports to see that these 2 neighboring towns are fiercely competing with each other. Maybe because both lords are in their prime. Just respond casually with, "Is that so?" Actually, healthy competition can help us improve. I secretly hope I can find a new sword here to replace my broken weapon. But as soon as we approached the blacksmith, the shopkeeper dashed our hopes. "We don't sell swords. The higher our expectations, the quicker the disappointment." Sen was stunned and shouted in confusion, "Why do you sell weapons but not have any swords? Have you sold out everything?" The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, observing them, then sarcastically remarked that they looked too young to be mercenaries, so searching would be pointless. Seeing that, Callie confidently states his identity, "I am a mage, and he is a swordmaster. Mercenaries are not the only ones who need swords." The shopkeeper sighed and advised them not to waste their time because all the weapons had been bought up to equip the mercenaries in the city. If they wanted work, he suggested they go straight to the Lord's residence. Cien firmly refused because he needed to buy a sword for himself, not to hunt bounties. He planned to go to the town of Nerica across the forest to try his luck. But the shopkeeper insisted it was pointless because the situation there was no different from here. Cien's eyes suddenly turned cold as he realized the truth behind those words. He exclaimed, "Ha! Deputy E noticed the prince's strange behavior and Anne asked Han with concern." But C simply explained in a low voice that the lords of both towns are gathering troops and weapons for war. What's about to happen is already clear. The war. He realizes that the elf village is caught between 2 towns on the brink of conflict. Now he understands the true purpose of the elder's request to find someone. Without hesitation, Sen immediately writes the 2 letters and orders his subordinates. Deliver these 2 letters to the Lord of Sting and Nerica. He figures this will delay their plans and give enough time for the missing elves to return safely to the village. Jay, stunned, holds the letters in his hands as Sen coldly declares he will leave at dawn and demands that the old man keep his promise to lead him to the agreed stopping point. Faced with the old man's panic over the impending war, Ken smirked maliciously and stared directly at Jay, exposing his lies. "Even though I doubted you, I was still willing to help you because you're an elf, or whatever. But you lied to me even though you knew a war was coming." Callie sneered sarcastically, his blazing red eyes piercing into the old elder's mind, as he coldly exposed the deception. "I was about to turn a blind eye for your sake because you are one of them. But you planned to deceive me even though you knew war was imminent." R was so stunned he broke out in a sweat, never expecting the young prince to see through all his schemes. Cien continued to present strong evidence about the whereabouts of the missing persons. It seems that the 5 missing elves went to Sting's castle and disguised themselves as mercenaries. The plot twists keep coming, and no matter how you hide it, it will be uncovered. Callie insists that even ordinary villagers can sense the signs of conflict, so there's no way the elders wouldn't know. He said angrily, "You have exploited me, knowing that as a prince I would act to prevent a war from harming my kingdom." Seeing Jian's guilty, submissive face, he decisively turned and walked away. "I no longer need to go through your forest. This deal is off." "Wait, are you just going to stand by and watch a battle happen in your own kingdom?" Callie paused at the door, then replied in a calm, layered tone. "Everyone who fights has their reasons. They won't hesitate forever. Look at the old man one last time with a cold gaze and issue a warning. If this village means so much to you, then protect it with all your might without resorting to dirty tricks. Say only what you mean and stick to it. No detours." The door closed with the dry sound, leaving the axe alone in the empty room. The old man angrily slammed his hand on the table and clenched his fists in helplessness at Callie's firmness. Meanwhile, in another development, Crown Prince Planche is deeply troubled by the severe losses. He blames the Bourne's merchants entirely for this mistake. Only members of this family would dare to travel so far, but now all their business activities have come to a complete halt due to the recent upheavals at Latrina Estate. So it's him again? Lennon Burson. Callie sighed as she realized this person's hand was once again involved in new trouble in the two cities of Sting and Nerica. The barren land makes wheat farming impossible, leaving people no choice but to buy from merchants. But when the Buin family suddenly stopped trading without warning, Sting had to go to Nerica hoping to buy some wheat to get through the tough times. However, Nerica responded with an overly harsh reply, making the situation extremely tense. It was this greed that led to the current conflict. Cien coldly criticizes the Buisen family for monopolizing the grain trade and then suddenly pulling back. Do they really think that will heal their wounded pride? Don't they realize that this will only make the common people suffer, not the lords? At this moment, the knocking on the door suddenly grows louder. The elder of the elf clan stepped in with a face full of frustration, knelt down trembling and said, "I am deeply sorry." The old man bitterly admits that it was his son Luca who caused the chaos in Latron, which also sparked the conflict between the two cities. But out of fear of the prince's reaction, he never dared to reveal the truth from the start. The old man's hands clenched together in deep regret. This fault is entirely mine. You see, Luca is the son of a god. In desperation, he urgently begged Callie for help because the elf race lacked the resources to overcome their dire situation. Kai's eyes turn cold. He silently observes before making his request to see if you can find out if they need anything besides wheat. I will meet with them after you bring me the information. Hearing the hope, the old man cheered happily. So you will help us? Yes, Cien immediately poured cold water, affirming he was doing this not to help the old man. Despite that coldness, the old man still bowed his head to thank and promised that the elf tribe would never forget this act of kindness. Callie sat quietly in the dark room, the name Lennon Buin lingering in his mind like a thorn he couldn't pull out. He gently touches the ring, his glowing red eyes showing determination as he silently admits he's indeed a troublesome problem. A flash of light from the ring sparks a sense of urgency, and C makes up his mind that it's time to clean house. It sounds like preparations are underway for some unseemly cleanup. Meanwhile, at the Busen estate in the capital Sariesu, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Marcus Evan Busen, head of the Busen family, returned with a serious expression. When the servant respectfully announced that the carriage would wait until the meeting was over, Evan suddenly ordered to stop. He announced he would stay at the estate and cancel all plans for today, leaving his subordinates stunned by this sudden change. Evan coldly ordered the mysterious guest to be taken to a room and then walked away alone, deep in thought. The subordinates began to whisper among themselves because today their lord was acting very unusually. He not only missed an important meeting, but also chose to meet the guest in a private place instead of the gallery as usual, leaving everyone curious about the identity of the mysterious visitor sitting in that luxurious carriage. Inside the room, a man with long white hair and an enigmatic aura had been waiting for some time. He smiled and said, "We haven't had the chance to meet in person yet, have we?" Even calmly sat down facing him, reminding that if they had scheduled the meeting in advance, he could have received them more properly. The mysterious guest slightly smirked, asserting that this sudden appearance was actually to help even avoid some of the troubles surrounding him. He casually said that this wouldn't take much time, just a few pieces of information that he was sure Even would find very interesting. The atmosphere suddenly froze when the guest mentioned Even's second son, revealing that he seemed to be paying special attention to the king's firstborn. Even froze in horror, the hand holding the teacup suddenly stopping as the secret of his family's covert ties to the crown prince was exposed, and the mysterious guest nonchalantly revealed a shocking piece of information. "Your lord's second son seems quite interested in the king's firstborn." Marquis Even Burin was stunned but still tried to maintain his composure. "Lennon, he's not brave enough to do something like that." In response to that denial, he gave a sarcastic look and asked a pointed question. "You really don't think much of your own son, do you?" Seeing that Even remained stubborn, the white-haired man produced a secret document and claimed it contained something more trustworthy than your judgment. As soon as Even read the words on the paper, his face changed in horror. He slammed his hand down on the table and roared in fury. "What did you just say?" The guest calmly delivered a fatal blow. "Sir, we all know you've already decided to eliminate Lennon." Caught off guard, Even grits his teeth and insults his opponent. This is not a matter for an ordinary con artist to interfere with. But the man only sneered contemptuously, finding it amusing to hear that from a serial killer, and his words ignited Even's murderous rage. He shouted loudly, "Do you dare show disrespect in my territory?" While swordmasters usually emit a sharp killing intent like blades, those who hold the secrets of magic carry a terrifying calmness. Facing Even's fury, the guest remained calmly seated. "You don't see me as a threat, do you?" "Keep going, if you dare!" A blazing red aura engulfed the room, turning primal fear of death into an invisible weapon that suffocated Even. Seeing the Countess trembling in fear, the cold-haired man warned, "I won't hesitate to fight like my disciple, so continue the conversation for your own benefit." "Evan?" Bussin gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he endured the suffocating pressure from the other side. Alan Madison still maintains a calm smile as he gently releases the blazing aura of a full-circle mage, enveloping the entire room. As the pressure gradually eased, Alon calmly remarked, "That's better now," seeing that Even could still stand firm. Alan quietly respects his opponent's resilience, thinking he shouldn't underestimate someone who can withstand his pressure, proving he is also a skilled swordsman. Alan slightly curves his lips, suggesting an alternative plan. I know you'll take care of your son wisely, but may I suggest a more effective approach now that the pressure has eased? Shift straight into strategic planning as smoothly as if there had never been any drama. Alan continues to outline a plan to secretly detach Lennon from the Marquis' inner circle. According to Tion's calculations, even should declare his willingness to buy back his son's guild. Once, rumors spread that Lennon dared to poison the prince, the Busan guild would surely face the harshest backlash from public opinion. In reality, this guild can only survive as long as Lennon remains profitable. But originally, the Busan family was a noble knightly clan, and that guild was only created for a son who lacked talent in swordsmanship. Callie is sure that when the guild no longer brings benefits and instead damages the family's reputation, Even will do everything to eliminate it immediately. Just hearing the plan, you can tell it's a cut-loss move without hesitation. Even pondered silently at this proposal. Maybe so, but why would he agree to be in your hands? And in the hands of your prince? Why should I give him that benefit? Alan smiled as if he had anticipated this reaction. He confirmed that neither he nor the prince would be the one to buy it. Callian had already prepared a more suitable pawn for this deal. In front of even suspicious gaze, Alan revealed that the mastermind behind it was the leader of the second largest trading guild in Sariesu. With a big player backing him, this deal is quite risky. Alan calmly pushed the documents toward Even and argued that shifting focus to the competitor was a very reasonable move. He emphasized that his task now was to find a convincing reason to sell it, and he would give him a price that was equally convincing. Even was stunned as he read the terms in the document, his eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, at another luxurious residence, the mysterious guest they mentioned was happily watering his plants. He gently pats the plant with a very happy expression. Cook Kwong, Papa has been so busy lately, but don't be sad. Now Dad is here, switching from the intense battle to 100 choo-choo trees. The arrest of he made Lennon Burson extremely anxious, especially since there's been no results so far. He thought maybe he was smart enough to stay silent until now. For a moment, Lennon considered liquidating all his assets to flee to Tannen before their connection was discovered. But it was a terrible place, so he had already cut ties with her. Lost in thought, Lennon's hand accidentally clenched too tightly, breaking the decorative leaf and startling him. Oh, Dad's thing. I'm sorry. He reassured himself that the other lord's dealings with Tanshin were nothing to worry about, but then suddenly felt an unusual presence right behind him. Turning around, Lennon was startled and asked, Huh, what are you doing here? Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow suddenly lunged forward, grabbing his neck tightly. Lennon struggled in despair, smashing the precious flower pot before being dragged away roughly and violently. Soon after, the news began to spread throughout the capital that the sanctuary had seized an ancient treasure vault with the help of Lennon Burson from Saris. Thrown into the prison cell, Lennon desperately clings to the bars and screams, Let me out! He kept threatening the guards. Do you know who I am? My father will behead you all. But Lennon disappeared completely right after that. Marcus Busan searched every corner of the kingdom in a desperate hunt. Although suspicions pointed to Alan Madison and Melpi Pilon, the truth quickly surfaced that they were not involved in the incident. Meanwhile, the acquisition of the Merchant Guild is progressing smoothly under Melpia's management. Through magical communication, Alan Madison reports to C. The item you requested is on its way to you. Prince, if you need anything, please let me know. Callie gently smiled. Thank you, Master. At the elf village, Elder Dai announced that the Mother Tree had accepted the plea and they would soon be allowed to enter the stopping point. When Jer was about to let his son Luca lead the way, C suddenly changed his mind. Thanks, but I prefer Cyrus to lead us. Hey Sia, lead us through the stopping point. The girl eagerly agreed right away. Sen carefully asked again, Are you sure? No one will go with you when you return. Zia confidently replied, Don't worry, I can find the way even with my eyes closed. Callie nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then go ahead, but suddenly he stopped because he sensed that something was very strange. He realized that Zia was speaking in a very normal way, completely different from his naive attitude earlier. When Sen suspiciously asked if everything was okay, Zia softly smiled a mysterious smile and revealed a strange glowing purple stone in his palm. Callie takes the black stone from Zia's hand and narrows his eyes to examine the strange glowing symbols on it. He ponders, What is this? Turning to question Locke trembling, Sen asked directly, Is it a divine artifact you stole? Luca broke out in a sweat, stammering nervously. How would I know? I don't remember. Seeing the cold expression of the prince, Anne approached anxiously. Your Highness, maybe this is in Sion's mind. The image of the black stone appears among the items Luca brought back to the village. Although it looks like a treasure, he sensed a chilling aura. He quietly thought that it might truly be a divine artifact, but it felt too dangerous. Its nature exudes a bloody stench standing right behind. Euron also agrees with this perception. While Aaron seemed unaware of anything unusual, Cien heard mournful groans coming from the stone. Just hearing it was enough to raise suspicion. Callie whispers coldly. In other words, the owner of this stone must have been murdered brutally and needs to be investigated. However, he still decided to gently flick the stone back to Zia and told you that you could use it. We need a means of communication when we set out. It's no longer there. Zia happily takes it. I will keep it. All right then. You will take it back when we reach the other side of the forest. Watching the small figure running ahead, Euron and Asen quietly realize that this kid seems to always know the answer to every situation. The boy appears to know the answer before the question is even asked. Euron quietly remarked that he suspected Zia could see the future in just a fleeting moment. Callie also agrees that this kid always senses everything a step ahead. Looking at the shining hourglass-shaped relic, Sen the king exclaimed, "Maybe if that's true, this kid isn't just a cute face after all." Callie quietly wondered if this black stone was connected to Acus Tempus. While in the capital, Crown Prince Randell stood silently among the rose garden, his sad eyes gazing at the withered plants. He quietly calls out Callie's name and realizes that after all the recent upheavals, it's now Lennon Boosin's turn to be eliminated from the game. Randall reaches into his shirt and pulls out a necklace with a shining, luminous round pendant. As the pendant neared the rose branch, a surge of powerful magic caused the withered flower to tremble and suddenly bloom into a vibrant red rose. Randall gently touched the petals and whispered, "You are still beautiful. Keep it that way a little longer." At the same time, in the Heriska forest, Sion was meditating under an ancient tree when the ring on his hand suddenly emitted flickering lights, signaling a shift in mana. Callian closed his eyes, feeling the raging flow of mana and focusing all his energy into his chest. A voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him for nurturing a powerful aura instead of just developing magic. Sion painfully clutches his head and says, "No." The teacher's mocking words hurt him more than punishment itself. He collapsed under the tree, blaming himself for his mistakes while the one who truly suffered the worst was his master. Old habits from a past life are really hard to break because Callie has been a master swordsman long before he started practicing magic in this timeline. His soul is too accustomed to transforming all mana into sword aura. Instead of saving it for higher level magic, C quietly responds to the voice in his mind. "I know that. You are clearly aware that the aura of the sword and magic share a similar mana cycle. And it's not that you lack mana, but your mind unconsciously decided to strengthen your aura before you could stop it." Alan Madison's voice echoed again. "I never said that your basic understanding was lacking. However, that doesn't mean I will let you return to the capital without a solution in hand." Callie gazed into the distance, silently wondering if he could truly find a solution. The voice of his master still echoed through the starry night sky. "Well, you should know best that you are the one walking a path no one else dares to take. But the thing about my prince's paths is that they always lead somewhere. The first light of dawn gradually dispels the darkness." From ahead, the clear voice of the girl called Elle rang out. "Here, sir, hurry up. This is where the forest path ends." Cien took decisive steps, pushing through the last bushes to escape the dark canopy. The bright morning sun made C squint and raise his hand to shield his eyes. In front of him now appeared a breathtakingly majestic scene. He exclaimed, "So this is the Duchy of the Sifit Duke, the land of elephants." A magnificent white city rises against the deep blue sky, backed by towering, majestic cliffs. Callie stands atop a high rock, gazing over the vast land of the Exfit estate. The majestic view of this place left the young prince in awe, but the sudden call of the captain from behind brought him back to reality. Zia cheerfully waved goodbye with a bright smile. Seeing the elf girl about to turn away, Callie suddenly stopped and looked directly into Zia's eyes, asking if she really had to go back to that village. He still hasn't forgotten the strange reactions of everyone when he chose her to lead instead of Luca. Even though he only stayed in the village for a short time, Cien could already sense the distance and coldness they showed her. He silently thought that her daily life was surely much worse than that. If the issue was just her habit of answering before everything, I am sure I could sense Hispanian's will and ask about her, showing a light concern that hits right at the core. "Well, less talk, more understanding." Kellyan sincerely makes the offer. "Until then, do you want to continue accompanying us?" Without waiting for him to finish, Zia calmly replied, "Yeah, that's right." The girl admits that sometimes the villagers feel uncomfortable around her, but Zia isn't bothered by it. She affirmed that her mother had told her that this way of responding was her most natural self. Zia smiled brightly, full of confidence, and declared that being different doesn't mean she's wrong. Zia affirmed that although her way of speaking was different, she was still a genuine elf. Seeing her confident look, Sen was stunned for a moment before softly smiling to himself, realizing he still had a long way to go in understanding others' minds. Zia cheerfully reassures, "So, Captain, don't worry, I'm fine. That would make me very happy." "See you next time." Zia cheerfully bids farewell to the group and returns to her tribe. The girl didn't forget to sincerely thank her new friends. "Thank you for saving me." Ending a tumultuous journey at the elf village, the caravan begins to move into the heart of the SF territory under the brilliant sunset. The massive and sturdy walls stand tall, reflecting the iron will to protect Cispinian's land. Seeing the grandeur and majesty of this place, Callie silently thought that if the Keys princes of the past had been in this position, they would surely have been relieved and grateful that Sphinx had never had any intention of claiming the throne. Just looking at the fortress is enough to understand, if you touch it, it's really going to fall apart. As they approached the mansion, Can suddenly called out to Anne. The young man accompanying him immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, your highness," but C sternly reminded him, "Don't act like a servant when you go inside." Seeing that Anne was still dazed, he sighed in frustration, saying he was already exhausted from dealing with the troublesome guards outside and wondered how many more obstacles awaited inside. Do you understand? Stop acting like a servant. Anne nodded seriously in agreement. While C quietly stepped further into the castle, Anne confidently declared, I will handle everything myself, promising to take care of everything that left C speechless. Callian could only sweat nervously at this overzealous enthusiasm. It's already late at night on the 6th estate, and Callian, exhausted, wipes his hair with a towel after bathing, sighing wearily at his miscalculation. He mutters to himself, I thought we had reached the 6th estate, but the reality is much harsher than I remembered when looking at the map with Anne. Callian was stunned to learn that the entire group had only just crossed the outer gate, and still had 2 more days of travel to reach the inner city. He couldn't help but marvel at how this fortress was as vast as a whole city. Although he really wanted to meet Sully tonight, Callian had to accept the reality of the land of giants and elephants. Complaining wouldn't change anything, so he just endured. Thinking they had arrived, no one checked in at the gate. What a map shock. His eyes stopped at the black stone on the table, recalling Sia's statement that although her way of speaking was different, she was still a true elf. Cien softly said, All right, I will start focusing my mind, realizing that even if mana transforms into aura, the source of power has always existed. I wonder why I have always thought differently until now. Then sink into a meditative state to sense the surging source of energy. Callian realizes that if he cannot break the habit of transforming mana into aura, he just needs to create magic circles using that very flow of aura. The surge of power burst out, causing those outside the door to be amazed as they watched the mana's movement. It was a massive shift, very different from the usual warmth and gentleness. This is a chilling source of power that sends shivers down your spine. The observer quietly wonders just how far this prince's abilities have truly advanced. Amid the radiant light emanating from his chest, Cien smiled with satisfaction as he finally broke through the 4th circle. The magic circle problem had been solved, but Sion knew he still faced a much bigger challenge. Callie secretly worries about hiding his true identity. There are currently 6 swordsmen on the continent, and according to the rules, those with stronger auras can easily see through those with weaker ones. The next morning, a dignified man on horseback led a squad of knights and greeted warmly, Welcome back. It's been a while, Your Highness. You've traveled far. That is Duke Safit, the 2nd swordsman on the continent. Callie understands that no matter which way he goes, he still cannot match his strength with him at the moment. As he steps down from the horse, Duke's fish speaks in a low voice. Prince, Callian fears that when meeting face-to-face like this, his true identity as a swordsman will be exposed. The Duke's fish looked at him with amazement and exclaimed, How could you have developed to this extent? He couldn't hide his excitement seeing the little prince from years ago now grown tall and truly a mature man. He admitted that he almost didn't recognize C. Looking deeply into C's eyes, he remarked that you have changed a lot. Callie slightly smirked and confidently replied, Yes, I am a bit better than before. This statement made Sickfit laugh heartily, and he believed that your progress surely went far beyond that modest claim. The Duke eagerly invited, Come in, I will take you to the castle. The group moved toward XF's grand architecture under Anne's admiring gaze. In his heart, Six secretly admired that wizard Alan Madison had indeed trained his disciple very well. As he was riding his horse, SF unexpectedly spoke up. The sixth sword can also use magic. The statement made C startle in surprise, and he could only chuckle and admit that you had indeed recognized it immediately. XFit chuckled, affirming that although he looked simple on the outside, he was not a man who lived aimlessly. Looking at the hands tightly gripping the reins radiating a dark blue aura, he thought that perhaps the prince couldn't see this. But he himself could see it very clearly. XFit chuckled happily as he and C leisurely rode on horseback, not forgetting to tease about the prince's teacher. Having achieved such a feat, that wizard must be very happy. I don't know if he's happy, but he's definitely struggling. That guy needs to suffer a bit more before he can be forgiven? As darkness gradually enveloped the grand castle, the Duke sighed regretfully, unable to continue the conversation. Although I want to talk with the prince a bit longer, I can't delay checking the western area. I hope you understand? Cien replied with a calm smile. It's okay because I arrived much earlier than planned. Svrit nodded and asked in a low voice whether the prince would be leaving tomorrow. Then, sincerely advised, I hope you will go carefully. When you return, there will surely be many things for me to hear. Under the full moon, the atmosphere at Kyra's palace took on a completely different tone. Alan Madison gently smiled as he saw his king lost in thought. I didn't expect the emperor to personally call for the wine first. Prince Callie has arrived safely in the land of elephants. Alan gently stroked his cup as he observed the king's expression and then asked softly, Are you doing this to feel at ease, or is there another concern? The king remained silent for a long time, his eyes gazing into the distant silent night before uttering words full of thought. I am pondering when to ignite Camlin's flame. That statement made Alon pause. He seemed to understand the deeper meaning behind the king's words. What you mean is that hearing this line makes it clear that this is no joke, Alon replied cautiously. Is he thinking about who will inherit the crown prince position? The king sighed. He concluded that when Sion returns from Rogerita, all three children will have reached adulthood, and that will be the moment he must make the final decision on who will inherit the throne. He began to evaluate each prince with a troubled expression. Randall, the most composed, harbors deep thoughts that I cannot see through. Blanche, the strongest of them all, still wants to follow a deviant path and has not yet fully matured. How can I not be troubled? Alan Menison gently smiled and offered a calculated suggestion to the king. If you are in a hurry, choose the one you are least satisfied with first. So, one worry will disappear unnoticed. The king sighed wearily. I'm tired of talking too, but Alan interrupted and assured that Prince Randall will stay obedient until Sen leaves the palace. As he poured the wine, he also tried to soothe his inscrutable thoughts. Only then could he see. Until then, please do not reveal your thoughts, whether it's for Sien or the other two princes. King, don't worry too much. The owner of Camel, whoever they are, will prove themselves at the right time. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Sien walks cautiously, taking a deep breath and trying to stay calm amid the silent surroundings. Callie ventures deeper into a mysterious cave, where thick magical walls surround him. The further he goes, the more the path seems endless, making him increasingly anxious. It's too long. We've been walking for so long and still haven't reached the end. It feels like we're going on forever. Callie started to feel exhausted, sweat pouring down his forehead as he wondered how much farther he had to go. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light burst out right in front of him. Callie quickly raised his hand to shield his eyes from the intense brightness piercing through the darkness. He squinted in amazement, trying to see clearly what was appearing at the end of the tunnel. As he stepped out of the cave, Ken was stunned by a radiant field of white flowers shimmering under the morning sun. He stared in amazement, realizing he was standing in a dreamy fairyland completely different from the darkness behind him. But then a terrifying surge of magic suddenly struck, causing C to panic with his red eyes wide open in shock. He felt a power so immense it was beyond measure, making his heart nearly stop from sheer terror. Callie trembled, clenched his fist tightly, sweat pouring down his forehead as he realized that this pressure was not just a lingering will. Facing an immense greatness beyond all imagination, Callian immediately bowed and respectfully saluted Swan, who appeared before him as a stunning woman with long black hair and fiery red eyes, exuding an overwhelming aura of supreme authority. Callian was stunned to realize this was the true form of Sitphonian. In the peaceful village, as the villagers worked tirelessly, a giant beam of light suddenly descended from above, engulfing everything in terror. From within that immense beam of light, Sifanian appeared with regal authority, causing Callian to gasp in awe. Deep inside, he couldn't help but wonder if her true intention was to meet him at Rogalita. And why did she appear right in front of him in her true form like this? He could clearly feel a tremendous magical force suppressing his entire body, making all his senses numb. But in the very next moment, the fear that had been choking him suddenly disappeared completely. Sifanian calmly walked across the flower field, her voice echoing with mystery. I wondered why the child who shouldn't exist would come to me. Is there really something going on because you have memories from another time? Because you forged the sword with my blessing, I truly don't understand what is happening. And then Sifanian suddenly stepped closer. Her blazing red eyes bore into his mind as she softly whispered her final affirmation, I am the one who called you. A giant beam of light descends from the sky, shocking everyone. The crowd whispers about the strange phenomenon that occurred right after the prince left. Anis, the little boy. Anne was trembling with worry, sweat pouring down as he silently called out for the prince. Suddenly, a rough hand grabbed his head, making him startle. A middle-aged man with a triumphant look appears, mocking your concern for Callie. This expression is truly worth seeing. Are you really that worried about that kid? And Bang Huang realizes that he is actually his father. Father is father? He calmly declares, I have returned. The sudden appearance of the old man made everyone suspicious, as he had only left for the monastery last night. Amidst the chaos, a girl with silver hair tinged with fiery red appeared and greeted softly. Hello, I am Veronica Manison. You are introduced as Alan's niece, accompanied by Joychel Grey, Annan's daughter-in-law. The sudden presence of these familiar people leaves Euron's group stunned. Returning to the mystical realm, Svanien softly says, Let's see. She suddenly reached out and grasped Chin's chin tightly, startling him with her sudden action as sweat streamed down his face, forcing him to face the commanding red eyes of the supreme ruler. In those eyes, the figure of Sion appears clearly as if her entire soul is being seen through. Safan begins to delve into Sion's deepest layers of memory. Chaotic images from the past life emerge in the brutal red war smoke. Fallen soldiers, desperate screams, and the tears of a child. After seeing everything clearly, Sifanian softly utters with a hint of meaning. I understand now. Callian froze in place, sweat streaming down his tense face. Sifanian starts to say something, but strangely, even though her lips move, Callian hears nothing at all. Bang Huang wonders, what is going on? It's obvious they're talking, but I can't hear anything. Seeing the bewildered look on the young prince's face, Sifanian coldly confirmed, You cannot hear my words. The sound is blocked like a high-level security lock. She reveals that the strange silence is because she doesn't want you to hear. Sien was stunned and stammered back with a doubtful look. When she said were you referring to Serenity? Satani gently closed her eyes, her expression becoming contemplative. Serenity, yes, I believe I've heard people call her that. This confirmation left Sen breathless with shock, his eyes wide with horror. In Kalian's mind, the legends of the goddess Serenity vividly resurfaced. In the battle between the two ancient gods to seal away the evil deity, she fought alongside 8 heroes. According to legend, Serenity is said to have fallen into eternal sleep immediately after the Dark Force was successfully sealed. Kalian couldn't help but wonder, but how could Serenity not be asleep? Could her existence be hidden? Sifanian calmly asserts that it is entirely possible for Serenity to still exist, even if she can leave her will and presence here. He then looks and reminds that there are other things he should be more concerned about. Callie pondered for a moment before deciding to speak. In that case, there's something I want to ask. There is something called a timeline in the CIA. When the Supreme Being confirmed it knew about it, Sen broke out in a sweat. I pressed for the reason why she needed several days in Kiss. However, when Sifanian began to explain, her words were once again drowned out by an invisible force, as if an admin was blocking the voice chat. Callian grits his teeth in helplessness. Again, why can't I hear these words anymore? Sifan calmly states that she does not want him to act impulsively. She reveals that Serenity fears Callian will learn what happens after her death, which could ruin important plans ahead. Callian was stunned to realize that all these interventions were aimed at preventing the divine secret from being revealed, and he understood that what had happened was so serious that Serenity had to intervene directly. Sifanian nodded in agreement. Yes, you are right. Callian fell silent, silently realizing that this situation was truly much bigger than he had imagined. He can't understand what the time axis really is that even a god had to intervene. The painful memory of the scream calling Werner's name comes back, making Sen clench his fists, veins bulging with rage and intense pain. She remained calm, and Sen asked his final question. Did my brother use the time axis to save my life? Sifania quietly observes the young prince before coldly reminding him that before being Cian's brother, he was first a king. Going against the natural order just to save a life is unthinkable for a ruler. Sifania firmly asserts that he is not foolish enough to do such a thing. The words hit Callie like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned as he clenched his fist trembling and his eyes burning with shock upon realizing a terrible truth. If it wasn't JY, then who was the one truly manipulating the timeline? Sifania continues to pour cold water on Sion's thoughts. Before being your brother, he was a king, going against the norm to save your life. Could your brother really be that stupid? This affirmation leaves Callie standing silently in the peaceful field, his red eyes wide with shock as he realizes he might not be the one who saved him. Callie bows his head, sweat pouring down from his astonishment. At this moment, Sean reached out his hand and demanded, "Show me what you are holding." Callie looked on in confusion, wondering what it was that had attracted the Supreme Being's interest so much. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me that." But before he could finish, the sacred object revealed itself automatically. The black stone with ancient symbols appeared in midair, and Sean grabbed it, his eyes narrowing in amazement. This is the queen observing the divine artifact carefully, while Sion can only stand silently, as the Supreme Being's gaze sharpens, as if recognizing the true origin of the hidden power within the stone. Sifani places the stone back in Sion's palm and advises him to keep it, saying everything will become clear when the time comes. Callie clenches his fist tightly, his eyes showing determination despite still having countless questions unanswered. Don't be disappointed, just because you didn't hear the answer you wanted today. When you feel ready, come back to see me. Then he disappeared, leaving Callie standing silently in the dark cave. Meanwhile, the sky above the 6-foot domain suddenly became unusually lively, filled with messenger pigeons carrying urgent messages from the land of the elephants. Standing on the high balcony, Duke XF squinted at the flying birds and sighed. I never expected there to be so many eyes and scrutiny within my territory. He admitted that although he had lived here for a long time, this was the first time witnessing such a strange sight. A stern voice spoke from behind, interrupting his thoughts. Is this the time for you to relax and enjoy the scenery? Damir Svi stepped forward with a worried look. Given my daughter's seriousness, Sfridis simply smiled calmly and replied, It's okay to just look for a little while. He understood that envious and jealous people who covet the great power of his family are always present everywhere, and this event will surely attract even more attention. Demir asked nervously if the messengers with the pigeons would ever stop getting involved with their family and emphasized that they needed to identify the servants of the noble families lurking around to prevent any surprises. Impressed by his daughter's sharpness, Sfridis chuckled with satisfaction and proudly gave a thumbs up. Ha ha ha, I was truly wise to marry your mother. You are as clever as your father. However, immediately after, his gaze grew solemn and commanding. Siegfried asserted that if the family had to worry about those people, they had already stepped onto the political path. He reminds his daughter of the family's principle. We are protectors, not rulers or conquerors. The reason we train our strength is to wield the shield of protection. Demir looked at his father with a serious expression. I understand, but this time it might be different, father. Inside the grand castle, Sen's reflection appears through the window with a contemplative expression, as if he's trapped by unspoken thoughts. Seeing his daughter's worry, Duke SF placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, I will consider and note which family is here. He affirmed he understood her concerns but reminded her not to worry too much as the family is not only cautious but always well prepared. XFit smiled and reminded her of her strong support system, saying, "You still have your brothers, right?" Just then, and Hot High ran over, excitedly shouting, "Dad, do you see? There are many pigeons coming in." Xfist chuckled happily. "Yes, indeed, there are many. The number of letters sent has exceeded the target." The boy excitedly points to the sky, marveling at the magnificent scene and cheering as more birds fly in. Seeing his father join in, claiming he just saw a hawk, Demir can only sigh in exasperation. In the quiet room, Cien still stands silently by the window, his mind drifting to the image of Sitfanian and the mysterious message. "Whenever you feel ready, come back here," Ken repeated thoughtfully. "Are you fully prepared? I can't help but wonder about what the Supreme intends to tell me, but it's still left unsaid." The sound of the door opening interrupts his thoughts as the young servant carrying a tray of tea enters. Surprised, he asks, "You've been standing at the window all this time. Is there something outside our domain that you keep looking at?" "No, not exactly. There are some interesting things that can't be seen from here." The little boy cheered when he saw the familiar figure below. Oh, it's Hinata. What caught their eye was an incredibly adorable fluffy poodle dog. That was Yan, the pet of the Xfit ducal family, and couldn't help but be speechless. What father would name his son and dog the same thing? Ken subtly smirked with a knowing smile. It's because they look so much alike. Teacher Ann is still sulking as he reports to the prince. Callie calmly reassures, All right, I get it." He watches Hina playing happily in the yard and comments, "I've seen it before. He seems to prefer dogs over birds." Team Pet Dog clearly won the meta today. Suddenly, Ann pointed excitedly, "Oh, did you see that? He just signed that Yan is cute." Sen suddenly turned and asked, "Hey Ann, it turns out you're good at sign language, huh?" Ann's eyes suddenly darkened as he softly explained, "I used to have an older brother who was ill." Realizing he had touched a subordinate's pain, Sen quietly apologized. But Ann quickly regained his bright smile and assured him that it was all in the past, and now he had a prince by his side. But Ann still reminded him of reality. "Aren't you really planning to keep a dog? Then the other princes won't leave you alone." Hearing that, Ken simply asked back, "So? Then I will move to Camelon." "Camelon is the Crown Prince's palace, Your Highness." Without hesitation, Callie argued convincingly that the royal court doesn't keep dogs, right? "So I have to move to Camelon." Anne could only stand there in shock, thinking that maybe this prince is the only one who wants to compete for the throne just to keep dogs. "You truly are the only one." Meanwhile, news of this strange phenomenon at the Sefet territory is spreading rapidly. At the Apia Palace, the atmosphere is eerily silent. The Empress Superlie sits gracefully in front of the mirror as a maid gently combs her long, silky silver blue hair, while a subordinate stands respectfully behind, reporting on the progress of the task. "How far along are you with the task?" he confirmed. Yes, the Empress's letter has been safely delivered. At the same time, the subordinate revealed an important piece of information that the correspondence from the other side had just been delivered to the Apia Palace. Hearing this, Superlie's eyes flickered slightly, and she smiled with a sinister and eager expression. "Really? I'm looking forward to it." The light shimmered in the darkness as a voice echoed from the communication ring. "Your Highness, I must wait for you." Cien softly apologized for the delay. He was searching for a special place inside the Six-Fit Castle. Yes, such a place already exists. Under the canopy of the ancient tree, this is the SF family cemetery. Earlier, Anne told Sion, "Your Highness, this is the closest place to the city center, with few passers-by and unaffected by Sefanian's power. Someone who can speak freely here." Cien sweat slightly, leaning against the big tree, beginning an important conversation with his master. Through the ring, Alan Madison eagerly inquires if he has completed his mission at Rosalita. Ken calmly confirms. "Of course, Master, but this story is quite long to tell." At the Wizard Guild headquarters, Alan Madison couldn't hide his shock upon hearing the news from his disciple. He exclaimed in shock, "So you have truly met the true form of Sfanian?" The wizard's face paled. "If I had known something so momentous would happen, I would have gone with you." Cien could only sigh and admit that he was just as surprised as anyone else by that fateful encounter. Cien reassured his master that Sefanian had told him to come back when he was ready, and that next time he would definitely take him along. Alan had to accept the reality because there were too many things he needed to handle in the capital at the moment. Callie shifts her focus to Empress Siu Lai's situation after Lennon Burrison's sudden disappearance, and Alan reveals that after 10 days of hopeless searching, the Empress has begun to notice strange signs. This morning, Evan Busen had a brief meeting at the palace and left immediately. Seeing Sen worried that Busen might reveal the truth, Alan smiled mysteriously. He insists that even if he wanted to, Evan couldn't utter a word because he had used a secret magical oath to lock his mind. The image of a chained heart appears as proof of this cruel binding. You need to be shocked and say, "Master doesn't have to go that far." But Alan simply replied, "It's nothing." Alan Menacin smiled, thinking that his disciple had also sworn many times in front of him. Callian broke out in a cold sweat, admitting he had nothing left to defend himself, as if the two of them had shared all their secrets. The wizard reassured that there was no need to worry about Lennon's whereabouts anymore, but Sen remained deep in thought, understanding that Lenin was the one handling secret matters and serving as a trusted aide to Empress Seolai, who couldn't go out freely. Callie is sure that Seolai will soon do everything possible to fill the void left by this assistant. As expected, Alan reveals he is holding a letter that is giving the prince a headache. Xian immediately guessed it was a letter from Marcus Buzin from the border region. As soon as he realized Lenin had disappeared, Seolai promptly summoned Grey Buzin, the eldest son of Marcus Evan Buzin. He is not only the lord of a strategic land bordering Tensil with autonomous military power, but also one of the 6 renowned swordsmen of the continent. The letter requests the court to send someone to temporarily govern the territory because Grey wants to return to the capital Kiz to recover from his wounds after the battle with the Man tribe. Xian concluded that the real reason for the injury was definitely just an excuse for him to return to the capital openly. For now, the king is still trying to delay sending a representative to keep him from leaving. After thanking his master for the information, Callie quietly thought that the appearance of another swordsman would make everything even more interesting. He slightly curled his lips in anticipation, curious about how their upcoming encounter would unfold. Back to the secret meeting, the man with the conical hat enthusiastically carried a large piece of wood and invited Xian to sit anywhere comfortable. Callie chuckled at this natural friendly chair and suddenly announced, "Today I met Svenian." The man sat down calmly, thinking that the feeling of meeting the will of the Supreme must be very special. But C immediately corrected that what he encountered was not the will, but the very essence of Sifanian itself. He shouted excitedly because all his predictions were correct. "I knew she was still alive." For over 500 years, many have mocked the family. He has been guarding an ancient dragon nest that no one knows if it truly exists. He laughed loudly, asserting that his family's stubbornness all these years was not in vain. Xian looked at him calmly, secretly thinking he would soon meet Svani again, and suddenly made a bold proposal. "I want to build a teleportation formation connecting Kisis and Svid." The man pondered quietly, worried that no matter how important his opinion was, the crown prince might not accept the risk of external intrusion. Xian quickly explained the carefully calculated plan. He plans to set up the formation in his Weirin territory near the capital, and in Svid it will be placed at a location a day's journey from the outskirts. He emphasized that only authorized individuals could use it, and that the formation would be immediately disbanded if any security threat was detected. Seeing the prince's insight, the man nodded in agreement. "If the prince agrees, I will not oppose this setup." Callie quietly breathes a sigh of relief and offers a sincere thank you. However, Callie still has another request to make. The man excitedly guesses that the prince finally wants to train with him. "You said we would meet at the training ground, so this must be it." Xian chuckled, admitting that this request is quite similar but a little different. He reached out and began channeling his power, causing the shimmering fragments of magic to converge. Callie proudly introduced it as something forged from Aura's strength. The man was so stunned he froze in place, unable to believe his eyes as he saw Xian concentrate such immense power without any conduit. The aura shards under Callie's control began to link tightly, emitting a brilliant cold blue light. In that moment, a sword of pure energy materialized in the prince's hand. Callie looked at his new weapon and declared, "I want to make it my sword." Understanding the opponent's intention, the man draws his sword from its sheath, a challenging look in his eyes. "Do you want to test the power of this sword?" See. He adopts a defensive stance, a powerful aura blazing around his body. "All right, let's go." The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying and an overwhelming pressure filling the air, as Callie smirked confidently, facing the true power of a master swordsman head-on. Suli Mang is the second swordmaster of the continent, which means he is the second to step onto the path of ultimate swordsmanship. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel at how truly powerful he was. The Duke's sword, like its owner, is heavy, yet remarkably delicate in every slash. The sound of fierce clashes echoed repeatedly as both of them exchanged moves at lightning speed. Xian swiftly somersaulted to dodge a powerful sweeping attack, lightly clicked his tongue, and immediately looked for a counterattack as soon as he landed. Suli Mang was amazed to realize that in just a brief moment, the young prince had missed no opening of his own. Although Xian's arm strength was not enough to generate enough force on the sword to overpower directly, that very lightness made his attack speed faster than ever. However, maintaining that sword with pure energy is also draining a large amount of Callie's magic and internal energy, continuously spamming skill attacks. The confrontation between C and Duke Suli Mang is growing more intense. Although the Duke only wants to help the prince unleash his full potential, even without holding back, Callie is still capable of maintaining an astonishing balance between offense and defense. When it comes to skills, there's no need to discuss. The agility of the young prince makes Suli Mang wonder in awe how this kid can do it. But for a master swordsman like Suli Mang, that still isn't enough for Sen to become his rival. He roared challenge, believing that if they kept dragging on, the prince would never discover his true limits. "I will attack seriously," Suli Mang declared as the aura on his sword blazed brighter than ever. Under that suffocating pressure, Sen slightly smirked, his blazing red eyes revealing his determination. "Then I will also give it my all." Then there's no need to hold back anymore. Suli Mang charged like a whirlwind and shouted loudly, "Please, Prince, accept my attack!" Two forces collide fiercely, causing powerful tremors that shake the surrounding space. Callie grits his teeth as he braces himself, feeling the overwhelming power of the Count's sword pressing against him. However, instead of retreating, Callie suddenly changed his stance and launched a bold counterattack. Su Li Mang was stunned to realize he had underestimated his opponent's speed when the sword brushed past him by just a hair's breadth. A dark red streak suddenly appeared on the face of the renowned swordsman Su Li Mang as he stood stiffly, his eyes wide with shock as he felt the wound just pierce through him. This moment was so close to being a game over that there was no time to save. Callian realized he had just touched the fire ant nest as a massive aura suddenly erupted fiercely from the opposite side. He turned pale and exclaimed in horror, "This is bad." The dark green aura surrounding his eyes creates an overwhelming pressure, making C realize this is not a strike he can block. The clash echoes loudly as Callian grits his teeth, desperately holding on. But even Duke Su Li Mang is stunned to see his steel sword cracking into pieces and shattering after the collision. Both of them step back, standing still in the dusty training ground to catch their breath. Su Li Mang gazes in shock at the young prince, while Sen is still stunned by what just happened. At that moment, the attendants and Demir hurriedly rushed into the room, shouting anxiously, "Count!" They stood frozen in shock as they witnessed the scene before them. The noble duke holding a shattered sword with a bloody wound on his neck, evidence of a strike from a master swordsman. Amazement enveloped everyone, and whispers began to spread uncontrollably. Could it be that he really lost? The chaotic crowd couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. They shouted in disbelief. Did he really lose? Setting aside the chaos of the battle, the scene suddenly shifts to a luxurious and splendid banquet. Amid the soothing music, Duke Su Li Mang passionately performs the violin on stage as the guests cheer enthusiastically. The scene shifts abruptly. The game just finished the combat and immediately switches to the music scene. Callie applauds enthusiastically for the Duke's masterful violin performance. "That's amazing. I'm truly surprised. Not only swordsmanship, but also this level of violin talent." Xfit modestly replied with a small smile. "Even if I'm not skilled in swordsmanship, I must master the violin." Keon sincerely expressed, "It's a shame if I can only enjoy it alone. I'm lucky to be able to hear this music at the banquet." Seeing the young prince look pleased, Svit was excited and said, "If you like it, I would be happy to perform more in the future." However, Callie turned her gaze toward the cut on the Duke's neck. "I don't know if the wound will affect the performance or not." Siegfriedus casually waved his hand and said, "My skills haven't diminished because of this small wound. This wound is even insignificant, but deep inside, I secretly lament that the one truly wounded is my heart." Remembering the scene where the children gathered around crying over a small scar, Xfried couldn't help but feel weary. Raising a glass with Sif, Cien expressed, "I wonder why my son doesn't seem to be my son at all. But thanks to that, I have learned a lot." Sigfist cheerfully invites, "Please have a drink." Callie responds, "I won't refuse." The Duke nodded in satisfaction. "So?" Callie contemplatively looked into the glass, realizing the value of the recent battle, understanding the limits of his power, and that there might be greater achievements ahead. He analyzed the broken aura sword, suggesting that when faced with overwhelming strength, the sword could not withstand it. When you release that much aura again, the sword isn't strong enough to withstand it. Callie firmly states, "The future will depend on my efforts." Faced with the prince's remarkable growth, Svrit was stunned and could only exclaim, "The prince!" Svrit examined the wound on C's face and asked, "Is the scar on your cheek from the broken sword?" "Are you okay?" Cien replied casually, "This is not worth worrying about. No need to apologize." The Duke admitted that he had unconsciously exerted himself upon discovering an unexpected aspect of Callie's fighting style. He then began analyzing, saying, "I do not mean to criticize your quick and light swordsmanship. You usually put your strength into your hips when swinging horizontally or attacking repeatedly." Cien was stunned and exclaimed, "Do I have that habit?" Sifis affirmed, "Yes, it's very light, but it's there." And then he made a remark that left Ken stunned. "This is also a trait of Kritia Knights." Sigfist looked directly at C and calmly added a deadly blow to the secret he had always been hiding. "If you learn swordsmanship at Kiss, you won't have that habit." Savies calmly asserts that the habit of turning and using the hips for power is an unmistakable trait of the Kritia Knights. He analyzes that Kias's swordsmanship focuses on using the legs and thighs to maintain balance and generate stable strikes, and especially in horizontal cuts, Cien's habit of relying on hip strength instead of his legs becomes even more apparent and powerful than ever. Realizing that his greatest secret is gradually being exposed, C's heart pounded with shock. Sifis warned the young prince to be extremely careful from now on. He warned that although others might not notice, a seasoned swordsman like Count Raymark would detect this anomaly immediately. Facing C's tense silence, he softly asked if the Count wanted to know his true identity. Safis just faintly smirked with a knowing smile and asserted that this is the land of the Svish family, and there's no need to worry about what secrets might be hidden behind the facade of that third prince. Raising his glass, Safis eagerly expressed his desire for a fair duel with the future Duke again. In response to his enthusiasm, Cien gently smiled and sincerely thanked the Duke. But his hands clenched tightly in silent worry. Cien wondered if someone like Duke Raymark could see through the aura he was trying so hard to hide. Cien recalled the stories about Greymark Grave, who was driven to the remote borderlands by Count Evan Brisson for not being welcomed. Despite the cold reception, Markgrave's talent was undeniable, with his swordsmanship rumored to surpass even Evan Brisson's. For a long time, Callian realized there was a high chance that this duke would see through his true strength through his aura. Faced with Svid's reminder to prepare everything thoroughly, Callian silently acknowledged and resolved to prepare meticulously for the upcoming confrontation. 10 days later, at the quiet cemetery of the 6-Fit domain, Cien was still diligently making the final preparations. From my master's comments, the communication ring indicates that the atmosphere here is so good that a prince wants to stay forever. I quietly smile bitterly because everything is taking more time than expected. Callie quietly thought he would leave immediately after confirming a few important matters. He pressed for details and only then remembered. Master, has Duke Brisson departed for the capital yet? Alan Madison says he hasn't so far. However, despite trying to delay sending a representative for as long as possible, it could only be postponed for about another half a month. Cien pondered. Half a month? Understood. Thank you, Master. He walks down the corridor deep in thought, still with much to prepare. Although he is known as a mage, Cien is actually a talented swordsman that the world has never known. He worries that in this situation, as he prepares to face Evan Brisson and Grey Brisson, they might see his aura. Their caution towards him will surely increase even more, so right after the party ended, Sion went to Arn to ask about how to hide his magic. Acian smiled confidently. Of course there is magic to hide aura. The prince has now reached level 4, so he can definitely learn it. He explained that since both Searle and aura originate from magic, hiding it is completely possible. Seeing the other party willing to help, Callian eagerly asked to be shown how. Additionally, thanks to the advice from his master, Callie also began to focus on another important plan. He started to study more deeply the setup of teleportation arrays. At this moment, Rel, the Duchess of Sif and a talented mage, was present to assist. Cien knew she was the one who helped shorten the monitoring time during the construction at Sfreet and would surely be very helpful in building the teleportation array later. Seeing the two talented mages in front of him, Cien expressed his intention to prepare one more thing, because Kiss's land was too vast. Both Aaron and Rizel nodded in agreement. Yes, please leave it to me. Riel assures he will not only diligently study the moving magic array, but also dedicate himself to teaching how to conceal mana. This spell isn't too difficult, but the real challenge lies in maintaining it steadily. Cien diligently trains with Aaron and Rizel because he knows that SF is the only one capable of confirming whether his aura is leaking out. That's why he decided he couldn't leave the city until he achieved his goal. After days of continuous training and research, Cien's efforts finally paid off. He looked down at his hands, quietly pleased to realize that everything had now become completely natural, to the point that even he could no longer find any signs of aura. Witnessing this astonishing change, Duke Svat chuckled happily. He comments that now C only looks like a shy prince who has never come close to a sword, resembling New, but actually is a disguised boss. All preparations are ready. Callie stands in front of the castle porch in his regal royal attire, ready for a new journey. Under the bright morning sun, the prince's entourage officially departs from the gates of XF. As he departs, Duke SF leaves a bold challenge, promising that next time he returns, he won't hold back and things definitely won't be as easy as they are now. Callie smiles confidently, certain that this is exactly what he's been waiting for. With eyes blazing with determination, he ordered the entire group to set out, heading straight for the land he had long been away from, the kingdom of Kiris. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, a messenger tremblingly held a letter in his hand, unable to hide his anxiety as he prepared to meet the powerful figure inside. Although it was still daytime, a burly man leisurely enjoying himself beside beautiful women looked annoyed at being made to wait too long and sarcastically asked if the court only sent one representative. His arrogant laughter echoed through the room as he realized that many interesting things seemed to have happened at the palace during his absence, and his eyes suddenly turned red with danger. He stood up abruptly, pressing close to the terrified messenger who couldn't even speak. With a cruel smile, the so-called border marquise, Ray Brisson, declared that it was time for him to return to Kiss. At this moment in another place, Alan Manassan gently opens the wardrobe door to reveal a massive treasure shining brightly inside. Looking at the glittering gold mountain, he quietly marvels that this wealth always amazes him, even more impressive than the bath made from the bottom of the lake. This is the huge income from the Lin Domain, the largest wheat-producing area in the CIS owned by him. In addition, merchant guilds like Poland also generate significant profits as the prince covers all operating costs. He casually puts the money bag into the iron safe, telling himself he will never have to worry about lacking money. As soon as he stepped outside, Alan saw the maid waiting and politely asked if everything was settled, then offered to lock the door. Alan smiled politely and thanked her before quickly leaving, standing still and counting money steadily. However, she suddenly froze when she caught a cold, piercing gaze staring directly at her from the hallway. He was stunned to realize that the person standing there was the second Prince Planche. With his distinctive silver hair, Planche squinted suspiciously at Alan, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. Alan immediately regained her composure and laughed cheerfully. Well, what a coincidence it's been a long time since we last met. Prince Planche gently places his hand on his chest with a polite gesture, but receives only silence in response. Staring intently at Alan, Blanche secretly suspects the sorcerer behind him and wonders if he is the one who caused his brother to change so much. Seeing that Alan remained silent, Blanche sneered and said that since the other person wouldn't speak, he could only wonder for himself. He added a sarcastic remark, asking whether it was because you stopped drinking that you think too much, or because you think too much that you stopped drinking. In response to the provocation, Alan softly smiles and replies that there is someone here who also feels regret about it. Alan affirms that everyone will change, whether by stopping drinking or by overcoming the fear from the crazy antics brought by his brothers. He smirked meaningfully, suggesting there's no real difference between the two. Looking directly at Blanche, Alan reiterated that everything is just the natural law of change in people. Blanche's face hardened. He coldly asked to leave and decisively turned his back and walked away. This was subtle but hit the weak spot, forcing the opponent to retreat. Blanche's footsteps echo quietly as he silently walks through the long corridors. Descending the stairs, his face darkens with a pensive expression. He quietly thinks that what is happening right now is truly crazy. Time has passed, and it's been about 20 days since he left Svide, stopping by the picturesque Reddington Lake. Tien slowly sipped his tea and admitted that he also felt a bit regretful about leaving early, even though he initially had no intention of stopping here. Veronica's horse falling into the pit unexpectedly created an unplanned opportunity to rest. Surprisingly, Riel's teleportation was so fast that even the strongest horses couldn't keep up. Tien leisurely sipped his tea and praised Lord Tess Reddington, the renowned noble known for his thoughtfulness and calmness, who perfectly suited the peaceful surroundings here. He decided to see this as a chance to relax before facing the busy days at Kaiser's palace in 4 days. As Yan was about to pour more herbal tea, a sound caught Kallian's attention. From the balcony, Si and Yan looked down at the castle courtyard as they heard the carriage approaching. Seeing the familiar crest on the carriage door, Si slightly smirked, a calculating smile on his face. He remarked with amusement about the lucky coincidence and immediately told Yan to deliver an important message. Yan asked nervously if Sien really wanted to reveal his location to the newcomers while the Viscount was in a state of panic. Although not deeply involved in high society, the Count still knew well the bitter rivalry between Prince Calli and the Brisson family. To preserve the dignity of the esteemed guest inside, he ordered his subordinates to immediately chase away anyone coming from the Brisson household. The atmosphere was tense enough to snap. One wrong word and the entire mansion could be lost, but Ian had quickly conveyed C's instructions. If it was the Duke of Brisson stepping out of the carriage, they must not be turned away but invited in for tea. As the majestic figure of Grey Brisson stepped down from the carriage, Lord Tess let out a relieved sigh as if he had been saved, secretly grateful for the prince's clever arrangement. Inside the living room, steaming cups of tea had been prepared in advance. Calli entered with the composed and regal demeanor of royalty. Count Tess quickly stood up to introduce the guest he had just invited. Facing C was the Duke of Grey Brisson, one of the most powerful figures of the Brisson family. Cien gazed directly at the man before him with sharp red eyes, maintaining a calm yet meaningful smile, ready for a direct confrontation with the renowned Duke. Facing Callian, the Duke of Grey Brisson showed clear indifference and disrespect. The Tess Countess standing beside him trembled, trying to speak to ease the tense atmosphere. "Your Grace the Duke, the Prince himself." But Grey immediately cut him off with a false excuse. "I don't know if you already know, but I am only lightly injured." So he casually leans back in his chair, hand on his chin with a defiant expression. "I cannot perform the full ceremony. I hope you understand." Prince Calli. This disrespectful act made Lord Tess so frightened he turned pale. Calli gently bowed his head, his hair hiding his eyes, silently recalling the rules of the kingdom. "That is Duke Slayman Han Zigfrey." Callian slightly smirked in response. "I see." Grey still doesn't stop, he continues to mock. "Yes, so I hope you understand. The pain from the wound still stings, so I cannot stand up." C's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked directly at the opponent and issued a commanding order. "That means, Grey, you should bow your head. Duke Grey of Kung Kwang." He quietly confirms that the other person cannot find any reason to refuse this order. Behind the door, little Jan is eavesdropping with his hand on his ear. His face turned pale with horror as he heard the prince's fierce declaration of war. What was he planning to do to make his words so loud? The atmosphere in the room is tense, and Jan is terrified that if the frontier duke loses his temper, Cien's fragile body won't be able to withstand it. He also desperately thought about seeking help from Asenhak immediately. Just then, Aaron and Razel suddenly appeared from the hallway, startling Jan. Aaron asked, "What are you doing here?" Seeing the two saviors, Jan, panting heavily, pointed towards the living room with a look of urgency. Right now, the prince is in the living room. Seeing the girl in that state, Yan, Aaron, and Razel hurried over to ask Han. Jan tried to reassure her, saying, "It's okay, calm down and tell us." "What's going on?" "Hina." Through her trembling hand signals, Hina reveals that her brother and the knights are in serious trouble. Jan is stunned to realize that a fierce conflict has apparently broken out between the Kyrier Knights and the Brisson army right at the Horse Temple. Without hesitation, Jan decided to rush straight to the Horse Temple to get the situation under control. Seeing Asen about to go with him, Jan sternly warned Lord H not to act first to prevent everything from spiraling out of control, and nodded, affirming that he was not someone lacking self-control, and immediately rushed out. Watching the wizard's figure, Jan still couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that was surrounding the mansion. He silently thought that something serious must have happened that the prince absolutely couldn't ignore. When he returned to the reception room, the atmosphere was now thick with deadly intent. Grey Brian gritted his teeth in fury, his veins bulging as he asked in a strained voice, "What do you mean by bowing your head?" Cien still maintains a terrifyingly cold expression and responds firmly, "How dare you question the prince's words? It's truly disrespectful. What you should bow your head to is not that mouth." Ray angrily stood up, ready to resist, but Callian closed in with blazing red eyes full of authority, making him gasp for breath. He roared like a final judgment. "The Marquis of the Borderlands, I told you to bow before me." The coldness and authority in Cien's gaze made even the proud Grey tremble in fear. The pressure from the final boss activating his aura nearby is enough to drain your morale bar. He had previously asked Yan if they had met before because he had no memory of him at all. Yan explained that it was a long time before he became the prince's retainer, so it's understandable that he doesn't remember clearly. Cien silently thought that if they had met back then, Grey probably couldn't imagine what he looks like now. Maybe he's heard a lot of stories from Super Lai. Don't think I'm still the same third prince as before. Surely Grey won't believe in this change. Cien smirked challengingly, waiting to see if his opponent would reveal murderous intent or lose composure and draw his sword. For him, whatever choice Grey made would be the worst decision for him. Grey clenched his teeth in frustration, secretly realizing that the rumors about this prince were not exaggerated at all. He felt extremely uncomfortable being suppressed by someone like Callie, who was excluded from the power struggle, causing his duke title in Brisson to be shaken. At this moment, Countess Tessie is sweating profusely, gathering her courage to step forward and request that once she stands up, she should kneel and show her respect. Callie secretly admires her bravery, as she seems unaware that this act has just saved her from Grey's wrath. He kept glancing at Tessie, cursing this arrogant one, and wanting to destroy both of them immediately. But his hatred for the crown prince was still greater. Grey smirked slyly and suddenly bowed, performing a mocking ceremony. "Now, accept this greeting, Ray Britt, bowing before the great crown prince of Kiss." Callie half closed his tired eyes and calmly told Tessie that he would go upstairs first. Grey's complete indifference only made him even more furious for being disrespected right after humbling himself. As he approached the door, Chen didn't forget to leave a cryptic reminder. "Duke of the Frontier, make sure to take good care of your neck. It looks quite painful." Grey roared in fury, "You dare!" Immediately, a loud explosion and blinding light burst from outside the window, causing the room to shake. Both Grey and Tessie are stunned and terrified by the sudden chaos. Callian realizes this is the power of Asner. Although N is originally an ice mage, his deliberate attempt to cause the explosion with such a loud fire must have a special reason. Looking at the blazing fire in the stable, Ten quietly understands that Anne is calling him. "It's on fire!" A scream of shock echoes as the fierce flames engulf the Brisson carriage. The crowd of soldiers is in chaos. Stunned and confused by the news that a mage casually launched a fireball right in the middle of Thantien Baknyat, Kiri remained expressionless in front of the blazing wreckage, even sarcastically remarking that it would be hard to get kind words from the prince after this chaos. "What have you just done?" He frantically questioned whether Kiri knew whose carriage that was and dared to do such a thing. Unshaken, Kiri protected the boy behind him and sharply retorted, "Do you know whose person this boy is and dare to touch him?" The soldier sneered sarcastically, saying Kiri was just a pawn of the third prince. Kiri calmly admitted, "Yes, I am a pawn of the third prince." "And what about you?" "So, you're just the dog of the Earl's son?" "My subordinate just said that. Enough." Just the dog of the Marquis's son. The appearance of the young prince made the Bryson soldier break out in a cold sweat and freeze in place as he faced Callie's overwhelming aura. Callie calmly walks past the burning wreckage. Seeing that, Kiri asks if he needs to compensate for the damaged carriage. After a moment of thought, he proactively suggested, "No need, just deduct it from my salary, Your Highness." He glanced around and remarked that although everyone was gathered, it seemed nothing major was happening. However, Cien's gaze suddenly turned cold as he inquired about his handmaiden's whereabouts. A Brisson soldier was startled and frightened when he heard her name, and Anne coldly revealed the truth that these soldiers, not knowing she was the prince's person, had intended to capture a beautiful mute girl to present to the border count. Hearing this, Ken chuckled bitterly, but then his face darkened and became terrifyingly cold, with his blazing red eyes showing utter contempt. He silently wondered why such scum kept appearing before him. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Grey Brisson roared in fury. He frantically questions the brutal act just committed. Seeing his subordinates lying scattered on the ground, Grey shouts loudly, "Do you dare to cut out the tongues of my knights?" Cien still maintains a blank expression, calmly standing among those who can no longer resist. Arn steps forward to assert that these individuals are no longer worthy of being the Count's knights. He emphasizes that they are only criminals who have been stripped of their honor for daring to attack the prince's lady and assault his servant Greybrand. Grinding his teeth in humiliation, the old man furiously cursed his foolish subordinates who had tarnished his honor right before the eyes of the crowd of servants and soldiers. While Grey was still stunned with rage, Cien calmly walked past him and announced that Sir Manacine and Kiss would cover the full cost of repairing the destroyed carriage. After the fight, he still remembered to settle the bill, handling everything from combat to logistics. Ray Biar clenched his teeth in fury, his fist trembling as he roared in utter humiliation. How dare you? How dare you? But Cien didn't care at all, calmly walking away, leaving behind a person consumed by rage. After a moment, Cien saw Kiri standing silently with a sorrowful expression. Noticing the unusual demeanor of the guard, Cien stopped and asked, "Is there something you want to tell me?" Kiri was stunned and horrified, instinctively clutching his shirt tightly, sweat streaming down his tense face. Deep inside, a flood of dark memories suddenly rushed back. Oh. For you, these acts of injustice and violence have happened countless times in the past. You recall the beatings and harsh insults, year after year, always breaking in like this. You bastard, those cruel enemies who mocked you, saying that, even with a decent face, a lowly person shouldn't dream of a chance to change their life. They hit and sneered, pretending they were about to strike, but all you do is just endure the blows? Kiri used to choose to stay silent and endure, hoping everything would pass, even when they yelled at Hina, "Hey, why don't you say anything?" Where is the protective aura of the mute? You still only know how to grit your teeth and endure humiliation. Back in the present, Kiri tries to suppress the pain surging inside him. He looks at Ken and softly replies with a trembling voice, "No need." Callie silently observes, her red eyes like they can see through all the depths and darkness within the young knight's soul. Understanding his determination and inner suffering, Sen sighs softly and responds with brevity. "All right, I understand." He decisively turned and walked away, leaving Kiri standing silently in the shadow of the dusk. As night falls, the atmosphere at the Reddington estate becomes incredibly quiet. Callie relaxes on the balcony. Namni sips her milk tea and comments, "Hung, this silence is so peaceful, and the milk tea is really good too." Unlike the prince's calm demeanor, Count Tess sitting opposite is extremely worried, his face pale with fear. He stammers, "If you find it to your liking, that's good, but is it really okay, your highness?" Seeing Callie appear so calm, he tremblingly explained that Count Brisson, the warlord, was extremely angry when he left. Count Tess couldn't help but be terrified at the thought of provoking him like that. "Is there anything that happened before you returned to Keys? Aren't you worried? He is a swordsman, right?" Cien still kept his mysterious smile, his glowing red eyes reflecting the cold moonlight. When he first faced Gray, Callian sensed a very strong aura emanating from him. Feeling this power meant that Gray's strength was at most equal to or even weaker than his. That means Sen could crush him at any moment. Callie smiled reassuringly and said, "It's okay, after all, it's just a one-time encounter with someone I have to face in my life." The Count quietly found it strange that a young prince could be so terrifyingly calm. As the elder approached to pour more tea, C asked, "Are you still worried about something?" Test hesitated before admitting he still had doubts about something. He looked down at the training ground and asked if Lord Cien planned to let his servant continue like that. The old man was worried to see Kiri running around the courtyard for hours without stopping. And as he looked at Kiri's sweat-drenched figure, C's eyes grew cold and resolute. "I assure you everything is fine because there are things I need to teach him, even if it means using harsh methods like this." Callie looked down at the field where Kiri was tirelessly running and then calmly affirmed to Lord Test, "I had to punish him that way." Seeing Test's concern about whether the punishment was too harsh, C coldly asked a practical question. "Can I entrust my life to someone who can't handle that level?" He emphasized that what he and Kiri face is completely different, and it's time for the guard to realize that. Test nodded slightly, now understanding that this was not just a punishment. Meanwhile, the wizard Asen, who had directly damaged the carriage, was leisurely resting with a book in hand. Test suddenly realized a costly truth. This is the punishment for not trusting Prince C. At that moment, Tess remembered an important matter and informed Sen that Lord Greyburn had requested to borrow the Count's carriage to replace the one that was burned. Cien slightly smirked, looking into the Marquis's heart as he retorted, "But isn't your carriage also broken so you can't lend it?" His blazing red eyes bore into the opponent. "Is your carriage really broken?" Tess broke out in a cold sweat. The old man admitted it was just an excuse because he didn't want to risk letting someone like Greybren get deep into his territory. The old man was stunned by C's sharpness, as if he had known everything beforehand. Tess sighed, realizing he was just a small lord. If he handed over his only carriage, there would be nowhere left to go. Cien smiled knowingly, asking if the Tess family truly felt at peace living so far away in Kiz, leaving Tess puzzled and questioning the true intentions of the prince. Callie calmly took out a letter sealed with bright red wax and handed it to the old man. "Take this." He confirms that just by showing this mark, Tess can request to meet him at any time to receive support. This is not just a promise, but also a powerful protection offer for the lonely Count. With a determined look, Callie made one final invitation that left Tess stunned. "Let's go, to Keys." Countess Tess was stunned, staring intently at the royal seal on the letter in his hand, his throat choked with emotion and surprise. Tess whispered to himself that once the Prince Callie's horses are back in shape, my cart's axle repair should be done too. The old man clenched the letter tightly with hopeful eyes, while Chi gently smiled, satisfied to have secured an important card. Meanwhile in the capital, rumors of an imminent return and legendary achievements are spreading like wildfire. Crown Prince Blanche sits quietly with a cup of tea, his face showing deep contemplation as he listens to the news. Facing him is Empress Xiao Lai, who calmly takes a sip of tea and says with a hint of meaning, "I truly look forward to that day." The quiet space between mother and daughter suddenly became tense as Si Lai mentioned that 5 months had passed since she last truly spoke with her son. Blanche subtly smirked. Are you trying to show your happiness for your younger brother, Lord Trieu? When Xiu Lai announced that Lord Bean Kwong would arrive soon, Blanche just sighed with boredom. What does that have to do with me? Super Lai said sharply. She warned her son not to waste effort resisting uselessly because he would definitely have to follow the predetermined path. Blanche clenched his teeth in anger, feeling disgusted by the words coming from his mother's mouth, and demanded to know who was truly the one controlling his life. Xiu Lai looked her son straight in the eyes with a terrifying expression and snapped, Why do you still act like a child? The lady coldly asserts that no matter what Blanche says, the future will not change. Xiu Lai once again reminds that Lord Ben Kwong will arrive soon. She demands that Blanche remain completely silent. Gazing into the reflection in her teacup, she quietly observes that someone has changed too much, but there are also those who haven't changed at all. Super Lai ends the conversation with a cold reminder. My son, don't push yourself too hard. Blanche gently bowed his head, bitterly accepting his mother's request. Yes, I also think you will keep trying like that, so I will remain silent as you wish. The cold gaze and pursed lips of Empress Super Lai show she will stop at nothing to achieve her goal, and Blanche's silence is the next pawn in her plan. Meanwhile, on their way back, Callie and her master were leisurely discussing the situation of the nobles. They mentioned that Count Reddington would arrive next week. Countess Poland was lucky to avoid overexertion and death due to the prince's schemes. Alan no longer has to worry about his subordinates suffering. What will happen when the prince keeps causing trouble everywhere? When Cian asked about the king's reaction to the rumor spreading, Alan solemnly reveals, the king has decided to accelerate the formation of the Bison's team. This shocking news left C stunned and exclaiming, What? His outstanding performance in 6th territory had made everyone's expectations fall on him, and also made the Brisen House extremely cautious. The disgrace of the military lord only worsened the tension, and the king suddenly ordered the transfer of the land and the building once used by the Paven Knight Order for Callie's Beacon's team. Handing over Paven's base to Ben's team is like declaring war on Brisson. Standing alone on the balcony in the dark, the king quietly contemplates that if he needs to divert their attention from Callie, this isn't a bad option. If the king is firm in his decision, then it's not necessarily a bad choice. Cien immediately realizes his father's deeper intentions. He worries that the king is turning himself into a target and that there will definitely be threats against him. He has taken that into account. The Bonkin's team formation ceremony will officially take place next week as soon as Sin returns. He clenched the ring on his hand, his face grim with anger and worry. No, this is not going to be easy. Even with the master by his side, the captain of the Kira Knight Order guarding the king has not yet perfected his swordsmanship. Cien realizes that if Grey Person returns to the capital smoothly now, King Lang's life will surely be in serious danger. He quietly asked his subordinate if there was any other route from Reddington to Keese and received the answer that this was the only way. Not wanting to take a long detour, he clenched his ring and silently vowed to cause a little more trouble because he absolutely would not let Lord Brisson reach the capital easily. While Grey Person, furious, cursed and kicked the shabby carriage he was forced to ride in, shouting in shame as a renowned swordsman like him sat in a cheap women's carriage, urging the coachman to go faster to escape this miserable situation. But his haste was interrupted by a scream from his subordinate reporting that someone was fiercely chasing from behind. Ray was still in shock, about to scold the soldier for talking nonsense when an overwhelming pressure suddenly pressed down right beside him. Driving a carriage into a chase boss at the edge of a cliff means there's no escape. A loud crash echoed as the fierce black horse charged forward, blocking the path of the carriage amidst a thick cloud of dust. Ray Brisson was stunned and froze in place as he faced the crimson eyes of the third prince. Callie smirked with a cold smile. I found you, Border Lord. Ray Brisson was stunned into silence, unable to believe his eyes as Cien appeared right before him, shouting in horror. What is going on? Why is that guy Callie here? Ray couldn't understand how the prince managed to catch up with the carriage from such a great distance. He suspected it must be some fragments of magic he learned from his master Alan Manassan. Callie quickly rides his black horse closer with threatening red eyes, coldly sneering. Still so rude, not even bothering to greet the prince. Grey Bren burst into a wild, insane laughter in response to the sharp provocation. Ha ha ha. The rage erupts, twisting his face into a savage and ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth in fury, unable to accept that someone he always looked down on would dare to confront him directly and threaten him with courtesy. He stomped hard on the carriage wall and shouted to stop immediately. Grey roared with deadly intent, declaring he would end the disgraceful bloodline of Callie right here. A devastating collision erupted, causing a powerful shockwave that shook the entire surrounding space. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Grey Bryson painfully realizes he's being completely overwhelmed. He is choked so tightly that he can only cough in agony. Gasping for breath, Grey trembles in utter terror. You provoked first, you insulted first. A dark blue aura from his sword radiated an oppressive pressure, sealing off all escape routes except for the arrogant one. Cien clenched his glowing aura sword tightly. His eyes turned cold to the point of terror as he declared that from now on, all his actions are justified self-defense. He contemptuously asked if he still dared to speak about the noble bloodline. Gray was beaten to the point of spitting blood, only able to gasp with choking sounds, all his previous arrogance gone, replaced by utter terror. He tremblingly crawled on the ground, clutching the dirt and begging nonstop. Please, please, spare me. I was wrong. Gray miserably kneels at C's feet, desperately begging for one last chance to live. Cien calmly stomps down hard on Gray's bloodied hand. He asked in a low voice whether he had ever wondered why his brother suddenly disappeared, a question that struck like lightning, causing Gray's eyes to bulge in horror. He stammers, unable to understand what is happening. Cien silently walks around the defeated man. He reveals a shocking truth that someone paid a huge sum to Lord Brisson to hire people to clean up linen, and that is why he disappeared. Cynically, he questions whether the Earl intends to take the money to eliminate his eldest son, who is eyeing his position as Cien's fiery red eyes bore into Gray's mind. He demands that he answer kindly about the identity of the one who dared to attack him. In extreme pain and panic, Gray trembles as he clenches his fists, finally managing to utter the name Ian Even. Marcus Ben. As soon as he received the answer, Cien coldly lifted his foot and stomped down like thunder on his opponent. Gray Brisson's heart-wrenching scream echoed through the space before suddenly falling silent. Cien stepped on Gray Brisson lying motionless on the ground, casually commenting that making his son like this was truly the act of a heartless father. It seems you all think the same, huh? Looking at the trembling soldier nearby, Callie coldly asked, "You know what to say now, right?" The frightened soldier nodded repeatedly, promising to return immediately to the frontier territory to report. As he ran, he silently thought that all the tragic events today were caused by Marcus Brisson's hatred for his own son. Callie turned to look at Kiri and asked, "Did you see everything clearly?" He unexpectedly revealed that he had paid off all Kiri's debts, leaving him stunned. Kiri bowed his head to affirm that he had let go of the past, but still wondered about what Sen just said. Callie gently argued that Kiri's decision to follow him here proved his thoughts had changed. "You used to understand me better than I understood myself." Cien looked into the distance, knowing he had many things to say to Kiri, maybe even 10 years' worth. But their journey ahead was still long. Finally, they had returned to the capital. Throughout the streets, the people cheered loudly for the name of the third prince. They whispered excitedly about the sacred light of Sifani appearing in Rojaleta as a sign of blessing for him. The crowd believes that although he is the third prince, Kallian is the most deserving of the throne, and surely the king will think so too. Cien pushed open the heavy door and entered the grand hall amid the clear ringing of the announcement. Prince C has arrived. Inside, Crown Prince Randall and Second Prince Branch are already seated and waiting. Kallian stepped forward with a confident demeanor, smiling and apologizing for the delay, expressing his joy at finally having the chance to greet his two older brothers after such a long time. Blanche and Randall quietly looked at their younger brother, who exuded a completely different aura, then nodded slightly in response. Blanche faintly curled his lips, calmly welcoming his brother's return. "Yes, good, you're back." This unusually warm greeting surprised both Randall and Kallian. Callie glanced at his older brother, feeling a surge of suspicion about this strange attitude. He quietly wondered if this was some kind of joke or a new scheme from Frank. The royal banquet began in a formal yet tense atmosphere. King Loc Meng, while dining, kindly asked Crown Prince Randallo, "Have you finished reading all the treatises of Xiatai that you said you were studying?" After receiving Randall's polite yes, he was pleased and advised him to share his feelings with him later. Immediately, the king turned to encourage the second, Prince Frank, praising his diligent sword training that improved his appearance and promising a hunting trip together. Witnessing the sudden concern from the king, Callie secretly felt suffocated by the awkward atmosphere. He takes a sip of wine, secretly thinking that he should soon embark on a distant journey to escape the suffocating palace. Seeing the caring attitude of his father, Kallian can't help but marvel at how drastically he has changed. A father who was always cold and distant from his children suddenly became warm and caring in an unusually tender way, as if he had become a completely different person. Just then, a close official quietly approached and whispered into the king's ear to report an urgent matter that needed to be addressed. The king's gaze darkened slightly as he ordered the waiting guest to be allowed inside, and the sudden appearance of the new character immediately made Blanche become alert, his expression turning grim. Callie slightly smirked, as if he had anticipated the arrival of the next person. He silently mocked their impatience as the announcement echoed once more throughout the banquet hall. The Empress Dowager has arrived. The superlative Empress, in a luxurious blue gown, holding a golden fan to partially cover her face, enters gracefully with an air of authority. Facing the scheming woman approaching, Sen offers a knowing smile and a provocative greeting. "It's been a long time since I last met Empress Dowager." Cien smiled, her fiery red eyes staring directly at the scheming woman. "It's been a while since we last met, Your Majesty." Xiaolai slightly smirked and replied with a nonchalant tone. "Yes, that's right." She slowly approached, examined C carefully, and then commented with a fake smile. "You look very healthy. It seems there's nothing to worry about." Cien replied calmly. "As you can see, I returned safely. Superlai keeps mocking his health, worried that he might catch the flu again, like last time. The journey seemed difficult, so I was very worried about you." Callie remained unfazed, responding with sharp counterattacks. "On the contrary, I find it very favorable. Since the last flu was really severe, I didn't encounter any serious issues outside." Xiaolai smiled brightly but with cold eyes. How fortunate. Suddenly, she shifted her attack target to the king, and hearing that something good happened in JF's land, I became even more worried. Is that right, Your Majesty? Super Lie's praise for Cien has reached all the way to the Haya Palace. She delivered a fatal blow. Are you really considering making Cien the next crown prince? The shocking question stunned both Randall and Planche, causing the banquet hall to suddenly freeze, as King Lang clenched his glass of wine until his hands trembled. Cien silently thought, you really no longer know what to say or not. Is it because of impatience that you have even given up on maintaining the slightest appearance of decorum? Super Lie still kept a calm yet challenging expression. In his heart, the king recalled the cryptic advice from Lord Madison not long ago. Send the person he hated the most to Camelin first. If you do that, everything will resolve itself on its own. The king's gaze at this moment becomes extremely terrifying as he stares fixedly at Branch. He spoke gravely. I have been deeply troubled because each of my children is a precious treasure, but now you want to help ease my worries? Thank you very much for that. The king's words, full of hidden meaning, left Planche stunned and frozen in place. Suddenly, the king slammed his hand down on the table, the sharp sound echoing through the room like a harsh judgment aimed directly at the arrogance of Super Lie and her daughter. Super Lie clenched her teeth in fury as the king insulted her in front of the princes. She angrily pressed her hand on the table and growled a bitter threat aimed directly at Planche. You will definitely regret treating me this way. It has to be. As Chao Lai leaves with heavy steps, King Lok Mong sighs softly, clenches his fists on the table, and suddenly offers a tired apology. I apologize. Seeing your shock, the king gently explained to Planche. What I said was not meant with ill intent. Please don't misunderstand. The second son only bowed his head in response. I understand. The king sighed. He mentioned an old royal scar. I'm sure you all know how your uncle is living now. I don't want any of you to live such a life. According to the law, princes who are not chosen as heir must leave Kiss when they turn 20, be granted their own territory to live in, and are not allowed to stay in the capital for more than 5 days. That night, Chen and Yan strolled together under the quiet moonlight to discuss this. Yan began to recount the story of Lord Asin, the King Lang's brother. Unlike the usual rules, as soon as Lang was named crown prince, Asnan refused to accept the decision and rebelled with his army. The bloody battle ended in a disastrous defeat, and now their uncle is imprisoned forever in a deep tower in the Verika Abyss, south of the Sigfit territory. The king always fears that history will repeat itself. He does not want to see his children fall into fratricide and only hopes that everyone can live in harmony. Yan wondered if such harmony was possible given the current situation. Kallian simply replied indifferently, who knows? He silently thought that with the current plans it was truly hard to imagine. Lost in thought, Kallian suddenly exclaimed, ooh, upon seeing something strange. Yan panickingly shouted, Your Majesty, the prince! When Callie thought Yan was seeing the same thing he was, the boy pointed at him and screamed in terror. No, not that. It's in your pocket. Cien looked down in surprise as the black stone in his pocket suddenly shone brightly and emitted a terrifying heat. Callie stared intently at the glowing black stone in his palm and softly said, Honestly, your gaze is drawn to a single bright red rose blooming alone in the night, which is absurd since all the other flowers in the garden have withered long ago. Even within this majestic palace, do strange events beyond natural laws still continue? Callie slowly reached out and touched the crimson petals. But as soon as his finger touched it, the rose suddenly shattered into pieces and withered instantly. Callie was stunned, standing still as he watched the fragments of the flower vanish into the air, realizing that time seemed to have stopped for this rose for a long while, but then suddenly flowed again in just a brief moment. In Sin's mind, a series of disconnected pieces related to time flashed through, from the black stone, the withered rose, the girl Elsaya, to the time axis and the presence of Cispanian and the god Serenity. He recalls Cispanian's cryptic reminder that Serenity does not want him to act hastily. Callie clenched his fist, filled with anger and impatience as he saw precious time slipping away right before his eyes. Yet he was told to hold back and not to rush. 2 days had passed since C returned, but he still stayed in his room and did not attend any meetings. Little Jan nervously stands by the bed, asking if C will cancel tomorrow's breakfast because his constant absence is drawing attention. Callie, exhausted, replies that he's still feeling drained after the long trip. Yen sighed and excused himself, not forgetting to wish the prince good night before closing the door. Callie lay quietly in the darkness, her blazing red eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, a deep voice from outside broke the silence of the room. I heard you can use a bit of magic, but it turns out you can also listen through the wind. Cien calmly sat up and looked toward the shadow standing outside the balcony, questioning coldly. At this moment, in this way, I only ask why you came here, Sir Blanche. Second Prince Blanche stands under the moonlight, quietly observing his younger brother with a calculating gaze. Cien looks out from the balcony, silently wondering if this uninvited guest is a hereditary trait from Queen Xiaolai, and he coldly confirms that the missing roses in the garden were definitely caused by Callie. Callie couldn't help but be surprised by the sudden accusation. Blanche stepped closer. He is convinced that it is the flower Cien treasures most, which is why he took it. A blazing red magic circle envelops the space as the two princes face each other directly. Callian walks up to his brother and sarcastically remarks that it's surprising Blanche would resort to such rudeness just to get a flower. But Blanche realized that C knew it wasn't an ordinary flower, and that's why he was absent from breakfast today. Cien silently admired Blanche's sharpness. The second prince begins to reveal that the garden is cared for by Randall, and that because Randall carries the blood of Tinsel, the nation of the divine officials, he had already connected all the pieces together. Plan said he had asked Randall many times about the flower that never withers, but each time he only received the answer that he didn't know. Cien listened silently to every word of Blanche. The second prince admits he asked that way, hoping to get an honest answer. In the face of his brother's arrogance, Cien could only remain silent and observe. Blanche insists that without the power of a divine official, that flower could not have lasted this long, but he still doesn't understand why Randall has to hide his true identity. These words hit him like a heavy blow to the mind, leaving him stunned to realize that his judgment was completely correct. Randall truly can wield the power of a divine official. Plan casually leans against the railing and unexpectedly suggests that he took responsibility for burning the rose in front of Jan and Deo, asking C to just report it that way to keep things smooth. Before jumping off the balcony and leaving, Blanche reminds Cien to settle the statement and then bids farewell. See you tomorrow, little brother. Just as Blanche was about to leave, Callie hurriedly asked, "Why did you do that?" Blanche slightly smirked, thinking Callie skipped breakfast to hide his suspicions from the two brothers, but Sen immediately cut in. He wants to know the real reason why someone like Blanche, who doesn't have a good relationship with him, suddenly stepped in to help him escape Randall's watchful eye. Callian honestly states that there is no meaningful relationship between the two that would warrant such an act. Blanche chuckled softly with a knowing smile and asked back, "Do you remember?" Sen, looking puzzled, was met with a cold assertion that no matter what power Randall held, he would never be able to win. Blanche's eyes suddenly turned cold as he compared himself to the eldest brother, leaving Sen stunned. He sensed the bitter undertone in their words and pressed further, asking if perhaps Blanche decided to help him because he knew Randall couldn't overcome Queen Seolai's influence. Blanche didn't answer. He simply turned his back silently, leaving behind a mysterious remark that he had never truly... Blanche looked at Sion with suspicion and suddenly asked if he intended to move to the Camelin Palace, the residence reserved for the Crown Prince. Blanche sighed softly, believing that from the very beginning everything had been predestined that way. After Blanche left, Callian returned to his room, sitting silently on the bed with turbulent thoughts racing through his mind. He thought to himself that no matter how great Randall's power is, he could never win against the Queen's control. The image of Randall with a vibrant rose appeared, a testament to the strength of a divine official. But what troubled Callie the most was the foul smell of blood emanating from the black stone as it resonated with that strange power. In the air, there was a scent, an unmistakable plot scent, not the fragrance of flowers. Callie unclenched the stone tightly in his hand. He knew that to uncover the truth behind this strange reaction, he had to find a way to make Jandel act. Only then does he reveal for himself the reason why the flowers bloom, and why he has kept it secret all this time. Cien decisively stands up, gazing out over the vast palace. He realizes there is only one way to force Randall to act, which is to completely eliminate Queen Seolai. Looking towards the distant greenhouse, Callian silently resolves to act immediately because he doesn't have much time left. Meanwhile, in the Empress's palace, a loud bang of the Queen's hand hitting the table made tea splash everywhere. Seolai jumped up, her face distorted with shock and anger. "What did you just say?" "Say that again. How could the Duke be a soldier?" Under the furious rage of her master, the maid tremblingly reports that Grayperson has been seriously injured and is no longer able to resist. Seolai was stunned to hear the rumor that Grayperson had returned to the border territory even though he was clearly near the capital. She was shocked by the news that Gray had suddenly lost contact and asked if the injury was true. "What? My father? Why?" According to the testimony, the Marquis knew about the conspiracy to seize the throne and sent a warning. "Gray, never come back to kiss again." Superlie fell silent, a wave of terror rising in her heart. Could it be that father has discovered the deal between me and my elder brother? That was the secret agreement to support Plan in becoming the crown prince in exchange for the marquisate for the eldest brother. However, Seolai quickly regained her composure. She insists that no one could know about that and suspects that only a marquis himself could have injured a sword saint like Gray. In response to the maid's hesitation, Chow Lai smiled knowingly. She ordered an immediate dispatch of medicine to the border to verify the injury and to track down the true culprit behind this incident. Alone, Seolai slammed her hand on the table and suddenly burst into a wild laugh, fully aware that Gray was perfectly healthy and believing that someone's plan to harm him had utterly failed. Seolai smirked with satisfaction. "You plan to blame my father, right?" Her eyes turned colder and more sinister than ever. Superlie secretly confirmed that the mastermind behind the scenes and the one who told Gray to use the excuse of being injured to act was her. Superlie casually throws a heavy bag of money onto the table and orders coldly for it to be taken. The person across quickly grabs the bag, quietly marveling at the Queen's generosity, and then wondering if this opponent is a crowd or not. Superlie calmly sips her tea, asserting that there is only one target. Hearing this, the knight smiles greedily, secretly thinking that the price for just one person is so high it moves him. He is Deputy Commander 2 of the Paven Knight Order. Behind the glamorous appearance of a royal knight, no one could imagine that Toe's true face is that of someone willing to kill anyone for gold. He eagerly asked about the specific task. What should I do? Super Lai coldly asked him to investigate the bodyguard who had previously clashed with Grey Brisson during the Rogalita trip of the Third Prince, and to uncover the details of what happened between them. She casually added an irresistible offer that if Tu could silence that person's mouth, the reward money would be doubled immediately. Tu's eyes lit up with excitement as he fondled the gold coin in his hand, constantly muttering about the upcoming hefty reward. He eagerly asked about the identity of that unfortunate person. Meanwhile, Super Lai was still lost in her own thoughts. She silently called out the name C, wondering why her intuition kept pointing to this prince. This intuition is not to be taken lightly. The name An appears in Seo Lai's mind as a threat that must be paid attention to. Now, at the royal palace, whispers and rumors about the Grisson family are spreading through the halls. The nobles are beginning to whisper about the shocking rumor that Marquis Evan Bryson deliberately attacked his own eldest son. They wondered about the truth of the information when they heard that Evan was frantically searching for the person who spread the false rumor. Evan's unusual absence from the noble meeting today made the suspicions about the Brisson family's involvement more evident than ever. The nobles buzzed with gossip over the emperor's sudden summons. Stepping onto the podium, King Lang declared clearly, "I have an important announcement for you." He candidly admits that for a long time, the kingdom of Kyrus has been too close to swords and distant from magic. To correct this mistake, he clearly announces that the Kyrus royal family will establish a wizard corps. The whole hall seemed to explode with shock at the startling news, whispers spreading non-stop. What is it? A wizard division in Kys? Amid the storm of public opinion, many noticed the unusual absence of the Marquis Brisson at this critical moment. King Long announced that the new division will be called Ban Kan, and the official launch will take place in just a week, affirming that all preparations are complete and making a strong move against the aristocracy by declaring that Ban Kan will use the building and training grounds formerly belonging to the Paven Knights. Immediately after, he coldly ordered everyone to leave. This move was enough to freeze the entire court for 5 seconds. When the crowd had dispersed, the king, exhausted, requested to be alone. From now on, I want to be alone. He quietly walks down the empty corridor, gently massaging his tense temples as he senses the fierce opposition from the nobles. The deadline pressure is closing in fast, and there's no escape. Seeing Sion approaching, he kindly asked if he was okay. The king sighed and said, "You are confident this was expected, so there's no need to worry too much." He continued walking and reminded him, "You said you wanted to meet me privately." Callie respectfully confirmed he had something to ask. "I plan to meet with some nobles from knightly families. Will that cause any trouble for you, your majesty?" King Li looked somewhat surprised and asked his son, "Do you want to know if expanding your influence might cause harm or arouse suspicion?" Seeing C's determination, the king gently smiled in admiration. "How bold you are. Since when did you become this mature?" He decisively granted permission. "Do as you wish. Keep a respectful smile and thank him for the approval. Thuong Hai." However, he also expressed caution, believing that to meet certain people he wanted to talk to, he must avoid the gaze of the Brisson family. Kellyan also tactfully inquired whether the king planned to expand the hunting event with Prince Fran. The atmosphere in the capital grew more lively than ever with the Ban Kan Wizard Division, as the white-clad mages wearing full masks amazed the crowd. In the end, our prince has gained power, and it's a whole wizard division. The crowd is so excited they're going wild. Yan looks thrilled, but Kellyan calmly reminds him that officially, the Ban Kan are not involved. Yan still couldn't hide his excitement. "Yeah, but I was so happy I couldn't hold back." Amidst the whispers about the prince with fiery red eyes, seeing why and so excited, Callie teased him, "You seem pretty thrilled, huh, Yan?" The boy replied, "Your Highness, you're the one who's so calm." At that moment, Ein H appeared looking exhausted, but with eyes shining strangely. He excitedly announced that we finally found the solution for the teleportation magic circle, and explained that by using the activation principle of the Oathmark, they could establish a usage contract between the magic circle and various targets. This means gaining full ownership of the powerful teleportation magic circle. Kellyan praised with satisfaction. "Excellent. You've worked hard. I'll discuss the details later."
He also advised AN to go home and rest before the upcoming debut party, but AN muttered anxiously about facing Commander Mana Hio tomorrow.
After the evening feast, the deity must meet Lord Mana Hilo. If I go home now just thinking about what Lord Mana Hio, the Legion commander, will say to the deity tomorrow is terrifying. Seeing that, Kan gently promised to speak well for him in front of the master and advised him to rest when he could rest, and bowed and staggered away. "Thank you, your highness. I will take my leave now." Callie watched the tired figure of her companion and reminded him, "Be careful on your way home and don't fall asleep on the road." The carriage rumbled quietly into the silent night. Inside, after days of exhausting work, I couldn't hold on and fell asleep. In my hazy dream, Cien's warning suddenly sounded like a premonition. "I told you not to fall asleep on the way." A violent jolt shook the carriage violently, waking him from his nightmare. He was stunned to realize he had fallen into a carefully planned ambush. Not just one or two assassins, but an entire group of assassins. The alarm blared in panic as he saw the masked assassins riding horses in hot pursuit, and he immediately jumped off the carriage to find an escape route. Sleepy eyes haven't even stretched yet when survival mode kicks in as the murderous assassins grin wickedly. swinging their swords straight at their target.
Damn it!
Asen gritted his teeth as he realized the terrible situation he had suspected was actually happening. In that tense moment, he quickly wielded his magic to create a cold ice barrier that stopped the deadly attack, with the icy magic exploding brilliantly and knocking away all the assassin's weapons. Ace smiles confidently and arrogantly, leisurely introducing his new identity. Pleased to meet you. I am the deputy commander of the Bankan Mage Division. My name is An A.H. Amid the pure white space of the party, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely silent. Taking a sip of tea, Alan Madison looked around and wondered about the absence of Lord Han. He casually replied that he was probably busy with work right now and revealed that news about Gray had just been delivered today, and that Queen Seolai had surely already begun her actions. Alan shivered slightly as he realized Sen had deliberately thrown Hex out as bait. He sighed at the young prince's ruthless manipulation, quietly wondering if he still harbored resentment over past events. Callie smiled cunningly and confirmed that Seolai must be feeling suspicious right now. She will have to wonder whether Lord Bin Kwang is truly on her side, because Gray's decision to help Sai is not just out of brotherly loyalty, but because his real goal is the title of Marquis, which he can only achieve if even Bryson dies. Therefore, Sai is also considering the possibility that Even has discovered the betrayal plan and is punishing Gray himself to intimidate her. Ala believes that understanding the full situation will require more time. Callian fully agrees and also points out a deadly mistake of C. She has never met Hex, and therefore has no idea how formidable he truly is. With her arrogance, she probably only trains a few mediocre knights to handle it. Callie leisurely stirs his tea, confident that H alone is more than enough to deal with those trash. After the journey to Rosalita, C's trust in Hex has become stronger than ever. He smiles coldly, fully confident in his subordinate's abilities. At this moment, in the dark night, Ain appeared like a mighty icy god, a giant glowing magic circle enveloping the space and emanating an oppressive pressure. His cold face was the last thing the assassin saw before falling into death. Sharp shards of ice tore through the air, piercing into the enemy's bodies and leaving them unable to resist. One soldier was impaled and let out a choked cry of pain. The others screamed in terror, begging for mercy, but it was all too late before the wrath of the Vice Legion commander. The desperate screams gradually fade away into the cold bones as combat looks on, clearly seeing that Aotrine on the other side has already vanished before understanding what happened. The leader of the assassin team was sweating bullets. He couldn't believe his eyes at what was happening. What happened to that wizard? Usually, a wizard should target carefully, calculate, and chant before casting a spell. But Anne's swift and unwavering attack completely shattered all the rules. He shouted in horror, "What do you mean?" But at this reckless speed sensed the danger, and the mad leader ordered his subordinates to dismount in hopes of closing the distance and exploiting the mage's close combat weakness. He roared to dispel the fear of his subordinates. "Don't be afraid. Do you know how much he's worth?" Thinking about the money they'll get, the assassin's eyes flash with greed as they wildly swing their swords and charge forward. But Anne remained strangely calm. His deep blue eyes showed no hesitation, and in an instant, a sturdy magical shield appeared to block all of the enemy's attacks. Bang Huang's leader froze in shock at the opponent's masterful skills, deploying a shield so quickly. His subordinates were gradually defeated by Asen's sharp ice shards, and the leader trembled, filled with late regret as he realized he had fallen into a deadly trap. Damn it, I really shouldn't have taken this mission. He realizes the overwhelming difference in strength and feels bitter, blaming himself for his blind greed. How could he think he could succeed with only 10 people? Amid the devastated scene, Anne stands tall, calmly sweeping away all obstacles with powerful magic circles. He desperately searches for a way to survive in his despair. I can't die here for nothing. He finally realized that the so-called good opportunity from the Queen's invitation was actually a death sentence with no escape. He was completely overwhelmed by the overwhelming power. How could he handle someone like that? In just a moment, a decisive magic strike ended the last of them. Arn quietly looked around the devastated battlefield and confirmed coldly. Only one remains. The leader of the assassin team kneeling at Arn's feet screams in agony. "Spare my life. I will tell you everything you want to know. I will reveal everything I know about Prince Cien." Anne calmly looked down at the trembling man. "What do you intend to say now?" He gasped and revealed that Empress Superlie was the one who directly ordered him to carry out the assassination. He continued to spill dark secrets in hopes of saving his life. "I once handled a lady-in-waiting of the Empress who sneaked into Prince Cien's palace. If needed, I can testify." Arn slightly smirked with contempt, firmly stating that C absolutely did not want to bring up that matter again. The assassin, panicked, mentioned Lennon Bryson's disappearance and the wounded lord on the frontier. He realized that all these shocking events were orchestrated by Callie behind the scenes. He shouted about the one holding the funds of Marcus Brisson. The more he said, the more he revealed himself. No one asked, yet he kept exposing his own faults. He revealed a private casino in Kiss where the elite bet with lives, but Ayan calmly crushed his last hope. It's a shame. The story is somewhat interesting, but someone closer to the prince already knows more than you do. The leader's face completely collapsed, pale with disbelief that the young prince could be so cunning. He struggled to reveal the final secret about Marcus Evan Brisson. In fact, the Marquis has been pursuing the path of swordsmanship for a very long time. I've seen that his sword was badly damaged, but he's always kept that secret from the Border Lord. Arn slightly furrowed his brow, showing interest in this new information. He placed his hand on the assassin's shoulder, startling him, then calmly remarked, "Perhaps the prince will find this a little interesting?" Tao tried to play his final card to save his life. "You know a lot about this, huh?" The assassin grew even more smug. He desperately begged, "If you allow me to meet His Highness, I will tell you even more details about that." But in response to the plea, it was just a cold magic sword strike that immediately ended the traitor. At this point, thinking you can negotiate is just a delusion of max-level power. Aen looked at the corpse at his feet and calmly remarked that once words had been spoken harshly, it was better to stay silent. After resolving the trouble, he sighed and looked around the quiet forest. The carriage is destroyed, the horses have run off, and there's not a single soul passing through this deserted place, making him worry about the way back. But suddenly, the pounding of hooves from behind startles him in terror. In the capital, a blood-stained cloth bag is placed on the table, while Sen maintains a cold, mysterious expression. Elsewhere, Marcus Evan Brisson is going berserk with rage. The old man slammed his hand down on the table, roaring in fury at the accusation aimed directly at him. "What did you say?" "What do you mean I caught unhacking?" Even realized this was a warning from the king, indicating he suspected I had dared to interfere with the Ban-Can division, the new power of the royal family. I asked about Tu's involvement with the mage and was told he had entered the palace by order of Queen Seolai. Even's eyes grew cold. He decided to go to the palace immediately, regardless of the request to notify the queen. Even roared fiercely. He did not want to witness father and son tearing each other apart, and his true target was the second Prince Blanche. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the Three Princes dinner became extremely tense. Crown Prince Randell suddenly mentioned that the deputy commander of the Ban-Can was missing, and suggested that Callie must be very worried. Cien remains calm. He admits he's become too accustomed to trouble since his time in Rosalita. But beneath the banquet table, C's hands clenched tightly with tension. Outwardly calm but internally tumultuous, the key lies in his demeanor. Cien forced a strained smile, believing that the king and the master were the ones truly worried about the safety of the vice commander. Randall quietly observes his younger brother with a thoughtful look. Suddenly, Crown Prince Blanche mentions the scheduled hunting trip and turns to ask Randall if he plans to join. Randall firmly declined the invitation to join the hunt, thinking this was a royal event meant for Blanche, so he had no reason to be there. After Blanche's advice to go outside and get some exercise, Randall simply thanked him politely and affirmed that hunting was not his thing. Cien watched silently. He realizes Randall is secretly checking Bly, even though he knows the answer, but still deliberately asks to confirm his absence at the banquet. Plan calmly continues eating and suddenly asks if C is helping him. C immediately stared intently at his brother, secretly noting that this attitude was completely unlike Plan's usual demeanor. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of pressure hit, causing Sen to shudder in fear. He was stunned to realize that this overwhelming feeling of anger was actually Sen sweating profusely. He was amazed and wondered how Master Alan Madison could be so furious. Meanwhile, in the palace corridor, Alan Madison appeared and sarcastically remarked upon seeing someone still at ease, despite his subordinate just disappearing. He approached Count Evan Bryson, mockingly asking if he was perhaps too preoccupied with the favored third prince. Alan emphasized that despite losing most of his subordinates, the Marquis still appeared very relaxed, showing a concern for the second prince that he normally never displayed. Seeing Evan's face contorted with anger, he coldly asserted that if his men had met a tragic end, the first thing he should be worried about is a funeral, not rushing into the palace. Every word is as sharp as a knife. After hearing them, only silence remains, as Count Evan Brisson grits his teeth in anger at Alan's arrogance. The old man roared fiercely. "Who do you think you're trying to lecture? Are you still daring to be rude in front of His Majesty? Someone like you who has no throne should not only be ungrateful." In response to the insult about his background, he calmly replied that it was not a matter for a Marquis to interfere in. In response to that contempt, Alan only slightly smirked. Who would have thought that a noble knightly family sending elite soldiers to capture a mage would end up wiped out, more trustworthy than anyone else? That final remark was so cutting that it left no room for rebuttal. He stepped closer to Even with a sarcastic and bitter remark. "So, how much did you get this time?" Of course, it couldn't be more than that day. Alan leaned close to the Earl's ear and whispered a shocking truth that made the space seem to freeze. "The day you betrayed your own flesh and blood." The words hit like a deadly blow, leaving Even stunned and trembling, sweat pouring down his pale face as his dark secret was exposed. Unable to contain his extreme rage, Even lunged forward, grabbing Alan by the collar and roaring wildly. "What did you just say?" Getting exposed right on the spot. Amid the swirling pressure of the deep blue magic, Alan remains disturbingly calm. He softly utters as a mage, affirming his strength, and secretly thinks, "I told you I'm not that easy, but it seems you've forgotten." A sudden burst of blazing red fire magic erupts fiercely, engulfing the entire surrounding space. With a mysterious and arrogant smile, he gazes directly at the trembling figure, mocking his ignorance of his own limits. He calmly watches Evan gradually being consumed by the fierce flames, wondering how the old man plans to resist when his entire body is being completely devoured without a trace. Alan smirks maliciously amidst the blazing red fire. He coldly warns Evan Brisson to think carefully about who he is facing. Completely overwhelmed by the fire magic, Marcus Bryson could only clutch his neck and cough in pain, his face distorted with frustration as he was unable to fight back. He even gritted his teeth and cursed that those who rely solely on their strength like mages won't last long. But Aelan calmly replied that he is not alone. On the contrary, the Brisson family itself is full of selfish individuals. He sarcastically questions who Grey Brisson truly trusts and what he seeks by venturing into the capital, leaving even stunned as he realizes the truth. Dark schemes are gradually revealed as Grey, Bargastare, who should have been on the border, suddenly appears in the capital to seize the Marquis title. Even must have sensed his son's ambition for power, so he decided to act first to eliminate the threat. All clues from the assassin entering the palace to Empress Seolai's involvement point to a brutal betrayal plan, just like how Renong once abandoned Brisson to follow Randall. A series of dramas unfold one after another, each layer more intense than the last, making it unbearable for anyone watching from outside. Even Brisson roared madly in shame. "How dare you!" The old man's scream echoed through the garden, but could not change the predetermined outcome. From the high balcony, Callie silently watched the entire scene below with cold, calculating red eyes. Countess Evan Brisson walks silently, leaving behind the humiliating confrontation with Alan. His subordinate quickly follows, reminding him that quite some time has passed and asking if he still intends to proceed to Chomin Palace as originally planned. Evan's face now contorted with a raging fury. Marquis Mukbitch wanted to go to Chomin Palace to confirm the truth about the alliance between the second Prince Planche and Queen Seolai. Every step now must be carefully considered. Just one wrong move and the cost is immediate. But he clenched his fist tightly, silently acknowledging that the current situation has completely changed, and the decision to turn back was made in an instant. Because Even understood that he should only meet Branch when he was sure he had solid evidence of which side the prince truly supported. Outside, heavy raindrops began to fall, erasing the figure of the Marquis lost in his vengeful calculations. Inside the palace, Cien stands silently by the window watching the long streaks of rain flow down the glass. He sighs softly, thinking that if the rain continues like this, the upcoming hunting festival probably won't go as planned. You need to turn and look at the person sitting quietly in the room and ask, "Don't you see it that way?" Blanche still maintains a cold expression. He suddenly mentioned seeing a wizard chase after knights this morning. Cien slightly smirked, stepped closer, and asked if his brother could sense the overwhelming aura hidden in that act. Seeing the mischievous expression on his younger brother's face, Blanche sighed softly. He admitted that the king's praise for Callie's swordsmanship was truly not an exaggeration. After realizing he could only remain silent because speaking further would only make things worse for himself, Callie casually asked, "Do you often meet with the Marcus?" Seeing Blanche's solemn expression, he firmly stated that the two of them had never met privately before. Cien slightly smirked and replied, "Is that so?" Then he quietly concluded that the Brisson family was very harmonious, but a little push was enough to cause a crack, and perhaps that was why the Marquis sought out Planche. In the quiet room, Cien reveals the plan, pulling your mother down and pushing you toward Camelon. Planche falls silent, his deep blue eyes showing clear signs of turmoil in response to the harsh truths. "If all you want is for my mother to abdicate, you don't need to side with me anymore. But if you want the throne, go meet Even." Planche slumped into the chair, exhausted, as if he had already made up his mind long ago. "So then, let me ask one last question," he said confidently. "This time the queen is likely to make the worst choice." Cien's eyes turned cruel as he declared that he would push everything in that direction and had no intention of saving her. He coldly warned that if Planche decided to take his hand, he should be prepared. In the pouring rain, Planche gazed into the distance, silently contemplating the path his mother had painstakingly built all along. A firm handshake was exchanged, marking an unexpected alliance between the two princes. Hearing this news, Jan was stunned and asked again if Sen had really allied with Plan instead of Crown Prince Randall. Callian calmly confirms the truth. Ian remains in shock. He wondered if this meant Branch had officially turned his back on Empress Superlie. Callian slowly sipped his tea. He explains that it is not betrayal, but rather a surrender. Blanche could no longer stand by and watch the crime Seolai committed just to put him on the throne. So he had long ago chosen to act in his own way. In the dark room, Plan once collapsed among broken bottles, immersed in utter despair. In fact, his drunken appearance is just a perfect mask. Even though he intentionally poured alcohol on himself to mask everything with a strong scent, his breath carried no trace of alcohol at all. Looking back at the past, every time Planche deliberately caused trouble or mistreated Callion, it was always when others were present. He believed that by playing the role of a villain, he could let go of some of the toxicity from those around him, or even protect himself. But it was also soon clear that nothing could stop her mad ambition except death, as another handshake appeared once again as proof of a belated compromise. Yan still couldn't understand. He wondered why Planche had to be so cruel and brutal to Callion in the past. Callion gently clenched his fists and coldly replied that he didn't know and didn't care to ask why, because no matter the reason, the only person who had the right to decide whether to understand and forgive Planche's mistakes was no longer alive. "Reporting to your highness, after searching the Brisson estate, we did not find Lord Aiken. Despite scouring the surrounding buildings, his whereabouts remain unknown. However, the search was not entirely in vain when they unexpectedly uncovered a shocking secret in the basement. I found someone imprisoned in the cellar, and that person is believed to be Leon Brisson. I understand. Fall back. When the knight had left, a powerful voice rang out, breaking the silence. Truly, such extravagant complaints. The owner of that voice is Alon Manasin. Even though it's only a temporary position, you are still the commander of Bon Khan. Alan confirmed that it was time for everyone to see where the Ban Kan Legion truly stood in this palace, so that no one would dare to underestimate them anymore. That was also the reason why the Kira Knights were summoned to strengthen the search at the Brisson estate. Are you implying that I've hidden that wizard here, right? In the face of the old Marquis's fury, the knight remained calm and resolute. This is an order from the king. Cooperate with the search. Evan Brisson clenched his teeth and tightened his fists as he realized he was cornered just before the founding day of the Legion. Watching the stubbornness of the old count, Alon slightly curled his lips in a mocking smile. He understood that those who judge others solely based on titles would only truly wake up when they experience firsthand that their opponent is not just an ordinary mage, pressed into a corner but still stubbornly holding on to their dignity. Alan Manasin silently thought that his opponent must have also realized the contempt Evan Brisson held for them. Alon proudly asserts that wherever he goes, he is recognized as a grand mage from the Christia noble family to the Liban noble family. But the title that pleases him the most has always been that of the tutor to the third Prince Caius. The king gently adjusted his glasses and confirmed that at Kiss, Alan would not only be the prince's teacher, but also Count Alan Manasin. Hearing this, all anyone could say was with such an impressive profile, who would dare to look down on him? The news of the new title left Alon stunned and speechless. His eyes widened in amazement. In the middle of the library, the king wondered at his stunned expression. Alan slightly curled his lips into a knowing smile. He thought those words of praise sounded so gentle and calm, like a passing chat about the weather. The heavy rain finally stopped completely. Callie stands by the window, her crimson eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she predicts the weather will make the hunting party go smoothly. Just then, Jan Hot High rushes into the room. The boy shouted in panic when he saw Cian leave somewhere alone again. Seeing Tui-Tung anxiously worried, Sen calmly walked in and greeted him with a composed good morning. Callian explained that he just went for a walk for a bit to deliver an important item. Sensing Jan's curiosity, he admitted that taking a walk openly like this in the early morning made him feel much more at ease compared to sneaking out at midnight. Yan suddenly remembered something important and reported that Count Pun had just sent over a few things that the prince needed to see immediately. Those were the brave horses standing majestically in the sunlight, ready for the upcoming hunt. Cian looked at the magnificent war horses and happily remarked that the prince's tastes seemed to have arrived safely in Keys. The gift list included horses with bloodlines related to Javen, but the final present left him utterly surprised. It's a cute little white cat nestled in the basket Jan brought, Cian chuckled. I was originally thinking of giving a bird. Or a dog. But the appearance of this cat right now is just perfect. Even in the midst of a tense battlefield, seeing a white cat instantly melts my heart. Cian gently hands the cat to Hina and advises her, take it. Hina, the cat can still be kept in the palace for men. Take good care of it. Seeing the little cat nuzzling affectionately in her hands, Hina couldn't help but feel moved by the prince's thoughtful concern. She smiled brighter than ever before, unable to hide her happiness. Your Highness, do you still remember? Thank you, sir. Hina happily shows the cat to Kiri, but the cheerful atmosphere suddenly turns serious as Jan approaches C with a grave expression. The boy softly spoke. Prince, I have one more thing to report. Ian whispered into Sion's ear that yesterday the king sent the Kira cavalry to search the Brisson estate. However, his whereabouts remained completely unknown. Callie's eyes darkened as he silently mimicked Master Alon's gestures to dispel his worries. My subordinates are not so easy to deal with. Wherever he is, he will protect himself well. Although he outwardly appeared optimistic to reassure his subordinates, when he looked out the window, Callie's fiery red eyes flashed with a cold glare. He silently vowed that the disappearance of the Ban Kan deputy commander was an insult, and he was determined not to let this matter pass easily. I need to gently draw a smiley face on the foggy glass, secretly thinking this will make sure the matter isn't forgotten. I wonder if I should prepare another surprise gift for the Brisson family. With a cold and determined gaze, Callian mounted his horse and declared firmly, Let's start the hunt. I hear that this time the king organized the hunt exclusively for Prince Planche. But the second prince suddenly announced he wouldn't participate. The rumors about his health not being good are spreading again, even though this isn't the first time it has happened. Standing on the balcony, Plan sighs tiredly. He gazed into the distance with sad eyes, silently wondering, is it today? Outsiders think he's truly ill, but no one knows this is just a calculated drama avoidance. The memory of the previous conversation with C comes back clearly, when C smiled with a knowing look and gave some advice. You should not join the hunt, Your Highness. I hear you are about to suffer a severe fever. Seeing Branch's confused look as he asked about the plan, Callie casually added that he probably wouldn't have the strength to go hunting anymore then, even pretending to laugh and complain. Oh dear, what a pity. Callie promised to help him explain everything to His Majesty with a bright smile. Back in the present, Planche silently thought that although he didn't know what Sen was planning, If the other side didn't want him to interfere, he would go along with it. A sense of an impending big trouble made Blanche feel uneasy. At that moment, the sound of a cat meowing loudly caught his attention. Down in the castle courtyard, Cien's maid was tirelessly chasing after a small white cat, E. Blanche immediately recognized her as Callie's maid, but suddenly turned pale when he saw that she was running toward the rose garden. Blanche was stunned to realize that at this very moment, Crown Prince Randall was definitely present there, standing silently among the bushes with his knights nearby. "Who's there? How did you get all the way into the palace for me? Answer now!" Hina was stunned. She knew she had to explain that she was Lady C's maid, but since she couldn't speak, she decided to reach out and show the notebook to communicate. This action made the guard even more alert. He shouted loudly, "Stand still! If you move again, I will consider you an assassin and cut you down immediately." Hina closed her eyes in fear, knowing that if she couldn't get the notebook, everything would go wrong. Just at the critical moment, the sharp sound of footsteps and a mocking voice echoed. "You call yourselves guards?" Prince Blanche suddenly appearing startles the soldier into a frightened jump. Blanche coldly approached, frowning as he criticized the soldier's incompetence for not even recognizing the prince's personal maid, then sharply asked if they were blind or mentally deficient. The guard's face turned pale as he hurriedly knelt and begged for forgiveness for not recognizing someone working in the palace. Blanche coldly ordered the guard to put down his sword immediately. Seeing herself saved, Hina nervously bowed her head to thank the second prince and hurriedly left. Blanche quietly watched Hina's figure as she hurried away. Suddenly, Randall appeared from behind with a deep voice. "I have been called to go hunting." "So you didn't go after all?" But Randall saw through the change in time and commented with a hint of meaning. "It seems their relationship has improved a lot." Seeing Blanche hesitate, Randall coldly added a confirming statement. "I'm talking about Callie." Randall's eyes darkened and became mysterious, making the atmosphere between them even more tense. That gaze is no different from piercing through a dark heart, unable to escape it. The hunt officially begins amid the noble's suspicion of the prince's true motives after this event. "Count Madison, don't just pull the bowstring with your hand like that." Alon frowned, focusing. He replied that he needed silence and asked the other party not to worry. In the distance, the whispers of the nobles began to rise again. They found the way this hunting team was organized strange, something never seen before, and wondered what the true criteria behind it was. It doesn't feel like hunting, more like being werewolves. Everyone suspects everyone. The nobles kept whispering when they realized an unusual truth. Yes, no matter how you look at it, we are all knightly families loyal to Bryson. They began to question the allies of Crown Prince Callie. Ignoring all the gossip, Alan Madison narrowed his eyes at the target, his hands tightening on the bowstring before decisively releasing it. But each arrow fell to the ground before even flying 5 meters, leaving everyone speechless. As a mage, he should focus on his magic rather than wielding a bow. He smugly believed that no matter how he calculated, a simple mage couldn't accomplish anything great. But then a loud noise suddenly rang out along with a cloud of white smoke, leaving everyone stunned. The nobles stared in shock as no prey was struck by the arrow. At that moment, Alan casually snapped his fingers and a fierce blaze erupted, stunning everyone. He coldly asked if there was any law banning the use of magic for hunting, leaving those who had just mocked him speechless in the face of this sharp reasoning. The nobles supporting Britain were so shocked they broke out in a sweat. They understand well that if the magic attack had aimed directly at their necks, they would be dead by now. This is the harshest warning to those still lost in their ways. Alan slightly smirked, believing that since they were sitting comfortably on a tree as big as Brisson, being caught was only natural. A final warning was issued, making the atmosphere of the hunt more tense than ever. Meanwhile, on the other side of the hunting ground, Callie was also beginning his own plan. He leisurely raised his longbow into the clear blue sky and declared that soon he would start his own hunt. Cien smiled brightly but with a hint of meaning, revealing that this time the prey was not an eagle or a lion, and it was also the first time he had to hunt something so special. The fierce red gaze of the third prince bore into the two nobles standing beside him as he calmly requested, "I need your help." Faced with Sin's intimidating presence and deadly calculations, they could only tremble and nod repeatedly, afraid to utter a single word of protest, knowing the consequences of refusal. Hellion entered the palace, leaving a heavy message before departing. "So, we will meet again in the palace." At the same time into the palace, a loud bang on the table echoed with intense anger. Empress Superlie clenched her teeth, her gloved hands gripping the letter she just received from the border territory. Seeing her master furious, the maid nervously asked about the letter, but Superlie only snarled bitterly, pushing everyone away and not letting anyone in. Outside, the hunting party was ongoing, while inside the palace chaos was brewing, both sides tense and ready for battle. The letter reports on the delivery of medicine to Duke Grey Bryson to verify the authenticity of his wounds, but the results were extremely disappointing. Although from afar Grey appears not to be seriously injured, his mind is in a state of terrible instability, preventing his subordinates from witnessing directly. In a dark place, Grey Brisson is frantically screaming in despair. Why? Why can't I use my energy? He was stunned to realize that the entire aura of a swordsman had completely vanished after the confrontation with Callie. Superlie frantically tore apart the letter in her hand upon hearing the report that Grey had ordered everyone to return and would contact them later. Return, return, like the cold splash of water dousing her ambitions, plunging Seolai into an irredeemable rage. Return! Seolai grits her teeth and repeats the report in utter fury. At that moment, Callie appeared and casually asked why she had been looking for him since early morning, as if something important was happening. Seolai still maintained her haughty demeanor, criticizing the prince's rudeness even during tea time. Ignoring the sarcasm, Sen placed a heavy cloth bag on the table and revealed that it was found at the place where Knight Hex disappeared. Callie sat across from him and said it contained a significant amount of money. In response to Seolai's feigned innocence, C sarcastically remarks that she will surely claim she knows nothing about it. Superlai calmly sips her tea, asserting that she obviously doesn't remember meeting the knight that day. She even deliberately tries to turn the situation around, suggesting that Callie's frantic search for a missing mage proves he did something to the Duke of the Borderlands. Seolai narrows her eyes, suspicious, asking what promise he made that made him so compelled to help. Can's fury erupted as he stood up and growled, "Do you think I would team up with a B-ranked like Grey Brit Sen?" That's truly insulting. Sen's eyes burn with murderous intent. He insists he doesn't need someone like her. Superlai scoffs, thinking that this rude attitude proves C has truly lost his mind. Ignoring the insults, Callie slammed his hand on the table and issued a stern warning. This time, you'll understand the consequences of messing with my people. I will show you the ending. Sia suddenly burst into a joyful laugh, her voice echoing through the room, leaving Seolai stunned.
Without hesitation, he swung his hand to toss the bag of money towards the Empress. The gold coin scattered across the floor, shocking Seolai.
She gritted her teeth as she looked at the mess, her eyes filled with intense hatred, and declared that if he wanted it that badly, she was also ready. She emphasized firmly, "Let's end it here. It's over." The shining gold coins scattered on the floor mark the end of their fake relationship. As night falls, the quiet palace is bathed in the glow of the full moon. In the darkness, a mysterious shadow quietly pushes open the door and sneaks into Crown Prince Planche's room with stealth. At this moment, Planche is still deep asleep, completely unaware of the stranger approaching his bed. Sensing the disturbance, Planche stirs slightly and wakes up with a sarcastic remark. "A bored wizard, huh?" He sat up suddenly, facing the figure cloaked entirely in black. Killian calmly announces that Svan's alert barrier has been deactivated and tells his brother not to worry too much, adding that even their master doesn't want to have to do this intrusion again. Callie slightly smirked, his fiery eyes clearly visible beneath his cloak, indicating his scheming mind. "From now on, I will have no reason to come to my brother's room anymore." Plan squinted at his younger brother, impatiently asking why Callian suddenly came here at this hour. Cien smiled brightly and calmly replied that he had 3 important matters to report immediately. Callian started with an inquisitive question. "First, I have a question. Randall, did you realize I had teamed up with you?" Plan calmly confirms that he did. Callie sighed softly in frustration, realizing the cover-up plan had failed more quickly than he expected. He thought it was best to hide it for as long as possible, but somehow everyone was so perceptive. When Sen asked about the older brother's reaction, Plan recounted that Randall felt that the relationship between Sen and him seemed to have improved a lot. Plan reminisced about the encounter with Randall in the garden. Seeing the eldest brother standing silently, Blanche softly asked if Randall felt regret over Callie's change. Randall remained calm, his deep blue eyes untroubled by his brother's question. Blanche slightly smirked, asserting that he had no reason to feel regretful. He closed his eyes wearily, admitting that nothing really mattered. Blanche analyzes that no matter who gives up their position, Randall won't be at a disadvantage, so as long as the factions don't truly unite, he doesn't need to be on guard. Hearing that, Callie silently concluded that he still needed to be more cautious. He looked directly at Blanche and then moved on to the second important matter. Cien slowly said thank you, and Blanche laughed bitterly. He believes that C must have heard about him saving the maid in the Rose Garden, which is why he has this intention. Blanche turns away and coldly declares he doesn't want to hear any thanks from his younger brother. But deep down, Blanche still couldn't forget the moment he saw that small girl in the garden. He admitted to himself that he had already received thanks from that very maid. The image of Hina smiling brightly, holding a notebook with a thank you message for helping her, appears warmly in his memory. Cien gently smiles before quickly returning to the last matter. He reminds him that tomorrow is the founding day of the Ban-Can division and asks if Blanche plans to stay bedridden for another day, a rare moment of life's gift amid all the drama. Blanche stared intently at C and warned sternly, "Don't cross the line again." Faced with his brother's sharpness, Cien remained strangely calm. "I understand." But then, Cien's eyes suddenly turned cold and full of determination. "But no matter what happens, absolutely do not interfere." Meanwhile, at Empress Seolai's palace, the atmosphere is always thick with tension. A group of maids surrounds and cares for Seolai, who sits quietly in front of the mirror. "Are you feeling a bit better today?" Inside, the young girl is screaming with exhaustion. "Lately, the Empress's mood has been terrible, which makes me even more anxious and exhausted. I secretly think that I should go home and obey my father's wish to marry a young baron rather than endure these terrifying days." Because she was so absorbed in her own thoughts, she accidentally got the hairpin stuck in the Empress's hair, and a moment of carelessness turned into a professional disaster. The sharp click sounded dry and cold, leaving the maid stunned and her face drained of blood. "I stammer in fear. Your Majesty, I am truly sorry." A loud slap echoed as Seolai delivered a harsh punch to the girl's face. The maid fell to the floor, sobbing and desperately begging for mercy. The Empress sincerely apologizes. I truly lost my mind. I will clean it immediately. Please forgive me. Another maid quickly kneels down, trembling as she takes all the blame and begs for her mercy. The chief maid bowed her head and admitted her fault, saying, I am sorry, Your Majesty. I did not teach properly. I will handle it immediately. But Xiaolai only coldly said no, leaving it as it was and walking away quietly with heavy steps. The young maid watched the Empress's figure with eyes full of horror. In the darkness, Xiaolai's face grew more grim and terrifying than ever. She is scheming and treacherous. This might come in handy later. Keep the small mistake and focus on the bigger plan. The more silent they are, the more dangerous they become. The official founding ceremony of the main mage corps took place in a solemn atmosphere at the royal palace, with Alan Madison standing on the podium and confidently announcing it to all the guests. Today we gather here to announce the establishment of Van Can. We are honored to declare the birth of the mage course right in the heart of Kiss. King Lang sits quietly, observing. Randall, Planche, and Callie are all present to witness this important moment. With the king's permission and everyone's support, Van Can will usher in a new chapter in Kiss's history, as Alan hopes that magic will bring prosperity and harmony to this land. At the same time, in the name of Kiris, as the declaration of the formation of the division was made, a deafening explosion suddenly shook the ground and a huge column of fire erupted from the distance, causing chaos among the crowd. Everyone was stunned and terrified. The screams of panic echoed non-stop. What is this? What is happening? All eyes are focused on the thick black smoke rising from a corner of the palace. Someone recognizes it and screams. Isn't that the Haya Palace? The festive atmosphere was shattered completely when the shocking news was announced. An explosion has occurred at the Haya Palace. Kellyan's eyes widen in shock as he hears the next piece of information targeting him. Hex caused the explosion at the Haya Palace amid the shocking accusation that the deputy commander of the band Kanak. Kellyan stood up in shock, barely able to utter in amazement. What? The whole hall started to stir, whispers and murmurs about the name Hex spreading everywhere. If it's Hex, then it's definitely him. All eyes of suspicion turn towards Callie, making the atmosphere tense. Standing amidst the chaos, Callie clenches her fists so tightly they tremble. He clenched his teeth and silently called out the mastermind's name. C's eyes burned with fury. He secretly understands that woman's treacherous intentions. This time, she's framing me with a grand accusation, showing no fear at all. Cien is ready to fight. Fine. Let's see who truly goes all the way. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder to hold him back, and the king stepped forward to calmly reassure the crowd. Everyone, stay calm. This chaos might be exactly what the mastermind wants, so let's prioritize safety and keep our composure first. He gripped Sion's shoulder tightly as a reminder. Until we find out the cause of the explosion, we cannot jump to any conclusions. But what if I told you I saw the culprit with my own eyes? The firm footsteps approached, and then Empress Superlai appeared from behind the golden fan with a sinister smile. She declared loudly before all the guests that it was her eyes that had clearly seen who set fire to her palace. Xiaolai calmly walks among the wreckage, ignoring the stunned people around her. Witnessing her mother's shamelessness, Crown Prince Branch stands frozen, sweat streaming down his pale face from shock. Xiaolai approached the officials, pretending to show concern and inquire. I heard there was an explosion, but you all seem to be safe, so that's truly fortunate. Standing from afar and watching this ridiculous scene, Ten slightly sneers in contempt. Truly shameless, daring to say those words about the very scheme you orchestrated. The two factions face off directly in the burning palace, signaling an imminent, ruthless battle. Callie coldly warns Xiaolai to avoid speaking hastily, reminding her that His Majesty has declared he will uncover the true cause of the incident. Xiaolai subtly smirks behind the gold fan. She blatantly lied that the wizard had confessed to being incited by Callie to attack, then caused a commotion and fled. Callie was stunned by the baseless accusation, while Xiaolai smugly asserted that there was currently no evidence or witnesses to help him clarify or turn the situation around. The story moves so quickly that the audience barely have time to understand before being led away, and in reality, the entire event was a cruel trap orchestrated by her herself. Xiaolai used her authority to force the maid to carry out a task to atone for her previous mistake. She presented a glowing purple gem and ordered her to place it into the box at the entrance to the living room before she was allowed to leave. Under the pressure of the queen, the poor girl could only tremble and obey in fear. As soon as the stone was placed, a deafening explosion occurred, turning the Haya Palace into a ruined wreck amid everyone's horror. Xiaolai uses the wreckage as evidence to corner Fallion. She calmly questions whether he still intends to protect the one who destroyed the palace. She forced Callie to find that wizard to prove his innocence, and Callie silently bowed his head. You have to admit a harsh truth that Lord H is currently missing. Superlie chuckled quietly. For her, the truth was never really important. She confidently asserts that her words are the truth, because she personally saw the culprit. Superlie smugly looks at Callie standing alone in the hall, silently declaring that he will forever be trapped in this perfect trap and can never escape. Before Xiaolai could feel triumphant, a calm voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. Is this the wizard you mentioned? She was stunned, lowering her fan as her eyes widened in shock at the sight of a man calmly approaching. With long blue hair and pure white mage robes, he smiled politely and greeted her. The first time meeting me, H appears just in time like a plot twist, destroying the entire script just finished setting up. Superlie freezes, her breath becoming rapid as she realizes the person she just confidently declared as the arsonist is actually the culprit. Now she boldly appears right before my eyes. The queen's face shows utter horror as she realizes an even more terrifying truth. Why is he walking with his father? Right beside him is none other than Marcus Evenbrisson with a very serious expression. From the shadows, Callie quietly observes the prey falling into the trap. He whispers softly and coldly. Do you see? The outcome of your own actions. From the very beginning, everything was predetermined. A twist so clever that even the mastermind and then my mind has to wonder who is really pulling the strings. In fact, Ace and H never went missing as Seolai mistakenly believed. After the failed assassination attempt, he simply enjoyed the 5-day vacation he deserved. But it was the incidents involving Grey Brisson that sparked suspicion, leading to a series of injustices falling upon the vice commander. Amid the Queen's treacherous schemes, there was one person who could not turn a blind eye. That was Earl Evenbrisson, who seemed to understand the entire puppet show orchestrated by his daughter. Callie had already anticipated that Sai would use Ian's absence as an excuse to act, so he cleverly arranged a decisive checkmate move. Following the prince's orders, he secretly stayed at the Brisson estate until the official establishment ceremony took place. His appearance, along with Marcus Evenbrisson, at this critical moment is the strongest blow to the Queen's ambitions. If this time Marquise truly chooses to side with Callie, all of Seolai's power and schemes will be completely shattered. A secret move revealed at the last moment is a checkmate that can't be defended against. From afar, Callie subtly smirks with a sinister smile. He silently thought that he was simply making full use of the pieces in his hand to change the situation. Callie immediately approached the king and firmly suggested, Your Majesty, please investigate the truth of what happened at Haya Palace right here. He glances at Seolai with a provocative look and confirms that the sorcerer the queen consort Hang has been waiting for has finally revealed himself. Under the pressure of the truth, King Lang hardens his face and decisively declares, Fine, I will do that. I told you not to speak recklessly. Superlie is stunned and staggering, her eyes wide with horror and utter shame as she looks at the king and the knights surrounding her, grinding her teeth in furious contempt. She silently curses the foolish old king and the knights here, all useless fools caught in chaos. The plan is doomed to fail, and the feeling of overconfidence turning into self-destruction is clear in every frame. Seolai realizes that now, no one can stand on her side anymore. In her desperation and madness, she suddenly burst into a sinister laugh that echoed throughout the hall, sending chills down everyone's spines. Superlie looked directly at C, recalling her late mother with a cruel tone, reminding him that his mother also smiled like that until her last moment. You really resembled her a lot. As soon as she finished, Superlie secretly drew a sharp dagger hidden behind her golden fan, causing Callie to tremble in shock. Witnessing the mad actions of the queen, the king hurriedly rushed forward, but it was too late. Superlie charged straight at Callie and delivered a deadly stab. Callie could only stare in horror at the dagger embedded in his body as the prince's scream tore through the heartbreaking scene of tears and chaos. Callie was horrified as she looked at the person blocking her way, recalling the cryptic warning that she must not interfere no matter what happened. The deadly stab had pierced the chest of the second Prince Blanche instead of Callie. Blanche collapsed into his brother's arms in shock as everyone watched. Cienne cried out in pain, I told you so, big brother! Seeing her own hand fatally wound her son, Seolai called out Punch's name in shock, but then she roared wildly, painfully realizing that this child had ultimately chosen to betray her completely. King Lok Mong hurriedly rushed forward, shouting for Seolai to let go immediately, and ordering the royal knights to protect his son at all costs. The royal knights stormed in like a storm, surrounding the hysterical queen to stop her from causing more harm. Amidst the chaos, King Lok Mong declared firmly that it was over and demanded Seolai surrender. A surge of dark blue magic suddenly tore through the air at lightning speed, like a thunderbolt strike, causing Seolai to scream in agony before collapsing. Callian now appears with blazing red eyes full of fury, holding a sword emitting a radiant aura and an oppressive pressure. He coldly looks at the ruthless woman kneeling before him and demands to know if she hears his words. Cienne tightly embraces Blanche as he fades away, reminding her again that he demanded she let go from the very beginning. Queen Choi Huang responds, her commanding shout echoing clearly through the chaotic atmosphere. The Night Squad immediately moved to secure the surrounding area as things temporarily settled down. The noble crowd was stunned, whispering in shock. Did you see that? It was clearly sword energy. The shocking truth was hard for everyone to believe. No way. Does this mean the third prince? All eyes turned to Callie, the one who just displayed a power beyond imagination. Is the third prince a sword saint? Callie tightly holds her fainting brother and screams out. Brother Plant struggles to open his eyes, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth as he realizes the truth. You used sword energy? Immediately after, Planche completely collapsed, causing Callian to scream wildly. Brother Huan Trung, while Superlie was being roughly taken away by knights, Sen urgently ordered to get her out of here and desperately asked to call the healer to protect the king. The king staggered in panic and rushed forward, crying out in pain. Biel saw the chaos, hurriedly called the master, and asked for the protection of his majesty. He held tightly to his father and advised him, "You've heard it too. Your Majesty, first let's get out of here. This place is very dangerous. Though my heart is bleeding with worry for my son, I can only helplessly utter words of despair while firmly reminding myself of the heavy responsibility of the throne and affirming that I have also experienced that pain." He asked the king to hand over this place to Sen for handling. Seeing the determination of the children, the king suppresses his pain and keeps it inside. He clenched his fists and said firmly, "I will trust Sien." Callie shouted in despair amidst the chaotic hall. "Is the healer still not here? Control the area immediately." He urgently orders his subordinates to tear the curtains to stop Plunch's bleeding. But his hands were already stained red with wounds too severe. Seeing the blood flow nonstop, Callie was stunned to realize the situation was spiraling out of control. Deep down, he was furious and shouting at his brother's reckless actions. "This crazy guy, I saved your life with so much care, and yet you do this?" Even the blessing power from Suspanian isn't enough to stop this cruelty. If it continues, Plan truly won't survive. He really will die. Callie shouted in despair as he still couldn't see the figure of the healer. A subordinate hurriedly reports that the healers have ridden away, and Jan has also arrived at the palace with men to find Heine as instructed. Callie froze, her red eyes wide open as a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. He immediately realizes that there is still someone here capable of saving Planche's life, and that is Randall. Sien narrows his eyes as he watches the eldest brother quietly walk away and silently calls out, "Brother Randall." In this chaotic situation, Sen realizes the true nature of the person is gradually revealing itself most clearly. A ruthless and terrifying logic lies behind the calm exterior of the eldest brother walking silently with the king, as he secretly understands the true nature of the one holding the secret power. Randall continues to walk calmly with a cold expression, indifferent to his brother's life or death behind him. Sen grits his teeth in fury as he realizes that for Jandel, keeping his identity as a priest secret is more important than the life of his dying half-brother. He roars in helplessness. "Damn it!" Sien holds tightly to Blanche's fading body, screaming inside, "Live, please live!" BR must survive at all costs. On one side is cold, ruthless principles, on the other is a shattered family bond right before their eyes. Callie screams in despair as she clings tightly to her dying brother, "Don't die!" Suddenly, just as everything was hanging by a thread, shouts rang out signaling the arrival of the medical team. Time passes, the clinking of chains echoes dryly. The heavy prison door closes behind a figure walking leisurely down the dark corridor. Standing before the cold iron bars, Callie quietly observes the woman who once ruled the palace now paying the price. Xiao Lai sits on the floor with her arms bandaged white. She slightly smirks and asks, "What do you want from me?" Callie confirms in a low voice, "Yes, I called you because I have something to ask." She slowly stood up, her gaunt hands gripping the iron bars tightly and whispering with a sinister tone, "Be honest." Xiao Lai's eyes flashed with a sinister gaze as if to see through the other person's soul. She pressed on, "Are you hiding something?" Callie remained silent, facing the suspicion with her fiery eyes unshaken by the queen's haunting question. Xiao Lai leans closer to the bars, his eyes showing pure malice as he repeats the question. "Hey, you there, you're hiding something, aren't you?" Sien remained unfazed, half-closed his eyes, and calmly replied with an obvious truth. "Everyone has something to hide in this world. By the way, I also have a question. Are you really the one who killed Empress Aisa?" Hearing the name Aisa, Xi Lai froze for a moment before suddenly bursting into a wild, crazy laugh. She admitted it with such pride. "How could I forget that? That was the first time I personally handed over a cup of poison." Seeing how terrifyingly ruthless the opponent was, Callie decisively turned and walked away. "I have nothing left to say to you anymore." The sound of his footsteps echoed down the dark corridor, leaving behind Xiao Lai's anguished screams. "I've been honest enough already, but you haven't." Lai still quietly moved toward the light at the end of the dungeon, ignoring Xiao Lai behind her. Xiao Lai clung tightly to the iron bars, her eyes shining with a sinister gleam as she delivered her final sarcastic remark. "Actually, I thought that as soon as you saw me, you would ask something else, like whether your son is alive or dead." Xiao Lai let out a hysterical laugh, mad in the darkness of the dungeon. She grits her teeth bitterly, thinking about that last dagger. Until the very last moment, it still blocked her way. She clenches the iron bars tightly, telling herself she did her best for her son's future. But in her eyes, Planche always makes stupid choices and does useless things just to block her. Watching C quietly walk away, Xiao Lai secretly mocks the human nature of rushing in to protect what they believe is important. The memory of that terrifying moment reappears vividly through each drop of dark red blood. A clumsy movement from someone who has never wielded a sword in their life. For a swordsman like Sien, that stab was so slow he didn't even need to dodge. As soon as Xiao Lai lifted his foot, Callie was already protected by Elan's master shield. I am sure that Planche knows everything, but he still chose to rush in and take the fatal blow. Standing sideways in front of the prison bars, Callie couldn't help but wonder, is he really trying to protect me? Sen's footsteps echo through the dark dungeon as he silently wonders why she was willing to trade everything away. The step she chose to take. If only that woman had turned around just once, she might have understood the true reason behind everything. Super Lai laughed through choked sobs into utter madness, the haunting sound echoing within the cold stone walls. She roared in the darkness. I have no regrets, so I feel no remorse. The laughter of the evil woman echoed throughout the dungeon like a final curse. Callie stands silently outside the iron bars, his blazing red eyes unshaken by the opponent's madness. He decisively turns his back and walks away, leaving Seolai to fade into the darkness of destruction. As warned during the hunt, the nobles, once close allies of the Brisson house, all turned their backs on Seolai, and all the terrible crimes she committed were exposed to the light. Although no one knew who was behind it, Sai's punishment was carried out quickly and mercilessly. This time, the Renacida leaves were not displayed in the square to hide the traces of death. Instead, she had to end her life with a poison that caused her body to waste away in unbearable pain. A week has passed since that fateful day, but the lingering echoes of Empress Seolai's downfall still echo throughout the capital. In a corner of the garden, the nobles are still discussing how the Empress's greenhouse has not yet been fully dismantled. They mourn the glory days now vanished into thin air. Even though those involved have been imprisoned or exiled, the whispers still cannot be silenced. Because such a shocking event cannot be hidden when it was never easy to overlook from the start. But the hottest topic right now is actually Crown Prince Callie. People couldn't believe that a teenager under 15 could reach the level of Sword Saint, an unprecedented achievement. Not only that, but being both a swordsman and a magic user truly caused a shockwave through the noble circles. Everyone was eager to verify the truth, but Callian still refused to leave Planche's hospital room even a step, with no other way to approach him because after that fatal stab, Prince Planche still showed no signs of waking up. Finally, after days of waiting, Planche slowly opened his eyes, but what met his gaze was not a touching scene, but Sen sitting casually beside the bed eating a banana. "But why are you sitting here eating a banana?" Callie, still with food in his mouth, just nodded and said he hadn't thought of a good reason to justify his actions. Seeing Planche upset, Callie chuckled and told him to just ignore him and rest. Planche snapped angrily, telling him to take the banana to his own room and eat it. Callie burst out laughing, thinking his brother was too harsh when he was the one who caused all this, so he deserved some understanding. Plan angrily twisted back. "What? Why are you blaming me? You were the one who suddenly erupted with that aura." He demanded Callie leave immediately, but the Crown Prince stubbornly stayed put. Callie then sneered, asserting that if he showed his face now, he would have to explain that aura of the Sword Saint to everyone. He boldly declares that as long as he hasn't come up with a way to defend himself, he isn't going anywhere. Planche can only bitterly scold his cowardly younger brother and shout for him to go back to his room immediately. The two of them are arguing like children fighting over toys. As soon as Callie stepped out of the hospital room, she ran into Alan Manason with a bright smile. He couldn't help but laugh and tease, wondering how long it had been since he last saw this person. "So, you finally got kicked out by him, huh?" Callie just forced a reluctant smile and replied with a disgusted look. He secretly marvels that surviving in the plan room for 4 days is proof of his big brother's incredible generosity, especially considering his hot temper. Then a banana peel flies straight into Callie's head, followed by Branchcut's furious shout to get out. Alan happily remarks that those precious 4 days probably brought them closer together. Their brotherly bond is a bit rough, but very genuine. As they strolled down the corridor together, Alan admitted he had thought Callie would stay in the hospital room for at least a week. Cien replied calmly, that was the plan, and the appearance of the third prince immediately drew curious glances and whispers from the court ladies. They kept whispering about having truly wielded the Aura Sword, a feat that shocked the entire palace. Alan glanced at C, realizing that the reason he left the hospital early was probably because he didn't want to face his brother's anger. But more importantly, Sen seems to have decided to come out into the open. Alan silently thought, finally this prince has found a valid reason to showcase his true strength to the world. Although he always appears calm on the surface, deep down Callian admits he's a terrible liar. He knows that in this world full of schemes, there is one person he absolutely must not reveal the truth about his body and soul to, and that is King Lang. The king sat silently behind his desk, his eyes reflecting deep thought as he faced his son, who had just returned from the brink of death with extraordinary powers. King Lang frowned and questioned to confirm the information he had just heard. So, you mean C was granted a spark of enlightenment in the Sispin hideout and awakened his sword through the spar with Slayman, right? Lang confirmed firmly. Exactly. Seeing the doubt still lingering on your father's face, Callie stepped forward and offered to show him. Immediately, a blazing blue light erupted from Cien's palm, releasing a powerful pressure of magic and aura that stunned both the king and Alan. Cien looked straight into his father's eyes and confidently declared that he could now master both aura and magic. Faflik in front of the old man simply looked at him silently, as if he understood immediately. Cien casually spread his hand to reveal a small surge of magic and said, learned a little trick. So this is your true intention behind saying I face more danger? Callie bowed his head and apologized for not revealing himself sooner, but the king understood and said, no, the palace is not a safe place for you. You have your reasons for hiding like this. He decided to hold the founding ceremony of Van Canum early, so Callian could have the chance to officially address his identity in front of the public. Alan teased that the king should have suggested it to him, but Callian insisted he had signaled many times already. Even the king had to admit he had been too careless in not recognizing his son's true strength. No, I am completely impartial between public and private interest, but inside, the king still feels heavy with worry. News that Sen is a swordsmanship master has spread, making the Bienen family cautious, but Randall is the real problem. From that day on, Randall became so indifferent that it was almost frightening. In the king's eyes, Randall always saw his brothers as rivals rather than family. Other families are happily enjoying themselves. This family is tense and strained. He fears that if Vian Khan ascends the throne, the kingdom will head in what direction? Lost in thought, the call of his attendant startles the king back to reality. He told himself that now he could only observe, because only time would reveal whether C's power would be a support or a deadly poison for the throne. A week later, the atmosphere in the capital became more solemn than ever. Standing on the high platform in the Grand Hall, the king confidently announced that the Van Canum ceremony was officially underway. Amid the thunderous applause, he declared the emergence of the 6 legendary sword masters of the continent in the series. Cien appears with an imposing presence, his blazing red eyes steady and ready to embrace his new responsibility. Meanwhile, another event is quietly unfolding. The Buren house is now completely closed off, refusing all outside contact. Behind the sealed doors, Ray Brisson is frantically training like a madman. Despite his subordinates' worried attempts to stop him, because he had been wielding his sword nonstop for hours without rest, Gray roared in fury. Shut up. He swung sharp strikes that tore through the training dummies, but inside he was filled with helplessness. Gray gritted his teeth, telling himself he could no longer see or feel Callie's aura. The disappearance of that power he once sensed now haunted him as a terrifying nightmare, blinding him completely. Time kept passing, autumn gradually faded, and the cold of winter began to visit Kairos. The white snow covering the kingdom marked the change of all things. Amid the snow-covered landscape, Prince C's little cat strolls leisurely, leaving tiny footprints on the cold snow as spring approaches, coinciding with the kingdom's grand birthday celebration for the king. Amid the lively atmosphere of the party, everyone raised their glasses in unison to toast. "Your Majesty's happy birthday," the king responded with a bright smile, raising his glass in return. He expressed his happiness upon receiving sincere wishes from his subjects. The king confidently declared that spring is the season of new beginnings and hoped that today would mark a turning point for everyone. Right in the midst of the romantic falling cherry blossoms, a man with long silver hair and sad purple eyes suddenly appears. Callie stands frozen in shock, her red eyes wide with amazement as she utters the name. Everything rewinds to 2 months before spring arrived, bringing with it warm and passionate air. The harsh winter passed quickly, as if it had never existed on this land. On the magnificent balcony of the palace, Callie quietly sips tea, gazing at the peaceful scene beneath the clear blue sky, a moment of change filled with a freshness beyond words. Callie takes a sip of tea, his crimson eyes reflecting the sunlight, and softly smiles with an air of mystery. In the luxurious room, a gentle hand pushes the red invitation letter toward the opposite side, accompanied by a voice. Alan softly exclaimed with interest, "This is the second time I've received an invitation to your birthday. Your Majesty, you even brought it yourself." In response to that surprise, the king gently smiled and reminded, "Then this time you also can't ignore it like last year, okay?" Alan Namni sips his tea, confidently assuring his Majesty that he can rest assured because he will definitely stay in Sis for a long time, so he doesn't really need this formal invitation. Alan laments that time flies so fast, and it seems he has never been truly surprised by what happens here. Hopefully, there won't be any more palace drama. People are already tired of waiting. Taking a sip of tea, the king hesitantly recalled and remembered. "Oh, right. Did you also rush into the palace around this time last year?" The king gazed affectionately at his old friend, while Alan silently enjoyed the fragrant tea amidst the romantic scene of falling cherry blossoms, and the king let out a gentle sigh. He gazed into the distance through the open balcony door and quietly wondered what awaited us this year. Cien poured all his strength into the confrontation, swiftly flipping to dodge the flying shards of magic, and immediately counterattacking with a cold, sharp sword strike. With his confident red eyes, Keon slightly smirked, then suddenly accelerated, forcing his opponent back with a series of powerful strikes. Callian suddenly disappeared and reappeared right behind the opponent with terrifying speed. Arn could only gasp in panic, raising his shield, but Cien's aura sword pierced through the strongest defenses. A harsh cracking sound echoes as all the magic shields shatter into pieces under the overwhelming force. Aeon stands frozen, sweat pouring down as he feels the cold blade pressed against his neck. He struggled to speak and said, I surrender, I surrender." Prince C smiled, withdrew his magic power causing the sword to vanish into thin air, and praised him. "That was a great fight. You witnessed a top-level duel, and the crowd around erupted in cheers and applause." He exclaimed in amazement at Sion's ability, "How can you teleport like that without reading a spell?" He couldn't hide his astonishment, and insisted that he himself should be the one to be impressed. When the aura sword of the prince now fully obeys its master's will, ACN admires Cien's mastery in breaking through magical shields without using any harmful spells. But she smiled brightly and clarified that he was not holding back at all. He fought with a ruthless attitude, not just playing around. While the other mages gathered around are begging Austin to teach them the type of spell he just used, Cien quietly approaches Planche, who is sitting pensively on a stone bench. When asked about his feelings after the recent sparring match, Planche simply responds with a nonchalant remark. Callie gently smirked and continued to probe to uncover his brother's true intentions. Seeing Blanche's eager expression, Callian silently considered the weight of his opponent's responsibilities. In another timeline, although Romain was the founder of the Boncan division, it was Blanche who directly nurtured and trained them. In other words, whether these mages would become demons or not entirely depended on his guidance. Plant coldly asked why Callie didn't personally take charge of training them. Callie slightly smirked with arrogance, asserting that he now held enough power in his hands. Blanche just scolded his younger brother for talking nonsense and then quietly walked away. At that moment, Yan Hot Hai ran over to report that the Count wanted to request an audience. Xian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, fully aware that the old fox had come here to test his strength and gauge his aura. Callian ordered the servant to tell the old Marquis to wait there. He would come out later. Turning to Blanche, he slightly curled his lips with a hint of meaning. See, now everyone knows that you and I are on the same side. C's gaze turned cold. He warned that Blanche could not hide in his shadow forever. That's why enemies will come after him and his brother will become an easy target to kill. Walking down the corridor, Xian quietly considers Even, who has finally taken action after a long winter of secret training. He hopes that the magic barrier hiding his current aura is enough to make the Count believe he's still too weak for him to see through his true strength. Callie told himself he's not much better either, as he also feels he hasn't truly caught up to his opponent's level. The real issue is that Blanche has no separate faction within the palace, and that's definitely the first thing Even wants to secure to trap him. The game for the throne of the Kingdom of Sis has finally begun on the chessboard of power. Callie silently wondered who he should pay the most attention to in this battle. Just as he took a step, he froze, realizing he had misjudged the timing. The last person he wants to face right now is his older brother. Callie softly speaks. The two brothers stand silently on the staircase amid a tense atmosphere filled with unspoken plans. As Randall, from the top step, looks down and warns that it is forbidden for princes to look down on each other like this. Xian calmly replied below, "Is that all?" Deep down, he saw through the older brother's facade and knew that just 3 more steps would make him cross the forbidden line and remove the mask Randall Han was hiding. Xian begins to hint at the secret of the rose, seemingly never fading, asserting that he has finally understood its true meaning. Randall hesitates briefly before softly asking again, "You saw it." Callian slowly ascended the stairs, continuing his analysis, wondering why Randall had carelessly revealed that flower from the bushes. He concluded that Randall's intention was to imply that those flowers could only bloom and shine as long as they remained within his garden. Facing Randall directly, Callian firmly added the prerequisite that they must never grow beyond his feet. Faced with his brother's sharpness, Randall could only admit in a low voice, "That's right." His eyes grew dark and serious as he insisted he truly did not wish for that scenario to happen. The two stood silently in the corridor, facing each other in an atmosphere thick with hidden schemes. The scene shifts to a luxurious room where Alan sits with a haughty and sarcastic expression about the recent encounter, believing C missed a perfect opportunity by not letting Marquis Boone pass through so they could conspire together against him. Alan snapped that if he wanted to make more enemies, it would be much faster to do so. While Alan was passionately lecturing, Callian calmly sat eating chocolate and praised its deliciousness. Alan sighed quietly, lamenting the peculiar personality of the young prince. Callian affirmed that Randall would not act unless he was certain that he and the Count were not colluding. While leisurely enjoying the cake, Callie observed the Basen estate, noting that Earl Even was likely hesitating because he couldn't gauge the true strength of his aura sword. The fact that he and Plant had officially joined the same guild forced the Beanon family to reconsider their options. Callie skillfully catches the falling candy, confidently smiling, asserting that this doesn't mean he will become a target. The situation is tense, but he handles it like a casual game. The atmosphere suddenly shifts to a place thick with the smell of Suspanian beer. Amid the chaos, a fully cloaked shadow silently carries out the plan. When confronted by a man demanding repayment, Kiri remains unfazed and decisively draws his sword. Callie carefully instructed that Kiri must remember this mission. Under his cloak, Kiri's eyes gleamed with a cold expression as he continued to sweep through the casino area. Despite the screams of terror, he strictly obeyed Xian's order to never lay a hand on the girls working there, quietly walking among the panicked fleeing crowd. He remembers the warning that the sponsor of this place deserves to die, but he must spare all of them, including the fighters imprisoned with injuries. Suddenly, a group of sword-wielding people rushes out to block his path and roars to kill him. Following the command from his master, Kiri immediately launched into a slaughter at the enemy's lair. Kiri coldly swung his sword, causing anyone in his way to fall in pain before they could fight back. After clearing the outside, he quietly walks among the corpses, moving deeper into the secret room. The sound of the door opening echoes coldly, breaking the terrifying silence of the base. Inside, a man is frantically pressing a knife to a woman's throat to take her hostage, shouting threats and retreating. "If you take another step, I will cut her throat." The woman also desperately sobs and pleads for help, begging for mercy. But Kiri still kept a calm expression and subtly shifted his position to observe more closely. He remembered that when he just entered, only these two were whispering to each other. In fact, that woman secretly whispered to the man to use her as a hostage and find a way out. Seeing through the act, Kiri deduced that they were in cahoots. Without hesitation, he swung his sword to pierce through the decoy, ending the chaos immediately. "Acting so dramatic, huh? Kiri read the script faster than the director. The man collapsed to the floor, gritting his teeth as he threatened in his final breath. You think you can escape this? The one we serve will never forgive you. Standing firm before the enemy, Kiri coldly interrupted, I don't care! At this moment, the door swung open, stopped, and he put down his sword. Kiri gasped for breath from exhaustion, quietly lowered his sword to the floor, making a dry clatter. I am a servant of Prince Kali, the night watchman, riding his horse through the night, his heart burning like fire after witnessing the casino being ransacked. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down as he knows he must report to the Marquis immediately before things get out of control. But suddenly the road ahead was blocked, causing him to panic and shout, Who's there? Kali emerges from under the light cloak with a cunning smile and eyes blazing with threat. He calmly asked, Where are you rushing off to? At the Marquis's residence, a loud explosion echoed as even Born raged, smashing things and growling. Idiot! The old man's fury exploded at the soldier for reporting late, giving the royal family an excuse to interfere in a matter that should have been thoroughly investigated by the guards. The Mad Lord, furious, realized that this delay had given Kiri enough time to reveal himself as Cian's subordinate, completely turning the situation upside down. The soldier could only tremble and kneel, too afraid to lift his head as the Marquis berated him for being responsible for this mistake. In fact, all of the soldier's statements were part of Sen's plan from the start. As he grabbed his collar and ordered him, and when he did so, in front of Even's shock, the soldier stammered that Prince Xian seemed to have failed in convincing Prince Blanche. Even stunned repeats the failure to persuade, while the soldier continues recounting how the one who searched the casino gave an astonishing answer when asked why they attacked. Even Burson was stunned when he heard his subordinate report that the other person clearly had shifted all the blame onto the second Prince Blanche. He muttered suspiciously to himself, I thought Blanche's illness was just a lie they made up, and that Cian had stayed there all night to take care of him, but it turns out that's not the case. Even coldly decided I will blame this on Viscount Jess. The old man is determined. I will go to the palace before sunrise tomorrow. Under the blazing red moon, Even indeed went to see Blanche just as Sen predicted. Sitting opposite his younger brother in the morning light, Plan leisurely sipped his tea and admitted that the active discord between the two had been truly convincing. Remembering Even's fake expression when he claimed to have gone through a lot of pressure, Blanche slightly smirked. It seems that C's assessment that Even's name wouldn't appear in the casino's ledger meant that the plan to diminish his influence there had failed. Sen looked directly at Blanche and asked, Have you made a decision about my proposal yet? After a brief pause, Plan decisively replied, Yes, about what you mentioned, I will try. Seeing his brother agree, Can smiled brightly and teased him. Ban Can, huh? What was my suggestion again? Blanche could only sigh helplessly at his younger brother's cleverness, but his eyes gradually became more determined. Blanche set down his teacup and officially declared, Vankin, I will take responsibility for it. Count Jess, who was blamed by Even for everything at the casino, had all his assets confiscated. Meanwhile, Kiri also received a 2-month suspension for drawing his sword outside the palace as a guard. 2 months later, the capital's atmosphere became more lively than ever. As the bustling carriages entered the palace gates, Jan pushed open the door and softly asked, Did you sleep well? Prince C sat silently on the chair, raising his hand to look at it with a vacant expression. No, I was dreaming of something, but I can't remember it. Strange enough, I placed my hand on my chest and felt my heartbeat pounding unusually. Kallian quietly thought that he was feeling very excited, as if something good was about to happen. Yan, pouring tea, guessed. Could it be that Lord Kiri returned last night? The boy mentioned something important, in the sense of an omen is here, but the little ones still don't know what's about to happen. That is the matter of the palace preparing to welcome a congratulatory delegation from the Holy Land of Tanshin. Cian holds a teacup in his hand, with a contemplative expression on his face. At the same time, in the royal garden, Crown Prince Blanche was pacing when he suddenly stopped, sensing something unusual. Strange. He watched the group of people in white robes entering and wondered why Tannen had sent so many monks. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Blanche decided he had to report this to His Majesty. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Blanche stared intently at the uninvited guest, muttering in astonishment, What are you here for? Facing him is a man with long silver hair and an incredibly noble aura. Sia Cha, the Crown Prince, gently curves his lips into a bright smile and calmly replies, I'm glad to meet you. Both of them stand facing each other in the sunny palace courtyard. Blanche is stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He stammered, asking if that was really the prince of the country. Che gently smiled with elegance and calmly admitted that he was indeed a bit far from home. Che explained that he had a valid reason for being here, which was for a celebration and, more importantly, to meet someone he absolutely had to see. Just then, Callie rode up on his black horse. Callie tightly grips the saddle, stunned to realize the strange feeling he had since this morning was actually what he had sensed all along. From above, Cien silently observes the fateful encounter between Che and Branch taking place in the garden. Meanwhile, Lord Madison was shocked to hear that Crown Prince Gia was at the palace. As soon as he learned that the guest was having lunch with the king and the princes, he gritted his teeth in worry and immediately rushed out in a panic among his subordinates. Alan Madison hurriedly ran down the corridor, constantly scolding the impatience of the Duke, worried that C still needed more time to prepare mentally for this fateful encounter. In the middle of the banquet hall, a clear announcement rings out. His Highness Sion, the third Prince of Saris. Sion quietly stepped forward, his hands clenched tightly in tension, the door opening with a dry sound, his heart pounding fiercely as he sensed the familiar presence behind the door. Callie told himself he would surely not escape the turmoil. And then, right in the middle of the room, the Crown Prince appeared with long silver hair and a gentle smile, just like in the memories. Seeing his brother, who sacrificed himself for him in the previous life, Callian froze, his chest heaving with rapid heartbeat. He slowly approached, his blazing red eyes fixed on the figure before him, and politely extended his hand in greeting. Prince C, I have been waiting to meet you. The two princes face each other in an eerily silent atmosphere. Noticing the unusual silence and Callie's vacant expression, the father tilted his head in curiosity. Prince Callie clenched his teeth tightly to suppress his overwhelming emotions, trying to contain the turmoil raging inside. Just like me, he gazed deeply into the other's eyes, smiled brightly yet thoughtfully, and affirmed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. I've been waiting for a day like this too. Crown Prince Che Onmonison hurriedly rushes into the room, surprising everyone. Seeing the tense atmosphere, he gently smiled to break the silence. Why are we all standing in the doorway like this? Callie hurriedly greeted, Ah, Lord Manison. He kindly replied that it had been a long time since they last met, and hoped the Lord was well. He suggested skipping formalities to invite everyone inside in the most natural way. This way, Your Highness. Cien took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to regain his composure before the new uncertainties that were coming his way. He walked forward with determination, but then paused when he saw Planche waiting with a passionate look in the corridor. Seeing the steaming cups of tea on the table, Planche silently reflected on the Prince of Seiya's solitary presence here. Inside the office, Che faced Alan Manison and candidly said, This visit can't just be about the party. What truly brought you here? Che smiled faintly, acknowledging that nothing escapes Alan's notice. I slowly set down the teacup and hesitated. I don't know if you believe me, but I hope you will listen to what I have to say. Alan remained silent, listening. I am listening. Chi began to recall how Tempest disappeared without a trace around this time last year, and remembered the moment he came to me seeking advice about this mysterious artifact. Alan insists that he never forgot secretly visiting Secretia to examine it, but the only conclusion he could reach was that it was not man-made. Until last month, the news of Tempest's disappearance was confirmed once again. Hearing this, it's clear that this relic is no ordinary artifact. It was Alan himself who conveyed this information to Prince Callie. Alan is puzzled why Che mentioned that at this moment. Playing revealed that I was there at the exact time the artifact disappeared last spring, and only a few months ago, strange memories began to surface in my mind. At first he thought it was just a dream, but the images of the Dojang chessboard made him wonder if he was losing his feelings. However, in the end, he could no longer deny the truth. He painfully held his head, realizing those memories were completely real. With tearful eyes, he affirmed that he had no choice but to accept the truth staring right in front of him. I have no choice but to accept that those memories are real and that my brother is somewhere within this very kingdom. His eyes filled with sorrow as he spoke of his late brother. Witnessing Jay's hesitation, Alon anxiously asked, Did you try to revive your brother with Aus Tempos? He immediately retorted fiercely, That's unreasonable. The battle that took my brother's life was a fight among those vying for Tempest. Memories of smoke and war fled back as the powerful nations fought to steal Critia's national treasure. He affirms that those who stand up to protect the relic have their reasons, and B sacrificed his life to prevent it from being misused. The father remained steadfast in his goal. I will never deny his sacrifice, just make him come back. Jay declared firmly that he had protected Akka's Tempest to the end and had never used it for himself. Alan nodded slightly in agreement. That completely aligns with what Saspinian said. Jay looks towards C, quietly recognizing the familiar face of his brother and thinking to himself that today he saw that face and realized he cannot let him find out that he still remembers. A faint smile appeared on Che's face, knowing that he was still alive and well was enough for me. But their conversation was interrupted as Kiri approached from afar. Alon asked in surprise what was going on, and Kiri respectfully bowed his head to report that the prince wanted to speak with him after dinner. Alon was momentarily startled and silently cursed himself for being too careless. Damn it, I should have used a silence spell before talking to Che. Seeing his awkward expression, Che burst out laughing and then teased Kiri. You weren't eavesdropping on us just now, right? Alon sighed helplessly, thinking that complaining now wouldn't change anything, and regained his composure to formally introduce his bodyguard. Your Highness, this is Kiri, the close guard of Prince Callie. Turning to Kiri, he reminded him, Kiri, you are presenting yourself before the Crown Prince of Seiya. Kiri immediately bowed respectfully. Kiri is honored to serve you. However, he seemed puzzled when he saw that a prince from a noble family was only accompanied by a single knight like Kiri. Just as Kiri was about to introduce them, an unexpected name was spoken. Jish whispered that the name has been passed down through the royal lineage of Secret Kritia for many generations. Jay faintly smiled and revealed the true meaning of the name. It means the hero whose name will never fade away. Callian quietly stands and watches. His mind was overwhelmed by the strange connections from the past gradually coming to light. Standing by the window looking out at the square, he pondered what the sudden visit from Che might mean for Sias. He wonders what his next step should be to avoid rendering his efforts to prevent the war meaningless. Haunted by images of brutality and the mysteries behind why Plant launched a war in a different timeline, he clenched his fist tightly, trying to find a way out for the future. At that moment, the knocking on the door suddenly broke the silence. Blanche entered the room, looked directly at C, and calmly declared, "I think you owe me an explanation." Blanche stood there, his eyes full of suspicion as he looked at his younger brother. He wondered why that foreign prince was so eager to meet Callie and why Callie seemed so stunned at that moment, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Deep down, Callie sensed that the battle was quietly raging on once again. He quietly walks away, leaving a suggestive remark. Try to see if there's something you want more than anything else, but someone else has already claimed it. Sen stopped, looked straight into his brother's eyes, and asked, "What should you do?" A silence fell as their red and blue eyes locked in tense confrontation. But if it's something you truly need, you would still follow the rules, right? Seeing Branch's determined expression, Cien slightly smiled and said, "I understand. Just something to think about. Nothing more." But deep inside Sen, waves of emotion stirred, and he admitted he was deeply moved because Jay was the only person he truly missed. Cien silently thought that this battle would never have a clear answer, and that the current version of Blanche knew nothing about the impending tragedies. Seeing the silence drag on, Plan grew impatient and urged him. So, to clarify or not, C gently snaps his fingers, and a magic circle instantly envelops the room to block out all sound. He repeats the question Branch once asked about his true identity and affirms, "I have a feeling you already know everything." Plan asks one last time with a serious expression, "Who are you really?" In the silent space, Callian begins to reveal the story of Serenity, the Queen of the Gods, bitterly mentioning the 10-year milestone and pleading for a solution from the divine. Callian looked directly at Blanche and declared a shocking truth. The time in this world has been reversed by 10 years. Blanche's eyes widened in horror at what he just heard. Cien calmly delivered the final blow. "Earlier, I was Gia's older brother, and now I am your younger brother. I secretly vow that if the gods do not grant a way out, I will find a way myself to change this fate." The information comes crashing down like throwing a whole legal book at the listener. After a moment of silence in the quiet room, Alan looks directly at Sen and asks, "All right, now you tell me." Callie realizes it's time to finish this. Admitting to revealing this secret isn't too difficult since a few people already know. With a serious expression, Cien confirms that this truly is the last time. "I can only say what I have told you up to this point." And then the final shocking truth was revealed. "I was once his younger brother, and now I am your younger brother." After hearing that, I just want to ask quietly how many branches this family tree really has. After the confession, Alan gently smiled and said, "Well done." However, he quickly realized that calling him here was definitely not just to confuse him, so he pressed for an answer. "What's going on?" Cien made a proposal to Lady Aurea and hoped Alan could pass along his message. Seeing Callie staring silently out the window, Alan wondered if something was bothering him, but Callian only kept watching the moonlight in silence. Meanwhile, Crown Prince Randall is also burdened with worries. Standing by the window, he feels anxious about the constant movements from the two upper floors of the palace. The sudden appearance of 30 priests from Tensil at this time is highly suspicious for Randall, whose deep blue eyes now show clear suspicion of the new variables surrounding the palace. Callie also couldn't help but feel troubled, telling himself that even if this passes, there would still be many other problems to deal with. His two older brothers never seemed to let his mind rest, not even for a moment. Amid the tense atmosphere, Prince Che's bright smile makes the situation even more complicated. He approaches the distant guest and questions him coldly. What wind brought the Crown Prince of Seiya here? Still maintaining a graceful demeanor, he smiled and explained that he was quite free before tonight's banquet, so he asked the king for permission to take a walk around the garden. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Che couldn't help but marvel at how beautiful the place was. However, sensing the second prince's indifference, Che quietly thought to himself, "Prince BR, he doesn't seem to like me very much." Blanche slightly raises his lips in doubt. "I have more questions now. What could be so important that the Crown Prince had to come here himself? I wonder about Jay's true purpose. Is it really just to meet Marquise Madison as the rumors say?" In response, Che suddenly mentions hearing that recently, Prince BR has been very enthusiastic about developing Van Can. Blanche sarcastically remarked that he didn't expect Kyrus's news to reach Secretia, but Che simply shrugged it off as nothing unusual since His Majesty is fond of raising birds. Che's gaze suddenly sharpens as he asks a question that digs deep into the other person's mind. Is it because Van Can was raised with such passion that the prince's hidden power struck a nerve, leaving Blanche stunned and frozen in place, as Che gazes directly into Blanche's trembling eyes, seemingly about to reveal a terrifying truth in the future? Blanche was taken aback. What have I done to myself? Che glided past him with a cold expression, admitting he was wrong to think that Blanche was completely unaware of what had happened. But Blanche remained firm, confidently asserting that Van Can belonged to his brother, so Che didn't need to worry about it. Che stopped, looked back at Blanche with a dark, haunting gaze, and left a final message. "You really should hope for that." Prince B.R. Callie quietly holds the list in his hand, his red eyes showing deep thought as he notices something unusual. Makam Chattis was not among the priests entering Keese. He should have been in Latran, but he was not included in this congratulatory envoy. Callie wondered silently, what exactly are they thinking? Just then, Jan opened the door and reminded him, Your Highness, it's time to prepare for the banquet. Callie calmly signaled to the young Jan to come and sit with him and chat for a bit, revealing that Tinsel had sent as many as 30 monks and suspecting that Crown Prince Randall was involved in this matter. Although they are attending a birthday ball, they are not counting the priests present in Kiss as part of their total numbers. Callie wondered, what is it with those 30 priests showing up here? Seeing Jan still scratching his head in confusion, C was about to wave him off and say it's fine, but Jan suddenly declared firmly that they couldn't possibly send 30 people like that. In response to Cian's question, Ian mentioned that Tinsel recently experienced a severe rainstorm, and Callian recalled Kyrus sending salt there as a gesture of gratitude, which led Tinsel to send many priests as congratulatory envoys. Suddenly, Callie froze as he realized a very serious logical flaw. Wait, he calculated that if there was a flood, a major epidemic would surely follow. While the people of Tinsel are dying off and desperately need the support of local priests, they send 30 people to the neighboring country just to celebrate a birthday. Callie smirked, a dangerous smile on his face. I blame myself for missing that. My eyes turned cold as I concluded the true identity of the envoy group. These 30 people probably aren't real monks. Blanche strides confidently down the palace corridor with a mischievous look as he passes by a door. Seeing Hina standing there, Blanche asked if the cat had gone back into the room, causing the girl to startle in fear. He coldly ordered her to step aside, while little Lai Ni apologized in fear. Lone forcefully pushed the door open and entered the room. Seeing Hina still worriedly standing outside, he calmly told her to leave the cat there, and he would return it to her later. Leaving the maid behind, Blanche quietly stepped further into the room and tightly grasped the door handle leading into the inner chamber. Inside, Tin was sitting casually on a chair, stroking the small white cat, and with a sarcastic smile, he remarked that he thought this was his room. Sen straight to the point, saying he came here to discuss something, and inviting Blanche to join the evening gala, while Blanche, holding the cat in his arms, sighs faintly with exasperation at his beloved younger brother's new schemes. In response to that suspicion, Kellyanne nonchalantly said it wasn't a big deal, revealing shocking information that Randall had apparently sent as many as 30 imposter monks to infiltrate the envoy. He smirked with a dangerous smile and affirmed that he absolutely hated being manipulated by others. As time passed, a clear announcement echoed throughout the solemn hall. Prince Planrun Kiss and Prince Callian Kiris have arrived. Amidst the commotion of the guests, the two princes confidently walk into the brightly lit banquet hall. The simultaneous appearance of the two princes caused the entire banquet hall to erupt in astonishment, with endless whispers spreading around. They believe this act is nothing less than an official confirmation that the two princes have formed an alliance. The nobles wonder why this is happening, but no one has a satisfactory answer. From the high balcony, Randall silently observes with a cold gaze, clutching his glass of red wine. The crowd begins to speculate that this is a direct act of confrontation aimed at the crown prince, a single step that makes the entire hall feel like it's on the verge of war. Callie calmly walks away, secretly calculating that Randall will surely think he has sided with Blanche, making it harder for the eldest brother to act easily in the future. Seeing all eyes turn towards him, Blanche softly asked if that was enough. Cien smiled brightly, affirming that this was only the beginning and they had succeeded in capturing everyone's attention. Noticing that Sen keeps looking around, Plan wondered why his brother was glancing back and forth like that and quietly revealed that someone who should be here isn't showing up. Callian decisively calls out the absent Marquis Evan Brisson as the party continues lively, while outside the night shrouds the space under the faint crescent moon. Randall has now secretly left the banquet hall and cautiously asks if they are being followed. The person accompanying him confidently assured that the crown prince had nothing to worry about, but they had no idea they were being watched intently by a pair of eyes in the darkness. Randall and the mysterious group silently moved deeper into the palace garden's darkness, their confident steps vanishing behind the thick foliage. However, all of the crown prince's movements had already been calculated by Cien in advance. Following the strict order, they had to tell Randall as soon as he left the hall. A secret shadow silently followed from behind, quietly observing every move of the eldest brother in the darkness. The sound of dry branches snapping underfoot echoed sharply in the silent night. The prince's escort team immediately halted, tense and alert, while the tailing figure held their breath, heart pounding with fear of being caught. Fortunately, the person dragged into the light is just a couple secretly dating. While the guards are busy dealing with that small trouble, he quietly confirms that Randall is not the most important character right now, because their true target is the trusted attendant of the crown prince. Yes, emphasize that they only need to confirm one thing to expose the entire scheme. Under the cloak, a sudden surge of deadly aura was released directly at the moving crowd. Immediately, the so-called 10 super priests froze, their combat instincts making them acutely aware of the threat surrounding them. Seeing that professional reaction, the tailing figure couldn't help but be amazed, secretly wondering if they had accidentally revealed their true identity. The next morning, Cien directly went to Jandal right in the rose garden. He calmly stepped forward and firmly declared that there probably aren't any monks here. You brought the Holy Knights of Tinsel, a foreign army, deep inside. Facing the serious accusation of treason, Randall calmly stands among the vibrant flowers. He gently turns around, his calm blue eyes looking at Callie, and softly replies, "I know." Callie bluntly questions whether he truly understands how serious it is to bring Tinsel's holy knights, a foreign military force, deep into the palace, while Randall, in contrast to his tense younger brother, calmly turns his back and gives a cold reply. "So what if I do?" Randall's eerily calm demeanor leaves Sen stunned, his red eyes wide with shock. Callian looks directly into Randall's eyes and declares that he is fully capable of killing them all if necessary. Randall remains silent for a moment before quietly walking away, explaining that the goal of those holy knights was similar to that of Sen's mages. Randall firmly states that because of that, they will not harm him or any of the princes. Callie is stunned to realize a shocking truth behind this move. He pressed, "Are the holy knights sent to control the prison house?" Randall didn't answer, only silently gazed into the distance with deep, sorrowful blue eyes. At this moment, all the pieces in Callie's mind suddenly fit together perfectly. He now understood the real reason why Earl Evan Brisson was absent from the recent important banquet. Callian understood the cruel plan Randall had carefully devised. That was why they had to send the Tinsel army into Keese under the guise of fake priests. Cien looked Randall straight in the eyes and exposed the truth that he had summoned Count Reborn to the palace so that the Tinsel Holy Knights could launch an attack on his own territory. Cien looked Randall straight in the eyes with a cold gaze and affirmed that even with the same goal, the Tinsel Holy Knight would never be able to resemble his Van Can army. He issued a stern challenge. If you consider yourself righteous, then bring them in properly with a legitimate reason and the right method. Randall quietly looked at the bright red rose in his hand, deep in thought, wondering when his younger brother had become so corrupted. In the end, faced with the sea's pressure, Randall had no choice but to yield. "I will let the knights return." But Randall still left a heavy warning. Do not overstep or stray too far from the path. As those words left his mouth, the vibrant rose in Randall's palm suddenly withered, shattered, and turned to dust right before Callie's eyes. Randall looked at his younger brother with a cold gaze and said with a hint of meaning, appearing quite uncomfortable. Faced with the subtle threat from his eldest brother, he paused silently, then suddenly smirked arrogantly. He decisively replied, "I refuse." Sen's fiery red eyes flashed with a sharp gaze as he repeated his ambitious declaration. "In the past, I would go to Camion to raise a dog." The triumphant smile of the third prince was like a declaration that he would never back down from his path to seize the throne. The incident that followed was the sudden departure of the Tenno clergy from the kingdom of Kiris, citing worsening conditions in their homeland. They only left a letter of apology for leaving without the king's permission. Earlier, when the king questioned about the clergy, Randall casually lied that he hadn't heard anything unusual. However, in reality, right after the tense encounter with C, the priest secretly withdrew into the night. This revealed a shocking truth that Randall was deeply involved and held ultimate control over these priests. Standing silently in the room, King Luchmon quietly admitted that Randall had lied to him. Deep down, he kept tormenting himself, wondering why his eldest son had become so cold and distant. Alan calmly takes a sip of tea and then speaks bitterly. "It is because of your majesty." He compares even someone as cruel as Diblang to at least still caring for their children, while the king's indifference has turned Jion's heart dark. Lamont can only bow his head in bitter acknowledgement. "I know." The king tried to justify himself by saying he made efforts to mend his mistakes by taking walks with him and paying close attention to what Don cared about. But Alan poured cold water on him, saying, "Children don't always grow up the way their parents want." He suddenly changed the subject to the current king of Reborn, Ellen's son, whom he considers very special. Alan reiterated that former King Ton was executed, and the king also confirmed he was aware of the matter. During his hideout there, Ton plotted to use poison to kill him, but the cruel plan backfired when he accidentally ended up killing his own son. As soon as Elin discovered the truth that he was the culprit, she had no hesitation in executing him. Since then, Elin's remaining son fell into a severe state of confusion. And Elon asked if the king knew what Elin had done to that boy, and the answer left Lokmang utterly stunned. Elin made her son clean the house of the snake for a whole month. To the king's surprise, Alan explained that she forced him to go to the house of the deceased because of Ton's mistake to understand the pain her family caused. The future king at that time had to kneel and wipe away the dirt from the floor, witnessing firsthand the painful tears of those left behind, silently observing the tragic scene and facing the brutal reality left by his father's crimes. After understanding that his father's death was not unjust, he began to behave properly. Hearing the story, the king remained silent in contemplation. "I don't know about that." Alan looked at the king and continued. "Not always leniency is right. Wrong is wrong, so there must be punishment as a parent." The king lowered his head with a troubled expression. "That's right. As a parent, he painfully wondered when those children had to bear everything on their own." The scene suddenly shifts to a precarious cliffside at night, where fierce waves crash against the rocks, a silver-haired boy laughing happily beside an old man with a gray beard and a sinister smile. Suddenly, a rough hand pushes forcefully, causing the boy to tumble into the abyss. The boy fell freely into the night, sinking into the vast sea in terror, as the old man on the cliff looked down at his prey disappearing into the raging waters with a chilling, satisfied smile. In the stormy night, the raging waves crashed fiercely against the cliff edge. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the guard shouted in panic, "Prince! but the sinister old man standing nearby simply coldly brushed it off, thinking there was no need to overreact. The old man sneered maliciously, secretly calculating that now he was an adult and needed to learn how to fear him. As soon as he finished speaking, the guard desperately rushed toward the cliff to find a way to save him. In the old man's mind, a half-brother with the same father but different mother who has the right to succeed is never considered a true brother, and just eliminating him to inherit the family fortune would be a blessing. The old man smiled eerily, eager to see how she would react to this brutal turn of events. A loud noise echoed across the sea, and the small body of the boy fell freely before sinking into the cold water, leaving bubbles gradually disappearing into the dark, somber depths. At the bottom of the deep sea, he desperately struggles as his chest tightens from lack of air. His whole body goes numb, with no strength left to resist the crushing pressure of the water. In that moment close to death, a painful question arose in my mind. Why did father do it? The faint light above the water recedes as he gradually loses consciousness, letting himself be swallowed by the dark abyss. Cien suddenly wakes up, his trembling hand reaching out as if trying to grasp something that just vanished in his dream. He lies silently on the bed, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly into the empty space in the darkened room. Looking at his hand under the faint moonlight, Callie suddenly calls out to his brother. He quietly, bitterly realizes a painful truth that swimming was never his younger brother's strong suit. If he falls into the water like that, will he survive? Yan hurried into the room, stunned to see Sen looking so exhausted, and called out to the prince before nervously pointing at his eyes to hide the truth of the tears behind them. Sen casually made up a reason that his eyes were itchy from rubbing them and blamed it on something. Could it be an allergy to cats? Yan immediately objected because he knew for sure that the prince had never had any issues with cats before, and he noticed that recently the prince had been showing very unusual behavior. To divert attention, Sen casually asked about the whereabouts of the little cat, causing Yan to hurriedly go search for it. Yan's face hardened with determination. He firmly turned around and walked away, causing Sen to ask in surprise, "Where are you going?" Yan snapped back that he was going to find the cat and stomped out angrily. As the door slammed shut, Sen tiredly leaned back in the chair, sighed softly, and covered his face with his hand in frustration. Callian pondered silently why past dreams were suddenly flooding back at this moment. Could it be that his hidden heart is a blind blood tie? In the quiet room, he reminds himself to stay calm and continue with the plan. Meanwhile, Yan followed the trail and found the cat hiding in another room. He hurriedly opened the door and was surprised to see someone inside. Yan hurriedly bowed his head to apologize. My apologies, Your Highness. Blanche is now calmly sitting and enjoying his tea, coldly telling Yan not to stand there idly, but to quickly catch his cat. Seeing Blanche, Yan suddenly froze, still haunted by the sight of Callian's bloodshot eyes earlier. I didn't mean it like that. He silently thought that those swollen eyes clearly showed he had been crying for days, yet the owner still dared to blame it on a cat allergy, something he had never experienced. This way of blaming is so clumsy that even the servant notices he's lying. Blanche's eyes suddenly grew deep and contemplative as he sensed something unusual in the servant's confession. Blanche quietly recalled the moment when the foreign prince suddenly appeared and expressed his desire to meet Callie, describing with a thoughtful look that at that very moment his brother looked as if he had just been pulled out of the grave, like a zombie. Seeing that Blanche seemed troubled, SF was about to ask about Cien but was immediately cut off. Blanche calmly took a sip of tea and then issued a cold order. "Tell your sister to attend the banquet tonight," he stammered, asking if you really want Miri to appear at the royal feast, because he understands the great significance behind that presence. Blanche forcefully sets his teacup down and asserts that there's no need to display swords. A shield is enough. Yan Banghuang realized that Blanche was trying to leverage his family's title. Although he insisted that his sister was in the capital and could be contacted easily, he still couldn't hide his curiosity. Ia looked at Blanche with suspicion and asked why he had to go to such lengths just to help Prince Callie. Blanche remained silent. Just consider it as repaying a favor. Blanche thought to himself, with all the terrible pressure Sen is under, maybe only the shadow of a giant elephant can create a little peaceful space for him to breathe. Meanwhile, a shocking announcement was made that Crown Prince Randall is officially forbidden from leaving the palace for 3 months.
The reason given was for leaving the king's banquet without permission, but everyone secretly understood it was just an excuse to cover up the punishment, as the real issue was the act of bringing the Holy Knight into the city. If they entered with troops, it would be seen as rebellion.
Alright, proceed with it. The guard hesitated for a moment, then softly asked to confirm if the prince was truly certain about this decision. Chase slightly curled his lips, wearing a mysterious smile, and affirmed. He probably gazes into the distance, his eyes showing a calm serenity as he quietly thinks that he has done everything he needed to here. On the silk pillow, a sharp cold knife lies still, like the end of a turbulent journey. In the quiet room, the knocking on the door breaks the silence as the servant pushes in the food cart politely. "Sorry, Your Highness," but when asked about dinner, Blanche immediately dismissed it. Seeing that the master doesn't look too exhausted, the servant desperately pleads that he should at least eat something since he hasn't touched a meal in days. Blanche looks at the food with a feeling of nausea. Eating at this hour, he decisively stood up and warned in a stern voice, "Don't make me repeat myself." Blanche quietly walks away, declaring he will rest for a while before the main banquet begins. The servant can only watch his back with a worried look, silently thinking that he hasn't had a proper sleep for several days. As night falls, the palace glows under the lights, and Callie in an elegant evening gown subtly smiles with a hint of mystery as she spots a familiar figure approaching. He gently greets her. It's been a while, hasn't it? Demiri, the girl with flowing brown hair, smiled in response.
Your Highness, I won't bother you for long.
Suddenly, Demiri reached out and gently took his arm, saying, I don't mind. She looked directly into Sin's eyes with determination and declared firmly, I am not my father. Cien quietly observed Demiri and realized she resembled Yan, but that was as far as it went. Now he understood why everyone said she looked exactly like her mother. A loud click sounded as the banquet hall door swung open. The announcer clearly announced the presence of Prince Kali and Lady Demir Sfeed. The nobles began to whisper among themselves, wondering if the Sif family was listening to their plans to become a power and establish a king in Ceres. Are the whispers about Demir Sifridis and Prince C true? Could they have been promised to each other? The nobles were stunned because they had never heard of this before. Some even muttered in regret for not marrying him earlier. Now it's too late. They tell each other to wait for the official announcement before leaving. Then, they turn away from the scrutinizing gazes, stepping out onto the balcony to breathe the fresh air, and he gently stretches wearily, secretly thinking that their whispering behind his back makes his ears feel like they're about to burn. Truly, the aristocracy has nothing better to do than gossip. Whenever someone makes a mistake, they swarm like flies, making a racket that's deafening. Callian quietly walks through the silent night, but then a sudden voice calls out his name, Callie. Realizing that familiar voice, Tim Callian suddenly tightened up. He reminded himself to stay calm because he had been holding it together for too long and absolutely must not break down now. Callie clenched his fists tightly, trying to hold back the emotion surging inside. He turned around with a fake smile and pretended to be surprised. Oh, lazy prince. Che quietly looks at his younger brother in front of him, a sense of late regret rising in his heart as he wonders why he didn't realize sooner. The image of Bon, the younger brother, always by my side in the past, vividly reappears. Che nostalgically recalls the chess games they played together in the morning sunlight, realizing that his younger brother has always been right there beside him. The painful memories of war suddenly fled back to a place where all those who went to battle never returned, each crying out in despair. I can't lose you again. Come back to reality. Looking at the other person's hair, he silently thought that she still kept her hair short. His memories still remained clear in his mind. Callie was so shocked that he broke out in a sweat, his red eyes wide open when Che mentioned his hair. Dad gently smiled and confessed that he thought he was the last person to remember that. But as soon as he realized he was no longer alone in this world, Dad decided to cut off his long hair. He gently touched his neck, smiled brightly, and wondered if this hairstyle really suited him or not. Cien stood still, his mind overwhelmed by the cruel reality. He reminded himself that his name now was Cien, and he had to accept this new person, even though he knew he could no longer continue his brotherly relationship with Jay as before. Tears kept flowing down C's face. He softly uttered, but the words caught in his throat. Che approached him gently, affirming that the hairstyle suited Cien well. Noticing the despair in his eyes, and without hesitation, stepped forward to give Callie a tight hug. He gently comforts him. Just rest for a while, even if only for a moment. At this moment, Callie has completely broken down, her exhaustion and weakness pouring out in front of her brother. He told himself that just this once he would face reality again. Che's voice echoed affectionately to his younger brother. The memory of the accident from years ago re-emerged, with Bond sinking deeper into the abyss of the sea. For Bond, the throne itself has no meaning, and he has never yearned for it. He is willing to trade his entire life for the cold waters. The sole purpose of that sacrifice was to forever be a protective shadow for you. The king's birthday celebration has finally ended, leaving behind a tired Echo. In the quiet room, Alan Madison looked at the pile of bandages and sarcastically remarked that it should be the king who was dying, not the Duke's Frit. He then asked if this exhausted appearance was the Duke's way of showing filial piety to his father. Cien looked confused, not understanding why Alan burst into laughter, explaining that he was criticizing the prince's face looking quite pale. Sigfus was about to tease him about his long face, but was immediately warned with a thunderous slap on the back from Alan. Before he could even speak, he was caught off guard and slapped, leaving Sigfus to grumble and accept the blow. Cien slowly sips his tea, admitting that despite trying to hide his exhaustion, it still couldn't escape his master's notice. On sighs in frustration, lamenting that he's getting old because of the two people in front of him. One person always likes to shoulder everything themselves, while the other turns the training ground into a pile of debris, just to challenge the Crown Prince Kritia to a sword fight. Looking at himself lying defeated on the training floor after the match with Che, Sfrit could only clear his throat awkwardly to cover up his humiliating failure. Callian slightly smirks and declares he will charge the Duke for repairing the training ground. The Duke generously agrees and is about to mention paying for the wound treatment, but Sen immediately cuts in. He insists he doesn't need money. Instead, he wants to borrow Sif's mansion in Sisu. When the other party becomes wary of his intentions, Callian calmly reveals that he plans to use it to hide his people. Sifrit sighed, thinking that the cost of a few broken marble tiles was too high. Maybe it would be better if I held back a little. Cien slammed the teacup onto the table with a sharp sound, looked directly into the other person's eyes, and insisted that this request was not unreasonable at all. A sinister smile appeared on Sen's face, making SF shiver. He clenched his fist tightly, bitterly realizing he was mistaken and thinking his son wasn't clever enough just because the boy resembled him. Surprised by the boldness of the young prince, Duke XF burst into hearty laughter, eagerly admitting that it seems his son has truly found an exceptional master. Without hesitation, the Duke decisively agreed. Very well, you shall have what you desire. Although he smiled and joked happily while drinking together, he secretly thought that his son still didn't fully understand how serious the problems he was facing truly were. Leaving the SF estate, his mind began to shift toward the next objectives. The list of people to meet kept growing, from Lady Ia of the Guild to Lord Paulin of the Poland Trading Company. Callian urged his horse forward. He told himself it was time to meet those who were silently and desperately waiting for his help. Callian silently vowed he would not let them down anymore. Amidst the pounding of hooves, Callian gently smiles with optimism. For him, being busy with so many places to go and people to meet at this moment is truly a stroke of luck. Lost in thought, the sound of hurried footsteps and a warning to watch out for surprises suddenly startle C, as a shadow streaks past right in front of the horse's head, forcing him to quickly pull the reins. Wait a moment, you are Zia. The girl exclaimed happily, a bright smile on her face as she reunited with the person she called the clan leader, revealing that she had begged the elders tirelessly to be allowed to join this group so she could see him and Hina again. Seeing Zia appear here, Callian was a little worried. He asked cautiously if she might have arrived here with the girl as well. What is happening to the people of the tribes? Zia's face suddenly darkened. She hesitated before revealing a painful truth that she was no longer the village elder. She recounted with fear that the High Elder was extremely angry about the recent events. The punishment for Dua and Luca is extremely severe, and both will be imprisoned for a very long time. Callie remained silent, thoughtfully touching his chin, feeling strangely that lately he hadn't seen any of the fairy clans around the palace at all. Aya explains that His Majesty has not allowed the elves to stay in the palace due to the unfortunate events that happened to her. She says the elder is eager to meet Callie to talk, and she notices a patch of white fur stuck on his horse's hoof. Suddenly, Zia revealed she had just found another strange stone and started rummaging through her coat. Zia presented a black stone engraved with ancient characters and offered to play with Hina in exchange for it. For Zia, the stone doesn't matter. What she needs is to meet Hina. Callian takes the item, his eyes showing a clear expression of contemplation. In a private room, Lady Uria holds the stone in her hand and doubts whether this object is truly capable of repairing the distortions in the timeline. Uria considers this a very intriguing hypothesis. She pointed to the other inscriptions on the stone and wondered if this was the lost script of Secretia. Callian pondered silently, recalling that he had previously received a negative answer when asking about it. Uria clapped decisively, firmly sealing the deal. She promised to personally visit or send word to the palace as soon as she discovered anything new. As C stood up to leave, he warned that the stone reeked of blood the moment he touched it. Callian told her to handle it carefully because someone might have to die because of it. Uria smiled confidently, saying she would remember that. After double-checking everything, he stood up and left. As he stepped out the door, C realized it was already late at night and quietly worried that Jan must be very anxious since he left without telling him where he was going. Under the crescent moon, Ten silently walked through the deserted street unaware that he was being followed. From the dark corner, two strangers in black cloaks suddenly draw daggers, preparing to ambush their target. Under the silent night, Ten quietly leads Javen the horse away. He gently pats it and says, "Sorry for making you wait so long." Suddenly, sensing a thick aura of deadly energy surrounding him, Sen immediately gives an order. "Wait a moment, Raven." He calmly turns around to face those hiding in the shadows and asks coldly, "What brought you all the way here?" Stepping out of the shadows are figures dressed in unfamiliar attire. These are the warriors of the Great Desert. The land of White Sands does not belong to any country. They are not under anyone's control or bound by orders. These individuals are often called desert warriors, or known as desert wolves for their extraordinary physique and ruthless hunting strength. They are renowned swordsmen with masterful sword skills, where brutality and speed are always prioritized. Once given the title of warrior, each of them possesses combat skills on par with the most experienced knights. Killian quietly assesses the situation, understanding that his current swordsmanship still cannot match theirs, and his body and aura are not yet fully stabilized. Looking around, he noticed only 5 men surrounding him. Cien subtly sneered in contempt. He thought that this small number of enemies suggested they might be holding a trump card, which is why they were so confident. Just then, a man with a long scar on his face and messy brown hair stepped out from behind, confidently introducing himself as Hannon. Han smirked and offered a provocative choice: fight or fire. Callie remained unfazed and did not answer the question he just asked. He channels his magic into his hand and asks, "What are you here for?" In response to the question, the desert warrior only offers a cunning smile. Without a word of warning, Han decisively declared war and suddenly charged straight at Callie. A loud clash rang out as Sen quickly swung his sword to block the powerful attack of the enemy. Under the faint crescent moon, Callie gasped exhaustedly, his magic sword trembling as blood soaked into his torn clothes. It's been a long time since he felt such real pain. Feeling the full effect of his own blessing shows that the wound in his waist is quite deep and serious. His heart pounds rapidly in the midst of this life and death battle. Han smirked confidently, eyeing Callie provocatively and asking if the prince was planning to fall so easily. Right before Callie's eyes, the wound on the desert warrior's shoulder suddenly shone and healed magically. If he has such a self-healing ability, then when will he ever be defeated? Callie slightly smirked, admitting that the opponent possessed a rather interesting ability. Han only sneered maliciously and replied, "Watch this," then decisively unleashed a blazing red light that enveloped his sword. Han presses forward with overwhelming force, the blazing red light emanating from his sword creating an oppressive pressure. Callie braces himself against the silent barrier they are casting to completely isolate the battlefield. The flashing swords clash loudly, sparks flying in the midst of the assassin's encirclement, and Callie quickly realized that this red light was completely different from Master An's fire magic. Instead of a fiery aura, this power clearly feels strange and more brutal, resembling the red glow from Randall and his dark gem rather than ordinary magic. However, Callie secretly calculated that only 3 days had passed since he refused Randall's offer. Given the suddenness of this ambush, he was sure Randall was not behind it. Who else is behind this and wants to kill him? The clash of swords echoing loudly through the night makes him brace himself against powerful attacks. He quickly retreated, his mind analyzing who was behind this deadly game. Cien silently confirmed that Even would definitely not ambush him knowing he was with Duke SF. Just as he dodged a deadly slash, he wondered who could have sent this gift. Seizing the opportunity, Cien suddenly charged forward at an incredible speed, catching his opponent off guard. Cien's blazing red eyes flashed with a cold glare as he decisively swung his magic sword, delivering a fatal thrust that pierced through the enemy's chest. A drop of dark red blood falls onto the cold stone floor, shocking the desert warrior. Even though his heart was pierced, he remained unshaken and fearless. Callie's eyes hardened with suspicion as he sensed the fiery pressure erupting fiercely from the opponent's body. Han gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating an immense heat as if he wanted to burn everything around him. The game is over. Callie narrowed his eyes as he watched the deadly aura swirling fiercely. He understands that the opponent is using a move that risks their life, a power that can only be unleashed once. Even wounded, Han still wears a challenging smile and sarcastically asks if Cien really thinks he can finish him off with that power. Callie remains silent, his eyes steely with determination, silently vowing to end everything with a single strike. Both of them put all their strength into this final strike. A sudden explosion of deep blue magic force creates a giant tornado that engulfs both of them. Han was stunned and terrified, unable to believe the terrifying power unfolding before his eyes. Callie smiled coldly and called his move the Wind, a swirling vortex of magic like a giant drill. Callie decisively unleashes the final blow with the Wind Spear. A column of deep blue energy descends with destructive force, completely swallowing the desert warrior. Hanan can only emit muffled screams before collapsing amidst the tragic scene. Sion quietly looked down at the helpless enemy among the wreckage, finally defeating this cold-blooded killer after all the effort. After unleashing his full power, Callie collapsed exhausted onto the ground, coughing up blood and silently blaming himself for overusing his strength and not allowing his body to adapt. However, the battle is not truly over. Sion wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes turning cold as he realized 4 more assassins are still surrounding him. He slightly smirked arrogantly, his hand beginning to gather a blazing blue aura, ready for the next confrontation. Amid the bloody scene, a remaining assassin struggles to crawl through his wounds in despair, trembling as he vows to deliver this message to his master at all costs, even if it means mobilizing all his warriors to eliminate the target immediately. Callian stands from above, his blazing red eyes revealing desperation, but he still tries to use his last traces of magic to cast a magic circle. At Sif's estate in Keese, the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered when a servant rushed into the room to deliver urgent news. Demiri, stunned, dropped the book and hurried outside upon hearing the thunderous neighing of horses at the gate. Callie is now completely exhausted. He collapsed on Ajivan's back as soon as they arrived. Seeing Demir, he only managed to plead for someone to call his brother before fainting into the servant's arms. She was stunned to realize that this cut was too deep and dangerous. Definitely the work of a true swordsman targeting someone who also follows the sword path. Demiri quietly wondered why, in this life-threatening situation, Kan chose to come to her residence instead of returning to the palace for quicker treatment, proving he had absolute trust in her as he was at his most vulnerable. Demiri quickly realized that his journey to the Sifis estate meant he absolutely did not want this to be exposed. She firmly ordered all the servants to prepare, affirming that from now on, the Sfid family would serve as a strong shield to protect the prince. Demi strictly orders not to close the city gates and immediately assigns trusted subordinates to follow the blood trail to gather information, while DK must erase all remaining traces, not leaving even a single drop of blood behind. Demiri emphasized that it was absolutely crucial not to reveal this matter to anyone else except her brother, to keep Cien's injury a secret. In his delirium, Cien struggled to utter his final request, to call his brother. Demiri was stunned, wondering why in this life or death situation he would make such a strange request. What could the prince's brother do to help him in this case? In the quiet room at the X-Feet estate, Hina focused intensely, her small hands emitting a pure white light, pouring all her strength into healing Ten's serious chest wound. Standing silently in the corner, Plan couldn't help but ponder as he watched his brother lying motionless between life and death. My younger brother trusts me too much. Among the princes, he places his trust in me without any doubt. Seeing Kar's shallow breathing, Plan silently promised himself that if he had gained such great trust, he must not betray it. He turned to Demir and firmly called out, "Marquis?" In response to her respectful attitude, Planche suddenly made a bold decision to change the situation. From now on, the Svid family will hold me hostage. Demiri was stunned into silence, stammering as she questioned the true intention of the second prince. Plan calmly analyzed that in fact the Svish family had no valid reason to kidnap the second prince. However, since Callie still cannot identify who is truly behind the assassination, if he returns to the palace severely injured, his father will surely tighten security immediately. Then the attackers will sense the danger and retreat, waiting silently for their next opportunity. Therefore, Sen proactively chose the SF residence as a secret hideout until they could identify the mastermind behind it. But Sen is a prince, and his disappearance requires a sufficiently significant situation to be plausible, unlike the previous disappearance of Deputy Commander Van Can. The disappearance of the prince is a matter of national importance, requiring the SF family to seal off the estate to protect Callie and making Planche's presence here seem normal. Planche's eyes turn cold as he outlines a perfect plan to divert public attention. For example, the SF family misunderstood that my younger brother's disappearance was caused by Bryson holding him hostage, so they kept the second prince as a hostage to find out about the third prince's whereabouts. Demiri was stunned by the boldness of this plan. She softly asked what would happen if they did that, in response to the question of whether carrying out this deception would be difficult. Demiri firmly bowed her head and confirmed, "Not at all?" Demir smiles confidently and affirms that protection is what the SF family does best. She assures that all main gates will be closed and hopes His Highness can rest assured. Planche stands silently with his arms crossed, looking at Callie in a coma, and firmly declares that he will take responsibility for the aftermath, accepting to be a hostage as the prince requested. Planche silently prays, "Please wake up soon," looking at his injured brother with pain and anger towards the enemy. Meanwhile, at the palace, the atmosphere grew extremely tense as a trembling hand set down the glass while reporting that Prince Callie had left the palace yesterday morning and had not returned yet. Additionally, Planche also left late at night with a close lady-in-waiting of Callie. The image of Planche hurriedly riding away with Hina in the dark only deepens the suspicion among those remaining. King Lang sat behind his desk with a very serious expression, emphasizing once again that Planche had received the guarantee of the Sickfit family, yet they suddenly shut the palace gates and gave no response at all. Looking at the tightly locked gates of the SF estate, the king was troubled, unsure how to interpret this situation correctly. He slammed the table and asked whether this should be considered an act of rebellion. Under the king's fury, Yan could only bow trembling and reply, "No, your majesty." King Lok Mang pressed further, demanding that Yan provide a valid reason for him to continue waiting. "Your son has gone missing and is being held hostage. Can you stay silent? The king threatens to send the Van Can army and the Kale Knights to Shijfried estate if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation." Yan clenched his fists, sweat pouring down as he didn't know where to start. He silently thought that Prince Callie must have had a very important reason for not returning to the palace and calling for an urgent plan like this. But in the midst of this life and death situation, Yan still struggled to find the right way to explain to his majesty. Suddenly, the door burst open unexpectedly, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Last night, a group of people attacked Prince Callie. It seems the prince himself ran straight to SF to escape from them. King Lek Mong stood up in shock, unable to believe his son would leave the palace to seek protection outside. He slammed his hand on the table and declared firmly, "I will bring him back myself." King Lek Mong firmly stated that a prince cannot be left injured outside the palace, no matter if it is the Sfrit family estate, and he has no idea whether his son's condition is serious or not. Alan Madison gently smiled to reassure. He believes that if something truly serious had happened, news would have been sent long ago. He affirms that with the Duke's Sef by seaside, the king can rest assured about the prince's safety. Alon reminds his majesty that Sen is not someone who makes decisions based on fleeting feelings. Seeing the wizard's calmness, King Lang could only sigh wearily. Alan suggests that for now they should monitor the situation once the direction is clear. Then send Van Ken, and the king has no choice but to concede. However, he also firmly stated that if any mishap occurs, he will immediately deploy the Van Can division and no one will be able to stop him anymore. Alan smiled confidently, sure that everything would be fine. At this moment, the door bursts open and Duke XF enters with a puzzled look, asking, "Do anyone tell me why my son refuses to open the gate for his father?" This sudden appearance caused the entire hall to fall into an awkward silence, and Alon could only silently lament that just after reassuring his majesty, new trouble had arisen. The Duke still looked confused and asked, "What's going on? Is something wrong?" Time quietly passed, and a few days later, the atmosphere in the capital remained shrouded in a terrifying silence. Has there been any news of Prince Callie waking up yet? My subordinates report that there has been no new development. Under King LCH Mang's orders, access to the capital has been tightened to the maximum, but the soldiers still report no suspicious persons detected. Either they are carefully monitoring the situation, or they have retreated to wait for the next opportunity, or they are all dead. If that's the case, then who is really the mastermind behind all this? The quiet night envelops the X-Fit estate where Callie remains deep in a coma, and in the dim moonlight, a hand gently reaches out, aiming to touch the motionless prince lying on the bed. That hand suddenly froze when Sen unexpectedly woke up, seeing the familiar figure beside him, and he softly uttered tiredly, "You're here already?" Big Brother saw that his younger brother had finally overcome the danger. Planche let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a sense of ease after days of tense vigil. As his health gradually recovered, Callie calmly sat up and enjoyed the ripe bananas in the basket. Seeing Planche sitting quietly beside him, he offered a fruit with a gesture. "Do you want to eat it?" Plan firmly refused. No need. At this moment, Lady Demiri approached to report a new development that today Earl Evan Brisson personally came to the mansion. The Earl, driven by curiosity, could no longer stay still. Demiri said that the old Earl used the excuse of wanting to confirm Branch's safety, but in reality, he was trying to pressure her for an explanation about the rumors of the prince's kidnapping spreading across Kiss. However, she insisted she had completely ignored him and gave no response to that old fox. Callie, eating contentedly, remarked that while he was unconscious, thanks to Demiri's decisive handling, everything went smoothly, and he truly chose the right person to trust. Watching their conversation, Plan could only sigh and complain about the noise. According to the sorcerers from the guild, C casually mentioned that someone had secretly scouted the SF estate and the area around Marcus Brisson's residence before retreating. He calmly took a bite of the banana and confidently declared that the prey had finally taken the bait. However, Demiri seemed worried as everything was going too smoothly as expected. She feared this might be a clever trap to lure Callie away from this safe haven. Kellyan insists that even if it's a trap, he will go into the tiger's den to catch the cub. Right, guys? He affirms that he already intended to meet them again, so no matter whose trap it is, it doesn't matter anymore. He revealed that he had no intention of going alone on the upcoming mission. Facing Alan Madison's suspicious gaze, Callie smiled brightly and asked back, if he didn't plan to let his master protect him, then why did he bring him along? So, it's just to stand and watch? Demiri couldn't help but be speechless when he saw the prince honestly admit that he was a burden that needed protection. Even Alan reminded him that he had only just woken up a few days after a serious injury. But Callian remained firm in his decision, because he knew the enemy was deliberately revealing themselves to lure him out. He emphasized that if he continued to stay passive, those rats would never reveal their true intentions. Alan Madison sighed in helplessness. He admits that he also doesn't want to just sit and wait passively. Although dissatisfied, he has no choice but to concede and allow Cien to act as he wishes. Cien smiled, thanked his master, then suddenly flattered him by saying he really missed him. Seeing this, the three of them could only be speechless. Truly a cold teacher-student relationship. Cien decisively made the final decision. So tonight, we will act. His eyes blazing with ruthlessness and determination as he declared it was time to face the prey they had set the trap for. Under the full moon, Callian and Alan silently rode through the quiet streets of King Kyrus. Callie also mentioned that he had requested an investigation into Celis's whereabouts, but the mages seemed quite dissatisfied with the limited information gathered. He calmly admitted that he didn't expect much given their temperament, and it seems his prediction was entirely correct. However, Alan revealed a surprising detail. The information from the bird matches exactly with the news from the spies. Wait a minute, are you saying the news from the bird and the mages are exactly the same? Yes, that's right. C quietly concluded that this was completely unreasonable because the intelligence from Secretia's espionage network should have been much more detailed. He wondered why everything was happening this way, while the head of the guild was helping him investigate from various sources with identical information. It was highly likely that one side had an undercover spy. Callie realizes that while the mages are not professional spies, Secretia's bird surveillance network is a different story entirely. He deduces that the attackers must have crossed the desert multiple times to prepare their countermeasures after overhearing the rumors in Kiss. Callian insists that no way could those birds miss their obvious movements. Suddenly, Callian Banghuang realizes a shocking truth. Master, go immediately to the palace to monitor the movements of Prince Che and follow where he goes. Alan Madison is stunned, not understanding what is happening, while Ten firmly declares that the main culprit is the 7 birds. Alan was stunned by Disciple C's confident assertion that there was a traitor hiding within Seiya's secret agents. He believed the Crown Prince Che might have discovered their involvement in the assassination, thus deliberately hiding the truth and providing false information to mislead. And perhaps the one in danger now is Prince Che. Under the silent night, the ringing of the doorbell shattered the quiet of the old bookstore. The middle-aged man with gray hair and a single-lens glasses looked up curiously and asked the guest who just entered, "Which book are you looking for?" But instead of asking for a book, Alan responded with a probing question. "No, it's not about books. I just want to ask one thing. Isn't it contradictory to be a spy?" With a heavy stomp that shook the room, a blazing red magic barrier instantly enveloped the old scholar, leaving him terrified. Alon coldly analyzed loyalty and betrayal. You believe that those who infiltrate other countries to gather information, if one day they betray and sell out their own nation, should be considered traitors and dealt with accordingly. Or perhaps they are simply continuing to do their jobs as they have all along. Alon admits that it's really hard to clearly distinguish this matter, But he affirms that once a bird changes its owner and leaves the cage, it is no longer a spy of Secretia. The old bookworm hurriedly bowed his head in apology, trembling with fear. Please forgive me. Your Highness, you've come all this way, but I have nothing to offer, Planche replied quietly. I understand. Alan gently places his hand on Planche's shoulder and declares to Traknish that he is not as easily softened as his disciple, but also cannot maintain the astonishing calm of the third prince at this moment. Alan looks directly at the spy and coldly questions, I just want to ask one thing. Are the warriors you helped under the command of Tensu? Faced with the terrifying silence from the opponent, Alan suddenly reached out his hand, a blazing flame of magic erupting in his palm. Do you know what this is? The old bookworm trembled. Supreme fire? That's right. Alan stepped closer, the heat from the flames making the air around him scorchingly hot. A mere brush would set this fire ablaze to the very heart. He calmly let the flames fall to the floor and declared that this was the power of an unquenchable fire. The old bookworm stared in shock at the flames reflected in his glasses, stammering speechless. No way. Alan looked at the old man with a cold, contemptuous gaze and sarcastically asked if he truly thought they wouldn't find out about the rats that had escaped. Deep down, the bookworm bitterly realized everything had gone completely wrong. From the moment Alan suddenly appeared through teleportation, recalling the events, the old man immediately acted to help his 9 comrades escape in time while himself accepting to stay behind and face the danger. The old man had already lost hope of surviving the night. The only thing he could do now was hope that those who escaped would be safe. The old man quietly closed the red book in his hand, preparing to face Alan standing tall right behind him. The bookworm gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, So far only one person has died, so I need to hold on a little longer and think carefully about my next move. The old man deliberately stood in front of Branch to buy time for his comrades to escape, but Alan had no patience left. He coldly waved his hand, unleashing a blazing fire spell that startled the old man into a terrified scream. Wait, you bookworm, all you do is shout in frustration. Can't you give me a little more time to think? I already told you my temper isn't gentle or calm. The blazing circles of fire surrounding you are like a threat of death. Alan reminds him that there are still 6 little birds outside that cage and presses him again with a tense look. Is Tensu behind those warriors? The old bookworm trembled as he adjusted his glasses, sweat pouring down like rain, and began to confess. He revealed that they appeared not long after Chimlam was executed. They paid a large sum and demanded that the old man find a replacement for her immediately. When asked about Tenseal's involvement, the bookworm slightly looked up at Alan and asked back, Do you want to know if Tensu is behind them? The old man confirmed that those warriors actually didn't belong to any specific country, but each country had its own representatives. That was already obvious, since the Desert Warriors were not affiliated with any nation. The old man revealed a shocking truth that not only Tensil, but also from Secretia, Reborn, and other places, they are actually an organization formed by many people from different countries. What could be the purpose of these unrelated individuals gathering together? That matter needs further investigation. The old man, drunk and rummaging through books, insists he knows nothing more than what he has said, not even the name of the organization. The old man slumped into the chair in helplessness, desperately begging that he had told everything he knew and asking you not to kill his comrades. Alan silently watched, the fire magic still burning threateningly in his hand. Alan slightly smirked and said, So that's enough, but tell me, do you know the names of the dead spies? Seeing the spy startled in horror, Alan immediately exposed the act. With someone desperately trying to save valuable teammates, I can't help but notice that you kept stalling until the first 3 people were killed. He calmly pointed out that the real goal was to have at least one survivor to call the warriors here. Caught off guard, he could only gape at him, realizing that his last hope was gone. Alan looked at him with a cold gaze and declared, Even though I look young, I've lived long enough not to be fooled by such tricks. In front of the opponent's pale face from fear, Alan extinguishes their last hope. Don't hold on to hope anymore. No one is coming to save you. Immediately, giant fireballs from Alan's hands descend, engulfing the entire space in a blazing sea of fire. Elsewhere, magic circles explode violently. SC throws themselves into the midst of the battle. As expected, the location provided by the mages and the scout birds was just a trap to lure him out. A powerful aura of light suddenly descended from the sky at incredible speed, wiping out everyone in its path in an instant. The man with brown hair and an overwhelming presence appears. It is Tylan Castine, the #1 swordsman of the continent. Tylan swings his sword decisively, deflecting the assassin's attack from behind without much effort. In the previous life's battle, he alone held back the entire Kiss Knights for 3 relentless days. Talon is also the one who taught him every sword technique. Both of them coordinated seamlessly, creating a deadly display amidst dazzling aura sparks. Seeing Callie still fighting hard despite her wounds, Talon anxiously warned, Please fall back. I know you're not fully recovered yet, but CN firmly dismisses it. He declares confidently that he hates being a burden to others. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing all obstacles in a sea of flames. Callie quietly trusts that the master will handle things smoothly at the palace. Amid the wreckage, Cien watched the remaining soldiers being subdued and thought to himself, all that's left now is to clean up. He slightly smirked, his fiery red eyes revealing a triumphant look after the fierce battle. But as soon as he returned to the palace, Xian was stopped by Lang Khan's cold, sharp spears. They firmly declared, "You cannot leave." Callie reluctantly realized that his father had immediately assigned guards to watch him as soon as he returned. Currently, both the second and third princes are under strict house arrest and are not allowed to participate in any outside activities without permission. The two princes surprised their father so much with their near-death adventure last time that he now keeps them locked up for their safety. Sen tiredly leans back in his chair, thinking that if he really wanted to, he could sneak out easily. But after causing such a big disturbance, he tells himself to stay quiet for a while to avoid more trouble. Meanwhile, in a dark place, Spy Bai Ying faces a brutal punishment for failing his mission. The young man places 2 bottles of poison on the table and coldly asks, "You must know these 2 things better than anyone else. One is a deadly poison, and the other is a toxic substance that affects the ears, eyes, and mouth." The old bookworm trembles and admits. That's right. He coldly declared that this time the old man would have no right to choose. Without hesitation, he decisively let go, causing the vial to fall and shatter before the traitor's eyes. His gaze turned cold and terrifying as he declared, "You have crossed a line you should never have crossed. Live the rest of your life in despair and regret." The bookworm only widened his eyes in horror, completely shattered by the cruel sentence handed down to him. "This one is a disaster, teacher." After cleaning up the remnants of White Eagle and the Desert Warriors, Callie finally returned to the palace. The earlier noisy disappearance has been temporarily eased as a reckless act by the third prince, and the price he paid was to reflect alone in his room. Xian lay stretched on the sofa, listening to the ticking of the clock in the dull silence. Just then, Planche walked in looking proud, complaining about the mountain of work but feeling so confined in the palace that it was driving him crazy. Seeing him still lying there calmly, Planche wondered if his brother had something to do, or if he was just sitting on the rooftop during the day. He approached and asked, "So, have you found out anything?" Sen slightly smirked, his blazing red eyes revealing a triumphant look that convinced Planche he had uncovered something new, prompting him to return to the palace. Under his brother's insistence, Callian slowly drew out the black stone and placed it on the table. He deduced that the real goal of the assassins was to confirm whether he could use the power of this stone, as rumors about Xian suddenly becoming a master swordsman made them suspect everything was thanks to the stone's power. However, once they realize the truth is not what they thought, they will definitely pause their attacks for a while and won't act immediately. Xian emphasized that the secret hidden within this stone is so important that they are willing to risk their lives to target him. After some thought, he looked directly at Blanche and suddenly made a shocking proposal. "Brother, or should you keep Briss?" Blanche was so stunned that he froze in place at his impossible proposal. Xian explains that their power is too dangerous, and he doesn't want to see the Kairos Kingdom weaken at this time, but at the same time, he absolutely refuses to hand that power over to Even. Seeing Branch's passionate expression, Callian reiterates that their brother should be the one to keep Brisson. Blanche tries to avoid the issue and says they should discuss it later, but as he turned away, he suddenly staggered as if he was about to fall. Sensing something was wrong, Sen hurriedly rushed over to support his older brother. Blanche's face turned pale, showing signs of extreme exhaustion, causing Sen to worry and call out to his brother. Xian was about to ask, but Blanche coldly brushed his hand away and demanded to be released. He tried to regain his usual calm and then made a promise, saying, "I will consider your proposal." Watching Blanche's back quietly leave, Xian stood silently with a thoughtful look, as if he had realized a burden weighing heavily on his brother's shoulders. At Archmage Aelin's office of the Mage Guild, an important document about the Dark Stone has finally been completed. Holding the stack of papers, Arya urgently pleads. "This is all the information about the Dark Stone that the prince requested. Please deliver it to him." Alan quietly flipped through each page, his eyes widening in shock at what was unfolding before him. Seeing the serious expression of the master, Arya confirms that she conducted this investigation herself. Alan suddenly places the documents face down on the table and makes a top-secret request. "Do not reveal any of this to anyone, not even Prince Arya, who is stunned and cannot believe his ears." I stammered in protest. "Sorry, even though I have no master-servant relationship with the prince, this is an investigation assigned to me directly by him." However, Alan's eyes now grew deep and full of worry, making the room's atmosphere become suffocating. He had discovered something he didn't want his student to worry about. Alan let out a faint sigh and said, "I understand," leaving Arya stunned by his determination. Deep down, he kept questioning whether this horrifying truth could really be true. Ancient documents mention Sasat, a mysterious scholar from 200 years ago, who proposed the shocking theory that even humans could create sacred objects. Although there are no records of his background or personal information, the documents show that he disappeared without a trace while trying to prove his theory. Alan clenched his fists, his mind overwhelmed by the thought of a holy relic created by humans. So, are there any new evidence linking Tan Superstar to this case? All the plans to harm the third prince are carefully recorded there. King Lang gazes into the distance with sad eyes, recognizing that the treacherous schemes still threaten the kingdom, and his sons remain in danger. King Lok Mong coldly ordered to burn all the letters related to Tensu's conspiracy. Although his subordinates hesitated and suggested keeping them as a precaution, the king firmly insisted that it was just a fabricated plot with no reason to keep any of it. He let go of the paper, letting the last trace fall, determined to erase all evidence to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Back at the palace, Callie stood silently in the room. Returning to the palace, Callie stood silently in the room, looking at his hands, and couldn't help but remember the moment he caught Plunch. Callie quietly felt a pang of sorrow as he realized Plunch seemed to have lost a lot of weight. The knocking on the door interrupts his thoughts as Jan enters with Branch's guard as requested by the third prince. The guard approached with a worried expression, beginning to report on his master's worsening health, revealing that Branch had long been neglecting proper meals and had almost been staying awake all night. The second prince often sits lost in thought by the window, staring into the distance as if carrying an unspoken burden, while C quietly listens to the report, unable not to admire his brother's silent sacrifice. Callie's little cat sat quietly there, its collar sparkling with a teasing inscription. I am Prince Callie's cat, but I prefer Prince Plan. Cian looked at him with a contemplative gaze, sighing helplessly. He silently wondered why his older brother was so difficult to please. Cian gently stroked the cat to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. He decisively called Tui Tung, Yan, and summoned Lord Hex to come to me. Meanwhile, at the second prince's palace, the atmosphere was darker and heavier than ever. Planche sat motionless on the sofa, his eyes absent-mindedly gazing out the window at the faint sunlight, as if trying to find a memory in the emptiness. Seeing the master look exhausted, the servant stepped forward to draw the curtain, so he could rest, but Planche immediately raised his hand to stop him and said sharply, "Don't touch!" Faced with that coldness, the servant could only bow his head in apology and quietly step back, leaving Planche alone in terrifying silence. The door closed with a dry sound, and Planche leaned back in his chair with a look of clear exhaustion. He sank deep into dark memories and questioned what more he could do. The voice of Empress Su Lai from the past echoes like a curse, claiming she will clear all obstacles and force him to bear burdens that were never meant for him. Plan C realizes he is trapped in the shadow of blood debts and lifelong accusations, even if it means sacrificing everything in the most brutal way. He gasps for air, his eyes wide with horror, as his heart still races from the shock. He can't escape the ghosts of his past. Plant immediately jumps up and rushes to the balcony to confirm the present. A deafening explosion suddenly shook the entire palace, dust and smoke billowing from a collapsing structure in the distance. Witnessing the devastation unfolding before his eyes, Plan gritted his teeth and shouted in fury. That crazy bastard N-Hack leads the Ban-Can mages confidently in their pristine white uniforms, declaring to his subordinates that today will be the most realistic training session ever. He pointed to a giant ice structure floating above the palace. A CN confirmed that it was the target the team needed to focus on destroying. With a command to channel all their magic into a single strike, the Ban-Can mages simultaneously activated their magic circles, creating an immense energy pressure. And begins a tense countdown. 3, 2, 1. A giant fireball erupts, swallowing the target and causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire palace. Looking at the ruined debris and thick smoke, Anne could only chuckle and say it was just bad luck. Facing Alan, Anne honestly explained that this was the reason behind the recent devastating explosion. On size and frustration, unable to believe that all 51 mages could be so careless as to let their mana spiral out of control over a tiny crack in the training barrier. These guys are truly useless. Arn happily confirms and explains that Cispanian's defense system was already damaged after the Empress's super lie destroyed the palace earlier. That underlying weakness allowed a seemingly minor attack to cause catastrophic destruction. Unintended, Alon sighed helplessly, exhaustedly asking about the plan to handle these enormous damages. Contrary to that worry, Aaron appeared completely unfazed. He smiled brightly amidst a rain of gold and suggested that Alon deduct this debt from his salary until it was paid off. Seeing the accomplice's completely unrepentant expression, Alan could only shake his head in despair. He felt that his life was becoming increasingly difficult as troublemakers seemed to surround him. He wondered why people like them always seemed to flock around him. That evening, Alan leisurely stacked the pieces of wood. He looked at the king and asked why he remained so silent. When asked how much he wanted to know, the king firmly demanded that Alan tell the truth as it truly was. He firmly states that he does not want to hear the ridiculous excuse that ACH and the Van Canum Society made serious mistakes during practice. Alan smiles subtly. He confidently declares that ultimately it was your majesty who destroyed that palace. Seeing Liang's puzzled expression, Alan calmly explains, Tuzia was a palace built on your mistakes and deceptions. Alan's face hardened. He believed that mistake had been allowed to grow so tall that its shadow would never disappear. He decisively pushed aside the wooden beams and declared that if something blocks the way, it must be destroyed. King Lok Mong bowed his head in deep contemplation. He wondered why the name of the dead was allowed to block the path of the living. Alon coldly pointed out that this was unavoidable because the king's mistake was so severe that nothing could be restored to its original course without sacrifice, revealing the king's only weakness as he sighed. King Lok Mong bitterly admits he has no excuse for that. Alon gently smiles, softly reaching out to touch the king's shoulder, and remarks that he has truly changed. Alan's eyes suddenly grew deep. He asserted that now is the time for the princess to change. Planche sat alone with his knees drawn up, his face buried in exhaustion. When a fallen leaf gently landed on his hair, he slowly looked up with sad eyes towards the palace. now just a ruined heap under the sunset. A bitter smile appeared on Blanche's lips as he mocked himself for how, even though that place no longer existed, his habit of looking in that direction was hard to break. He felt like he was trapped, unable to escape the dark memories of this place. Plan wondered if Sin's decisive action to turn Jia into dust was meant to set him free. This little brother belongs to El Lean against the balcony. Blanche looks down at the garden shrouded in darkness, questioning whether he can truly forget that haunting scent or if he even has the right to do so. The torment of turning away from his own mother weighed heavily on his mind like a heavy stone, making Blanche feel utterly shameless. He leaned forward as if contemplating whether ending everything like this would be better. Just as despair reaches its peak, a sudden hand reaches out and grips the railing beside him. With a swift jump, Callian unexpectedly appears on the balcony, startling Blanche in horror. Big brother, seeing your vacant expression, Cien grins mischievously and suggests, "How about we go get something to eat?" Plan agrees and goes to eat with his younger brother after being persuaded. In the quiet of the dining room, only the sound of cutlery tapping against porcelain plates could be heard. Blanche sat lost in thought, lightly stabbing his food with a fork, with no intention of eating. The sound of the fork dropping onto the plate echoed sharply, breaking the suffocating silence. Seeing that, Cien paused his meal and kindly asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Blanche did not answer. He remained lost in his own thoughts. After a long moment, Blanche finally spoke slowly. "So, what exactly are you planning to do?" He calmly admits that he is actually a little scared. He coldly adds that since she is not his biological mother, he feels no regret at all. Cien smiled knowingly, asserting he had another valid reason for acting, so it was entirely justified. Blanche began to lose patience, snapping at Cien to ask how many more times he had to press him for the truth. At that moment, the cat's cry broke the tense atmosphere between the two, once again causing him to lose his answer from his younger brother. The white cat with its unusual two-colored eyes quietly stood there watching the two princes. Callie stood up, beginning to reflect on the close people around him, as a contemplative comparison of flaws and losses. He said that Kiri has a pair of special two-colored eyes, while Hina cannot speak. Meanwhile, Jan has always been himself, a loyal servant who never changes. The pieces of their lives and their individual suffering come to mind for Callian like sad notes amid the splendor of the palace, as Cien's voice suddenly turns more somber and heavy when he mentions the sacrifices made. He believes that the master lost his only son, while the emperor had to sacrifice many more precious things 100 times over in the power struggle. Callian looked directly at Branch and made a bitter remark. He believes that this brother of his has never truly lost anything because, from the very beginning, he never really possessed anything to lose. Seeing Blanche's face contorting in suffering, Sen coldly remarks that perhaps this brother truly believes his sibling has gone mad, and Sen's final words leave Blanche trembling with shock. As for me, I have lost my entire life. Seeing things seem to be getting too tense, Cien gently smiles while holding the cat and asks if Blanche thinks everything is now okay. He quietly concluded that no one in this palace is truly intact anymore. Callie suddenly suggested, "Do you think about living with a cat in Camelon?" Despite Blanche's firm refusal, Callie slightly smirked and said, "I know you're not interested in that position at all." He reached out and touched the window glass, admitting that he still couldn't help but wonder about his own destiny. Whether it is mercy or a joke, the goddess Serenity has cast this curse upon him so he can continue to breathe in a body that was already meant to die. What do you plan to do next after protecting everything you desire? Callian quietly gazed out the window, wondering where his life would go when his usefulness had run out. That's what kept him from stopping his thoughts. So when that moment comes, I wish my shining elder brother would come and Panelton save me. Just like you did at Exfit Estate. Callian's fiery eyes are filled with sincerity as he looks toward his older brother. Blanche remains silent. He tightly grips his cat and silently understands his brother's feelings. He realized that, like himself, Sen was also bearing silent pain. Blanche clenched his teeth tightly, suppressing the emotion surging inside. "I will do as you wish, so stop nagging and get it over with." Callian quietly smiles, thinking that His Majesty will surely be busy for a long time, now that all the attention of the kingdom is focused on the development of the Van Canum division. After the shocking upheavals, the atmosphere at the palace finally calmed down. Chase sat silently beside his teacup. "I admit I am still very conflicted about when to leave whenever my servant asks. Every time I think of sea, I can't bear to go." But he understood that he should return early to handle state affairs. Looking at his reflection in the teacup, he silently told himself that it was time for the kingdom of Secretia to also start preparing for the great changes ahead. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Callian and Blanche face each other in a tense sparring session. Callian decisively swings his sword, radiating aura. He reminds that if Plan truly intends to take over the Bison family, the first step is to seize control of those arrogant knights. Cien reveals a surprising truth that Blanche's need to eat properly is actually just one of the reasons he is determined to destroy the Haya Palace. Callie's eyes burn with cunning as he suddenly leaps into the air, charging straight at his brother, claiming his true goal is to create the perfect excuse for his next plans. Callie puts all his strength into his sword. He wants all the soldiers to believe that the only one qualified to lead them to take down Van Canum is none other than Blanche. He can't let his brother give up forever. The clash of swords and the taunts from his younger brother echo as the pressure mounts. Blanche slightly smirked, confirming he understood everything. Blanche's eyes grew cold and dangerous as he decisively declared that he would handle Even's matter himself. Callian walks leisurely along the palace corridor and suddenly reminds Yan about Branch's meeting with the Marquis of Buen happening today. Yan quickly confirmed, but then C hesitated, asking if there was something important he needed to handle. Yan assured him that the master was completely free today, but he immediately warned C not to wander around, because he must not forget that during the confinement period, he was forbidden from leaving the palace. Callian waved his hand to explain that he hadn't thought about it yet, but he was feeling uneasy because he was sure he had forgotten something. Just then, a maid carrying a bright red vase passed by, and C stopped in his tracks, exclaiming, "Yes, today is the day." Realizing something, Chen hurriedly strode out of the corridor while at the Marquis's residence. Even Brisson clenched his fist with a very grim expression. It's painfully clear that since the super hybrid was expelled, the Buen family's influence has drastically weakened as their supporting nobles keep turning their backs, especially after the kidnapping incident involving the XF family, where 1 in 5 turns against them, making the situation worse than ever. Even narrowed his eyes at Blanche, who was sitting leisurely on the chair, secretly determined to find a way to take advantage of this second prince. Blanche looked straight at the Count and coldly remarked that the current situation seemed quite dire for the Buen house. Even could only remain silent, unable to utter a word in the face of that harsh truth. He begins to reveal the ridiculous punishment for the one responsible for the fall of Haya Palace, stating that Deputy Archmage Asen Hex of Vanham is only fined 1 furin per month until the reconstruction is complete. Blanche firmly states that it's clearly a too lenient punishment, but such a mild penalty only confirms that Vancanum's strength is unmatched. Count Evan Brisson broke out in a cold sweat. He looked at Branch and silently thought, it's him indeed. He realized that in the eyes of the aristocracy, the situation could only be seen as the king's absolute favoritism towards Sen Even, and he worried that as news of Vanham's strength spread, their reputation would continue to grow, drawing all attention of the kingdom to Callie, and he admitted he had been mistaken in thinking Blanche was just a childish prince clinging to his mother's skirts when in fact he was extremely perceptive in assessing the situation. Suddenly, Plan grabbed the knife from the table and made a provocative hypothesis. If I took that sword, everything might change. What do you think? Even, stunned, asked about the true intention of the second prince. Without hesitation, Plan decisively drove the knife down onto the table, producing a sharp, clear sound, and ordered the Count to hand over all command of the Leon and Karen Knights to him. Blanche announced a shocking plan. I will split Vanham into 2. Blanche has successfully set the trap, just waiting for the prey to bite. Blanche's decisive action stunned Even into shock. He secretly calculated that if Blanche truly became Vanham's mage, it would undoubtedly become the biggest obstacle to Prince Callie's vision and ambitions. Even looked at the pieces of cake on the table and believed that Blanche's presence at King Callie's birthday celebration was no coincidence. But he also felt something strange, realizing that all of Blanche's actions so far seemed solely aimed at strengthening Prince Callie's position. Blanche slammed the knife down on the table and challenged in a harsh voice, "You don't believe me? Huh?" You can see the contempt in his eyes as he pretends to be acting. "Do you think I enjoy pretending to be friendly with that bastard?" Count Evan Brisson hesitated and explained that he didn't mean not to trust, but deep down he knew he had no choice but to bet on Blanche. He secretly calculated that the second prince would be more useful than Randall, especially as the hostility between CN and Randall was growing more intense. He even clenched his fists on the armrest and decisively made his final decision. "Fine, I will entrust you with command of Ars Knights." After all, the bait finally caught a fish. But he didn't forget to set a heavy exchange condition. In the midst of the vibrant sunset by the lake, Tin quietly releases the white flowers into the water as a late apology. "It's my fault. I almost forgot. I silently beg for understanding for not being able to bring real flowers to the river for that person." The glowing flowers drift gently on the water's surface. Footsteps sound on the grass. Tin startles and turns around, his red eyes showing clear surprise. Blanche looks down at the rippling lake, recalling his vow to keep his brother alive. But the true horror lies behind the deal with the Brisson family. Even demanded that Blanche swear an oath that he would never betray the Brisson family under any circumstances. Faced with the life or death ultimatum, Blanche did not hesitate and firmly agreed. "Fine then. For me, the price is nothing compared to the goal ahead, because my life is not more important than helping my brother." A picture of a chained heart appears as proof that the brutal oath has been fulfilled. Realizing his brother's reckless sacrifice, Callie suddenly screams in utter shock. "What have you done, Bryn?" That is the blood seal of the heart oath. A cruel type of contract directly cursed onto the heart that will take the life of anyone who dares to break the agreement. Having previously made a similar pact with CLI, Cien understands its danger better than anyone. He knows the curse only disappears when the signer dies, so he secretly resolves to deal with it sooner than planned. Cien's eyes turn cold. Blanche slightly smirks and calmly states that his brother definitely has no intention of letting him survive any longer. Sen chuckled with satisfaction, admitting that his older brother truly understood him deeply. But inside he was in pain. Pain because his brother had given up on life. Cien pressed for details about the contract's condition and was told by Plunch that betrayal of the Bison family was not allowed. He asked in surprise if that was all, because he couldn't believe that even only asked for such a simple condition. Blanche believes their arrogance is innate, but Cien merely dismisses it as stupidity. Although complicated, he realizes this is the safest choice, offering a faint glimmer of hope for both of them. He plans to soon confirm whether the Beanin family is looking for another way when talking to Randall. Cien stands up to remind Blanche to rest after a long, tiring day. While Blanche silently watched, Cien suddenly remembered something else. Callie quietly turned around, his fiery red eyes reflecting the setting sun. "Bring me one of those flowers," Callie quietly observes, a mysterious smile briefly appearing on his face at his brother's request. Under the lake, hundreds of vibrant flowers like tiny flames are sending the souls to their rest. From the high balcony, C quietly watches. He understands that a flower and a candle are the final farewell to the departed. Cien reached out as if to touch the void, watching the flowers drift away with the current. In the distance, from another window, Crown Prince Randall also silently observed the scene with a contemplative gaze. Not only Randall, but even the king is eagerly looking out the window. Amidst the quiet atmosphere of the palace, Can and Yan quietly walk forward, ready to face the new uncertainties gradually unfolding. Yan quietly stood by the window, watching the shimmering specks like floating flowers in the night sky. He silently thought that the third prince was simply trying to find his own path. The next morning, rumors about the strange phenomenon from the night before spread throughout the palace. Two maids working and whispering about the dreamy beauty of the glowing flowers in the sky also wondered about the true meaning behind it. At that moment, Crown Prince Randall passed by with a cold and contemplative expression, causing them to hurriedly bow in fear as the sudden changes and unexpected developments continued to unfold. The chaos that followed actually began about a year ago, around this time of year when everything in the palace started to turn upside down after C changed herself in a strange way. He changed himself and also altered the way some people in the palace think. Randall entered the rose garden and found Callie sitting leisurely, admiring the vibrant flowers. He coldly signaled and ordered all the courtiers to leave. As only the two of them remained, C subtly smirks, giving the eldest brother a teasing look, and casually remarks that he thought Randall would at least ask about his health after the recent upheavals to see if he was doing better now. "What do you want, huh? Why do you insist on meeting me face-to-face?" Keon calmly approached, lightly touched the rose, and admitted, "It's just because I'm curious about what you know and what you're hiding." Deep down, Callian kept questioning whether anything else would change and veer off the course of reality. He doubted the true power Randall possessed, a mysterious ability he still couldn't fully understand. Watching Randall clutch his chest tightly, Tion pondered the close connection between that power and the Tensiu kingdom, as the glowing chained heart inside Randall's chest symbolized the heavy secret burden the elder brother was desperately trying to hide. Cien quietly observes, wondering how much he can understand Randall's plans before everything spirals out of control. He looks directly at Randall, unhesitating to confront the issue. "What is that power of yours? Do you know something I don't?" He kept questioning the close connection between that mysterious energy source and the Tanshin kingdom. Despite his younger brother's pressure, Randall maintained an eerily calm expression. You ask back with a full of hidden meaning tone. "Is it so faint that you can't even sense it?" The ambiguous response from the older brother made C think immediately, and fragmented memories flooded back, triggering a haunting surge. Calibang Hoing's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed a shocking truth right before him, a blazing magic circle clearly visible at Randall's heart. Feeling the strange energy emanating from it, C stammered in amazement. "Does that have anything to do with Tan?" Randall just nodded slightly and then fell silent, making C realize that this brother would never reveal a word about the secrets he's hiding. He silently wondered, "You can't tell me anything." C continued to expose Randall's plan to lure Knight Tannen into S1S to attack Buin. He pressed him to reveal whether Randall had made a pact with them to destroy the Burson family, or if that deadly aura was truly aimed at the Emperor. Faced with intense questioning, Randall remained cold and composed, his deep blue eyes unflinching. The conversation was interrupted by Jan's panicked call from afar. He hurried over, unable to hide his worry upon seeing his master absent. "Your Highness, where have you gone?" Leaving behind the panic of your attendants, I silently watch Randall's figure, feeling an overwhelming suspicion as I realize even this question the elder brother cannot answer. He holds too many secrets he cannot reveal. "If what I say is true about your current situation, then please leave this place." Randall silently turned away without a word, and as he watched his older brother's figure disappear behind the flowers, Ten let out a tired sigh. He quietly concluded that what was restraining Randall was definitely not an ordinary contract. Callie guessed that in exchange for the great power granted to Randall, he had offered to help Tan Shin. Because he made a contract under a binding spell, he absolutely cannot confirm or reveal anything. Sen understands that if he wants to find out the real reason behind everything, he must delve deeper into the inner affairs of the Tannen kingdom. As he stepped forward, he told himself that the only person in Sis who could help him right now was that person. But C was immediately stopped by the Gate Knights, who firmly declared, "Your Highness, you are not allowed to leave the palace grounds until the end of today." Lost in thought, his steps had led him to the gate without him realizing he was under house arrest. So he challenges, "Why not?" "Then try to stop me. That's only if you can witness what happens." Jan quickly reassured the soldiers that Callian wouldn't leave the palace grounds. Yan sighed tiredly and asked them to get out of the way. I will take responsibility for this, so please step aside. Inside the luxurious room, Crown Prince Che was leisurely reading a book when the knocking on the door broke the silence. Che looked up with curiosity. Ah! The door opens, and Callian and Yan quietly step inside. Callian apologizes for his abruptness, for arriving unannounced without warning, but the Crown Prince Che quickly gets to the point, admitting he's not very familiar with the situation in the Tainan Kingdom. You came here to learn a few things about this kingdom. Che welcomed you and admitted that both now and before, he didn't know much about Tan Xin. However, if it concerns the royal authority of that place, Father still manages to grasp the essential information. As he pours tea, Che begins to tell how Prince Ronan became their king. Sen quietly recalls the carriage accident that took the lives of the reigning king and Crown Prince Tan Xin. With his fierce red eyes full of determination, Cien asserted, I believe it was not an accident. Che looked slightly surprised and asked if he knew when it happened. Cien remembered that it was probably in September of the new year, though he wasn't sure of the exact date. The dark tea flowing into the cup was also when memories of the future vividly resurfaced. After that accident, Randall was chosen to become the king of Tin. Moreover, in November of the following year, on his 18th birthday, Blanche was appointed as the crown prince. Sitting silently in the room, Sion realized a cruel truth. Even though Randall is still there, the title of crown prince belongs to Blanche. He holds a position but no real power. In that scenario, Superlie is the one governing the royal court of the kingdom. While Duke Busen controls the soldiers outside the palace, Lennon has monopolized trade, and Gray has unified the counts under his command. This tells us that Randall aimed to become the king of Tannin from the start, or that someone else expected him to do so. I am certain there is a faction opposing the current king of Tan, because after winning over Prince Randall and making him king, someone must have wanted him to kneel before them, just like the Bison family in Sirius. Randall is just a puppet of theirs. Che reveals that, unlike Sirius, there are many factions opposing in Tanzin. He pushed a stack of documents toward Callie and told her to use them if necessary. These are materials prepared by Che himself. This is something he usually wouldn't give to anyone. Sen smiled and sincerely thanked him. Choi gently smiled. He apologized once again for visiting so suddenly. Although it was a bit sudden, I still hope I get to say goodbye. Hearing the words goodbye, C was momentarily surprised. Goodbye? You mean playing with your younger brother with a tender gaze and then casually announcing that you will leave tomorrow? Because it is not customary for a prince from the series to personally see off the Secretia delegation, this was their last meeting before parting ways. Colleen was momentarily stunned by this sudden news and softly exclaimed, "Oh." Quickly regaining his composure, Callie sent his early congratulations for the upcoming coronation of Crown Prince Che. Although he very much wanted to be there in person to celebrate his brother, C understood the harsh reality made it extremely difficult to do so. Chai gently smiled and replied, "I understand. Thank you." Callie then began to reveal his plan to gather the witches early next year, making Cha realize that his younger brother had truly started the important preparations for his own journey. Jay confidently states that he knows this country is beginning to change, and he is sure it will go even further in the future. He firmly declares that no matter what happens, if history repeats itself, then Cien won't need to protect Secretia anymore.
This is the final act of forgiveness that Cha grants BN to lift the burden of the long-standing past. He looks deeply into Callie's eyes and affirms sincerely,
You have done more than enough as a former brother and your king. My words of encouragement and advice before you set out to help you carry no emotional burden. My father also gave one last piece of advice. If someday you find yourself with nothing left to protect, learn how to protect yourself. In response to Shai's unreasonable fear, can only stay silent, his hand clenched tightly around the tablecloth with deep thought. Suddenly, he breaks the tense silence. Crown Prince Jay, there is something I haven't been able to tell you until now. Seeing Che's curiosity, Callie looked at the drink in his hand and calmly admitted, I don't like coffee because it reminds me of Roni's scent. Eerie. Che glanced at the coffee cup and quietly admitted that he never thought the day would come when he would have nothing left to protect. But if such a day were to come, I believe that C, who has completely different taste from Bon and still doesn't like coffee, would be fine even if he doesn't know what he needs to protect. She promises that next time he will serve a different drink instead of coffee. The scene shifts to the king's office where Led Mang is deep in thought, mentioning that C entered the Rubia grounds without permission. Lang quietly marvels at how extreme the obsession of the swordsman is with their blades. The king guesses that perhaps C heard somewhere that Crown Prince Che would leave tomorrow, which is why he's so anxious. Blanche sat facing him and confirmed that he had also heard the news. King L muttered disapprovingly at his youngest son's lack of restraint. He even considered whether to teach him a lesson or not, but quickly returned to the main matter and expressed surprise that Blanche was able to persuade the Beanen House to hand over their night squad. A negotiation he considered extremely difficult. When the king asked what he had achieved, Blanche calmly revealed that the cost was agreeing to a pact sealed with a magical sigil. This information left King Lok Mong stunned and frozen in place, his face pale with shock. In response to his father's astonishment, Blanche remained completely calm. He insists it's not a contract worth worrying about. Seeing his son quietly bearing the risk, Locke's heart tightens with regret as he realizes he has caused his children to constantly face danger. How can I face them anymore? King Lockman couldn't help but feel moved. I wonder when they all grew up so much, he thought, gazing at Blanche with a tender and sincere look. Thank you, my child. I can rest a little easier knowing that you are not fighting each other openly. And so, the Secretia delegation officially departed, quietly watching through the carriage window as they bid farewell to the kingdom of Kiris.
Inside the palace, the maids and servants hurriedly clean up the aftermath of the banquet, marking the end of King Lang's birthday celebration. Then everything gradually returned to normal life, but with new concerns.
On the training ground, Callie is fiercely training to become stronger, with sharp sword strikes cutting through the wooden dummies around him at an incredible speed. The harsh clashes and splintering wood echoed across the training ground as he poured all his strength into each move. Callie gasped for breath, sweat soaking through his clothes, but his fiery eyes remained determined and unyielding. Seeing Callie still diligently training, Jan worriedly approached and asked, "Please tell me you're not staying up all night again." The prince, the boy secretly felt sorry for, as he saw that lately his master had been handling an enormous workload, but still continued to torment himself by training all night. Yan fears that if Callian keeps pushing himself too hard, his body won't hold up, especially since his wounds have only just healed. Seeing the concern of his attendant, Can calmly replied, "Almost done." Facing Jan's puzzled and confused look, Callian slung his sword over his shoulder, smiled with a hint of mystery, and declared confidently, "Well, I am planning to save a cursed prince." Jan nervously reminds that although saving the prince is a good thing, he fears that the prince himself, who is bearing everything on his shoulders, might collapse at any moment. Callian slowly sips his tea, advising Jan to relax because everything will be fine. On the distant balcony, Blanche quietly watches the ruins of Haya Palace where the Van Can mages are desperately clearing the debris. The powerful mages, who were only familiar with magic, now had to use shovels to dig until their magic was exhausted, causing them to lament the day Haixia would truly be rebuilt. Suddenly, a loud noise and a violent tremor of the earth startled the mages. Amid the rubble, a sudden deep hole almost causes someone to have an accident. Are the aftershocks from the previous explosion still ongoing? The subordinates hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation, but then all froze in shock at what was revealed beneath the earth and rocks. A mysterious passage leading down to the basement suddenly appeared before their eyes, making them realize in astonishment that they had never heard any records of a basement lying deep beneath the Tuza Palace. Everyone's eyes focused on the deep, spiral stone staircase leading straight into the mysterious darkness. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, a wizard immediately orders, "Go quickly and inform Lord Manasini." Standing before the newly revealed deep pit amidst the wreckage of Haya Palace, Callian quietly asks if this is the basement his master mentioned. Alan Manison nods softly. He revealed that even the king was completely unaware of the existence of a place like this right beneath the palace. The secret entrance had been hidden for centuries and only revealed itself after C completely destroyed the structure above. If the palace above hadn't been destroyed, perhaps the secret would have remained hidden here forever. Callian still couldn't shake off the strange coincidence. Seeing that, Alan suggested they both go down to explore because he had something extremely important he wanted to show him. Before stepping into the darkness, Alan carefully cast a magic barrier around Sion for protection. They both began descending the winding stone staircase into the depths, leaving behind the fading sunset above. The space below was vast and profound, estimated to be at least 3 or 4 stories deep. When stepping onto the solid stone floor at the bottom, he subtly smirks upon recognizing the familiar markings around him. Looking at the intricately carved giant dragon mural on the wall, he exclaims, "Hispanian, right?" The ancient magical pressure emanating from every corner confirmed the third prince's judgment. Callie reached out and touched the cold stone wall. He concludes that this abyss has surely existed for over 500 years. The miracle is that despite the upheavals of history, the staircase and the murals show no signs of damage, all thanks to the power of Hispanian that pervades this space and has protected them. Alan slowly approached and pushed the heavy stone door that was creaking loudly. He revealed that the reason he brought Callie here was because he believed he would recognize what was behind that door. In the dim, dusty room, a mysterious artifact suddenly burst with a brilliant golden light on the stone pedestal. Callie clenched his fists, stunned to realize that the shining object before him was a fragment of Aku's Tempest. The legendary artifact believed to have vanished without a trace in Secretia now appears right in this secret basement. A big question immediately arose in his mind. How the hell is it here? Where did that old guy buy this stuff? It looks so real. A deep blue aura envelops the body as Sen tries to calm himself down. He slightly smirks, secretly thinking this is quite interesting, but also full of teasing challenges. I wish that damn brother of mine, Planche, would just eat properly. Then I wouldn't have to deal with something falling from the sky like this. Alan Manison quietly approached. He concluded that the only positive point was that history would not repeat itself because it was right in front of their eyes. In response to the master's troubled question about what to do with it, he affirmed that having just one victim like himself was more than enough, and he absolutely could not let it continue killing any more people. Immediately, Callie channeled his magic, the aura sword blazing with power as he swung it fiercely at the relic. The relentless clashes echo on, as Callie fights furiously, screaming that this thing must not exist in this world. It should have been erased and forgotten forever. Why, like some evil spirit, did it suddenly appear before me? A wave of emotional turmoil engulfs C, as he never expected it to suddenly appear like a ghost from the past after a million years. In rage and despair, he screams out in pain. Why? Why does it have to be now? Alan quickly grabbed C's shoulder and urged him to withdraw his sword because even he couldn't break through its formidable barrier. Cien, exhausted and panting, suddenly froze as he realized something unusual. Next to the shining Acus Tempus, a small stone with strange symbols lies still. Alan quietly reveals an important matter he hasn't yet mentioned regarding Miss Ia's investigation results about the stone Cien possesses. He said, there is a possibility that this is a divine relic created by humans. Callie was stunned and speechless. He quickly turned back to ask how she could have reached such a shocking conclusion. Alan sighed thoughtfully. Deep down, he couldn't help but doubt the conflicting idea that divine relics are created by humans. Could he really believe that humans could create such things? He pressed him to confirm if that was everything UA had reported or not. Alan affirmed that was all the available information, and, ironically, when comparing the characters on the Acus Tempus section just found with that stone, the result shows that there are no matching characters at all. Allah suggests that it might be the same inscription but expressed using different writing systems. Cien nodded softly in agreement, his eyes gliding over the ancient murals on the wall. The images of brutal battles and the presence of mighty dragons seem to recount a forgotten chapter of tragic history. Cien realizes he must act immediately, because now that he is certain it is here, he has no other choice. When his master anxiously asks if he intends to meet Cispanian, Cien decisively confirms. He is troubled by why a part of Acus Tempus, which had completed its mission in the past, suddenly appeared here after disappearing. And where might the remaining parts be now? I need an answer about these secrets. Cien understands that the only person who can unravel all these mysteries is none other than Cispanian. The crimson eyes of the third prince flash with a determined gaze as he reaches out to touch the glowing relic under the faint crescent moon. Alan Manasan gallops through the dark forest. Back at the palace, Alan wondered if Callie planned to meet Cispanian immediately, but the prince calmly replied that he was not in a hurry. He looked at his mentor with a serious and earnest gaze, asking to borrow some of his time tomorrow evening. As promised, Alan quietly enters the deserted forest alone, secretly hoping to help Cien complete the final preparations for the upcoming important plan. Suddenly, a sharp sword streaked through the air at terrifying speed, forcing Alan to immediately adopt a defensive stance. He was ambushed, and no one else but his own disciple was behind it. Alan calmly cast a magic circle to launch a powerful attack. He didn't forget to tease that his disciple is as hot-tempered as cream. Emerging from the thick fog, Cien appears with the glowing aura sword in hand. He smiles confidently and clearly, confirming exactly what he said yesterday. He truly has no more time left. A powerful shockwave and blazing lights startled the birds on the high branches, causing them to panic and scatter into the dark night. A fierce confrontation erupted deep in the forest, where the clash of magic and sword energy shook the entire area. Callion's sword repeatedly strikes with powerful blows, clashing fiercely against Alan's sturdy defenses. Alan smiles confidently as he easily blocks Callion's attacks with his hexagonal magic shield. A powerful recoil force flung the young prince far away, making him realize the huge gap in strength between himself and the Grand Mage. He never expected to lose so quickly. Cien quietly lamented that although he knew the opponent was very strong, he never expected himself to become so useless in a direct confrontation. But this was precisely why he sought the master's help to complete the final step in his crucial preparation. Seeing the glowing aura sword in his hand, Cien recalled that night when he poured all his strength into mastering the blade and unleashing all his available energy. But in reality, his magic was much stronger than he had ever imagined. He understands that while mages fight with mana, swordsmen rely on aura to control their enemies. But true swordmasters also possess a hidden source of energy called reverse magic. This power could not be converted into ordinary aura. When he was a boy, Cien never paid attention to this reverse magic because its amount was too small to matter. He focused all his strength into his legs, executing a swift jump with his glowing sword to find an opening in Alan's defenses. He tried to improve his skills but still couldn't find a way out. However, Cien's current body is that of a natural-born mage blessed by Cispanian, making his internal reverse mana incredibly immense. Alan suddenly disappeared and reappeared right behind C, startling him in horror. A massive fire erupts fiercely, engulfing the space. Callion grits his teeth and unleashes all his strength, swinging his sword in a defensive stance against the descending flames. He understands that this intense training process is crucial for truly mastering the extraordinary power surging within him. Two streams of energy collide fiercely, creating dazzling sparks that tear through the night. Callie focused intensely to reverse the flow of energy within her body, causing the surrounding space to shatter like broken glass. Alan Manasan couldn't help but be amazed to see his disciple standing up to him without using any aura to fight back. He gently snaps his fingers in admiration. "Well done. I will also fight with all my strength against you." Immediately, a massive column of fire erupted fiercely, swallowing an entire mountain range. Alan wanted his disciple to be pushed to the brink so he could open a way out. Seeing the blazing sea of fire, Alan exclaimed with pride, "Oh my, perhaps I went too far." But Callian still calmly stepped out from the fire, using his magic shield to block the heat and speaking firmly. "Keep going." Alan smiles proudly, realizing that Callian has finally managed to hold both types of aura within his body at the same time. Alan silently praises his disciple and continues to press him with even more powerful fiery attacks. Callian braces himself as his sword and shield clash fiercely with his master's magic, sparks flying everywhere. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Callian gasps heavily, exhausted. He hugs his chest, which is heaving from reaching his limit, as C's hand begins to tremble with the mana inside him, gradually running out after the intense battle. In that moment, his heartbeat suddenly pounded fiercely, reminding him of the presence of his old soul within this body. The image of the hourglass reappearing proves the miraculous transformation process, as Callian's entire innate magic is gradually being forged and fully transformed into a fighting aura. Deep within his body, both souls share a fierce fighting spirit. This is the decisive moment for him to truly transform and master his new source of power. His hands burst into blazing sparks of magic energy, ready for the new variables about to unfold on the journey to claim the throne. The prince with the war god's soul still has a path ahead. As all the aura is completely exhausted, a miraculous transformation begins within Callie's body. Even the magic power that originally only manifested as magic is now starting to fully transform into combat aura. Cien looked at his glowing hand and confidently announced, "It's done." The teacher stood facing him. Alan Madison couldn't help but be amazed, marveling at the incredibly powerful aura erupting right before his eyes. Alan smiles in congratulations as Cien finally masters the technique of using magic like aura. Now his power is no longer inferior to the master. For C, this meant that all preparations for the big plan were officially complete. His eyes grew cold and determined. He silently resolved, "I must take it back, my brother's heart." Returning to the palace, he strides confidently down the grand corridor and stops in front of a large door. He slightly curves his lips into a knowing smile before decisively pushing the door open. As I walk, Sen gently rotates his tired shoulders after a strenuous training session and sighs. "Oh, my shoulders." Inside the room, Crown Prince Blanche was already waiting with a thoughtful expression, teasing that his younger brother seemed to have been overly active according to his personal interest. Callian was not to be outdone and asked if his older brother had finished worrying about everything. Blanche jokingly told his younger brother in a serious tone that there seems to be a hidden bird within the Knight Regiment. Callie, shocked, asked if that was a spy embedded in the Royal Cavalry, and Lon firmly confirmed, handing over a small secret letter he had found in his shirt pocket without knowing when. Sen was stunned by the cunning of the spies because even he was completely unaware of their existence. Cien quietly looked at the small secret letter in his hand as Blanche in a low voice demanded, "Report to Marquis Brisson that there is a spy infiltrating the Knights." He worries that if this gets leaked, the Crown Prince of Secretia will be put in an extremely difficult position, so it's best to move it immediately. Blanche emphasizes that trust must be maintained, as must his agreement, because no one can predict what it will allow to happen next. Blanche looked at his brother with suspicion, thinking that Sen might ignore the birds that are just acting as messengers. He asks whether a prince in the series should stay silent upon discovering there is a Secretia spy in the Royal Knight Corps. Callie quietly opens the letter. He suddenly remembered the important things he hadn't been able to say that day. The contents of the letter revealed what had connected the believers and the opponents among the priests who trusted Sarent and the desert warriors who constantly opposed Sarenti. The shocking secret about On's disciple's son, who is actually the crown prince and not the king of Ton, prompts Callie to decisively burn the secret letter with fire magic right in front of Branch. He calmly announced that tomorrow, the eldest brother would have to have breakfast alone. The clock quietly ticked by, and for the first time, Callie sat down to chat and drink tea with Crown Prince Randall right in this room. Randall quietly sighs that this is the first time the two of them have truly treated each other without suspicion. But as he lifts his teacup to take a sip, Callie silently affirms in his heart that there is not a single moment when he is not on guard against his eldest brother. And even now, neither of them can maintain the innocence they had as children. It's all because of the desire for power. Cien directly questioned Randall whether he was aiming for Cease or Tannen, and Randall casually replied that either one was fine, but a bigger slice of the pie might be better. Cien immediately sensed the implication and believed that for the eldest brother, the throne was not the ultimate goal, but just a stepping stone for a greater plan. Callian firmly declares that it's time to make the final decision. Calmly picks up the small knife on the table and begins spinning it, announcing he is ready to face head-on and raises his sword towards the eldest brother. This action took Jandel by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned, as Callian offered an alternative choice, for Randall to stand behind him while he would be the one in front, blocking all dangers. Randall silently looked down, as if weighing the significance of his younger brother's words. It has declared war on me, no longer testing each other like before. Randall slowly lifts his teacup and takes a sip, calmly assessing that this is a challenge he can handle. Cien slightly smirked, admitting that he had always been turning his back on this brother all along. And with cold eyes, he issued a stern warning that Randall should never step out of his shadow again. Faced with that determination, Randall was forced to admit that perhaps it was time to take back his previous words. Randall firmly declared, "I will do that." The light reflecting off the blade signifies an underlying agreement having been made. Soon after, Callian seeks out King Lang in the palace corridor. He quietly approached his father in the silent atmosphere of the late afternoon. While King L wondered why C suddenly called him here for a meeting, Callie respectfully expressed that he had an important matter to ask of his father. Upon the king's approval, Ten placed his hand on his chest and looked towards his mother's portrait. He earnestly requests one last wish, asking your majesty to bestow her with the title of Empress. He wants his mother to have the most noble name in the palace after the king. The sudden proposal left the king stunned and speechless, sweat pouring down his pale face. He couldn't believe his ears and had to ask again to confirm. "Are you telling the truth?" In response to the surprise, it was just a firm yes from the third prince. In a brutal world of royalty, no matter how remarkable a person's actions or how great their power, mixed blood with commoners is always a stain that cannot be erased. These noble clans think they are the highest, but they are just full of vanity. It is because of this lack of legitimacy that C has endured contempt and coldness all along. King Lang quickly realized the true ambition behind this request. He quietly acknowledged that you have taken an interest in the throne. Callie did not shy away and firmly admitted, "Yes, your majesty." The king sighed softly, understanding his son's intentions but also unable to hide his concern as the current situation was far from safe. He wondered what had happened to make Sen suddenly make such a bold request. Sen quietly looked at the portrait and affirmed that he had no particular reason for making this request. "I'm just asking someone to save her, your majesty." A brutal memory from the past floods back when Sen's mother was betrayed and only managed to deny it through tears of regret. "Please protect the boy." The memory of a tiny, fragile C needing Hina's magic healing to survive makes the king's heart tighten with regret as Lepeng quietly looks at his hands, breathing heavily from years of helplessness. After a moment of silence, the king softly confirms, "I understand," and gently advises in front of the bright portrait of the late woman, "Be careful, because when your mother is crowned queen, the enemy forces will rise up." The heavy rain poured down on the palace. Inside the dark room, Callian and Planche continued to bury themselves in new plans amidst the silent night. Callie looked through the file folder in his hand, knowing that his majesty had also sought out the hidden relic. Master Aelon assured there was no need to worry about him anymore and urged to proceed as planned. Back to the present, Planche suddenly comments that he hasn't seen the vice commander of the Blue Speed lately. Cian casually replies that he has sent Lord H to a place to carry out a secret mission. Blanche narrowed his eyes suspiciously at his younger brother, thinking that C had been hiding more and more things lately. Cian slightly smirked, asserting that there's nothing wrong with being especially cautious, especially when everything concerns his brother's heart. Planche silently wondered if the mage's constant blocking of his way to Haya Palace was somehow the work of his little brother. When asked why, C simply quietly confirmed and assured that if he could tell his brother, he would have done so a long time ago, leaving another ambiguous answer to his brother's curiosity. Kelly sat quietly by the window frame. He assured that this matter has nothing to do with Brissin or Planche's mother, and advised his brother not to worry too much. Holding the documents in his hand, Kelly quietly deduces that the presence of the relic is definitely linked to Suspanion. The notes reveal that after the debris was cleared away, something long concealed has finally come to light. No one expected that the Haciacia Palace would have a secret basement, and its seriousness was enough to force Sen to intervene. Plan stepped closer, curious to ask what was hidden down there that needed to be kept so secret. Seeing his brother's sharpness, Kelly sighed softly and sarcastically remarked that it seemed Planche had been blessed by the gods with a genius mind. Nothing could hide from him. Planche brushed aside the flattery and asked his brother to get straight to the point. He insisted that C couldn't completely control every step he took, so it was better to face it head-on once and for all. Cian quietly looked at the file folder, wondering why his older brother was so stubbornly determined to open something that had already been sealed shut. Blanche looked directly at C and repeated what his younger brother had said about losing everything. With a determined look, Planche asks Callie to tell the whole truth. He is ready to listen to every ounce of resentment his brother is bearing. Both of them move forward together into the darkness, stopping in front of a giant stone door with a majestic dragon carved on it, leading to the mysterious basement of the two cars. Standing before the imposing door, Cian asked in a deep voice one last time. He warns that if he sees what's inside, Planche might recall painful memories from the past, and he doesn't want his brother to be troubled anymore. Although not now, he fears that one day his brother will have to face terrible nightmares or memories even he doesn't know about. Blanche slightly smirked, thinking that his younger brother's words today were long-winded and not like usual at all. He firmly requested, "Open it, I will look at it with you." Callian was silent for a moment before softly replying, "Yes." Plant stood silently in front of the object, emitting a dazzling light right in the middle of the dark room. That is the Axis of Time, a mysterious artifact believed to have the power to send a person back to the past only once. Although considered a divine relic, its existence remains a great question mark, full of doubt. Branch gently raises his hand to his forehead, his mind overwhelmed by Sen's haunting words, raising questions he had never before considered. Callie once posed a tough question. If what Branch desires most is in someone else's hands, what would he do? The Crown Prince warned that because of the presence of this relic, one day a devastating war between Secretia and Sirius would inevitably erupt. C saw through the passion of the Van Canum Legion and wondered if that was truly the source of the power Branch possessed. The shocking truth was finally revealed after 10 years, the very time when this world had truly turned back. Cien firmly confirms that in his previous life he was the younger brother of Crown Prince Jay, but now he is the younger brother of Planche himself. Faced with this unbelievable confession, Planche can only let out a bitter laugh. Looking at the shining Aus Tempus, a horrifying memory suddenly comes into sharp focus. Blanche is shocked to realize a cruel truth that in the previous timeline, he was the one who mercilessly took his younger brother's life just to seize that divine power. That obsession has haunted me ever since. It all started with a message not sent through the usual messenger, but secretly tied to the leg of a hawk. But less than a month after the bird returned with the rejection, the flames of war erupted mercilessly. Plan pondered with suspicion. He realizes the absurdity of the enemy's rapid troop movements. In just a short month, how could Saris and Secretia, who are not even close to each other, mobilize a large number of knights and mages to move so swiftly? The strangest thing is that the entire extensive spy network at that time remained completely silent, not transmitting any intelligence reports. Cien looked directly at Branch, asking him to imagine the sense of despair experienced by those involved when faced with such terrifying silence. In the end, the commander of the Cretia Cavalry Corps was completely annihilated. Even Sen's master, the Dagger, who fought with all his might, could only hold back Van Canum's advance for 3 days. In the end, Kiri and all those closest to him had to perish in that tragic scene. Trying hard was useless. Oh, this feeling hurts even more than a broken heart. Callian bitterly affirms that the end of the old timeline is a complete destruction. He repeats the cruel rule that time can only go back once, and the timeline that has always remained intact in Secretia mysteriously vanished on the very day he arrived here. But ironically, now both of them find it existing right in this secret basement. Callie reached out to touch the glowing magical barrier surrounding the artifact and admitted that he had once intended to destroy it forever so it could never be used again. But it's ridiculous that he can't even get angry at the inanimate stone, and that's what caused him to get into new trouble. Blanche gazes at the glowing artifact and quietly asks how this could be made to disappear completely. Cien nodded slightly, admitting he still didn't have an answer, so he planned to meet Span soon to find a solution, but beforehand, he emphasized that he still had a very urgent matter to resolve. My story is just that simple. Suddenly, Planche called out sharply and asked a question that made him stop in his tracks. What is your brother's name? Seeing Callie standing silently, Plan softly said that the name probably wouldn't be hard to remember. So just tell him already. Callie turned slightly, smiled warmly, and confidently confirmed her identity. I am Cien, your younger brother. We both leave the dark basement, walking up the stone stairs leading above. Seeing where his brother was headed, C asked Planche where he was going at this moment. Planche firmly replied that he was heading to the training ground right now. Cien eagerly suggested a training match, but Planche coldly refused and said he had to go ahead. Sen silently watched his brother's figure disappear into the distance. I feel like someone is patiently waiting for me up ahead. What kind of sixth sense is this that's so sharp? A black butterfly suddenly appears, fluttering through the silent space of the grand hall. In old beliefs, black butterflies are symbols of death and are usually not welcomed by anyone. But amidst the blazing light, the black butterfly suddenly transforms into an incredibly beautiful woman with long black hair and fiery red eyes full of power. She looks directly at Sen and whispers softly, "So it's only you who will welcome it." Callian respectfully bows his head and salutes. I humbly pay my respects to the great and noble Hispanian. She looks at him with a deep gaze, silently noting that those who walk among the shards of calamity often fail to recognize them. Sen gently clenched his chest, feeling hurt and questioning whether even he himself had no right to be healed. This feeling was just like that of an outcast in that strange family. Hispanian gently places her hand on his head and whispers, I understand everything. She admits that she feels very confused because she cannot feel resentment or anger after everything she has heard. Looking deeply into the young prince's worried eyes, she affirms that she now understands the true reason why he came to this place. Cien softly thanks her and honestly admits he's not fully prepared but still wants to ask for an important favor. When given permission, he immediately inquires whether the black stone is a divine relic created by humans. Hispanian explains that it holds power from the other side and is not tainted by serenity. She points to the glowing relic and asks if he is searching for a fragment of the axis, confirming that she herself placed everything that appears in this world here. Cien wondered about the whereabouts of the remaining fragments, but was told they had not appeared yet. When asked why she found this place and placed it here, Hispanian firmly stated it was all for him because he was the one who had to personally retrieve it. Callian, still overwhelmed and not fully understanding the meaning, was already being watched as she looked into the distance and mentioned the child who believed in him was beginning to move forward. Sispan gazed deeply into Callian's eyes through her reflected image. She whispers that when the time comes, he will also come to understand everything on his own. Meanwhile, under the quiet night sky of the training ground, Second Prince Planche stands silently lost in his own thoughts. Looking into the void, he muttered to himself, Now I understand everything. It's not that he doesn't have a reason, but why does he always look at me with such a face every time we meet? Blanche began preparing for his training to release the frustration inside. A knight approached and announced that Prince Callie had said, "I will oversee your training in his absence." The fight began with gentle sword exchanges, but the atmosphere quickly grew more intense than ever. Blanche's sword became sharper and more dangerous with each move. The knight facing him couldn't help but be taken aback when he saw Blanche improving by leaps and bounds during their duel. Even more frightening was the completely changed look in Blanche's eyes. It grew cold and its gaze deep and intense enough to make the opponent shiver, wondering what exactly he was seeing. The two swords clashed fiercely, creating dazzling sparks as Blanche pushed his strength against his opponent in the climax of the battle. Despite sweating profusely and gasping for breath from exhaustion, Kiri clenched his teeth and endured, silently telling himself that he had trained rigorously all this time, but it still wasn't enough. He realized he was still too weak compared to Prince Callie. Now, a true master of swordsmanship, Kiri quietly believes that the battles between princes always take place in places he is unaware of. The haunting memory of Callie being seriously injured makes him question himself. If he can't protect his master even in that moment, how can he truly call himself his sword? Kiri clenched the hilt of his sword until he trembled, his eyes showing determination and resolve transforming from innocence to ferocity, driven by the desire to become a steadfast source of strength for Callie as he relentlessly swung his sword in the darkness. The relentless clashing sounds continued. Even as his hands trembled and his breath grew ragged, Kiri desperately begged himself to push beyond his limits. In a moment of utter exhaustion, a brilliant blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes, marking a powerful turning point. Callian appeared unexpectedly, softly smirking, with a bright smile and words of praise. "Congratulations, Kiri." But immediately after, Callie's eyes turned cold as he easily blocked the attack with his blazing sword. He coldly reminds Kiri that aiming straight for his brother's heart was already crossing the line, and in the quiet of the night, Callie leisurely walks as Kiri takes a moment to calm the tense atmosphere. Kirio coldly followed behind, but his mind was still in chaos. Unable to stop questioning the strange phenomenon that just happened to him. In his sight, the fiery red veins suddenly appeared wrapping around the opponent's body, clearly indicating where to cut and how much to strike to finish the target. Everything felt so real that Kiri could hear an invisible voice whispering, guiding his every strike straight into the target's vital points. He shivered, realizing that if he had delayed just a moment earlier, he might have actually killed Prince Blanche. Even more terrifying, now those deadly red veins are clearly visible and targeting Callie's back. Sweat pours down like rain. Kiri painfully covered his eyes with his hands to chase away the horrifying visions. This time, it might stay with him forever, more than even his ex-lover. I secretly resolved to prevent myself from harming my master, willing to do anything to ensure that disaster never happens. Understanding the fear that haunts my subordinate, Callian calmly turns back and confirms that he knows exactly what Kiri has just seen. He calls it the path of the sword and admits he never expected the sword he taught himself would help Kiri reach this level so quickly. C gently reassures him that with enough rest, those red veins will naturally disappear, allowing Kiri to breathe a sigh of relief for shedding the psychological burden. Though he knows he can't be overly confident forever, but deep inside he's deeply shaken, recalling that in his previous life he only saw this path a few months before passing away, yet now he's advanced to a lightning-fast level. He looks into the distance and reveals that his knights will soon join the Van Canham army, leading to a severe shortage of trainers. And since a guardian can't openly fight against knights, C firmly declares he will request His Majesty to grant Kiri the official knight title. Kiri was stunned and refused, believing he had not yet achieved anything great and wanted to wait until he was truly capable. But Sen looked straight into his eyes with blazing, powerful red eyes. He affirms that this world always judges people by what they see, and he absolutely does not want Kiri's self-assessment to be shaken by those prejudices. Kiri clenches his fists, his voice deepening with unwavering determination. "I understand the reason, Prince, but the one I swear to serve faithfully is not His Majesty, but my lord, Prince Callie." In the silent night forest, Kiri bows his head to Cien, reaffirming his unwavering loyalty to his only master. "I understand well that if your majesty directly grants the title of knight, the loyalty oath to the lord I have always revered would be completely bypassed. How could I accept such an unreasonable thing?" Witnessing the stubbornness mixed with blind loyalty of his subordinate, Cien gently lowers his eyes, a contemplative look flashing in his fiery red eyes. "It seems this time I cannot allow it." He looked at Kiri kneeling before him and softly called his name. Kiri still didn't stop, and he continued to pour out his feelings. "But I still have something to say. I haven't been able to memorize all the words for a knight's vow of loyalty." Kiri admits he doesn't want to have to bid a formal stiff farewell to anyone else. Memories of past training sessions come back when he was teased for not remembering the flowery words needed. At that moment, Kiri confidently affirmed that only speaking what he truly wanted rather than flowery language mattered most because honesty is what counts. That is a promise to take up the sword and shield the prince so he will become strong enough not to face the future alone. Kiri, in both lives, is willing to die for his master so he won't have to worry or protect him, and so he will never be left behind or forgotten in this cruel world. In the middle of the forest at night, Kiri kneels and solemnly vows, "I will protect you." Callie was stunned, her blazing red eyes wide with shock. How could you? He realizes that although it is still loyalty, this promise is completely different from the painful past. Hearing this, Callie's heart feels soothed. He gently smiled and placed his hand on the guard's shoulder. Callie suddenly spoke out, saying, "All right, I grant you permission." Watching the little fish swim in the pond, Alan recalled the birthday party when Callian entered with the XF lady. He revealed the marriage rumors spreading among the nobility and asked curiously what His Majesty thought about it. King Lung calmly admitted that he had no intention of stopping the rumors. He explained that Cien currently needs power very much, and if it is the SF family, there is no better opportunity. The king even left open the possibility of a real royal marriage. Alan teased that the young duke wouldn't easily accept joining the royal family. But if Callie is sent to the land of the elephants, that's not a good idea. I mean, Rem wants to do whatever he pleases, but he has to bribe a little first. The prince, overwhelmed by Alan's overstep, had to step in to stop him. Alan immediately shifted to the main issue, asking if Your Majesty had made the final decision regarding the crown prince position. Looking at the reflection in the water, the king quietly affirmed that he cherished all three princes, but the position of crown prince could only belong to one person. He hoped to avoid unnecessary tragedies and believed that Sen was the one who could make that happen. The king also revealed that a few days ago, Sion requested to be granted the title of knight for his guardian, and he was about to approve that request. Although he knew some would say he was being too lenient, Lang felt that everything was going very smoothly at this moment. The king smiled, thinking that at least on Cien's birthday he deserved a gift. But the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a piercing scream. The prince's gift box suddenly fell to the floor with a loud thud, and Lady Demiri, with an angry face, shouted at him, asking if he was being reckless just because today was her birthday, and questioning how long he planned to exploit her name. Cien calmly asked Demiri if she was satisfied with the dress he just sent her. Seeing the stunning outfit, Demiri quickly realized the prince's intentions. "You've received it already, right? Is that correct, Google?" Cien slightly smirked, admitting he deliberately made a matching outfit to create the misunderstanding that they were engaged. Demiri sharply questioned whether he was planning to use her to declare war right at the birthday party. Cien calmly replied with a single word, reassuring her not to worry too much because the shocking events ahead would soon bury this story. Moreover, the fake engagement helped Demiri escape the trouble of countless marriage proposals from other noble families, so it was clearly a mutually beneficial agreement since he had the emperor's approval. Demiri sighed softly, agreeing to lend her name, but on the condition of receiving a worthy reward in return. To her surprise, Cien proactively proposed, "I will duel with you." This was a request she had been refused many times in the past. Demiri looked at Cien's seemingly fragile hands and wondered how he would take her sword. They began negotiating the training period, reducing it from 2 weeks to 1 week, and finally agreeing on half a month. A firm handshake marked the official establishment of the fake engagement contract. Hearing it sound fake but actually real, Seeing this scene, Jan was so moved he almost cried. He secretly marvels that only his prince could decide on a fiancé partner in such a bold way. The palace suddenly buzzes with countless birthday presents stacked high like mountains, preparing for the most important day of the third prince. Wearing a magnificent royal outfit, Callie is about to enter the banquet hall. Wyan smiles and wishes the birthday owner happy birthday, but quickly notices the unusual tension on his face. Cien admits to himself that he also feels a bit anxious without even realizing it, secretly using magic to completely conceal his aura in preparation for a tense direct confrontation with the old fox Evan Bryson on the power play. Callie clenched his fists, secretly knowing that everything would be revealed right at this party. He silently proceeded step by step according to the plan. Cien confidently walks into the splendid banquet hall with Lady Demiri, drawing the attention of all the guests. Seeing the sparkling crown on Demiri's head, he quietly thinks it would suit the fiancé of a prince, but definitely not the fiancé of an ordinary prince. Meanwhile, the second Prince Planche pretended to play the role of a rebellious and unruly son, then huffily stood up and strode away without looking back in the middle of the ceremony. Cien quietly leaned in and whispered, "Count Brisson hasn't arrived yet." At that moment, a clear announcement rang out. His Majesty the Emperor is approaching, and Sen narrows his eyes as he observes the empty seat of the old Marquis, secretly understanding Even's ambition to suggest that his power surpasses even the Emperor's. The gaze that pierces through the mortal world of Ying is truly impeccable. Sensing that the moment has come, Cien quietly tells Demir that it's time for them to part ways. He sincerely thanked her while Demir smiled and wished the young prince a happy birthday. Callie approaches King Lang standing on the platform. The king, beaming, raises his glass to celebrate his son's birthday and loudly calls on all the guests to join in to toast the third prince. Suddenly, a sharp step echoed through the air, breaking the atmosphere, and a commanding voice rang out, saying, "I apologize for being late. Your Majesty, I need to take a quick glance at the figure approaching and quietly think to myself, finally, he's here." Earl Evan Brisson. King Lang still maintains a calm demeanor. He announced that on this special day he had something very important to tell all the nobles. C was nervous and holding her breath, watching every move of her father and whispering to herself, "Just a little more." As the king begins to mention Queen Freya Blinkali, she clenches her glass tightly, her red eyes fixed unwaveringly on her target. One more step. King Lang's clear voice echoes throughout the hall. I will make her the empress. The entire hall was stunned into silence. The whispering died out completely as a sharp crack echoed when the old marquis's glass shattered on the cold stone floor. A sudden chilling aura envelops the space, making everyone shiver with cold. Amidst the tense, thick atmosphere, Chen suddenly smiles with a sinister and satisfied look. His blazing red eyes flashed with a cold, sharp gaze as he silently declared, I can finally see it now. Even his aura. Immediately, a fierce, chaotic, and evil red energy erupted violently around Marquis Brisson. So you finally reveal your true colors, huh? The entire hall was stunned by the shocking news, and whispers spread everywhere. A royal decree to make a commoner empress? The nobles believe this announcement will surely boost the strength of the third Prince Callie. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder how the Burrison family would react to the king's surprising move. Among the bustling crowd, Earl Evan Burrison approached Sen with a mocking smile. Your Highness, you received an overly luxurious gift, didn't you? Cien softly smirked, his fiery eyes revealing a triumphant look. That's right, and I feel very satisfied. Ken looked directly at the Viscount with a teasing expression and then mockingly said, Mr. Hong, what do you see? In front of Even's confusion, Sen quietly walked past him. Even frowned and reminded Cien that even if he didn't know what the prince was seeing, it was best to take care of his own future. Callie calmly warns that blind greed often leads to troublesome outcomes, and that one day, even he might disappear without a trace. Even grits his teeth, asserting he doesn't need to be reminded because he's doing exactly what he planned. Cien calmly holds the glass of red wine Nam Ni, gazing at Even's reflection in the glass with a nonchalant smirk. Actually, I've been thinking about your end for a long time now, and right now I'm just calculating when that happy day will come. Even clenched his fist in anger, silently cursing Sion for his arrogance, acting as if he had already been crowned as the prince. Even reassures himself that Sion currently has nothing in his possession, and even if he gains legitimacy, it won't be enough for him to dream of the throne. As they pass each other, Even utters a harsh insult, saying you should not stain the royal bloodline with that of a commoner. Sion suddenly stopped, his footsteps halting and making the atmosphere in the banquet hall tense. He turned slightly, his clear voice resonating and drawing the attention of all the guests, the Marquis. When will you finally show your respect to the noble royal family? Cien turned around and faced Even directly with a cold, commanding gaze. In front of everyone's astonishment, Cien firmly orders and bows. Marquis Even Beanen. Even gritted his teeth in anger, feeling utterly humiliated by Cien's humiliation, in front of the many nobles whispering and gossiping. Our hometown, our hometown, our hometown. So many of us from the same place. The old man secretly cursed Cien as a bastard and realized that the third prince was trying to diminish the status of a powerful marquis like him. Even secretly judged that Cien was too arrogant. He considered that if he criticized him for disrespect, he would also have to perform the greeting ritual before the king to save face. Taking a sip of wine, Even secretly plans to find a way to keep that bastard here. Seeing the Marquis still hesitating, Cien subtly smirks with a challenge. What are you waiting for? Marquis, don't you see the king is waiting? Cien didn't stop and delivered a final blow, questioning whether the Bienison family was refusing to show the respect owed to the king. Even realized he was completely trapped by C like a pawn in checkmate with no escape route. He clenched his fist tightly, forced himself to bow and apologize, claiming he skipped the greeting out of fear of disrupting the banquet. Even bowed deeply to the emperor in front of all the guests, Cien casually walked past, took a sip of red wine, and sarcastically dismissed him with a mocking remark. You don't need to greet me anymore, Marcus. Go back to your place. Seeing me, I'm already leaving. Witnessing his opponent's triumph, Even walked away with a face twisted in hatred, vowing to avenge this insult someday soon. After the party ended, Canon Allen strolled along the quiet palace corridor. Allen worriedly asked if he was feeling tired after a tense evening. In her heart, Callie quietly analyzes the formidable strength of the Bissin family, understanding that their ability to seize power despite their small numbers is thanks to the incredibly powerful sword of Early Vin. No matter how clever Planche is, he would find it difficult to steer this family just with brute strength. Callie thought to himself that he needed to become the focus of attention and try to distract Even completely, creating an opening for Planche to understand and master his sword. At this moment, Planche suddenly stepped out from behind the door and sarcastically asked if that was the reason C caused chaos at the party. You already know the answer, but still ask. Cien smiled brightly and calmly replied that it was simply a fitting lesson for what the old man had caused. Seeing his brother's unusual presence in the corridor instead of the usual study, Cien curiously asked for the reason. Planche coldly handed over a piece of paper and said he was looking for Cien to deliver this. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Callie couldn't help but tease that it seems Planche has gradually gotten used to the role of a messenger bird. Before he could even smile, Callie's expression froze as he glanced at the paper's contents, his smile vanishing and turning into a stiff, tense stare with his eyes blazing red with tension. He quietly announces that something bad seems to have happened to Aner. The secret letter reveals that the current wizard is in the large forest leading to the land of the believers. And more concerning, those harboring non-believers are also starting to visit that forest. In the silent room, three people gather around a map to analyze the situation. Alan points to the large forest near the road to Tencel and confirms that if you are referring to the large forest near the road to Tencel, then that is the orange forest. Callie remains silent. He confirms that he originally sent Lord H to the Marquis's land. His goal is to find out whether Evan and Gray are plotting something together or not. And even if they don't do that, you still need to warn them to stay away from your path. The path I walk is protected by a noble guardian, so I will take care of myself. Alan wonders why Lord Anne was found in Clam Forest instead of the Marquis's land as originally planned. Callie explains that Clam Forest is where a man named Sat was last seen, the one who shockingly claimed that human strength could create holy objects. Meanwhile, in the Dark Clam Forest, Hex is facing a dire situation. He was supposed to be on his way back to the palace, but now he is surrounded by unknown figures lurking in the shadows. Hex was stunned, wondering why everything had turned out this way. Everything went back to 2 weeks ago, when Hex was riding his horse through the streets and was suddenly called back. The kid recognizes the familiar voice, looks up at the balcony, and exclaims in surprise. President immediately, Aurea, the Sorcerer's Guild leader with fiery purple hair, leaps down from the balcony to block his path playfully. He could only sigh when he saw that the guild leader still hadn't stopped calling him kid after so long apart. Aurea crossed her arms, examined him, and praised how well the uniform suited him. She was shocked to see someone as difficult as him willing to work under someone else. Hex scratched his head and explained that he ran away because he was afraid of being mistreated by her, but it seems he still couldn't escape the influence of the chairman. Seeing the packed luggage on the horse's back, Aurea immediately guessed that he was about to go somewhere very far. When she learned he was heading to the Marquis's land, Aurea smiled brightly and declared that she also had some business nearby. The young lady didn't even bother asking for his opinion and insisted on going along, leaving Hex stunned by the overly enthusiastic attitude of this guild leader. Aaron Hex had finished his task at the Count's domain, but he sensed that Lady UIA seemed to have another mysterious purpose. She calmly philosophized that if something goes out, something else must come in. It has been several days since the two began their arduous search in the dense Clam Forest. He skeptically questions whether the person they are looking for is really here, and Yuria firmly confirms based on what he heard that the last time anyone saw him was somewhere in this forest. Hex was stunned to realize that Yuria was trying to find traces of someone who had disappeared ages ago. She calmly confirmed that those were records from 300 years ago, and if he was still alive, he was definitely no longer human. If it's been nearly 300 years, they must have been human back then. As they were walking, Aya suddenly stopped and asked if Hex could sense anything. He focused intently and realized a faint but present aura of magic right ahead. Both of them entered a hidden cave deep within the rock face filled with old experiment jars and dusty, faded documents. Yuria becomes excited when she realizes they have found the right place. She believes that someone obsessed with research would never abandon their data. He looked in amazement at how these papers remained intact after hundreds of years. Ia explained that a powerful preservation spell had been cast upon them, but once they leave this cave, they might be destroyed and vanish instantly. Without saying much, she firmly states that the energy both of them are feeling is indeed its magical power. Yuria quietly concluded that bringing these documents outside would be very difficult with her current strength. She placed her hand on H's shoulder, asking him to stay and wait here while she handled this, and would return immediately. But just as Hex stepped outside, a masked assassin suddenly appeared from the shadows. Ace and Hex is caught in a deadly battle full of danger. Although most of the enemies have been defeated, his body is already reaching its limit. Sen swung sharp ice pillars to fight back, but one of them quickly used an energy shield to completely block the attack. Anne gritted his teeth and assessed that one was specialized in defense and the other in attack. Their coordination was extremely tight. He realizes that if he were alone, he could find a way to exploit their weaknesses and take them down one by one. But in this wounded and trapped situation, everything is gradually slipping out of control. A powerful collision threw him far away, causing only a cry of pain before he collapsed to the ground. The enemy didn't miss the chance. The guardian assassin swung his heavy weapon, aiming for the final blow. Asen was stunned to realize his deadly mistake. Wait a minute, the guy I thought only knew how to defend himself. Why didn't I consider that he could also attack? The assassin looked at him with a cruel gaze and roared, "Become a sacrifice for me!" Hearing the unfamiliar name, he could only gasp in surprise. Jeon? Just as the deadly blade was about to touch him, a powerful surge of magic suddenly intervened. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a majestic figure appears, blocking the deadly attack. It is none other than the third Prince Callie wielding a shining sword. From now on, I hope you only take on missions you are truly capable of completing. Sir H. In a quiet library, Yuria was engrossed in studying ancient manuscripts under the dim light. She muttered that these characters perfectly matched what was engraved on the stone the prince had asked her to investigate. Suddenly, the dry sound of footsteps behind her made Ia start in shock. "Where did you come from to scare me like that, and you're still alive? What the hell?" Alan coldly questions why she took actions without his orders. Back in the forest, Hess lies collapsed on the ground with a bleeding wound. He looked up at Callie in shock and asked how he could have arrived here. Callie calmly replied that he used the teleportation circle to intervene in time. Asen gasped with difficulty, realizing that the magic circle Sen painstakingly created had saved the prince's life. Callie's eyes grew cold and resolute, and he quietly affirmed that all their efforts had been completely worthwhile. Although the battle is not over, the assassins still roar fiercely, increasing their speed, saying, "Let's clean this place up." They rush forward crazily, determined to capture the mage alive. Callie immediately adopts a defensive stance, decisively swinging his glowing aura sword to block the heavy attack from the enemy, continuously unleashing sharp sword strikes to overpower the desert warriors. Seeing Aiken's condition worsening, Sen quickly orders him to use the teleportation circle to return to the palace immediately. He reassured that Prince Plan must have already summoned Hina there, so his wound would be treated immediately. Despite his serious injuries, Senhek still hesitated before Callie's command. Seeing the hesitation, C grew extremely annoyed and gritted his teeth, saying, "Listen, I'm pissed off now, and I'll deal with you right away." Realizing he couldn't go against the angry prince's will, Asen had no choice but to obey. "I understand." Then he quickly left the forest. Callie silently approached the assassin lying weakly on the ground. He slightly curled his lips, speaking with a cold taunt. Although he didn't expect this one to easily speak, he deliberately kept him alive to carry out the interrogation. Cien looked down at the groaning figure on the ground and issued a final warning. "If you're willing to speak first, I am ready to listen." Faced with the opponent's stubbornness, he decisively drove a sword into his back, causing him to scream painfully into the night. If Hong knew how to seize the opportunity, she might as well go and enjoy her incense. Cien coldly demanded he stop screaming and start revealing the mastermind, emphasizing that this request was not difficult at all. He continued to press, sarcastically noting that his strong recovery ability would help him withstand the pain coming soon. Callie silently thought to himself that he didn't like these torture jobs, but for those who dared target his people instead of himself, he wouldn't let them die easily, his eyes burning with rage as he thought about others suffering because of him. Returning to the palace in the silent night, bowing in remorse before C, she sincerely admits her mistake. "It was my fault, Your Highness." Uriah blames himself for the reckless actions that caused disrespect and major trouble for Count Alan as well. In the private room, Count Alan is sternly reprimanding Chairman Uriah for his recent recklessness. He sternly reminds her never to see timely rescue as luck, because the cost of a mistake is not her life, but that of the subordinates who risked their lives trusting her. Alan directly warned her to never forget that this arrogance and pride nearly caused a tragedy. Uriah could only bow her head in silence. She promised to report the entire situation to the deputy commander as soon as she returned to the capital. Seeing the tense situation, C spoke up to mediate, asking the Count to be generous and not to blame her any further. Ya bowed her head once more and sincerely apologized for her recklessness, and seeing her genuine remorse, he responded gently, "It's okay. I understand, but I'm still worried." She hesitated to ask about HC's condition, reassuring that he's currently fine, resting and receiving proper treatment. Setting aside the past, C signaled the group to focus on the newly gathered documents, explaining that due to magical barriers, she couldn't retrieve them herself and had to use Mr. Madison's space magic. Although she couldn't read the contents, she revealed a shocking piece of information from H. The name of the organization behind everything is Sen, a name that echoed loudly in her mind, repeatedly uttered with a mysterious connotation. In Elvish language, it means the ruler of humanity. Sen was stunned by that ambitious title, while Mr. Madison admitted it was a term he had heard before. Alan Madison decided that after everything at the palace was settled, he would personally go to meet the Elf Elder to clarify everything. Then C would approach the second Prince Planche. "Brother, I need you to act as the messenger for me this time." Looking at the item in front of him, Planche suspiciously asked if it was used to contact Crown Prince JCN, confirmed that with a part of the time axis, Che might be able to help if he remembers any details. Planche silently listens, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. Facing his younger brother's expectation, Planche coldly delivers a firm refusal. "I don't want to." Hearing that, the prince immediately sprays glue, unable to react in time. Blanche stared intently at his younger brother, questioning where that blind faith came from that made Cien think everyone could take such daring risks. Cien calmly replied that the Prince of Seiya was even younger than his older brother. But Blanche couldn't help but worry, wondering if the sudden flood of memories without warning was making the Crown Prince's mind unstable. Callian smiled confidently. He affirms that even if he wavers a little, he is not someone who easily gives up or stays still. He even teases that he's not like someone he knows who always needs a nurse by their side. "I can take care of myself and I'll be fine." Cien turned away and walked off, telling his older brother not to worry too much because he's not the kind of younger brother who only causes him pain. Blanche sat there in silence for a moment, then suddenly stood up and slammed the table hard. Cien, startled, turned and asked what made him so agitated. Blanche coldly admits that he's the troublesome older brother, decisively leaves his magic ring behind and walks away, leaving Cien stunned. Immediately afterward, Plan seeks out On with a special request. Alan respectfully reminds him that, as you are well aware, within this palace and anywhere under Suspanian's influence, all personal communication magic is completely disabled. Alan is stunned when Planche asks him to break that rule. Planche sits silently on the sofa. He understands Callie's loneliness as she struggles alone, in despair just to survive. He realizes his younger brother is trying to protect this country, their homeland, and even the entire world. Everything is just through their own strength. Blanche looks directly at the opponent and clearly states the real reason behind this reckless act. So that's why. I want to protect my little brother. Alan sighed softly, thinking that Prince C had caused another trouble. After hearing the full story from Blanche, Alan firmly asked his older brother to give him that bracelet. Blanche quietly hands over the magical item while Alan ponders in silence, reflecting on how there are truly all kinds of people with different natures in this world. Alan began to tell about Debron, his cruel father, because he was no different from a deadly, venomous snake. He recalled the horrifying moment when Debron, upon becoming crown prince, immediately ordered the execution of all his siblings without hesitation. Evil is even worse than Cam's mother said. No wonder it leaves such a haunting impression. Growing up under the shadow of such a father, Alan always had to steel himself to protect his siblings from his claws. He deeply understands that C must endure similar pain, as all he knows is how to hurt himself to save others. Alan earnestly hopes Plan won't be too harsh on that younger brother because of those reckless actions. BL clenched his fists so tightly they trembled, his eyes showing clear sorrow as he softly replied, I know. I understand. Night falls, covering the kingdom, where the crimson-blooded birds still tirelessly spread their wings across the high sky. Walking quietly along the silent palace corridor, his footsteps echoed in the dark space under the moonlight. He stopped in front of a large door, gently knocking to request an audience. Inside the darkened room, King Blandon Lahan Secretius sat silently behind his desk, coughing heavily as he respectfully bowed his head to report his safe return to the mighty ruler. King Jalan looked up at his son and asked if anything unusual had happened in Kiris. Jay remained calm and composed. He confirmed that he had sent his congratulations within the allowed scope and followed the scheduled plan. There was nothing particularly noteworthy to report. However, Lord Blonde couldn't help but suspect when he criticized the fact that he personally traveled such a long way just to attend a birthday party. Faced with the intense scrutiny from his father about whether there was someone important he wanted to meet, he calmly insisted it was purely for diplomatic reasons. Blonde Now's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he looked deep into his son's heart. But in the end, he only coldly said, I understand now, pretending to be indifferent but still arrogant. No wonder you're always seen as malicious. King Dan coldly hinted. You can respectfully bow and leave the king's office quietly. Even though he's silent, he's crying inside. The footsteps of the crown prince echo down the corridor. Meanwhile, behind this door, the king's persistent coughs continued without stopping. In the darkness, Dan's face grew grim and terrifying, with cold, calculating eyes. As soon as he stepped outside, Che ran into the night crin from Talon. When Talon was about to ask, Che decisively cut him off. No need. Che looked directly at Talon and asserted firmly, I have never done anything like that before. Prince Tsin, I must act exactly according to what my memories tell me so that no one can have even the slightest doubt. Chi signaled the knight to step back, his heart burning with the resolve to keep the future he had always remembered from ever deviating from its destined course. His shadow stretched long on the stone floor, vividly reflecting the burden of the one holding the key to fate. Talon respectfully bows, then I pray that His Highness has a good rest. Chi had quietly pushed the door open and entered his private room but suddenly froze when he saw a familiar figure standing by the window. His eyes widened in surprise before quickly relaxing into a bright, affectionate smile as he softly called the name of the girl in front of Arian. In response to his surprise, Arian Lin, Che's fiancée, smiled beautifully and warmly welcomed him. Welcome back, Your Highness. Just one look at her and all the sadness seems to disappear. She gently asks Han about his long trip recently. Suddenly, Che Tian approached and embraced Arian tightly, surprising her. He rested his head on her shoulder and whispered softly, I left something behind. Arian gently offered to help him find it, but Che softly shook his head, refusing because he wasn't allowed to do that. When she asked if it was truly important to him, Che closed his eyes, feeling her warmth, and confirmed that it was very important. Arian suggests that if it's really that important, a little greed wouldn't hurt. But Che's eyes suddenly turn cold, and he firmly replies, Not now. What's going on? You weren't even done being passionate, and now you're so cold to him. Holding Arian's hand tightly, he affirmed that everything must proceed exactly on the old schedule, at least until the end of this winter. He quietly closed the window, calculating that only then would the healer appear on the same day as before and disappear without causing any disturbance. Meanwhile, in Kiss, the atmosphere grew tense as the ladies-in-waiting hurriedly moved Freya Blin's giant portrait into the most honored position. News of the coronation ceremony was officially announced. It is scheduled to take place next week along with a public event in the square. Marcus Evan Brisson sits silently in the shadows. The old man, exhausted, ordered his subordinates to step back after hearing the report. Evan gritted his teeth in frustration. Because of the humiliating forced bow at Cien's banquet, he completely lost the chance to oppose Freya's coronation and had to quietly retreat into utter helplessness. Count Evan Brisson slammed his hand on the table, grinding his teeth in furious frustration as the room fell silent. He thought to himself that because he had remained silent, the other nobles wouldn't dare to speak out either, and he had to find a way to remove this thorn in his eye, the third prince, at all costs. He even couldn't help but wonder what the second Prince Blanche was really up to, and asked himself what exactly he was doing. I can't just sit here and wait any longer. A new plan seems to be taking shape in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the Wizard Squad area, two young wizards, hot high, burst into the room searching for the deputy squad leader. They complain about the harsh training replacement, making them miss An's comfort very much. As soon as the instructor's shout rang out outside, both of them hurriedly ran to practice to avoid punishment. But in reality, An was still inside the room. He calmly uses invisibility magic to hide behind the sofa and enjoy his precious rest time. Let them do whatever they want. He's still in control. Heh N slightly sneered in contempt at the young mages because they couldn't even detect the hidden aura right under their noses. He muttered to himself that he would train them properly when he returned for daring to look down on training. Just as he was about to doze off, Anne suddenly froze at the sound of the door creaking open.
He wondered why a knight would boldly enter the wizard's resting room at this hour, and was surprised to see the knight head straight for Prince Blanche's personal chest, without hesitation.
The knight acts with great decisiveness and skill, as if he has done this many times before. As soon as the stranger leaves, Arn immediately appears to check the second prince's locker.
He was stunned to find a secret letter hidden inside, and, sensing that things were getting serious, hurriedly ran to find Cien to report.
Right now, C is focused on examining the black stone in his hand. The connection between the organization claiming to be the ruler of humanity and the mysteries of the timeline is gradually coming to light. In a ragged breath, the enemy collapses after the fierce battle. He bitterly leaves a warning that this borrowed power from life can only be used once. And once the black stone is broken, the heart of its owner will also vanish. Callie clenched the black stone tightly in her hand. He was stunned to realize that the strange ancient characters matched exactly what was on the time wheel. Back at the palace, Cent, exhausted, leaned on the sofa, lost in thoughts about this terrifying coincidence. At that moment, a knock on the door broke the silence as Jan entered to announce that Deputy Commander H had urgent matters to discuss. Singh enters with a very serious expression, quietly bowing to apologize for disturbing the prince's rest. Cien casually waves his hand, affirming that he had ordered the guards to let Hex in whenever he arrived. That's unusual. Why would they be given special priority? Callie's eyes softened as she asked about the wound on Hex's shoulder after the ambush in the forest. Thanks to Hina's attentive care and C's concern, he confirms he has fully recovered and can return to training today. But the real purpose of this visit lies in another shocking discovery. With tense clenched fists, H began to recount how he had witnessed a royal knight secretly sneaking into the Bancan regiment's quarters and hiding a strange object in Crown Prince Blanche's clothing. Fearing danger, Hex secretly inspected and confiscated a secret letter. I quietly placed the small scroll on the table and looked directly at C with a suspicious gaze. H calmly questions, I want to know exactly what the relationship between you and the Crown Prince of Saya is. A silence enveloped the room, the stillness so heavy it was almost suffocating between the two of them. Cien gently raised his hand to cover his face, sighing with a contemplative expression. Well then, now, through the gap in his arm, C's fiery red eyes flicker with complexity. Captain H, why did you follow me? Cien continued to press on. I don't remember doing anything good for you, so it's both surprising and strange that you've been with me all this time. H is stunned, his face briefly showing confusion at the owner's comment, but after a moment of hesitation, he regains his determined look. He gently turned away and replied calmly, You don't need to answer me right now. I will wait for your response. Your Highness. Cien quietly observes, secretly realizing that H is aware of a secret being kept, but out of respect, he chooses to wait until C is truly ready. Cien gently lifts his lips into a slight relieved smile. Fine, he mutters to himself. At least I should give an answer to that loyalty. The candles in the room flickered softly, reflecting the turmoil within the prince, as Kallian looked at Hex with a deep, intense gaze and suddenly uttered a shocking statement. You are the one who personally ended my life. The space suddenly seemed to freeze in the face of the cruel truth that time had been reversed from death. He was so stunned he couldn't breathe, stammering in utter shock. How? How could something like this possibly happen? Kallian looked down at his hands and admitted that perhaps he was too greedy and longed for someone to acknowledge his existence. He confessed that at some point he no longer wanted to hide the truth. Part of Sen wants to keep this secret from H, but another part urges him to be the first to tell him the whole truth. Seeing C's fiery, resentful eyes, H bows his head in pain and apologizes. I'm sorry I couldn't remember that for you. Oh no, it looks like this trip is going to be pretty exhausting. Sen sighs softly and mutters to himself that now he understands why he has these feelings. Faced with the silence of the other person, Cien suddenly asked, What do you live to protect? H paused for a moment, then honestly replied, I only live to protect whatever I can when it comes. I silently remind myself to always remember my master's teachings, to uphold my pride before the squad leader, and to keep my faith in the vice squad leader, Prince. I place my hand on my chest and firmly declare that I will definitely protect the Can team at all costs. Sen slightly smirked, his eyes burning with calculation as he asked Hex to add one more important thing to the list, the position he would sit in the future. He was stunned and asked outright if he was being asked to take on a role even greater than vice captain. Although aware of the young prince's weakness, In the face of C's unwavering resolve, Hex only saw him nod slightly in confident confirmation. He clenched his fist tightly. I will start explaining to Sen why I have been following you all this time. He looked directly at Sen and affirmed, "You are a very good person, Prince." The statement left Sen stunned. He recalled that perhaps the reason was so profound that it was hard to explain precisely, or maybe from the very beginning, there was no need for any special reason at all. He recalls the moment when the flowers drifted gently on the water and the promise to not hinder the departed, just quietly waiting behind. It sounds poetic, but so heartbreaking. In the quiet of the night, prayers for the departed's peaceful rest echo in my mind. H admits he followed Sen simply because he is a good person. Everything started from gratitude, but it was the very path this prince was walking that truly touched his heart. Callie quietly looked out the window and solemnly shared a habit taught by his master, which was always to state his name before every battle. A habit that has become ingrained in his blood and turned into an instinct. He recalled the fateful moment from the past when he confidently declared himself as the commander of the Can Legion. When asked for his name, he simply replied that he had forgotten everything, but the other party firmly asserted, "I will make you remember." That was the first time in his life that H took the initiative to ask someone's name, and despite the fragmented memories, he still trusted and chose that day. He looked at C and asked if it was perhaps his wish that he at least feel proud for having sacrificed his life for him. "Because you took the trouble to choose me like this, Your Highness, shouldn't you at least know one reason to believe that your choice is the best?" Hex's eyes shone with determination. "I solemnly declare that because I once took away a breath from someone like you, this time I will use my life to protect you. I vow to defend the prince with all my heart and my best abilities." But Sen firmly denied, saying, "I want you to protect my position, not me." Ignoring the refusal, H slammed his hand on the table and roared passionately. "There's no need to refuse or worry. No matter what happens, how could I fail to protect the only prince? Seeing the chaos among his subordinates can sweat bullets and curse love, you strange creature. At least let people finish their sentences." It's late at night, and the palace is immersed in silence under the faint moonlight. Callie sat quietly on the balcony, lost in deep thoughts, and wondered if even Lord Ha now knew the truth about his soul and his plans. Callie quietly worries whether he should reveal this secret to anyone else, and fears that if his master finds out, he will give him a harsh lesson for acting on his own. He gently taps his finger on the table, looks at the shining ring on his hand, and wonders what he should do. That's all for this video. Please like and support us to bring more great series. Thank you and goodbye, everyone.